Chapter 1. Sleeping to gain blood chi. Napping to enter the first stage. My sister is the empress. Please, everyone, store your brains here first. Thank you. On the wild continent, in the North Wilderness mountain range. This mountain range stretches for millions of miles. There are said to be hundreds of thousands of mountains, both large and small. Spiritual energy gathers, and demonic energy permeates, with few human footprints. At the foot of a great green mountain, in the wild mountain forests, towering trees reach the sky, and the forest is dense with lush leaves. Under a big tree, there is a cave. In the warm and moist corner deep inside the cave, 3 eggs are lying. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from the middle egg, and a crack opened in the shell. A shiny bald head emerged, followed by a pair of eyes, nostrils, and 2 small sharp teeth. Hiss! Wow, what did I just wake up from a nap? It was like being startled awake from a dying dream, not knowing where I was. Chengxian opened his mouth, and everything around him was dark. He tried to move his body but felt no limbs, only a hairless bald tail flicking about. Hiss! He stuck out his tongue. Upon closer inspection, it was a fleshy, forked snake tongue. Have I turned into a young snake? I thought I was crossing over, but I didn't even get to be a human. Not being human seems fine too. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle or horses. Chengxian was different. He considered himself to be a natural mule, destined to have no wife and no children. When a mule is tired, he just wants to lie flat as a dried, hard-salted fish. But he was unwilling to completely lie down. A real man born in this world cannot be idle. So he intermittently worked hard, but consistently just loafed around waiting to die. He ended up exhausting himself even more. And now, he wasn't human anymore. Hiss! Chengxian was a bit excited. He turned his bald head to look around and found that the other 2 eggs were still quiet. He stretched his tail and poked them one by one. No response. If all the snake eggs in his nest hadn't hatched, then was he a bit too eager to come out so early? He was definitely suspicious of being the overachiever. This was simply unacceptable. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness hit him. Habitually, he raised his tail to cover his mouth and yawned. Had he been overworking for days, even crossing over couldn't offset it? Or was it just the instinct of a young snake? Then he thought, who cares? Since he's sleepy, then sleep. Not being human means no more early rising and toiling. No more pushing himself to study, work, or strive for progress. In this life, he would eat when he wanted and sleep when he wanted. Sleep into a daze, with no light from the sun or moon. Ding! Detected the host will perfectly aligns with the system. Ding! The infinite blood chi growth system has been successfully bound. Host, Chengxian. Race, water avoiding snake. Grade, unranked to become a first stage demon beast, blood. Chi must exceed 1,000 points. Blood chi, 12. Physique, 12. Spirit, 62. Combat skills, none. Refinement points, 00. Oh wow. Chengxian's eyes widened. Is this my golden finger for crossing over? So fast. System, are you still there? With a name like that, I don't have to work hard to become stronger? Please note, the system has been activated. The host will gain 1 blood chi for every second spent sleeping, with no upper limit. Blood chi is the foundation of primal blood, the beginning of cultivation. Consuming refinement points can refine blood chi to enhance physique, spirit, and combat skills. Blood chi 111. The system will randomly issue tasks, and the host will have the opportunity to receive rewards such as skills, combat techniques, spirit fruits, spirit seeds, and refinement points. Please try to complete these tasks whenever you have time aside from sleeping. Blood Chi 111. In this vast wilderness, the ranks of demon beasts have 9 levels, with the 9th level being the strongest. Demon beasts transform into demons, and the cultivation realms of demon races range from weak to strong. Great Demon, Demon General, Demon Commander, Demon Marquis, Demon King, Demon Emperor, and Demon Saint. Blood Chi 111. The blood chi points required for rank breakthroughs will continuously increase. The host must seize every moment to sleep more. Blood Chi 111. As the system reported, the background sound of blood chi was so pleasant, and the combination was quite hypnotic. Chengxian listened in a daze, thinking that sleeping could make him stronger was just too delightful. This was a world inhabited by demon beasts and monsters, and he was genuinely worried that with his size, like a hot pot chopstick, he might be mistaken for a spicy strip when he ventured outside. Having the power to defend oneself is certainly good. To live, especially to live well, who wants to die? Every second spent sleeping adds 1 point of blood chi. To become a first-stage demon beast, he needed to break through 1,000 points, which means he needed 1,000 seconds. 1 minute is 60 seconds. 1,000 divided by 60? Subtract 600 first, then divide 400 by 60. 6 times 6 is 36. A little over 16 minutes, Chengxian shrank back, closed his eyes, and instinctively used his tail to cover the cracked eggshell while calculating the time for advancement in his mind. Then he decided to sleep a little longer. If not now, when? 16 minutes, what can you do in that time? This time, he wanted to sleep enough to wake up naturally. Ideally, he would wake up to be the strongest in the world. Damn old fuzzy hair you. Hey, I am not dead. I knew it. Just as Chengxian was falling into a deep sleep, a woman's voice suddenly rang in his mind, first angry, then excited, startling him enough to shake his tail. In his daze, he thought, what's going on? Who's not dead? I, the glorious Empress Ling Xiao of the Holy Dynasty. How could I die so easily? That damn old fuzzy hair must not have expected this, daring to use a handsome man to scheme against me. When I return, you're all doomed. Empress? Ling Xiao. Who is that? Chengxian slowly reacted. He seemed to hear some commotion outside the eggshell. Did a brother or sister hatch? He peeked out to take a look, just in time to meet a pair of beady eyes set in green. The young snake could discern auras, and with just one glance, he knew this was his sister. He opened his mouth to greet her, but saw the little green snake on the opposite side suddenly making a face of disdain. Then he heard that voice in his mind again. This snake that can't even open its eyes and looks so foolish as my cheap brother? It's actually a flower snake. This color is so ugly, yuck. It hurts my eyes. I hate messy things the most. However, since it's my brother, even though its aptitude is lacking and it's not as smart as me, they'll show some mercy and help it out a bit. In the future, let it be a dragon horse pulling a cart. Then, the little green snake retracted its small head. Chengxian, disdainful as she was still willing to give in the position of a dragon horse pulling a cart. The Empress is generous, and I, a humble one, will walk alone in admiration. Fortunately, I am of pure color. An empress burdened with hatred, was actually happy because she drew a desirable skin that I don't know whether to say she is broad-minded or just carefree. I'm going to cultivate. Ordinary little snake? That's fine. Just watch. Even if I become a mixed-blood little snake, I can still achieve the path of the emperor. The empress was full of confidence and vigor. Chengxian thought to himself, with your current state, even digging a tunnel would be strenuous. The Holy Dynasty encompasses everything, and there are plenty of demon race cultivation methods. The most top-notch is the 10,000 Demon Emperor technique. This is it. Someone as brilliant and martial as I am remembers them all. Truly amazing. If I will cultivate, I will take back everything that belongs to me. The revenge-driven empress began to focus on her cultivation, eliminating distractions. Chengxian waited for a moment, but he didn't hear her voice again in his mind. He prepared to go back to sleep. That nap was incredibly comfortable. His body felt warm, as if he were soaking in warm water. After waking up, he could feel the vigorous blood energy surging within him. The sensation was delightful. I seem to have heard the system congratulate me in my dream for becoming a first-tier demon beast. Refinement point 1. He glanced at the panel. Host, Chengxian. Race, water-avoiding snake. Rank, first tier to become a second-tier demon beast. Blood energy must exceed 10,000 points. Blood energy, 1168. Physical strength, 12. Spirit, 62. Combat skills and abilities, none. Refinement points, 11. So soon, I am already at the first tier? How long did it take? Never mind, it's not important, just sleep. A short nap and a rank up. How exhilarating. However, just as he closed his eyes for a moment, a strange laugh echoed in his mind. This lord has come back to life. Chapter 2. What if the Empress of the Holy Dynasty is here? Dare to steal my egg, and I'll fight. Indeed, the method of death evasion and cultivation is feasible. This laugh did not sound like that of a good person. Chengxian kept his eyes closed and muttered to himself, a bunch of meddlesome bones from the grave. Forcing me, Lin Jianzi, to disperse my power to reconstruct and I couldn't even keep my original body. Now I've turned into a little snake. Once this Daoist lord returns, I will surely crush you all to ashes and refine you into my soul banner. As the voice sounded, the snake egg on his right also stirred. No need to ask, this must be the newly hatched little brother. Chengxian hesitated for a moment, but couldn't suppress his curious nature and peeked out to take a look. He locked eyes with the little white snake on the right, both pairs of small bean-like eyes meeting. Is this my brother in this life? Although he looks a bit ugly, it's fine. Once refined into the soul banner, it'll all be a mass of black energy. So beauty won't matter. I've heard that blood relatives have a connection in spirit, and refining into the soul banner as the main soul has endless wonderful uses. In my previous life, I had no father, mother, or close blood relatives. I didn't expect to have blood ties after reincarnation. But before that, I need to cultivate him stronger. A weak and pitiful creature is the most annoying. My soul banner does not accept useless souls. Chengxian thought to himself that what's with this so-called brother or sister? The Empress Ling Xiao from the Holy Dynasty was a bit better, although she found him ugly. At least she gave him a chance to pull the card. In comparison, Daoist brother Lin Jianzi was even more outrageous, wanting to refine him into a soul banner that sounds quite creepy. The only brother from two lives is treated the same as the enemy who caused your demise. This useless little brother cannot be kept. With a whoosh, after finishing his one-sided output, without caring about Chengxian's reaction, the little white snake instantly withdrew its head back into the eggshell. It was so fast that he could see its afterimage. Chengxian thought, if you weren't so fast, I would have given you a headbutt, system. He also shrank back into the eggshell, calling in his heart, why can I hear their thoughts? Within 1 meter, any sentient being whose cultivation level is not more than 3 tiers below the host can have their thoughts heard. Not answering the question, Chengxian realized that this system was quite rigid when it came to questions. It seemed to search through a database for responses rather than answering normally. They can't hear me? Yes. That's quite interesting. Chengxian thought to himself. Let me think about which cultivation method to practice. This young snake's body is too weak, and it isn't a human body, so the cultivation methods I know don't apply. Has the energy entered the body in just a short time? I am indeed still me. Got it. I'll cultivate the supreme clarity scripture. Only this cultivation method doesn't require a congenital Tao body. My Dantian finally has a trace of this lord. System, can I block their thoughts? Chengxian asked. Listening to their thoughts was interesting, but it also disturbed his sleep. Yes. Then the system followed his intention and blocked the thoughts of the Empress and Daoist brother. Chengxian's mind immediately quieted down. Now I can sleep peacefully, he thought. Then, in the next moment, blood energy 111. Blood energy 1111. Blood energy 1111. Congratulations to the host for becoming a second-tier demon beast, refinement point 1. Blood energy 1111. Not knowing how long he had slept, Chengxian woke up. He was awakened by hunger. As soon as he opened his eyes, one thought came to mind. Where's my phone? I need to order takeout. Turning his head, he saw his entire body covered in scales, finally coming to his senses that I am a snake now, not a human. I'm no longer in the original world. So, as a snake, how do I fill my stomach? Should I bite the eggshell and try it? I heard some oviparous animals eat their eggshells. Do snakes eat it? I don't know, but I can try to. Chengxian extended his head, pushed open the snake egg, as before, aimed at the edge, and opened his mouth. He bit down, ugh. Ugh. The eggshell was soft when he bit it. His teeth pierced through the shell, and the texture was strange. He immediately gagged. Chengxian loved delicious food. When he was human, he had to have some standards. At least he had to eat well, not let his mouth suffer. Cattle and horses only seek good feed, right? Earning some money just to flaunt what he can eat. He wanted to take a bite of everything, rarely finding something he couldn't eat. This time, he hit a hard spot. Hiss hiss. On the left, a green little head popped out of the eggshell, mouth open, revealing 2 small sharp teeth. Without needing to hear thoughts, it was clear that it was mocking him. Then he noticed that on the other snake egg, there were also 2 suspicious small holes. Hiss hiss. You little empress also bite the eggshell, and you dare mock me? Chengxian was so angry he laughed and lifted the block. He heard his good sister say, ha. So the ugly flower snake doesn't know that eggshells can't be eaten. It called out. What is it saying? Damn, I can't understand. Is it laughing? Could it have seen the bite marks on my shell? Impossible. A young snake can't be that smart. Could it be? Is it also reborn like me? Chengxian. Good gracious. This information is overwhelming. The empress also doesn't understand the hissing sounds. Hiss hiss. At this moment, a head also popped out from the egg on the right. Did Daoist brother wake up from hunger too? One green and one white head turned to look, their little bean eyes filled with anticipation. Hiss hiss. Strange. Why are these two stupid snakes looking at me? Have they discovered something unusual about me? Chengxian quickly turned his head back. He didn't want to expose himself, because just now he decided that this game of who hides better would officially begin. Why did this flower snake suddenly turn its head? Could it be able to spy on my thoughts? Oh no. Chengxian widened his eyes. Fortunately, at this moment, 3 bird eggs rolled in from the opening at an angle. Thud, thud, thud. They stopped not far from the mud platform where the snake eggs were. This immediately caught Daoist brother's attention. It seems it instinctively sensed the movement. I said, the young snake spirit is weak. How could it spy on another's thoughts? Phew. Chengxian let out a sigh of relief. Then he felt a flash in front of his eyes. Bird eggs. They are mine. Bird eggs, they are mine. The 2 little snakes, one green and one white, dashed out. What a hungry snake emerging from its hole. Then they started fighting. They each wrapped their tails around one egg. Then they turned and bit the largest one in the middle. Oh my. Chengxian suddenly raised his head. 3 bird eggs, 3 little snakes. Why are you still eating and taking more? We need to rush, or the food will be gone. Wait a minute. He quickly glanced at the panel. Host, Chengxian. Race, water, avoiding snake. Rank, 2nd rank to become a 3rd rank beast. Blood energy must break through 100,000 points. Blood energy, 10,187. Physique, 13. Soul, 63. Skills and combat techniques, none. Refinement points, 22. System, has my physique and soul become stronger? Host, blood energy can nourish the body and soul, but without actively refining, the improvement speed will be very slow. I can see that, Chengxian said. Now I want to use refinement points to enhance my physique. A strong body is good for fighting. No, it's good for fighting snakes. 1 refinement point can refine 10,000 blood energy, and every 100 points of blood energy can increase physique by 1 point. Currently, 1 refinement point can be used. Please confirm if the host wants to start. Start. Hurry. My eggs are going to be snatched by other snakes. Other things can be given up, but food absolutely cannot. Now refining blood energy for the host. Please note, for the host's safety, the system has automatically activated the concealment function to hide the fluctuations of blood energy from others, that if you need to get to it, you can call the system again. Well done, little blood. Chengxian was very satisfied. Such thorough consideration, of course, quietly making a fortune. Then a red light flashed on his body. Blood energy surged, continuously washing over every scale, every piece of flesh and bone. In just a few breaths, an extremely mysterious and powerful sensation filled his body. This feeling was hot, burning, slightly itchy, but not unbearable. Rather, it brought an indescribable pleasure. Surging, booming, vigorous. It made him want to fight someone. Ding! The host has a new task. In the beast world, the weak are prey to the strong, but the elder brother is like a father with the responsibility to maintain family harmony and discipline siblings. Task: teach a lesson to the younger brothers and sisters who do not understand filial piety. Snatch all the bird eggs and then redistribute them. Task reward: 3 refinement points, random spirit seed 1. Chengxian smiled. He could even complete the task and receive rewards. Hiss. Dare to snatch my bird eggs? Even the empress and Daoist lords must be beaten. Watch this big brother snake whip its tail. I'm gonna fight. Chapter 3. The empress beats the Daoist lord, gains innate divine powers. Swish, the flower snake moves. Crack, the little snake swings its tail, and with a whip-like strike, it hits the second sister on the head. Hiss, the little green snake is struck on the head, and in pain. It not only releases its grip on the bird egg it was biting, but also lets go of the egg it was coiling around. The entire little snake curls up into a ball. Seeing this scene, the white snake senses something is wrong. It immediately releases its mouth, intending to retreat with its own bird egg. Unfortunately, it's too late. Crack! The little snake swings its tail again, and with a whip-like strike, it hits the third brother's tail. Hiss! The tip of the little white snake's tail suffers a heavy blow, and like the little green snake, it writhes in pain, releasing the bird egg and instinctively curling its body to roll aside. Hiss hiss! Chengxian makes a graceful tail swipe, bringing all 3 bird eggs to his side. Holding its head high, victory is as easy as pie. It's practically effortless. Hiss! Who dares to ambush me? This isn't just an ordinary little snake. The little green snake endures the pain and crawls up, looking up at the ambusher. Upon realizing it's Chengxian, it can't help but widen its pair of dark little eyes. Hiss! Silly flower snake? Hiss! Gee, brother! The little white snake also turns over, taking an attacking stance. But upon seeing Chengxian, its tail stiffens, because it notices that this cheap brother is a whole circle thicker and quite a bit larger. Though they are from the same brood and share very similar auras, how can the other's growth rate be so fast? But they don't hesitate and immediately sway their bodies, rushing towards Chengxian to snatch the bird eggs. Blood food cannot be shared. Crack! Crack! Both snakes are sent flying again. Thud! Thud! They hit the ground one after another. As they get back up, the little green snake's gaze flickers uncertainly. It's contemplating whether the 2 previous failures were due to carelessness or if the enemy is too strong. I have already drawn energy into my body and refined a strand of demon power, becoming a demon beast. The demon race cultivates with abundant blood food. The bird egg cannot be abandoned. The ugly flower snake is merely relying on its larger size, and it's not as clever as the little white one beside it. It must have been a coincidence. Let us fight again. Chengxian has a strange expression. He hears the thoughts of the empress sister at the same time as he hears the same content from the Daoist lord brother. Only that my self-reference is changed to this seat. The demon power has turned into spiritual power, and the ugly flower snake has become a silly flower snake. Truly 6. These 2 guys. Not calling him brother is understandable. After all, one is an empress and the other a Daoist lord, who knows how many years they have lived. Not wanting to acknowledge a brother is excusable, but one calls him ugly and the other calls him silly? That is just a dung beetle jumping high. You're being a bit too fecal, excessive. Hiss hiss. At this moment, the little green snake can no longer hold its composure. Its body moves, and it opens its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and bites towards Chengxian. It channels a trace of demon power within, and a faint green light flashes on its body, significantly increasing its speed. Useless, my silly sister. Chengxian stands tall and unmoving, simply raising his tail, blocking in front of him. Huh! The little green snake is delighted, joyfully thinking, and bites down hard on the snake tail. It doesn't need to injure. Just needs to bite hard enough to make the flower snake release the bird egg and, hiss. Ouch. So hard. The snake tail it bit is hurting its teeth. Hiss hiss. Chengxian secretly laughs. He could easily dodge the little green snake's attack, but he doesn't want to waste time fighting over the bird eggs. I still need to eat well and sleep. With a sudden flick of his tail, he throws the little green sister away. At the same time, he strikes at the little white brother who tried to ambush him. Crack! The brother doesn't get the same treatment as the sister and gets slapped in the face directly. 1 green and 1 white little snake are sent rolling out again. Meanwhile, Chengxian remains steadfast, protecting the 3 bird eggs. Ling Xiao is thrown away, dazed as it crawls back up. Lin Jianzi is in a worse state. Both its face and tail hurt. The 2 snakes get back up, both in disbelief. They don't understand why. Why can't they defeat an ordinary little flower snake? Although this silly flower snake was born before them, this seat, refined demon, spiritual power, how could I possibly lose to it? Moreover, it's a crushing defeat. They didn't gain any advantage at all. How could I not defeat a little snake? If I can't even defeat a little snake, where's my dignity? Let us fight again. Crack, crack, thud, thud. The 2 snakes charge again, and as expected, they end in failure once more. After being thrown away this time, the 2 of them lie on the ground without moving. They stare intently at Chengxian. Previously, their cultivation and consciousness were completely scattered. Otherwise, this young snake's body wouldn't be able to carry their souls. The short cultivation time can't compete with this little flower snake with stronger bloodline potential. Ling Xiao, the empress, and Lin Jianzi, the Daoist lord, feel defeated. However, after all this commotion, they no longer have the strength to attack. After all, they are just newborn young snakes, and their stamina is limited. But to give up on the bird eggs? Those bird eggs emit a faint spiritual aura, not ordinary eggs from mundane birds. Eating them would be greatly beneficial to them. Now they're occupied by a little flower snake, and they can't get any. How frustrating. If they had known, they shouldn't have been so greedy. They should have just swallowed one directly. At this moment, it's too late for regrets. While they are in despair and anger, Chengxian can't help but laugh. Two little snakes, only the length of chopsticks and the thickness of fingers, calling themselves the empress and the Daoist lord, staring at him with their shiny, dark, and smooth little eyes, is truly quite amusing. The little snake is entirely clear and moist, with dense and shiny scales, and even carries a hint of cuteness. Moreover, they have a look of bearing humiliation, and with the background voice of their thoughts, the humor is even stronger. Humph. What about the empress? What about the Daoist lord? Now you know, right? Not listening to Big Brother means you get beaten. All right, the kids are done fighting. Let us quickly divide the eggs and then go to sleep. Hiss, hiss. He calls out with his head held high. Hiss, hiss. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi are startled to see him raising his head and hissing. Could it be that this guy still has the strength to rush over and hit them? But then they see him flick the tip of his tail, nudging one of the bird eggs in front of him, and then nudging another one. The two bird eggs roll towards the two of them. Hiss, hiss. One green and one white. They immediately rush up to catch the rolling bird eggs with their mouths. While swallowing, they glance at Chengxian with their little eyes. They can't believe this little flower snake is giving them the bird eggs, although it kept the largest one for itself. So why did it snatch them earlier? Why? Of course, it's to complete the task, Chengxian thinks. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi don't know his thoughts, worried he might come to snatch again. They keep a wary eye on him while desperately swallowing the bird eggs. Each bird egg is about the same size as the young snake's heads, and the shells are quite sturdy. They don't want to waste the egg liquid inside, so they can't use the method of smashing them against rocks to break them. They can only follow their instincts, opening their mouths as wide as possible to swallow them whole. Like real young snakes, after swallowing the bird eggs, they twist their spines, using their body strength to crush the shells and let the egg liquid flow out. After several efforts, the part where the bird egg was pressed has collapsed. The eyes of both snakes widen in surprise. This bird egg is indeed extraordinary. It is rich in blood and contains a hint of spiritual energy. The two snakes can no longer care about anything else, immediately coiling up, closing their eyes, and running their cultivation methods to absorb and digest. For them now, they cannot miss any opportunity for a hint of growth. Chengxian noticed a faint layer of mist swirling around the two snakes. The empress sister had a blue hue with black, while the Daoist brother had a pale white that shimmered slightly. This should be related to the cultivation methods they chose. Combining the two's previous heartfelt voices, it's not hard to speculate. It seems this bird egg should be extraordinary. Chengxian no longer hesitated and opened his mouth to swallow the bird egg with effort. Then he twisted his body to break the eggshell. When the shell broke and the egg liquid flowed out, he felt a cool breath filling his stomach, followed by waves of warmth. He suddenly felt drowsy. Congratulations to the host for awakening the divine ability, Food Chi Transformation Blood. By consuming a snake-catching bird egg, you will gain 11 divine soul and 33 physical strength. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward. 3 refining points. Random spiritual seed 1. Awaken divine ability? Food Chi Transformation Blood? Is it that easy? A thought flashed through Chengxian's mind, and the next moment, his eyelids grew heavy, and he fell asleep. Blood Chi 111. Blood Chi 1111. Congratulations to the host for becoming a 3rd-tier monster. Refining point 1. Blood Chi 1111. When he woke up again, he realized he was about to shed his skin. Chapter 4 Molting, 3rd stage. Let me sleep a bit more. It's itchy, very itchy. Too itchy. It hurts, a little painful, very constricting. Oh my, so uncomfortable. Su Chengxian was restlessly twisting his body. He felt like something was binding him, making him very uncomfortable and eager to break free. The sensation was like wearing a shrunken, low-quality sweater, and it was even inside out. It was choking his neck and scratching. The key was that he didn't have claws to scratch the itch. After rolling around a few times, suddenly, he had an epiphany, quickly swimming to the cave wall, finding a protruding rock, and started rubbing against it frantically. Oh, so comfortable. I rub, rub, rub. Following the instinct of his bloodline, starting from his mouth and nose, he rubbed and scratched his chin against the wall. When he rubbed off the skin at the angle of his jaw, he immediately tilted his head back to scratch the upper ridge. After rubbing off the skin at both jaw angles, it became easier to shed the skin on his head. Swinging his head, he brought his neck close to the stone and started rubbing. When he turned his head, he noticed that not far from the mud platform where the snake eggs were, there were several cylindrical stones. They varied in size and had many edges. This was just perfect. Su Chengxian's eyes lit up. He twisted his body and quickly darted over, wrapping around the stones and rubbing against them. After a flurry of activity, he finally successfully shed his skin. Phew, that feels good. He lay back on the ground and let out a long sigh. He felt relaxed and joyful. The whole snake felt light and happy. He lifted the tip of his tail and shook it, feeling like it had gotten thicker. Have I grown? The tip of the tail, which used to be the thickness of a chopstick, was now as thick as a finger. He crawled up, swimming around to stretch his body, estimating he was at least over half a meter long. The thickest part was nearly as thick as a rolling pin. He had heard that snakes grow larger when they shed their skin, but he hadn't heard of growing this much at once. Then he thought again. This is a world with demon races. Perhaps this type of snake just grows this long. He turned to glance at the empress sister and Daoist brother. The faint light on the two snakes was rising and falling with their breaths, clearly still in the process of cultivation. They seemed to have grown quite a bit too, although definitely not as much as he had. Su Chengxian felt relieved. The commotion he just made was so loud, yet he didn't disturb them. They must be very focused, truly worthy of having been figures like the empress and Daoist. Then he glanced at the interface. Host, Su Chengxian race, water avoiding snake. Rank, 3rd stage, to become a 4-stage demon beast. Blood chi must break through 500,000 points. Blood chi, 412. 187. Physical realm. Mortal body realm, 298,10,000. Spirit soul realm. Mortal soul realm, 261,10,000. Supernatural combat skill. Chi eating blood transformation. Supernatural. Refinement points. 3 over 400,000 blood chi. Did I sleep for 5 days? Calculating the time required for blood chi growth, he quickly reached a conclusion. Then he was surprised to find, hey, I seem to have become smarter. Smarter isn't quite accurate. It should be said that his brain felt clearer. Next, he noticed something was off on the panel. System, what is going on? Why is there an extra realm after physical and spirit soul? And the refinement points decreased by 3. It's the 3 points he earned from completing the task. And there's a spirit seed. Excess refinement points will be automatically allocated to refined blood chi, enhancing the host's physical and spirit soul. Blood chi stimulation allows the host to grow quickly in size. Snakes and pythons have a natural talent for shedding skin, which they can perfectly endure. The solidity level of the spirit's soul and physical body exceeds 100, successfully opening the cultivation realm. Congratulations, host, on opening the cultivation realm. You have become a member of the demons. The awarded spirit seed has been distributed. Please check beside you. It said that one must transform to be considered a demon. Su Chengxian asked while searching. Demons are those who are different from the ordinary. Those who are different but have not awakened their intellect are called demon beasts or demon plants. Those who awaken their intellect and understand the cultivation methods can be called demons. Among them, those who could transform are now referred to as the demon race. Now, Su Chengxian said, wasn't it like this before? The system did not respond. He didn't ask further, as it wasn't that important. It was better to take advantage of his clear mind to ask more useful questions. For example, from the system's automatic allocation of refinement points and the refining of blood chi. It seemed there was an intentional balance being sought between the physical realm and the spirit soul realm. System, do the two need to maintain a balance? If there is too large a gap between the physical and spirit-soul realms, it will lead to loss of control of the body, or the body will be unable to bear the spirit-soul. Just as I thought. Chengxian nodded. In simple terms, it's a matter of compatibility. What about the talent supernatural power I obtained? Eating blood transformation. Eating blood transformation. The host can consume all energy, directly refining it into blood qi, nourishing the spirit, soul, and physical body. No wonder before he fell asleep. It seemed he heard a prompt about gaining increases in spirit, soul, and physical body. Being able to refine directly is certainly good, but it's a bit lacking. Roughly calculating, a bird egg took 5 days to digest, and the total increase in both realms was less than 50 points. It's far less cost-effective than spending a refinement point to consume blood qi. Mainly, blood qi comes easily. It's just a matter of sleeping for an hour. Moreover, to eat a bird egg, wouldn't that mean raiding a bird's nest? Some birds can eat snakes too. Moreover, this bird egg contains spiritual power. It must have some origin, seems to be called the egg of the snake catching magpie. Sure enough, there are birds that eat snakes. It's not that he is unambitious. It's that there is no need to strive. Since he can grow stronger by just being alive, why bother with extra effort? Chengxian completely extinguished the thought of leaving the cave to look for bird eggs. A thin, weak little snake like him would definitely be in great danger outside. System, what kind of seed is this? He turned back and found a randomly rewarded spirit seed. It was very obvious beside the mud platform where the snake eggs were, because it had sprouted. 2 slender leaves were thin, with a hint of mist gathering. If one didn't pay attention, they would think they were seeing things. Spirit gathering grass. What is it for? It gathers spiritual energy and can condense spiritual energy. Aiding sleep. Wow, this is good. Chengxian was delighted. He swam over, pushed the eggshell aside, coiled up, and brought his nose close to the little grass, preparing to continue sleeping. Gurgle. But when he closed his eyes, he found he couldn't sleep at all. Hungry. More and more hungry. When hungry, it's hard to fall asleep. Looking back at the green snake and white snake, they still showed no signs of movement. Aren't they hungry? They might really not be hungry. The moment this doubt arose, Chengxian answered himself. No matter how good the cultivation method is, can it compare to the eating blood transformation, supernatural power? Digestion would definitely be slow. The speed of digestion and the conversion rate are not the same. He eats fast and absorbs well. But he also gets hungry quickly. Looking around, the cave was left with only dirt and walls. And one more thing. I can't eat the skin I just shed, can I? Ding. The system has a new task. Wasting food is a shameful act. Snake skin can be eaten. Please do not waste. Task content. Eat the snake skin. Reward. Refinement points 2. Random spirit seed 1. System. Where are your principles? Chengxian stared wide-eyed. Issuing such a task, forcing me to eat my own shed skin? The system has no principles. Chengxian thought. A system that makes one stronger by sleeping has no principles, which is normal. So eat or not eat. Speaking of which, he really hadn't eaten snake skin before. Should he try it? What is there to be afraid of? Don't say it's quite chewy. It has a texture somewhat like beef jerky. Sure enough, no one can escape the true fragrance law of Emperor Jingzi. Chengxian sighed while chewing. He quickly finished his snake skin. He wasn't full, but at least he wasn't hungry anymore. Closing his eyes, he went to sleep, planning to cultivate his 4th level blood energy first. Blood energy 111. Consuming snake skin will grant 3 spiritual power and 5 physical strength. Blood energy 11111. Congratulations to the host for becoming a 4th level demon beast. Refining point 1. Blood energy 11111. Hiss. I have broken through to the 2nd level. A consecutive breakthrough. As expected of me. While Chengxian was sleeping soundly, the little green snake woke up from its cultivation. Its eyes filled with surprise, very satisfied with the results of this training. Feeling the demon power within, and looking at a certain flower snake that had grown quite plump, it couldn't help but think, ugly flower snake. This time, I won't extract your snake gall, unless you haven't grown. Chapter 5. I've eaten it all. Can you not eat? Huh? Why is it so itchy? Ling Xiao bent down, ready to attack, when suddenly she felt a tightness and an unbearable itch all over her body. Realizing what was happening, she instinctively rushed to the stone pillar and coiled around it. The molting process went very smoothly. After a moment, she completely shed her old skin, revealing a body covered in fine emerald scales, giving her a more lively aura. So this is what it feels like for the snake tribe to molt. The shedding took a lot of her energy, so she decided to rest coiled around the stone pillar. During this time, she glanced up and caught sight of Su Chengxian, who had returned to the mud platform to sleep, and couldn't help but scoff. Lazy snake that makes no progress, still sleeping, and even blowing bubbles from his nose. Thinking about how this guy had eaten the biggest bird egg, Ling Xiao felt it was a pity for the egg. Without the awakening of spiritual intelligence and understanding of cultivation methods, he could only absorb a bit of spiritual energy to nourish his soul, with a chance to awaken his intelligence sooner. The other option was to consume blood food to strengthen his body. Unlike her, who could fully refine it. That's why she was able to break through to a second-tier demon beast. The absence of other snake skins in the cave indicated that this guy hadn't team molted yet. Not having molted, but having such a body shape must mean he has some bloodline potential. Having power but not knowing how to use it is a waste. Ling Xiao thought, I'm now a second tier. I don't believe I can't defeat you. Once I've rested well, I will definitely get back at you for the losses I suffered before. At this moment, she also noticed the little white snake on the other side. She glanced at it and immediately straightened her body. He is indeed cultivating. Earlier, when they were fighting over the egg, she thought this brother was a bit strange. And now seeing the fluctuating spiritual energy around him confirmed her suspicion. This little white snake, like her, has spiritual intelligence. Moreover, it seems to be practicing some kind of mysterious technique. She just didn't know who he was. Ling Xiao pondered to herself. If she could recruit him as an ally, it would be a good thing. However, before determining whether he was friend or foe, she couldn't expose her identity. The relationship between the holy dynasty and the sects of the mysterious path has always been intricate. In the next moment, sensing a flash of spiritual energy from the little white snake, she quickly withdrew her gaze. Ling Yunzi ended his cultivation. Hiss! A gleam flashed in his snake eyes. He has broken through to the second tier. The spirit treasure, true scripture, is truly profound. It allowed an ordinary little snake with common talent to so easily become a second-tier demon beast. And that bird egg, it really is not an ordinary item. I wonder why it happened to roll into the cave. Could it be that, as I reincarnated and recultivated, the fortune of heaven and earth favored me? Then, he immediately looked at the other two little snakes in the cave. Why has the silly flower snake gotten so fat? The snake has grown quite a bit. Why is it coiled around the stone pillar? And this next to it, a snake skin? Ling Yunzi's pupils contracted as he remained vigilant and moved towards the stone pillar that hadn't been contaminated by the little snake's aura. Soon after, he shed his old skin. Like Ling Xiao, he coiled around the stone pillar to rest. Inside the cave, 3 little snakes were present. One was soundly asleep, while the other 2 had their own thoughts, and for a moment, none of the snakes moved, bringing the cave back to quiet. After a stick of incense, Ling Xiao was the first to move. She released the stone pillar, swam forward a few steps, and took an attacking stance towards the flower snake on the mud platform. Then she turned back and flicked her tongue at the little white snake. Hiss hiss. She believed the other party would understand her meaning. This green snake is inviting me to attack the silly flower snake? Ling Yunzi's eyes flashed, and he happily approached. It's not his character to let go of a grudge. Thus, the 2 snakes, one green and one white, tacitly formed an alliance. They discreetly divided to both sides, one at the head and the other at the tail, launching an attack on the little flower snake. Their movements became extraordinarily swift and precise. Almost in the blink of an eye, they simultaneously launched themselves out. The speed was so fast that it created afterimages, directly pouncing towards the unsuspecting prey. In that instant, the snake bodies tensed to the utmost. Each activated the power within their bodies, the scales shimmering with a faint glow, their mouths wide open, sharp fangs gleaming with a hint of cold light. This is the difference between having spiritual intelligence and not having it. Everything has a spirit, Every race has its innate talents. Stepping onto the path of cultivation has birthed the innate combat skills of the demon race. Snake bites, flicking tongues, coiling, swallowing, injecting venom, etc. are unique racial talents of the snake and python tribe. The water snake is non-venomous. So the two snake are now using the non-venomous snake's more adept combat skill, the snake bite. If they hadn't awakened their intelligence, relying solely on instinct, they probably wouldn't know when they would be able to wait. However, the power they actively stimulated now could ignite their instincts to be unleashed. With a soft yet lethal sound of hissing, their sharp fangs were about to precisely pierce into the prey's body. However, the two snakes did not intend to kill the little flower snake, so the position of their fangs was aimed at its tail tip and the top of its head. Coincidentally, that was where it had been struck before. I hit it. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, but immediately she felt something was wrong. I hit it. However, the fangs couldn't pierce through the scales. At the same time, not good. Ling Yunzi felt a backlash from the action of biting down, sending a jolt through his teeth. It made his roots ache, and he quickly released his bite, turning to escape. Su Chengxian woke up at this moment. Is who scratched my itch? And it was scratching my soles and scalp. How wicked. Feeling uncomfortable, his instinctive reaction was to whip his tail and shake his head. The continuously refining blood energy improved his soul and physique, making his unintentional movements surprisingly fast. Even though Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had already sensed something was amiss and tried to flee, they were still caught directly by his tail. There was a loud sound. Slap, slap. Two sounds sweeping through. Thud, thud. They were knocked away and landed with a sound. Su Chengxian was now fully awake, raised his head, and looked around. What's going on? Ding. The host has a new task. Task content. Teach a lesson to those who dare to ambush your brother, and make them eat their own snake skin. Task reward. Refining points 2, Random Spirit Seed 1. Series task. Be a good brother, successfully initiated. Task content. Discipline your younger sister and brother. Achieve the achievement of if you don't obey, beat them 3. Reward. Refining points 5, Random Spirit Seed 1. Wow, there is such a good thing? Hiss. Su Chengxian immediately narrowed his eyes maliciously. Dare to ambush me? They need to be punished. With a flick of his tail, he charged over. Hiss. Ling Xiao was startled and chose to counterattack. The empress will never back down. Then she was swept away by a tail and sent flying. Ling Yunzi saw that things were not looking good and intended to dodge, but Su Chengxian's speed was too fast, allowing him to also experience the joy of flying without wings. Hiss. After doing all this, Su Chengxian raised his head, pointing with the tip of his tail towards the snake's skin near the stone pillar. Eat. I've eaten it all. Can you not eat? At the same time, he opened up a barrier against the empress and Daojian's mental communication to confirm whether they could understand his intent. It turned out that both of them were very clever. Not only could they understand his intentions, but they could also draw inferences. What does this silly snake mean? To make us eat snake skin? How can I eat? Wait. Ling Xiao suddenly froze. Could it be that the silly flower snake has already molted, but its skin was eaten by it? I underestimated this flower snake. Ling Yunzi thought to himself, it's surprisingly strong. Is it a powerful being reincarnated, or has it received a bloodline inheritance, or is it simply a bloodline resurgence? Chapter 6. Reliable Snake Mother. Loving siblings, the little flower snake's bloodline has returned to its ancestral form, yet it shows no signs of cultivation. If it were a fellow cultivator like me, it would surely not settle for mediocrity, nor would it be so foolishly lazy and indulgent. Without awakening the bloodline through the secret methods of the demon clan, its future achievements are bound to be limited. Very well, I shall endure for now and seek retribution later. Although the two snakes secretly grumbled, they hesitated not and, following Su Chengxian's guidance, swam over to consume their respective snake sheds. They then confirmed once again the truth of the great Tao spoken by Emperor Jingzi. It truly is fragrant. The little flower snake was instinctively leading us to eat the snake sheds. I am indeed clever. I guessed correctly again. Ha! Su Chengxian grinned. These two are indeed deserving of a beating. He judged that it was not a reincarnated cultivator because it did not cultivate or strive for progress. unlike one who had gained spiritual intelligence. Therefore, he concluded that it was just a naturally born flower snake, fortunate enough to trigger a faint return to its ancestral bloodline. Moreover, the degree of this bloodline return is extremely limited, with little potential for growth. So, not long from now, they would completely surpass it. At that time, I will reclaim what I have suffered, with interest. Su Chengxian thought, if you want to think this way, then that's just perfect. I need not worry about my tasks. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of teaching a lesson to the audacious siblings who dared to sneak attack and making them consume their snake sheds. Reward. Refinement points 2. Random Spirit Seed 1. The System S rewards signified that the two snakes had finished eating their snake sheds. Su Chengxian felt the wonderful sensation of familiar blood energy being refined and finally saw a spirit seed fall onto the muddy platform where he had previously been sleeping. Just as he was about to swim over, he heard a sound at the cave entrance. Hiss! Child, are you awake? Su Chengxian turned to see a massive snake head poking in. My goodness! He was startled by the sudden appearance of the white snake head. After hearing its thoughts, he calmed down again, thinking, wow, is that really my mother? Hiss! Seeing the large white snake swim in, he curiously moved closer. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had seen his biological mother. The large snake's vertical pupils reflected Su Chengxian's current appearance, a flower snake over half a meter long, somewhat plump, raising its head with big round eyes, looking a bit foolish. Hiss! Is this the eldest? Is not afraid of me. The large white snake's thoughts were gentle, with a strange pause. It was very happy about Su Chengxian's approach, its voice filled with joy. Hiss! It twisted its body, raised its head, and turned to swim outside the cave. Little flower, clever, recognize me. Little Ching, little Bai, still foolish. Bird eggs useful. Go steal again. Huh? Su Chengxian blinked. Did I hear that wrong? What did the big white snake just say? Go steal bird eggs? So the 3 bird eggs before were actually what it had fed them. He thought to himself, I knew it was too coincidental. Just when I felt hungry, 3 bird eggs rolled in. It turns out the mother was delivering food to her children. Then he remembered the big white snake praising him for being clever and calling little Ching and little Bai foolish, and he felt even happier. Grateful for the affirmation from his mother, he turned his head and stuck out his tongue at little Ching and little Bai. Hiss! And what about the Empress Ling Xiao and Daoist Jun Lingyan? They took over someone else's body and wouldn't even acknowledge their mother. I look down on you. Hiss! What is this foolish snake doing? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Is it mocking me? This idiot dared to approach the big snake and even dared to mock me. Strange. Why didn't the white snake eat it? I won't be mistaken. The Python clan eats their own kind without regard for blood ties, especially snakes of different sizes. A small snake is food for a large snake. Therefore, snake demon beasts abandon the eggs they lay. After hatching, the little snakes would immediately leave unless they had awakened spiritual intelligence. But ordinary demon beasts need to reach at least the 5th stage to condense blood energy. Using blood energy to attract spiritual energy nurtures the soul, gradually awakening intelligence and understanding cultivation. The white snake doesn't even have blood energy mist. Its strength cannot exceed the 5th stage. Perhaps it has eaten treasures containing spiritual energy? That would indeed be some luck. Oh, so that is how it is. Su Chengxian understood. These 2 didn't know that snakes would eat their own sheds, but did know that snakes could eat their kind. Snakes can discern the aura between blood relatives, so they know their sibling relationships and can certainly recognize that the approaching large snake is their mother. However, the mother snake has no instinct to care for the little snakes. Rather, for some reason, she might treat them as food. By common sense, after laying eggs, she would not appear again. So, the big white snake suddenly coming and made them retreat in fear. Oh, no wonder the snake mother only appeared now. Su Chengxian combined the information from both sides and had a general understanding. The snake clan, to be precise, refers to those snakes without awakened intelligence, who have no concept of family. However, their snake mother has, due to some special circumstances, prematurely gained intelligence. For reasons unknown, she seems to be trying to make them awaken as well. The bird eggs should indeed be bird eggs. He speculated that the snake mother might have unintentionally eaten bird eggs containing spiritual energy. Thus, she steals bird eggs to feed them. She likely ISNT in this cave, but guarding outside. That being said, I'm quite lucky this time, Su Chengxian thought, encountering a reliable mother. Before leaving, the snake mother said she would go steal eggs again. Thinking of the taste of the bird eggs, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Having just woken up, he was now somewhat restless and hungry, so he coiled up and pretended to sleep, waiting for the arrival of the bird eggs. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, however, were filled with uncertainty, hesitating about whether to leave this cave to avoid being eaten by the large snake. At that time, there might not be another chance for rebirth. Damn, how could I forget that this cave might not be safe? Why did the white snake retreat? If it has awakened intelligence, having it protect us would be a good thing. I'm still too weak now. Is this foolish flower snake asleep again? It is so calm. Could it be able to communicate with a mother snake? Or is it too foolish to know the danger? Forget it. Let us leave. We cannot take risks. The two snakes made the decision to leave in unison. The one in green and the one in white swam toward the cave entrance. As they swam past the flower snake, they both paused momentarily. Should I chase away this ugly flower snake? If it doesn't die, I could still use it to pull my cart when we meet again. I show a bit of kindness this time, and in the future, the main soul in the 10,000 souls banner will have a place to land. Su Chengxian opened his eyes. Just as the two snakes were about to open their mouths to bite him awake, he raised his body and flicked his tail, pushing both snakes back. Forget it. It would be good to hog all 3 bird eggs alone. Where to go? Nowhere. Just obediently wait for mother to bring the bird eggs. Considering that these two called on him to escape, he decided to keep them around. Su Chengxian intended to block their way, allowing Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi to think about leaving. But they couldn't get away. After a dozen confrontations, he blocked them all. Frustrated, the two snakes noticed him glancing toward the cave entrance from time to time, and their hearts stirred, gradually stopping their attempts to rush out. Hiss! Not long after, faint sounds came from outside the cave. Then, 3 bird eggs rolled in one after another. The empress and the Daoist couldn't help but narrow their pupils. There really are some? However, the surprise was far from over. Chapter 7, What reason should I find to beat them up again? Hiss! Haha! The food sent by Mother Snake is here. I can go back to sleep. Hiss! Am I being raised by Mother Snake? Boo-hoo! I must repay my kindness. Hiss! I never owe anyone a favor. Fine. I will return it 100-fold. 3 bird eggs, 1 for each snake. The not-so-smart Su Chengxian is a total loser. The reborn empress and Dao Lord are clever enough. Mother Snake comes and goes, and the 3 long worms in the cave all understand where these bird eggs came from, each one wide-eyed. As the bird eggs come closer, the pupils of the 3 little snakes widen even more. This bird egg? This bird egg is different from before. It's much larger than the previous ones. There's even a faint glow, shimmering and flowing. This is spiritual energy. Spiritual energy manifesting. This is an egg from a beast above the 3rd rank. It must be an extraordinary bird beast to give birth to it. The glow on the eggshell is a phenomenon where the surrounding spiritual energy is attracted and gathered. The strength of a beast is constrained by its rank and bloodline. Rank represents the current state, while bloodline indicates the future. Among beasts of the same rank, those with a strong bloodline have more vitality and are more likely to attract spiritual energy. In other words, they will awaken their intelligence and cultivate faster. Good heavens! Whose egg did you steal? Su Chengxian thought to himself. From the appearance, it resembles the eggs of the snake-catching birds. So, did my mother target the whole family of snake-catching birds? I hope it doesn't bring any trouble. Oof. A mere beast egg in the past. This egg wouldn't even enter my palace kitchen. Ling Xiao regained a bit of calm, secretly saving face for himself. I can't lose the demeanor of the empress for a bird egg. Well, it's indeed a bit lacking, but it suits my current physical needs perfectly. Ling Yunzi thought modestly. As a Dao Lord without the burden of family or sect, he had seen and eaten countless good things. Even dragon liver and phoenix gall he had not missed. So, being slightly out of character was just because it was just right for him. Su Chengxian, well, load of nonsense. There are no outsiders here. Moreover, what he heard was the voice in his heart, which means these 2 guys are even deceiving themselves. Of course, that didn't affect their speed as they lunged for the bird eggs. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures flashed, almost simultaneously lunging for the 2 eggs. One person wrapped around one egg, opening his mouth to swallow it. Clearly, they had learned from previous lessons and understood that with a flower snake nearby, it only counted if they got it in their mouths. However, how could Chengxian let them succeed so easily? He still had a series of tasks to complete. He immediately rushed forward. With incredible speed, he raised his tail and smashed down. Bang! Bang! The strikes were fierce and accurate. Just enough force to avoid injury, but would definitely hurt. After smashing a few times, he gained experience and was able to control it well. The two snakes that were hit instinctively let go of the bird egg, curling their bodies and rolling aside to relieve the pain while escaping the enemy's attack range. Hiss! Turning over to see who was hitting them. The little green snake wildly whipped its tail against the ground. Ugly flower snake. Why are you hitting me again? This time I only wanted one bird egg. Hiss! The little white snake also hissed in dissatisfaction. I only snatched one bird egg. Hiss! Do you dare to argue? Even though I don't need a reason to hit you, as your elder brother, I will still have a reason. Chengxian raised his head, lifting his tail to roll the 3 bird eggs together. The tip of his tail pointed at them. The 3 bird eggs vary in size. Ling Xiao showed a guilty expression. The one she picked was the largest among them. Haven't I gotten used to this? As the empress of the entire holy dynasty, she always wanted the best. Even before becoming the empress, as the holy maiden of the Yinhao holy dynasty, she always selected the good things first before others got a chance. How immature, fighting over the size of bird eggs. Ling Yunzi had a face full of black lines. He hadn't even noticed this point. He just instinctively chose the option most beneficial to himself. Chengxian shot him a sideways glance. Good heavens, aren't you immature? If you're not immature, why did you go straight for the second largest egg? I can't be bothered to waste time with you. He flicked the tip of his tail, pulling the largest one closer to him. Oof. Whether by age or size, he should eat the biggest one. The remaining 2 bird eggs rolled towards Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi respectively. The bigger one for the empress sister and the smaller one for the Dao lord brother. Hiss! Eat up! The 2 snakes looked at the bird eggs, then at Chengxian. Then they coiled around their respective bird eggs and swam to the sides of the cave. Trying to sow discord? I want to be fooled. I want to be bought off by a bird egg, giving the smallest one to me? Fine, very well. I'll remember this debt. Sina. Huh. The 2 each swallowed their bird eggs, just like before, crushing the eggshells. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi took their meditation poses and began to cultivate. Before entering a trance, they exchanged a glance. The ugly flower snake is nothing to worry about. But the white snake is different. I cannot lose to this person from the Xianmen. I must subdue him. This green snake is indeed like me, a reincarnated cultivator. Its personality is domineering and unrestrained, as if used to being in a high position for years, observing the demonic aura on it. It must be cultivating a demon race technique. I wonder if it was of the demon race or the human race in its previous life. Chengxian. Wow, what on earth happened that I don't know about? Why do these 2 suddenly seem like they want to expose each other's identities? Moreover, it seems they know more information than I, who have a cheat. People from the Xianmen? Demon cultivation techniques? This is getting interesting. 2 clever individuals plus my cheat. This game of who can hide better is on. Of course, I want to lose. As long as I don't admit it, who can guess my identity? Chengxian also returned to the mud platform, swallowing the bird egg and crushing it. Oh, so comfortable. The egg liquid flowed out from the eggshell, filling the air with spiritual energy, making him feel euphoric. Consuming the egg of the snake-catching bird will grant you 89 spiritual power and 76 physical strength. Chengxian was taken aback. The increased values clearly confirmed that this bird egg was extraordinary. It also intensified the uneasy feeling in his heart. System. While I'm asleep, use all the refining points to enhance my physique and spiritual power. Understood, host. Blood Qi 111. Blood Qi 1111. Chengxian woke up again 20 days later. He was still the first to wake up, just like last time, first shedding his skin. Then he ate the snake's skin. He took a look at his current state. Host, Chengxian, race, water, avoiding snake. Rank, 4th rank, to become a 5th rank demon beast. Blood Qi must break through 500,000 points. blood chi. 1, 810, 0, 87. Physical realm. Mortal body realm. 698, 10, 0, 0, 0. Spiritual realm. Mortal soul realm. 733, 10, 0, 0, 0. Divine ability combat skill. Devour chi to transform blood. Divine ability. Refining points. 0, 4. Blood chi has increased so much, and both spiritual power and physique have nearly doubled. This should be enough, right? Chengxian thought. Looking at his size, he had already transformed from a half-meter-long rolling pin into a little trunk over a meter long. So I felt much more at ease, but still thought it wasn't safe. My gaze involuntarily shifted to the two little snakes in the corner. They hissed maliciously. Hee hee. Let me think about what excuse to come up with to give my empress sister and Daoist brother a good beating again. Chapter 8. Oh my goodness. Did you go steal the eggs of the 5th-tier snake-catching bird? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi gradually ended their cultivation, awakening from a state of forgetting both themselves and the world. Feeling the fluctuations of power within them, they were very satisfied. I am at the 3rd tier. Ha! Ugly flower snake, this time I will. Hey, hey, hey. I am at the 3rd tier. This time I will definitely reclaim what I lost before. Huh? The two snakes turned their heads to see the thick sticks standing upright on the mud platform, and they were a bit stunned. How this guy grows so much? Did it awaken its bloodline? With their cultivation of the techniques becoming increasingly proficient and harmonious, their speed of drawing and refining spiritual energy was also improving. The digestion of the egg liquid was similar. They had almost absorbed all the egg liquid for their own power and blood energy. A part of the increased blood energy was also consumed for cultivation. Therefore, the bodies of the two snakes did not grow too much. They did not grow to the point of needing to shed their skin. However, the size of the flower snake had far exceeded their expectations. Am I seeing things? How is this possible? Did it turn all the egg liquid into blood energy? Hiss. Impossible. As far as I know, even the demon saint bloodline can't do that. Hiss, hee hee. They were stunned, but Chengxian was not. He rushed over and gave the two snakes a beating. No mercy. Hiss. I knew you would provoke me once you woke up. Since that's the case, I've decided to strike first. Is there a problem? Not a single problem. Unconvinced? Then I'll beat you again. I'm coming. Whoosh bang. Bang. Damn it. The two little snakes, one green and one white, had no power to fight back at all. Although their strength had increased quite a bit, it was obvious that the flower snake was still stronger. Not only in physical strength, but its speed was also faster. It could be seen that the solidity of its spirit had greatly improved. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to control its body to such an extent. However, it seemed not very familiar with its own power. During the fight, the tail that struck them was sometimes weak and sometimes strong. Was it worried about hurting me? Ling Xiao felt insulted and angry. This guy's fighting style is quite strange. I have never heard of a snake using its tail as a whip. Ling Yunzi wondered to himself. Not coiling, not tearing, not biting. It didn't even stick out its tongue. Truly odd. Previously, he thought it was a coincidence. But now, as the flower snake initiated the attack, this move was used skillfully, and it even had some cleverness to it, resembling the beginnings of battle techniques. Only it had no demon power, no spiritual power, relying solely on its physical strength. Without the understanding of how to mobilize magical power, it was hard to develop battle techniques. But to deal with them, its powerful physical strength was already enough. The two were just as angry, especially after realizing that the flower snake didn't want to hurt them. So it intentionally held back its strength, resulting in a sense of shame and anger. But they had to admit that even if they teamed up, they couldn't win against it. They could only rely on their rich combat experience to protect themselves from injury. And sensing that they had the ability to protect themselves, the flower snake released its restraint on its strength. The fighting became faster and faster. Having been powerful for many years, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were not willing to give up easily. Moreover, fighting was also a tempering of their bodies. Therefore, this battle between the siblings continued until both snakes were exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Hiss. The victorious Chengxian shook his head and swayed. After waking up, having a big fight, he felt refreshed. Beating the two little snakes wasn't something to be particularly happy about. If these two little snakes were the reincarnated empress and the reincarnated Dao Lord, then it would be worth celebrating. Congratulations, host, for completing a series of tasks. Achieving the if you don't agree, just beat them achievement 3. Reward: 5 refining points, random spirit seed 1. This is assured. Chengxian calculated the refining points he was about to gain and the strength he could improve, feeling that even if the snake mother really stirred up the snake-catching birds because of the stolen eggs, he should be able to withstand it. Just as he thought of this, he heard the sound of birds flapping their wings outside the cave. No way. Could it be so coincidental? Flap, 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 coming from afar, mixed with bird calls. E! Oh crap, they really came? From the sound, it could be concluded that the birds were not small, and there was more than one coming. System. Chengxian immediately said. Immediately use all refining points to enhance spirit and physique. After saying that, he quietly moved toward the cave entrance, preparing to see the situation. The 2 little snakes, one green and one white, also slowly crawled up after hearing the bird calls. Following behind him, the cave entrance was very small. Outside the cave, it was sunset. The evening sun illuminated the forest in a myriad of colors, casting shadows in the woods. The river sparkled, and the feathers of the big bird shone with a colorful black hue. Chengxian didn't dare to go too far out. Sticking to one side of the cave wall, looking out at an angle, he saw 3 curved, hook-like bird claws on the iron blue, long bird legs. The bird legs and claws were covered with dense scales, from which a strong, fishy smell emanated. Flap, flap, swish, swish. Dirt and stones were constantly being scratched up. This big bird was trying to dig open the cave. Swish. It seemed to have caught the scent of the snake on Chengxian, and the big bird's claws suddenly reached toward his direction. Then came a sharp beak, pecking down. Bang! Damn! Chengxian hurriedly turned and stepped back. What tier of bird is this? So fierce? The bird's claws were over 10 centimeters long, and he felt that this claw could crush a person's forehead. The host has a new task. Task content: kill the invading enemy, the 5th tier snake-catching bird. Reward: 15 refining points. Top tier, spirit-locking flower seed 1. Please note, there are 4 3rd-tier and 2 5th-tier snake-catching birds outside the cave with a very high danger level. The host can choose not to complete it. Preserving life is the priority. My goodness, did you go steal the eggs of the 5th-tier snake-catching bird? Chengxian was dumbfounded, truly daring to think and act. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also froze in their snake bodies, realizing that the situation had arisen. They had dug open the cave, which clearly meant they were coming for them inside the cave. The bird eggs the mother snake had fed them couldn't have been laid by her. Now that the owner was here, it was definitely for revenge. It was the snake-catching birds. I had raised them in my aviary. The bird eggs sent by the mother snake, were they theirs? Why don't I see the mother snake? Most likely it ran away. I knew it when disaster strikes. Splash! Hiss hiss! The mother snake emerged from the river, dripping with water. Its bright red tongue flicked like an arrow, striking towards the eyes of the digging, snake-catching bird. Its wide-open mouth followed closely, biting its neck in the chaos, twisting its body to block the cave entrance. At the same time, it wrapped around and strangled the bird to death. The 2 snake-catching birds hovering in midair, upon seeing this, immediately dove down. A fierce battle then broke out. Chapter 9. You're all using my words. My mother is powerful. That ambush was beautifully executed. She must have killed many snake-catching birds before. In an instant, one opponent was taken out. What a pity, it was of no use. The one killed was just one of the 4 3rd-tier snake-catching birds. Its death instead incited the ferocity of the other snake-catching birds. Chengxian hid behind the mother snake, secretly observing. Before he had time to feel happy, he saw 2 snake-catching birds dive down. Yip, yip. Their cries were sharp, and their steel-like hooked beaks glinted coldly as they aimed for the mother snake's vital spot. Snake thief. Stealing eggs. D. A strange voice came from the sky. Chengxian looked up and saw a large bird flying low in the air not far away, hovering with its wings spread. This bird was completely black with golden eyes, and its wings spread out like a dark cloud casting a shadow on the ground. Wow, this bird can talk. He couldn't help but be astonished. It also had a layer of black-red mist around it, resembling the demons from Journey to the West. It had a strange wind as well. The red-black mist was indeed what the empress and her sister referred to as the blood energy condensing into a bloody mist. It was indeed pungent. Hiss. Yip. While he was distracted, the two third-tier snake-catching birds and the mother snake had already engaged in battle. The snake, as thick as a bowl, and the eagle-like large bird were locked in a fierce struggle. The snake-catching birds had the numerical advantage and an innate ability to restrain snakes, but their strength was slightly inferior. The mother snake had previously stolen their eggs to feed her young, and she had hunted low-tier snake-catching birds before, so she was slightly better off in this battle. However, Chengxian could not relax, because there was still one fifth-tier and one third-tier snake-catching bird that were nowhere to be seen. Yep, suddenly, he heard a bird call. Then, the two snake-catching birds deliberately lured the mother snake to the side, revealing the cave entrance. Not good. Chengxian immediately swung his tail and quickly retreated. In the next moment, a gust of bloody wind rushed towards him. Bang! A giant bird claw struck the edge of the cave entrance. The walls of the cave trembled, causing dirt to fall. Wow, so fierce. Chengxian secretly rejoiced. He had been retreating a bit due to the foul wind from the battle between the mother snake and the snake-catching birds and had reacted quickly, which was why he avoided being pinned down by the bird's claw. After feeling relieved, he became anxious again. What to do? This was too fierce. It was a bit overwhelming. The one taking the opportunity to ambush was a third-tier snake-catching bird, and there was still a fifth-tier one that hadn't shown itself. Behind him, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi felt equally complicated. Anyone who wasn't foolish or didn't intend to act foolishly understood one principle. In this world, there are no benefits that come without a price. If you gain benefits without paying a price, it means someone else has paid it for you. The mother snake, who could have escaped, was paying this price. Should they pretend not to understand and hide in this cave? Watching the mother snake get hunted by the snake-catching birds while protecting them? Going out now would be extremely unwise. I kill based on my heart, never burdened by morality. Good and evil morals mean nothing to me. They're just things that can be discarded at any time. The bloody mist is a fifth-tier monster. I have just entered the third tier. Going out would be sending myself to death. But if I don't step forward, once the mother snake is killed, I also have no hope of escaping. The two third-tier snake-catching birds have restrained the mother snake, and there's also a fifth-tier snake-catching bird that speaks human language, clearly not only possessing intelligence, but also having transformed to eliminate the bone in its mouth, watching closely. Moreover, if I deploy troops, I must arrange ambushes in the dark to intercept those who attempt to escape. I will not do such a foolish thing as giving my life to save the mother snake. But snake-catching birds are best at tracking and hunting snakes. If the mother snake loses, I will surely die too. Observing the mother snake easily kill the third-tier snake-catching birds, if I assist her, perhaps we can fight back. First, kill the third-tier ones, then defend against the fifth-tier one. Maybe we can drive it away, then dive into the water to escape. Birds are generally not good at water battles and cannot dive. This way, I can avoid pursuing enemies in ambushes. Chengxian. TSK. It's too complicated. In the end, isn't it just deciding to fight alongside the mother snake? What's so embarrassing about putting others before oneself? What's wrong with that? Like me, I openly admit that it's the first time in 2 lifetimes that I get a meal from my mother. I'm quite reluctant and want to spend more time with her. So what if my mother is a snake? She's still my mother. If it weren't for the fear of not being able to withstand it, I would have already stepped up. If it were a fifth-tier snake-catching bird, I could still handle it. But 2 of them? That's a bit tricky. I need to think of a way, ideally to kill one first, then take out the other. Congratulations, host. Your soul realm has broken through the mortal soul realm and entered the demon soul realm, gaining the innate divine ability, bewitching cry. Host can attempt to enter introspection, patrol the spirit platform realm, and condense spiritual awareness. While Chengxian was thinking, he suddenly heard the system announcement, feeling as if a gentle breeze had blown through his mind. It seemed as if a layer of fog was being swept away. His spirit trembled, and his soul became clear, as his perception of the outside world seemed to enhance significantly. My soul has broken through. He was instantly overjoyed, his mind suddenly enlightened, and without needing the system's prompt, he focused and entered the introspection state. His body and mind instantly sank into the spirit platform that was just a small area. Inside, the spirit platform was vast like a sea of mist, with a clear lotus platform amidst the fog. The blue lotus platform flickered in and out of view, seeming to gather and scatter. On the lotus platform was a translucent figure, only a vague outline. This was the ocean of consciousness where his soul resided. The lotus platform was my spiritual dojo, and the figure was my demon body manifestation. Seeing these, Chengxian had a sudden realization and understood what they were. This feeling was very wonderful. It was like digging through his heart for answers he had already noted down. With a thought, the introspection perspective shifted from the spirit platform to his physical body. Beneath the flesh, he had an extraordinarily long stomach, extraordinarily long lungs, extraordinarily long kidneys, extraordinarily long intestines, a pair of ribs, and countless scales. When he couldn't sleep, he might as well count them. This thought flashed, and his mind became chaotic, causing him to retreat from the introspection state. The last thing he saw was countless threads of red mist floating and moving within his body. That was his blood energy. Huh, what are these? At the moment of returning to his senses, countless invisible filament-like threads emanated from his brow, and everything around him became clear. Spiritual awareness. This is the power of the soul condensed into spiritual awareness. With a thought, his spiritual awareness spread out towards the cave entrance, instantly grasping the situation outside like a clear view. He even tested the fifth-tier snake-catching bird in the air, and he could see its ear feathers clearly, while the other party was completely unaware. Good heavens, an omniscient perspective. Chengxian excitedly propped his chin up with his tail and thought, this time, there's hope. He checked his status again. Host, Chengxian race, water-sheltering snake. Tier, 4th tier. To become a 5th-tier monster, blood energy needs to break through 500. 000 points. Blood energy, 812, 87. Physical realm, mortal body realm, 93310, 000. Soul realm, demon soul realm, 103310, 000. Divine abilities and combat skills, blood consumption, divine ability, bewitching cry, divine ability. Refinement points, 04 data is still data. How much combat power can be exerted still depends on actual combat. Chengxian calculated that with the foundation of 4th-tier monster strength, he should at least be able to withstand a blow from a 5th-tier monster. As long as he survives one strike, there's a chance. If unable to confront directly, then I shall strike unexpectedly. An ambush. I will win at the smallest cost. Chengxian glanced at the other 2 young snakes, who were also waiting for their opportunity. You are all speaking my words. Chapter 10. The Empress's sister and the Daoist brother. Help me out. Caw, caw. 2 3rd-tier snake-catching birds were entangled in a battle with a large white snake. A 5th-tier snake-catching bird circled above, its eyes like lightning, fixated on a spot. It knew this was the white snake that stole the eggs and dug a new nest to hide the snake eggs. This mother snake was very cunning. After stealing the eggs, she would carefully hide them in the river, using the river water to mask the scent, making it difficult for them to track down the egg thief. Until this time, they had followed her and caught her in the act. The fact that she was stealing bird eggs to feed her hatchlings meant she must have gained intelligence. Thus, it was possible for her to form a demon core. If they hunted her down and swallowed her demon core, the brothers would have a chance to advance to the 6th tier. Caw, caw. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird urged its subordinates, who were battling the mother snake, to quickly lure her away from the cave. The hatchlings inside the cave had just been born and had eaten 3 bird eggs. If they survived, they might have awakened their bloodline potential. They needed to catch them and swallow them all. Caw. Seeing its subordinates hiding to sneak into the cave, while the mother snake was distracted, they failed to succeed. The snake-catching bird let out a dissatisfied call. It ordered the 3 3rd-tier snake-catching birds to attack the mother snake. This move was to exhaust the mother snake's strength and test if she had companions. The calls also warned the brothers to watch out for other snake monsters. Caw-caw. Not far in the sky came the response from its brothers. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird's golden eyes flashed with brilliance. The aura in the edge of the great wilderness mountains was scarce. Reaching the 6th tier would allow them to go deeper and find the peaks where spiritual veins resided for cultivation. However, just a mother snake and a few hatchlings were somewhat insufficient. But once they reached the depths of the mountain, there would be plenty of high-tier demon beasts and demon clans. Having brothers along would also provide support. Sharing some spoils wouldn't hurt. Caw, caw. Noticing that the mother snake was clearly at a disadvantage with the addition of the third-tier snake-catching bird to the battle, the 5th-tier snake-catching bird once again urged its subordinates with a call. It issued a command in human language. Blind her eyes. The nest catch. The hatchlings. The foolish 3rd-tier snake-catching birds, lacking intelligence, could only understand the simple commands conveyed through bird calls. Thus, the human language spoken was not meant for its subordinates. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird's eyes shone with cunning and anticipation, hoping to deceive the mother snake. Caw-caw, caw-caw. The snake-catching birds battling the mother snake also chirped in response. This undoubtedly misled the large white snake, making it think that the 3rd-tier snake-catching birds would go for the hatchlings in the cave, also reminding her that their appearance was to protect the hatchlings. Thus, she immediately twisted fiercely, forcing her way toward the entrance of the nest. With this movement, she exposed a flaw. Caw-caw. The 3 snake-catching birds seized the opportunity, spreading out to attack her eyes, throat, and tail. Caw. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird watched everything unfold with excitement. With a flap of its wings, it was ready to dive down and catch the injured mother snake to kill her. Victory was imminent. This battle had no surprises. A snake beast that had not yet reached the 5th tier was hardly a threat. That was why it suspected that the other party was so bold as to steal eggs because they had accomplices. However, the anticipated cries of pain from the mother snake did not occur. Instead, 2 cries of bird lamentation echoed. Caw, caw. 2 snake-catching birds seemed to be severely injured, flapping their wings in panic, trying to fly, but were bitten by the mother snake, entangling the other. In the next moment, both birds lost their lives. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird focused its gaze and saw 2 hatchlings, each less than 2 feet long, fall from the heads of the 2 snake-catching birds. Where the 2 birds' eyes had been, only 2 black holes remained. It only saw a flash of green and white light, and they had been eaten alive. Caw! The 5th-tier snake-catching bird, instead of being angry, was very pleased. The hatchlings destined to become its blood meal were all the more extraordinary the better. Hiss! Just then, a small flower snake sprang out from the cave. It was over 4 feet long, as thick as a small tree trunk. Was this a hatchling? The 5th-tier snake-catching bird widened its eyes, unsure, but it could sense the aura, and indeed it was related to the white snake. Moreover, if it weren't a hatchling appearing in the snake hole, the other 2 small snakes would have already been eaten. Looking again, although the snake was large, it was very clumsy, far from the agility of the other 2 small snakes. It imitated the 2 previous snakes and tried to bite the eye of the third-tier snake-catching bird, but was too late. It not only missed, but was harshly slapped by a wing. It was unexpectedly hit and sent flying to a tree 7 or 8 meters away. Ha! A foolish snake. Caw! The 5th-tier snake-catching bird immediately dove down, aiming for the clumsy flower snake. A hatchling that could grow this large surely had some unusual bloodline potential. It would catch it, swallow its snake gall first, then drink its blood, leaving the meat for its brothers, also having something to say, as it had done the work. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flower snake, seeing it pouncing, fearfully hissed and coiled around a nearby small tree. Caw! Trying to wrap around the trunk to avoid being caught. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird's eyes showed a hint of mockery. That was impossible. The young snake's body was tender, with just a flap of its wings. It would be torn in half. Caw! It curled one claw, grasping the flower snake's body, joyfully calling out, then suddenly flapped its wings to soar high. But didn't he take off? A sudden change occurred, unexpectedly, and it froze in shock. Looking down, the flower snake's body was stretched out but not broken. Instead, it raised its head and flicked its tongue at it, hissing. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird sensed something was wrong and was about to loosen its claws. But suddenly, it felt a dizzying sensation, followed by a sharp pain in its chest, which brought it back to some clarity. Looking down, it saw a fierce snake head with cold vertical pupils, Sharp fangs had already pierced its chest. Caw! Caw! The giant bird immediately panicked, flapping its wings, extending its claws to scratch, trying to shake off the flower snake and soar into the sky. Its enormous wings emitted a dark green demonic power, creating a gust of wind that snapped a nearby small tree in half. However, the trunk the flower snake was coiled around was as thick as a water bucket. Although the branches swayed, the main trunk remained motionless. Moreover, with the bird's struggles, a stream of fresh blood gushed from the large, gaping snake mouth embedded in its chest. As the blood flowed out in large quantities, the strength to struggle quickly diminished. Within a few breaths, the power of its wing flaps grew weaker. The flower snake's eyes revealed a gleam of triumph. Then, with a fierce tug downward, the giant bird lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Chengxian rushed forward, wrapping around the bird's body, tearing open its chest, and opening its mouth wide to take a deep breath. The warm blood slid down his throat, and at the same time, he felt something hot slide in as well. What was it? He wondered. Could there be a hidden weapon in the chest of the snake-catching bird? But now was not the time for details. Caw! Caw! A loud bird call came from the sky. Chengxian looked up and saw a massive snake-catching bird with its wings spread, diving toward him. He was instantly alarmed. Damn! He turned and dashed toward where the white snake and Xiao Ling Yunzi were. Empress's sister, Daoist brother, help me out. Big brother has drunk too much and has no strength left. Chapter 11. Damn it. You escaped too easily. Hiss. Hiss. Am I dreaming? The ugly flower snake killed that 5th level snake-catching bird? I must be hallucinating. How could I see a 5th level monster being easily hunted by a foolish flower snake? Moreover, I could tell at a glance that the big bird was not an ordinary 5th level. It had awakened intelligence and could speak human language, which meant it had formed a demon core, indicating that it had protective demon power and even understood coordinated attack methods. Just by looking at how, under its summons, 4 3rd-level snake-catching birds surrounded the mother snake, it was clear that the big bird had not just recently awakened its intelligence. Yet, it was schemed to death by a foolish flower snake. I must have underestimated it. Did it pretend not to bite? I actually couldn't tell it was acting. Whether it was Ling Xiao or Ling Yunzi, both were cultivators who had undergone countless life and death trials in their past lives, with extremely rich combat experience. Therefore, their sneak attacks could hit the mark, which was to be expected. But the flower snake was different. It was just a small snake relying on bloodline power for some combat ability. It could suppress them, but might not be able to gain an advantage over the enemies in front of it. A mature, 3rd-level snake-catching bird was not something a 3rd-level juvenile snake could confront head-on. Even with a sneak attack, facing an enemy with long wings, one had to seize the opportunity precisely. Otherwise, it would be better to retreat without any gains, and with bad luck, there was a high chance of being counterkilled by the opponent. Thus, neither of them considered that Chengxian's sneak attack on the 4th 3rd-level snake-catching bird might fail and get blown away instead, which could involve some deceit. It was normal for a juvenile snake that had never left its cave to behave this way. Then, seeing the 5th-level big bird pouncing on the flower snake to kill it, both were helpless, although they had successfully sneak attacked, and the mother snake had quickly seized the opportunity to kill 2 3rd-level snake-catching birds. The physical exhaustion in the brief skirmish was considerable, leaving no strength to help. In fact, even without exhaustion, they probably wouldn't have the ability to save the snake from the claws of a 5th-level monster. So they, along with the mother snake, first dealt with the last 3rd-level snake-catching bird. When they turned back, they thought they would see the flower snake's tragic death. Who would have thought the development of the situation completely exceeded their expectations? The hunted prey had turned into a 5th-level snake-catching bird, until the huge bird gradually lost its strength to struggle. Both still found it hard to believe. Not to mention the big white snake that turned to save its young. It was completely stunned. My little flower is so strong? How is that possible? Is it blood chi refining the body, or bloodline evolution? To what extent is the flower snake's physical body resilient, able to remain unscathed under the full tearing of a 5th-level bird beast? How strong and sharp are its teeth to pierce through the bird's body protected by demon power? And its tactics? First, it pretended to be weak and acted foolishly, making the snake-catching birds underestimate it, becoming careless and not on guard. Not only did it lead the enemy into a trap, but it also tricked the opponent into almost willingly giving up the opportunity to unleash peak combat power. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but marvel at the flower snake's cleverness. The scheme was not complicated, but it was incredibly appropriate. Sometimes, the more complex a tactic is, the harder it is to achieve the goal. Conversely, the most suitable tactics are the easiest to succeed. Because it grasped the mentality of the enemy, the fifth-level snake-catching bird overestimated its strength, which was the main reason it ended up dying. This is definitely not the wisdom that a juvenile snake, which was born not long ago and had never left its nest, could possess. Is it innate wisdom, or awakened intelligence, or bloodline inheritance? It can't be awakened intelligence, nor can it be bloodline inheritance. The former would only make the monster's mind clear, allowing it to think like a human and weigh pros and cons, but would not make it suddenly as clever as a human. The latter allows the monster to trace its bloodline and learn some contained inheritance. But I've never heard of any part of these inheritances involving schemes and tricks. Furthermore, the flower snake's performance was nearly perfect. It is definitely an old hand at manipulating schemes and calculating against others. Even if there were such things in the inheritance, it would be impossible to master them so quickly. I don't know how many so-called prodigies I've seen. Ling Yunzi smirked mockingly in his heart. No matter how talented one is, they still need time to grow, so he could almost conclude that this flower snake was also a veteran with a lot of life experience. Moreover, it was extremely cunning. Ling Xiao's view was the same as his. The fat flower snake was already suppressing them, and it even pretended to be foolish and trick them. This ignited their fighting spirit. The brilliant and wise empress, and the Daoist lord known for his sharp perception, had not been so deceived in many years. In the northern wilderness mountains, the southern Zhan continent, our holy dynasty and the Xianmen in the eastern human realm, and the barren yellow sand sea in the west. I want to see which sacred being you are. Even if you are not from the earthly realm and came from the heavenly realm, I will surely uncover your true nature. Therefore, the two decided to drink their fill of snake-catching bird blood and then return to cultivate. Since all the snake-catching birds were dead, the crisis was resolved. The flower snake was so strong, and they had fallen too far behind. They still needed to catch up with their cultivation. In the world of cultivators, without cultivation strength, everything is mere talk. But just as they were about to go for the bird's neck, they heard a chilling, fierce cry. Cree, cree, snake-catching birds? There are still snake-catching birds? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi suddenly turned their heads. Upon seeing it, their hearts jumped. A fifth-level snake-catching bird. Another fifth-level snake-catching bird was coming, and it was heading straight for the ugly flower snake. It was clearly part of the group of the dead snake-catching bird. Is heaven trying to destroy me? Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. 2 fifth-level snake-catching birds. If she had known there were 2 fifth-level snake-catching birds among the incoming enemies, she would definitely have chosen to escape at all costs instead of fighting to the death. But then he thought of the flower snake's performance and couldn't help but feel excited. He hoped it could employ the same trick again. Ling Yunzi's eyes similarly flickered with hope. However, the flower snake once again surprised them. It actually turned and dashed towards their location. This damn thing. It just rushed over without any warning. Damn, how despicable. In that instant, both were shocked, their snake tails stiffening. Damn it, you escaped too easily. Even a little warning would have been nice. They were completely unprepared, and now it was too late to escape. In the blink of an eye, the fifth-level snake-catching bird was already pouncing close, and both once again felt the imminent threat of death. Yet for a moment, they couldn't think of a way to escape. In the past, there were countless ways to crush a fifth-level monster. However, based on their current cultivation strength, even escaping was difficult. Just as the two were filled with despair, they saw the fleeing flower snake suddenly stop. It seemed to be tripped by something, swaying for a moment, then turned back, facing the fifth-level snake-catching bird that was chasing after it, raising its head proudly and opening its mouth. It let out a series of hissing sounds. Hiss, 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 hiss. At the moment the snake's cry rang out, the large bird in midair involuntarily paused. Hiss! Chengxian hissed, and behind him, the snake tail whipped. Making it clear, I said, family members, don't just stand there. Go. Let us get it. Chapter 12. A nest of snakes, of course, must work together in harmony. Temptation is confusion. It is seduction. It causes living beings to become bewildered, losing their clarity of mind. Thus, the use of supernatural powers to tempt caused the fifth-tier snake-catching bird to fall into a momentary stupor. How could Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi miss such a good opportunity without needing Su Chengxian to remind them? Their instinct for seizing combat opportunities had already taken root, and upon seeing an opening, they soared forward without hesitation. Hiss! Hiss! One to the left, one to the right, one green and one white. They almost simultaneously pounced on the large bird, targeting its eyes. Their movements were decisive, quick, agile, and fierce. The snake fangs glimmered with faint light, and under the enhancement of magical power. The snake-biting combat technique easily breached the most vulnerable spot of the snake-catching bird. It instantly regained consciousness and let out a piercing, tragic cry. Blood dripped from its eye sockets and the snake's mouth. The severely injured snake-catching bird seemed to realize the danger and attempted to flee. It obeyed the arrangement of its stronger brothers because it was stronger than them. How could a seemingly weak enemy kill a brother stronger than itself and still bring itself to the door to benefit? It didn't understand this principle before, but now it did. However, it was too late. The strongest mother snake in the nest was only a moment slower than the green and white offspring and rushed over, raising its neck and body, climbing up and taking advantage of the moment to unleash its most adept killing move, constriction and strangulation. It wrapped its body tightly around the large bird's wings, coiling around its neck, and suddenly bit down on its throat. To say the least, it knew best how to quickly kill a snake-catching bird. The large bird, which was trying to take flight, was pressed down, and its cries became even more mournful. Under the looming threat of death, it flapped its wings more violently, first dodging the white snake's bite towards its neck, then attempting to shake off the enemy clinging to it and escape. The massive wings stirred up a roaring wind, causing the nearby pond to ripple with waves. Hiss! The mother snake panicked and flicked its tongue. No, I didn't bite. I'm falling. Hiss! 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 Su Chengxian heard the mother snake's anxious thoughts. He quickly activated his innate supernatural power again. The snake-catching bird, just taking off into the air, had no resistance under the supernatural attack. Its mind was dazed. Its body stiffened, its wings stopped flapping, and it began to fall towards the ground. Hiss! The mother snake was overjoyed at the sight and immediately opened its mouth to bite fiercely at the bird's throat. It hit. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, clinging to the bird's head, were not idle. They pressed on and directly swallowed the bird's eyes into their bellies. In excruciating pain, the snake-catching bird regained consciousness and began to struggle. Hiss! Hiss! Su Chengxian saw this and immediately activated his supernatural power. Hiss! Hiss! Just as the large bird was painfully awakened, it was again disturbed by the snake's cries. Thus, in a back-and-forth manner, a perfectly good fifth-tier snake-catching bird was tormented to death by this family. Once it was completely lifeless, the three snakes, a large one and two small ones, rolled off the bird's body one after another, already exhausted to the point of collapse. Hiss! Ling Yunzi let out a weak hiss. Damn stupid flower snake. Killing a mere fifth-tier bird beast actually made me exert so much effort. It must be a cunning and ruthless old ghost. If such torment were used to train cultivators, it might even stir up enough resentment to create a fierce ghost. Hiss! Ling Xiao responded. I knew it. This ugly guy just can't stand to see me idle, clearly capable of dealing with a large bird. Yet it had to make me go through so much trouble. It must be intentional. Daring to toy with me? Once my cultivation becomes stronger, I will definitely repay it tenfold. Though the hissing of the two snakes contained no content or meaning for each other, their thoughts were remarkably aligned. They both felt that Su Chengxian was doing it on purpose, just as they judged that his killing of the first fifth-tier snake-catching bird was a simple yet exquisitely crafted scheme. You are overthinking it. Su Chengxian thought to himself, if I really had such abilities, would I have been worse than a dog in my previous life? The truth is, What Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi thought was not entirely different from the actual situation. It was simply completely different. There was indeed a plan. Chengxian intended from the very beginning to deal with the 5th-tier snake-catching bird. Therefore, he first chose a suitably thick tree to act as a pivot, to prevent himself from being grabbed and thrown to death by the bird. However, his plan was to bite the 3rd-tier snake-catching bird and then throw it, perfectly using the momentum to feign a fall by the tree while waiting for the large bird to come by and hunt him. Who would have thought that before he could succeed, a mistake occurred while jumping? Instead of throwing the 3rd-tier snake-catching bird, he was sent flying by the bird's wing. The moment he was flung away, he was dumbfounded. No need to tell them about such an embarrassing situation. Chengxian decided to let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. Why be so honest? I also have my pride. Moreover, I am indeed quite formidable. Although the process had deviations, the result was very much as expected. And that was enough. Life. A snake's life is enriched by unexpected events, leading to more wonderful experiences. He killed the first 5th-tier snake-catching bird without needing to use his innate supernatural powers. Instead, he created a new method of attack, mental attack. He condensed his consciousness into a small sword, piercing through the enemy's spiritual sea with all his might. This was something he learned on his own, mastering the use of consciousness in combat. And during the battle with the first 5th-tier snake-catching bird, he had verified that it was very effective. Although his mental sword was almost superficial, merely taking the shape of a small sword with his intent, unfortunately, the opponent was weaker. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird couldn't even speak properly, its soul was weak, and it had no resistance at all. Faced with Chengxian's probing attack, it collapsed upon contact, unable to counter it all. Breaking through the opponent's soul was much easier than breaking through the physical body. It could even be described as effortless. He didn't use his innate supernatural powers to kill the second 5th-tier snake-catching bird, leaving him with enough mental power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the consumption from the previous uses of supernatural powers. As for why he didn't use the same method against the second bird as he did against the first, the reason was simple. His physical strength had been depleted too much, and he couldn't risk enduring another violent tearing and pulling from 5th-tier beast. The strength of the 5th-tier snake-catching bird should not be underestimated. After all, Chengxian was still just a newly born young snake. Although he didn't look like one, his training time was too short. His physical strength wasn't strong enough to remain unscathed in the previous battle. Instead, the snake-catching bird's sharp claws left several bloody holes on him. During the struggle, many fine blood vessels on his body ruptured, and some scales even became misaligned or fell off. If it were to happen again, he might be able to withstand it, but he would definitely be injured worse. It would hurt a lot. Moreover, he wasn't fighting alone. With helpers, why show off? Everyone is a nest of snakes, of course. They should work together in harmony. Chapter 13. Promotion to Divine Ability, Refining the Demon Core, Advancing to Tier 5. Chengxian provided his younger siblings with a good opportunity to showcase themselves. As for himself, he chose to take on the supportive role, willingly becoming the green leaves that complement the red flowers, the bystanders beside the heroes, the empress and the Dao Lord. Just listen, they are all big figures. And I, an ordinary snake with a system cheat, am just unremarkable. Chengxian swayed his snake tail and thought, sigh. Being a background brother isn't so bad after all. Being a dirt snake, watching the show, sitting back and waiting for the big shots to return and reclaim what belongs to them. Isn't that wonderful? Just thinking about it makes him happy. Very well now. Let me see what I swallowed earlier. When he killed the first tier 5 snake-catching bird, he swallowed too hastily, and something slipped in. The second tier 5 snake-catching bird came quickly, and Chengxian didn't have time to check carefully. With all enemies dead, the crisis was resolved, and he could safely enter a state of introspection. With a thought, in the next moment he saw that strange thing. What is this? Chengxian saw a green, red-patterned egg. Host, this is a demon core. A demon core condensed by a high-tier demon beast, containing more than 80% of their power. A demon core? Chengxian smacked his lips. Is this a demon core? If a demon core contains more than 80% of a demon beast power, it should be well protected. But it almost went into his mouth without resistance. What's going on? Is there a trick? In fact, The demon core was in the chest of the Tier 5 snake-catching bird, protected not only by its blood energy, but also by a thin layer of demon power. However, its entire blood had been almost drained by Chengxian, so this power either left with the blood or dissipated. The unprotected demon core was thus swallowed by his instinct. Since the demon core entered his body, Chengxian had been feeling its presence. This thing continuously emitted waves of power, which made him uncomfortable. Now, it was even more uncomfortable. In the introspective state, he could clearly see the wisps of green mist rising. This must be demon power, right? It felt somewhat similar to the aura emitted by the empress when she was cultivating. Oh no, what should I do? Spit it out? Chengxian sensed that if he couldn't absorb this power, he would likely run into trouble. This isn't right. I'm Tier 4 now. Can a Tier 5 demon beast demon core be this strong? Please pay attention, host. This Tier 5 snake-catching bird's demon core is made from the incomplete demon core of a Tier 7 water-evading snake. The demon core contains demon power that exceeds the host's absorption limit. Do you want to consume 1,000,000 blood energy to promote the divine ability? Is there even a need to ask? Promotion. Promotion. Of course, promotion. Goodness. It makes sense that a Tier 5 snake-catching bird's demon core could make him feel so stuffed. It turns out it's not the original. The Tier 7 water-evading snake's demon core, although incomplete, has a different power level. That sounds much more comfortable. Ding dong. Host. Please note, the divine ability blood transformation will be upgraded to devouring blood transformation. Now, I will enhance the divine ability for the host. Please focus and do not trigger the internal chi and blood. With the system's mechanical voice announcement, Chengxian felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, especially in his stomach and intestines, starting to emerge. It seemed he could feel the chi and blood churning. Refining? Within a few breaths, the warmth turned into a slight burning sensation. It wasn't too uncomfortable, somewhat like the feeling of waking up hungry in the middle of the night. A bit of anxiety, a bit of hardship. System, can I eat something? Chengxian asked. After receiving an affirmative answer, he focused his thoughts and opened his eyes, preparing to divide some bird meat. At this moment, it was already dark. The night had fallen, with a bright moon and sparse stars. The mother snake had already eaten 2 of the snake-catching birds it hunted, feeling a bit unable to move. It had also drunk a lot of the Tier 5 snake-catching bird's blood, so it was somewhat drowsy. It was lying there, flicking its tongue at the 3 little snakes still on the ground. Hiss hiss, come eat quickly, eat meat fast, eat more to grow quickly. Beside it were 2 birds with their necks torn open. The caring mother had already prepared canned food for her children. Hearing its hissing, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who had regained some strength, crawled up one after the other. However, they did not approach, but swam towards the already dead Tier 5 snake-catching bird. Hiss hiss. The mother snake looked at them, wanting to stop them. Demon beasts eat the flesh and blood of their enemies because it contains power. However, weak demon beasts, if they eat the meat of high-tier demon beasts, might end up vomiting blood from being too full. Ignorant young beasts have even died from overeating, but it had eaten too much and couldn't move, only anxiously watching. However, it soon discovered that its 2 little snakes didn't seem to want to eat meat. They swam over the bird's body, first moving around as if searching for something. Finally, they stopped at the big bird's chest. Then the 2 snakes worked together to create a hole. Soon after, the green snake stretched its head inside and pulled out a green demon core. Hiss hiss. Chengxian raised his head. He wanted to see how the 2 would deal with this demon core. He thought, they should know that this thing can't be swallowed directly. Both of them are still young snakes and lack his innate divine ability. If they eat it, the story featuring them as protagonists would directly conclude. The protagonist, unaware of the dangers, dies from greed and ignorance after swallowing the demon core. The end. As it turned out, the Empress and the Dao Lord's younger brother weren't that foolish. They had a better way to refine this demon core. The 2 snakes swam to a large rock by the riverbank, with the green snake raising its head towards the moon, using its tongue to lift the demon core into the air. At the same time, a bit of magical power sprayed out from her and Ling Yunzi's mouths. The demon core was pushed by the 2 streams of magical power, floating in mid-air and slowly rotating. Then they each occupied a side, raised their heads, and slowly breathed in and out towards the demon core. allowing it and the moon to gradually overlap. Gradually, a beam of moonlight began to condense on the demon core. Today is a full moon. This moonlight was also getting brighter. As the two snakes breathed in and out, threads of green and luminous silk were continuously swallowed into their bellies from the demon core and the moonlight. Were they using the demon core to cultivate and absorb the moonlight? Chengxian, with his instincts as a demon beast, recognized what it was. It was moonlight, the essence of the moon among the sun's essence and moonlight. Hiss. After doing all this, the two snakes hissed once towards Chengxian and the mother snake, then moved aside a bit. The meaning was clear. They invited them to join in the cultivation. Chengxian couldn't help but feel surprised. What does that look from the ugly flower snake mean? Does it think I would swallow this loot alone? This demon core can't be swallowed directly, and I can't seal it right now. If I don't absorb and refine it, it will just dissipate. It will be better for everyone to refine it together. Then we can head deeper into the mountains together for support. The flower snake and the mother snake aren't familiar with the cultivation methods. How much can they take? I only need to compete with the little green snake. Cultivation resources are based on one's ability. I might as well weigh his background. What kind of look is that from the little white snake? Is he provoking me? What I fear the least is competing with others. The two snakes exchanged a glance, and their brief cooperation came to an end. Hiss. The female snake excitedly dragged her heavy body over, struggling to swim. Chengxian didn't hold back either and followed her to lie on the stone. The owner of this demon core was someone they all killed together, so the snake should have share. It wasn't long before the burning sensation in his body gradually faded. The female snake imitated the appearance of the green and white, regulating her breath. Sina, on the other hand, curled up and directly fell asleep. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the innate ability devouring chi and transforming blood completed. The host has consumed one low-level demon core, gaining 304 soul points and 205 physical points. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Hunting the snake-catching bird. Reward: 15 refining points, 1 top-tier spirit locking flower seed. Blood Chi 111. Blood Chi 1111. Blood Chi 111. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 5th-tier demon beast. Refining points 1. Blood Chi 1111. Chapter 14. Is it just bringing a meal? Why is everyone so emotional? After a month and a half of intermittent sleep, Chengxian finally completely refined and absorbed the demon core. The reason for the intermittent nature of his sleep was that he needed to eat. Otherwise, he would wake up from hunger. The group of 4 snakes, especially the female snake, had an astonishing appetite. Fortunately, the generous snake-catching birds provided not only the demon cores but also their flesh. Moreover, the bird corpses contained demonic energy and had their blood drained, so they did not spoil for many days. In the first 10 days, Chengxian consumed a 3rd-tier snake-catching bird. In the end, he ate most of a 5th-tier snake-catching bird, which kept him from feeling hungry for another 17 or 18 days. After that, there was nothing left to eat. He had to go hunt demon beasts for food. However, hunting would interfere with his sleep, so he came up with a good plan. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi had to pause their cultivation due to their hunger. Overconsuming blood energy was very detrimental to their physical growth. After all, they were demon beasts, and sufficient blood food was crucial for them. The physical body was essentially their foundation. Similarly, cultivators in the initial chi refining stage also needed the flesh of spiritual beasts. This, however, was something they had previously not needed to pay attention to because others prepared everything for them. Now, they had to hunt for themselves. Not only did they have to secure their share of blood food, but they also needed to prepare an extra portion. Chengxian's clever idea was to have his beloved empress sister and Daoist brother bring the food back for him. I never thought I would have to catch fish to eat. Damn it, have I ever done such troublesome work? Who would have thought that their second battle at the 4th tier would be against a group of 2nd-tier demon beasts, the chasing wave blue fish? Since this was the second battle, there had to be a first battle. The opponent in the first battle was, of course, Chengxian. Because they couldn't defeat him, they were forced to bring food for him. The flower snake must have been a pig spirit in its past life, right? It eats so much. Ling Xiao flung a half-meter-long big fish onto the shore. cursing fiercely in his heart. This guy eats 10 of these big fish in one meal. Does he have a food transformation pill in his belly? This is the fourth meal already. Lin Jianzi's snake face was cold and merciless. But his inner anger had reached a critical point. That damn flower snake has been squeezing him for 16 days, forcing him to bring food 4 times. Splash! The white tail smashed down in the green water, sending a big fish flying, and then with a clap in mid-air, the leaping live fish arched through the air, spraying a mist of water. Hiss! A flower snake on the riverbank, which seemed to be developing a tendency towards being a water bucket, lazily raised its head. In the shade where the warm sunlight couldn't reach, it extended its head, clamped the big fish in its mouth, and tilted its neck back to swallow it. Just before that moment, it had just swallowed the big fish that the green snake had flung up. Is it just bringing a meal? Why is everyone so emotional? Chengxian hummed at his heart. It must be said that being a brother who can command his sister and brother is quite enjoyable. Moreover, his sister and brother have extraordinary backgrounds, which adds an extra layer of pleasure to the exploitation. Not needing to wear clothes, having food fed to him. This life is undoubtedly very happy. This happy life might last for a long time, as long as Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi cannot defeat him for a day. They have to accept their fate. Thinking of this, during the intervals of eating fish, Chengxian glanced at his personal status. Host, Chengxian, race, water avoiding snake. Rank, 5th tier, to become a 6th tier demon beast. Blood energy must break through 5 million points. Blood energy, 3, 510, 0, 87. Physical realm, demon body realm, 1848, 10,000. Spiritual soul realm, demon soul realm, 1819, 10,000. Divine abilities and combat skills. Divine ability, devouring energy to transform into blood. Bewitching hiss, combat skills. Snake bite, snake binding. Refinement points, 5-5. A thrilling life and death battle only yielded such a minor improvement in the soul and physical realm, which felt a bit not worth it. Chengxian scanned through and had a clear understanding. This was something he had developed from assessing the relationship between weight and price when buying things. TSK. It seems that my newly promoted 4th tier demon beast empress sister and Daoist brother will be living in my shadow for quite some time. He couldn't help but shake his tail in delight. He was quite satisfied with his current life. Through nearly 2 months of observation, he found that snakes like to sleep. As long as the female snake was well fed, she spent 2/3 of the day sleeping. She definitely slept for over 18 hours a day, typical of being well fed and then sleeping. Most of the time, she was either resting or sleeping. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about being considered abnormal for sleeping too much. On the contrary, it was too normal, which made the female snake a bit worried. Compared to Shaoqing and Xiaobai, who practiced by moonlight every day, Xiaohua resembled a true unawakened water-avoiding snake. He was stuck in a cycle of sleeping, eating until full, sleeping. After finishing the bird meat, his waking time increased, as fish from the river did not fill him up as much as bird meat. So he had to eat once every 3 or 4 days. However, Xiaohua was very impressive. Even Shaoqing and Xiaobai together could not defeat him. This reassured the female snake, knowing she didn't have to worry about her son starving to death easily. But she insisted that her eldest son, who was almost as big as herself, practice on the rocks together, especially when the moonlight was bright. The essence of moonlight, being Yin, is gentle and cool, able to merge with the bloodthirsty energy of demon beasts, nurturing the soul, awakening intelligence, and strengthening it. Demon beasts absorb moonlight to awaken their intelligence, condense demon cores, thereby enhancing their cultivation and refining their souls. The female snake's intelligence was insufficient to understand the specific effects of moonlight. She only knew that it was good, and staying on the rocks while breathing in and out felt comfortable and could promote her cultivation. Chengxian did not want to refuse her kindness, so he continued to lie on the rocks. Anyway, he could sleep anywhere, and sometimes he wouldn't even move during the day. Recently, as the sun grew stronger, he changed to resting under the shade of trees. After finishing this meal, he took a short nap, and it was already nighttime again. After the moon came out, the family of snakes coiled on the rocks, each occupying a space, starting as they had for the past several days. Some snakes practiced, some learned to practice, and some slept. Sleep. Sleep again. Sleep until you die. A little girl's voice came from the green snake's mouth, impatiently saying, "Old ghost, your tail crossed the line. You're taking up my space." The flower snake was large and plump. After occupying its designated spot, it would occasionally cross the line. This made the empress, who was once proud of her figure but now felt particularly petite, very unhappy. "Got it." Su Chengxian responded slowly, then leisurely pulled his tail back. This is why they could smoothly reach an agreement. The empress sister and Daoist brother had recently refined the bones in their mouths and could now speak. Su Chengxian was a few days ahead of them in this regard. This demon core would likely be exhausted by tomorrow night. Lin Jianzi also opened his mouth to say something. His voice was bright and youthful, akin to a child, which was why he rarely spoke unless it was very important. Just like now. Chapter 15. Aren't you going to call me brother? The demon core is about to run out. This means that the days of rapid cultivation for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi are coming to an end. Su Chengxian took a glance and saw that there was indeed only a size of a quail egg left. It might not even last through the night until tomorrow. However, this one demon core has been used for cultivation for nearly 2 months, which is not bad at all. A few pieces of snake-catching bird meat, along with 2 demon cores, have allowed their family of snakes to shed their skins at least once, growing more than twice their previous size. There is no such thing as something that can be consumed endlessly. Ling Yunzi also understood. He was just a bit reluctant to part with the feeling of rapidly advancing in cultivation. Therefore, he mentioned it once and then stopped talking, focusing on his cultivation. The night passed quickly. After dawn broke, the mother snake went out to hunt for food. Su Chengxian was awakened by Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. "Old ghost, wake up." I'm going to hunt with Xiao Bai." Ling Xiao lifted his eyelid with the tip of his tail. "Oh, remember to bring me food," Su Chengxian said without even opening his eyes. Ling Xiao was speechless. "This time, we're not just going to hunt for blood food." Ling Yunzi said, "Are we looking for demon beasts that can produce demon cores?" Su Chengxian asked. "That's right, I and Xiao Qing need demon cores for cultivation," Ling Yunzi replied. "You two should stop calling each other Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. It sounds awkward." Su Chengxian opened his eyes, looked at the 2 little snakes in front of him, and suddenly said mischievously, "Do you want to know who the other person is? The white snake is the younger brother, and the green snake is the younger sister." So, being familiar with the legend of the white snake, he felt it was quite awkward. Moreover, the 2 of them even changed their self-references to conceal their identities, which made him feel uncomfortable. He might as well expose them, which would just win him the final victory in this game. "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao was anxious. Her voice became sharper. "Do you know our identities?" "Impossible." Ling Yunzi was confident that he would never expose himself. "So how about it? If you call me brother first, I'll help you keep a secret." "Call you brother? What's wrong with this old ghost? Aren't you going to call me? Really not going to call?" Su Chengxian looked at the 2 of them. "Then I have to say, how do we know you're not trying to trick us?" Ling Yunzi said, "Have you heard of the Yinhao holy dynasty?" Su Chengxian casually mentioned, and the 2 snakes in front of him shivered. "The Yinhao demon sect of the demon sect?" Ling Yunzi turned his head in surprise to look at Ling Xiao. He thought the other party would be from the demon race. It turned out they were from the demon sect. Demon sect? It's the holy dynasty. Ling Xiao was dissatisfied. "So it's true that the demon sect likes to refer to itself as the holy sect," Ling Yunzi said. "Su Jianxi Xia." "The holy dynasty is actually the demon sect? Very reasonable. I've gained some knowledge. I didn't expect an unexpected harvest." "Old ghost, what do you mean?" Ling Xiao pointed her spear at Su Chengxian. "The true sect of the Xianmen, the Tianxian sect of the demon suppression mountain. What do you think?" Su Chengxian immediately gave her a fair answer, also selling Ling Yunzi's information. "Huh, a place that produces people who fish for fame?" Ling Xiao squinted her eyes. "Little Bai, you actually come from there?" "Not at all apparent. People from the demon suppression mountain are all righteous and hate all demons and evil spirits. Shouldn't they just bite their tongues and die the moment they become little snakes? Can snakes bite their tongues to die?" Su Chengxian asked curiously. "Don't compare me with those guys," Ling Yunzi said coldly. But the childish voice made the cold tone lose its impact. "Oh, you call yourself this seat?" Ling Xiao laughed. "The strongest in the human realm of the Xianmen is the true immortal realm. But if no true monarch or Yuan monarch has fallen within 100 years, It should be the Dao monarch of the Xian immortal realm. Among the Xian immortals, the identities are ranked from high to low as Dao monarch, spirit general, spirit official, and featherist. Only Dao monarchs among the Xian immortals can refer to themselves as this seat. She looked at Ling Yunzi, little by, I wonder which Dao monarch you are? Ling Yunzi remained silent. He still didn't know Ling Zhao's identity, but Ling Xiao guessed his previous cultivation realm from self-reference. This round, he had already fallen behind. Not going to speak, and I'll continue to guess. Ling Xiao smiled. Guess, hurry up and guess. Chengxian changed to a lying position. This is interesting. He loved to listen. There aren't many Dao monarchs from the Demon Suppression Mountain. As far as I know, there are 7. The 2 oldest are in closed-door cultivation all year round, and among the remaining 5, 3 guard the back mountain. 1 is in charge of the sex affairs. And only 1, the youngest, Ling Yunzi, is prideful, unruly, and acts recklessly, making many enemies. As the empress, Ling Xiao understood the top forces on the wild continent, let alone cultivators from the Eastern Earth human realm. She recounted it as if she were familiar with it. Little by, I guess you're that Dao monarch Ling Yunzi, right? What basis do you have? This question was asked by Chengxian. There is no specific basis. I just heard some of his deeds and once predicted that he would be killed by someone sooner or later. Oof. The Empress Ling Xiao is domineering and unreasonable. Compared to this seat, she is not much different. So, I was also killed by someone. In the end, it still boils down to not being strong enough. If I were strong enough, even if others disapprove, they would be helpless. Ling Xiao huffed. So in this life, I will definitely not be so easily killed again. Chengxian. Have you never thought about not being so disliked? Old ghost. You call yourself an old ghost, yet you're still so naive? Ling Xiao pointed at him with her tail tip. Whether others dislike you or like you has nothing to do with you. Some people haven't even seen you and wish you were dead. No one likes being hated, but whether others like you is not important to the strong. What matters is that those who dislike you cannot have the ability to harm you. That's right. What this seat seeks is simply to never be controlled by others and to act freely. Ling Yunzi said, this seat cultivates my own way. They cultivate their own. Originally, we had nothing to do with each other, but they plotted against me, causing me to die. You must settle this score with those people. The tender voice of a boy, the charming and arrogant self-reference of this seat. A cute little girl calling herself this seat. Chengxian listened but found it quite pleasant. After all, he was almost used to it. So you still want to do your own thing? He summarized the key points. Yes. The Empress nodded. The Dao monarch nodded. Fine then. The self-proclaimed old ghost, sighed. Since we are all a bunch of snakes now, I don't want you to be too weak and drag me down. Oh my, this is so refreshing. He said this to the former Empress and Dao monarch. So refreshing that he couldn't help but want to wag his tail. I understand what you mean by waking me up. He pretended to be calm and said, how about this? You go look for demon beasts. If you find them and can't beat them, you can lure them over, and I will help. Wow, so refreshing. But limited to 6th tier, if they are too strong, I can't beat them either. Pretending to be strong is great, but life is also important. Showing off is definitely not a label I added to my old ghost identity. Good. Now that you've agreed to help, are you really not considering calling me brother? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi turned and walked away. Hey, Chengxian sighed. The task of getting his younger sister and younger brother to call him brother was again unsuccessful. Sleep. Blood Qi 111. Blood Qi 1111. Chirp chirp. What is this? Gathering spirit grass? And this is locking spirit grass? Chapter 16. Sleeping soundly. Only to open eyes and see the great sage. Before being awakened by the chirping sounds, Chengxian was sleeping. While he slept, he would sort through the recent information he had learned. This situation began when he entered the realm of demon souls from the realm of divine souls. The source of the information was quite simple. It all came from the voices he could hear in his heart. Most of it came from Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, with a small portion coming from the mother snake. The mother snake had awakened her intelligence, but to a limited degree. Her thoughts were simple. She didn't like to think much and preferred to follow her instincts. After eating well, she would sleep or cultivate. Therefore, she accepted her children's abnormalities well and was even pleased with their extraordinary performances. Her previous protective behavior also made Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi willing to show respect and care. So far, this family of snakes was getting along quite harmoniously. From their willingness to share cultivation resources with the mother snake, it seemed they had no plans to separate. Chengxian also did not wish to part ways with the mother snake, his sister the empress, and his brother, the Daoist lord. In the past month and a half, the system had issued several tasks related to them, which were still unfinished. Moreover, with his sister and brother bringing him food, he didn't have to hunt by himself and could sleep soundly to become stronger. Without them, finding such suitable, exploitable companions would probably be difficult. Chengxian mumbled in his sleep. He had already learned from the mother snake that they were at the edge of the northern wilderness mountain range. There were no spiritual veins, the spiritual energy was sparse, and it was difficult for demon beasts to elevate their ranks. The fifth-tier snake-catching bird was the smartest demon beast the mother snake knew of. Thus, after the opponent's death, the mother snake believed there was no more danger nearby, which is why she brought them to live by the river rather than returning to the cave. This made Chengxian realize that it would be hard for him to encounter another being with sufficient intelligence for smooth communication. Too strong to be defeated, too weak to be smart. Upon careful consideration, there was no one more suitable than his sister and brother to provide him with food services. These two were quite principled. If they couldn't win, they would willingly accept defeat, and even if reluctant, they would complete the promises they made. Therefore, Chengxian was quite happy to stay with them. As long as he was strong enough, he could always achieve his goals. With the system in place, he didn't need to worry about that. Instead, he had to be concerned about not letting these two become too weak compared to him. Otherwise, the quality of the food would be too poor, affecting his sleep quality. Moreover, higher-tier demon beasts were also more delicious to eat. So when his brother and sister wanted him to help hunt relatively high-tier demon beasts, he readily agreed. He hoped they could find demon beasts that could condense demon cores. Chengxian pondered that for Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi to catch up with him. Relying solely on hard work in cultivation would definitely not be enough. The cultivation method for demon beings was simple and crude, just one: eat. Eat blood food, spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, spiritual roots, spiritual stones, and so on. However, in a state where intelligence had not yet awakened and there were no cultivation methods, relying entirely on instincts meant that the efficiency of absorbing and transforming what was eaten was extremely low. Ordinary animals have a limited lifespan, and their peak state would not exceed 10 years. In those 10 years, they would follow their instincts to hunt prey. Often, they would live their lives in a daze, ultimately remaining at the level of low-tier demon beasts. Therefore, how to quickly elevate their cultivation and break through the lifespan limit in a limited lifespan was a significant challenge for demon beasts. As a result, 90% of demon beast growth paths involve hunting, digesting, becoming stronger, and then hunting even higher-tier demon beasts, or being hunted by other demon beasts. This cycle repeats. In this regard, the difference between demon beasts and wild animals is not that significant. The only difference is that there is a pathway for potential upward growth. All this information was heard by Chengxian from Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi. Blood energy condenses into malevolence, refining spirit to become a demon. When the blood energy in the body becomes more and more intense, it condenses into blood malevolence. The surrounding drifting spiritual energy will be attracted and gathered by the blood malevolence. The nourishment of spiritual energy targets the soul, enabling demon beasts to awaken their intelligence. If lucky, one day they may suddenly gain insight into how to actively use blood energy as a foundation to absorb spiritual energy and refine it into demon power, condensing demon cores. Then, relying on the absorption and expulsion of demon cores, they can refine moonlight. This is a basic cultivation method that all demon beings have the opportunity to comprehend under the laws of the great Tao. Strictly speaking, only after condensing a demon core and comprehending a cultivation method can one be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. After that, they can break free from ignorance, turn their hearts toward the great Tao, and have the chance to escape the constraints of fate. Moonlight, for demon beasts, not only helps in elevating cultivation, but also has other benefits. Many demon beasts, when night falls, will worship the moon in open spaces or on unobstructed heights. Cultivating with moonlight not only rapidly enhances cultivation, but also curbs the infiltration of blood malevolence into their souls. Demon beasts and demon races rely on blood food for cultivation. Yet they dare not consume blood food without limits, because the condensed blood malevolence can impact the soul, causing demon beasts to fall into madness. Both Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi are aware of this, so after breaking their shells, they chose not to grow faster through blood food, but instead through cultivation. Maintaining a balance between refining blood energy and spiritual energy is key to whether a demon beast can become a demon race. If they don't pay attention from the very beginning, it will become more difficult to control as time goes on. This time, with the help of the demon core from the 5th-tier snake-catching bird, their cultivation speed has indeed increased significantly. Chengxian knew that Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi were using this demon core as a fake core to absorb moonlight, rather than directly absorbing the power within the demon core like he did. This was equivalent to having a demon beast that condensed a demon core, allowing them to absorb and refine moonlight at a faster rate. This way, they could also eat blood food without worrying about an imbalance in demon power. Especially since Lin Jianzi was cultivating a mysterious technique, an abundance of blood energy would hinder his later transformation and the formation of his Dantian and Purple Mansion. In other words, the two needed more spiritual energy rather than blood energy for their cultivation. So before condensing their demon cores, digging up other demon beast demon cores was indeed a good method. However, Chengxian felt that this might be quite difficult. The demon cores of the 2 5th-tier snake-catching birds should have been from the same incomplete 7th-tier water-avoiding snake, which is why they could awaken their intelligence and condense demon cores early. Generally, 5th-tier demon beasts would not be able to condense demon cores at all, nor would they even have demon nuclei formed. Therefore, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi could only cast a wide net and search more. Of course, this was good news for Chengxian. For a while, he might not lack 4th-tier and 5th-tier demon beast meat to eat. Eating well, sleeping soundly, and continuously growing stronger. This life was truly delightful. The more Chengxian thought about it, the better it seemed, and he couldn't help but stretch in his sleep. Just at that moment, he heard a series of chirping sounds. Then he felt someone poking at his eyelids. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of furry claws. Looking up further. The Great Sage? Chapter 17. The 6th-stage mountain-shaking wild boar. Golden-furred, blue-faced, apum, flap, flap. A flock of birds flew away from the trees, branches swaying. The setting sun cast its glow, and it was time for the birds and beasts to return to the forest. In the next moment, Chengxian heard movement from the forest behind him. Rumbling. The sound of giant beasts stomping on the ground echoed. He turned around and heard Ling Xiao calling out to him. "Old ghost, your dinner is here." 2 snakes, each over a meter long, rushed out from the forest, one after the other. Behind them came a series of grunting pig sounds. Roar. A loud roar. A large wild boar followed closely behind, entering Chengxian's line of sight. Its massive size resembled a mountain of flesh, with blood-red eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Its tusks jutted out, and it charged forward with great force. The ground trembled under its weight, kicking up clouds of dust. Upon seeing the crimson aura swirling around the wild boar, Chengxian realized this creature had cultivated demonic power. Goodness, this is definitely not an ordinary demon beast. Ding dong. Host, you have a new mission. Hunt the 6th-stage demon beast, mountain-shaking boar, and obtain the spiritual root, clear heart grass. Task reward, 12 refining points. Master-servant contract, symbol 2. The boar, known as the mountain-shaking boar, was indeed a large wild boar. Chengxian knew the term boar and python referred to greedy and violent individuals. Wow, this time it's a big wild boar meeting a big snake. 6th stage. It's 6th stage. Chengxian cursed, damn, a 6th-stage wild boar. Moreover, the demonic energy radiating from it was denser than that of a 5th-stage snake-catching bird. Little Ching, little Bai, you two have really turned into snakes, acting so human-like. I said the upper limit was 6th stage, and you two brought me back a 6th-stage beast? You really listen well. Around the mother snake's territory, There were no wild boars roaming. So these two must have gone out all day to specifically find this wild boar, right? This boar must weigh several thousand pounds. Not to mention, if they killed it, it would be enough for their family to eat for 10 days or half a month. But wild boars have tough skin and thick meat, and they're not afraid of tigers and leopards. It won't be that easy to kill. Old ghost, stop shouting and help. Ling Xiao urged. This wild boar has gone mad. We didn't provoke it. It wants to eat us. Lin Jianzi shouted as well. He and Ling Xiao weren't foolish enough to not know what kinds of enemies to avoid. They had first circled around to confirm that the surrounding demon beasts were not of high rank before heading deeper into the forest. When they reached the nest of the 5th stage snake-catching bird, the tree was empty. There were no bird eggs and no signs of other snake-catching birds. After walking for half a day, they had a good idea of the situation. They noted down the territories of several 3rd and 4th stage demon beasts, which would be their future blood meals. Then they planned to head back after going a bit further in when they spotted the large wild boar under a big tree from a distance. The demonic clouds around it indicated it had some cultivation, and it was likely that it had formed a demon core. However, its strength was certainly not to be underestimated. So they had no intention of disturbing it. They just wanted to remember the location and hunt it later when their cultivation improved. Previously, the cultivation they gained from refining the moonlight with the demon core also needed time to stabilize. Thus, while they were eager to obtain the demon core, they weren't in a rush to get it immediately. Who would have thought that this mountain-shaking boar would immediately discover their presence and relentlessly pursue them? The gap in strength between them made it impossible for them to shake off its pursuit. If it weren't for their cooperation, they would have been caught several times. Roar! The mountain-shaking boar was exceptionally fierce. Although it was large, it was surprisingly fast. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi barely exchanged a few words, and if they were a little distracted, they would almost be stomped to death. Damn! Into the water! Lin Jianzi shouted. As he spoke, the two of them darted past Su Chengxian and rushed towards the river. Their instinct as water snakes allowed them to dive into the water to evade the pursuit of the wild boar. Although the wild boar could swim, it couldn't go deep underwater. His shout was also a reminder to Su Chengxian. If you can fight, fight. If you can't, jump into the water with us. As soon as he finished speaking, with 2 splashes, the 2 snakes created waves as they fell into the river. Oh, at least you have a bit of conscience. Su Jianzi Sina snot. However, he didn't jump into the river. His own strength was already at the 5th stage, and he wasn't powerless against the 6th stage wild boar. Let's try first. If it doesn't work, then run. The river was right behind him, convenient for escape. Roar! At this moment, having lost its continuous target, the wild boar's killing intent naturally fell upon Su Chengxian. It had gained intelligence and knew that these snakes were in cahoots. Moreover, this little snake in front of it was even thicker. If it could eat it, it would definitely grow even larger. Roar! The 6th stage mountain-shaking boar let out a grunt and charged towards Su Chengxian. It turned out this creature knew that intelligent demon beasts gained benefits from eating others, which was why it relentlessly pursued Little Qing and Little Bai. Su Chengxian understood this in his heart. Facing the wild boar charging at him with overwhelming momentum, he felt little fear. Previously, the claws of the 5th stage snake-catching bird couldn't break through his scales, and even though this wild boar was more powerful, it couldn't fly, making it less of a threat. Whoosh! Su Chengxian twisted his body, not dodging or evading, and swung his tail. Bang! The snake's tail struck the boar's head with a thunderous sound. Roar! The mountain-shaking boar was stunned, its steps faltering as it staggered a few paces before stopping. Hiss! Su Chengxian was thrown back. This boar's head was really hard, rumbling. Just as he steadied himself, the wild boar charged again, and he quickly raised his head to hiss. Hiss! Focusing his mind, he unleashed a small sword strike. At the same time, he swung his snake tail and charged forward. Roar! In an instant, the wild boar's charge came to a halt. At that moment, Su Chengxian was already close. Hiss! Using his innate divine ability to confuse, he then coiled around a mountain-shaking boar, his head wrapping around its neck, mouth wide open, and bit down hard on the boar's most vulnerable spot, the throat. Combat skill, bind. Combat skill, snake bite. The sharp fangs pierced through the protective demonic energy penetrating. I absorb, swallowing both the demonic energy and blood. Roar. The mountain-shaking boar let out a tragic cry, blood gushing out like a fountain. It frantically shook its body, tried to throw off its enemy. However, how could Chengxian, who was tightly coiled around it, let succeed? Not only did he not get thrown off, but he also tightened his grip, forcing out more blood to consume. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed from within the mountain-shaking boar's body. Thud. Finally, the wild boar could no longer support itself. Its front legs buckled, and it knelt on the ground. The demonic clouds around it had long dissipated, and its eyes gradually dimmed. This mountain-shaking boar died unjustly. It hadn't used any combat skills, and all its strength was never unleashed. It was directly severely injured in its soul, and then ambushed to death. Chengxian also drank his fill and released his coiled body, swimming to the side. Splash, splash. The blue and white snakes emerged from the water. Watching the scene, a single thought arose in their minds. What exactly is this old ghost? He has grown significantly stronger than before. Squeak. A golden-furred, blue-faced ape suddenly sprang out from somewhere, heading straight for the mountain-shaking boar on the ground. What is that? Chapter 18, the opportunity to show off has come again. Is there any need to ask? Chengxian said, how obvious. This is a monkey. What is a monkey? Ling Xiao was confused. This is obviously a golden water monkey. Why does the old ghost say it's a monkey? Or does this monkey have a special bloodline? I've never heard of any bloodline named Monkey in the ape family. Oh, monkey is just what I call them. Chengxian scratched his chin with his tail. Awkward. Very awkward. It's too embarrassing to make a joke that no one understands. Why is this old ape here? Ling Yunzi looked at Chengxian. Judging from its aura, this should be the golden water monkey living on the eastern side of the mother snake's territory. It is the weakest among the nearby demon beasts capable of occupying territory. Although it is only at the 3rd level, it is very fast, making it hard to catch. It has very little meat on it, so it has survived this long. You didn't leave for long before it came. Chengxian laughed, and it seems to have taken a liking to me. He opened his eyes and saw the golden monkey shouting great sage. Seeing the little blue face felt wrong. He recognized the wrong monkey. Moreover, this is not the world of Journey to the West. Where is the great sage? However, this monkey is quite interesting, not afraid of him, and even wants to help him grow spirit herbs. If he drives it away, it will come back in no time. The monkey quietly hid to the side and then cautiously approached. Now that the monkey has gained spiritual intelligence and can speak, will it produce a demon core? Chengxian really couldn't bring himself to just swallow a monkey that was wholeheartedly trying to grow herbs for him, especially since it was a golden water monkey. He was in need of that meal. However, since this monkey kept disturbing his sleep, he planned to use it to his advantage. It has no demon power. Its blood energy is weak and only has unrefined moonlight spiritual energy. How could it possibly produce a demon core? Ling Yunzi said, a demon core is refined by a demon using blood energy and spiritual energy to condense demon power. The ape family's moon gathering and the fox clan's moon worship are innate skills passed down in their bloodlines, allowing them to refine moonlight and gain intelligence. Speaking of which, the wolf clan howls at the moon, and the tiger perches on the mountain peak, all for the purpose of gathering moonlight to train. Thus, beasts generally have an instinctive behavior of moon worship, though some lineages are more pronounced, while others are faint. The ape family's bloodline inheritance is clearer, and that is why they are more likely to awaken their intelligence. Furthermore, they mostly eat vegetarian. Not eating blood food leads to weak blood energy, making it difficult to produce a demon core, but it also allows them to awaken intelligence earlier. If they can continuously avoid eating blood food and cultivate methods to refine spiritual power, they would not be demon beasts, but spirit beasts. Ling Yunzi said, old ghost, you don't even know this? Oh, what is so strange about it? The longer you live, the more you remember some things and forget others, Chengxian casually replied. He thought to himself, in this vast world, there are all kinds of wonders. So the difference between demon beasts and spirit beasts lies in the type of power they use, whether it is demon power or spiritual power. Also, the rank of demon beasts is an important manifestation of strength, but it is not the only measure. it is certainly not the determining factor of combat power. Indeed, if higher ranks were absolutely stronger than lower ranks, then there would be no need to fight when they meet. Everyone would just report their ranks, and the lower ones would lie down and let the higher ones eat them. Fighting back and forth would be a waste of time. Combat skills, divine abilities, intelligence, and strategizing are also important components of combat power. Was the 6th level Shaking Mountain Boar wronged? Wrong, but not wronged. The set of combo tactics used to deal with it was something Chengxian had repeatedly deduced in his dreams during his sleep. The timing and combination of combat skills and divine abilities were all done to perfection. Moreover, his own strength, body strength, and spiritual realm were not much weaker than the wild boar. On the contrary, he might even be slightly stronger. In contrast, the wild boar charged recklessly without any strategy and underestimated its opponent, relying on its size and strength, and ended up taking a big fall. Similar to the 5th level snake-catching bird's flaw. No matter who I fight in the future, I must be extra cautious. Su Jianxi Sina, who had relied on surprise attacks to win 2 battles, silently absorbed this lesson from blood. Fortunately, he used someone else's blood. Squeak. While they were talking, the golden-haired monkey was busy. It kept reaching its claws into the mouth of the dead wild boar. It got covered in blood. However, it seemed it didn't find anything, and it was anxious, scratching its ears and cheeks. Monkey, what are you digging for? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. Squeak. Grass. Treasure. The golden water monkey turned back, looked at them, and then bounced over to Su Chengxian. It pointed at the wild boar and said, Treasure. Over there. You dig, it's for you. For me? Su Chengxian chuckled. This pig was killed by me. If there is a treasure in its belly, it must belong to me. Why would I need you to give it to me? Although he said that, he still swam over and started to cut open the wild boar's belly from its throat. Squeak. The golden water monkey rummaged in the stomach for a bit and found small grass. It was only as long as a pinky finger and looked unremarkable. Could this be a treasure? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Hunting the 6th level demon beast, Shaking Mountain Boar, and obtaining the spirit root, Clear Heart Grass. Reward, refinement points 12. Master Servant Contract Symbol 2, Su Chengxian. Wow, it really is a treasure. But this treasure looks too unremarkable. Spirit root, Clear Heart Grass. Is it really supposed to look like this? A treasure should shine with brilliant light and be colorful, clearly indicating it is a good treasure. How could this spirit root fairy grass be so ordinary? Spirit root? Spirit root. You just said this is a spirit root. Clear heart grass. Ling Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the small grass in the monkey's paw, and then back at Su Chengxian. Old ghost. Are you sure? I'm sure. Su Chengxian nodded. The system wouldn't lie to him. What's wrong? Do you recognize it? Listen to how skillfully you use the word one. I don't recognize it. Ling Xiao shook his head. I just heard of this name and know its use. Then do you know Gathering Spirit Grass? Su Chengxian asked mischievously, betting they wouldn't recognize it either. There's several plants right under your noses. I haven't seen you ask about them. Gathering Spirit Grass? Now Ling Yunzi's eyes also widened. Are you talking about Gathering Spirit Grass? Yes, Gathering Spirit Grass. What about it? Su Chengxian saw their reaction and knew. Oh, the opportunity to show off has come again. So, his tone became more calm and ethereal, fully displaying the demeanor of a master. Also, it's quite normal that you don't recognize such an ordinary spiritual herb. Do you have Gathering Spirit Grass? Ling Yunzi asked eagerly. You must have Gathering Spirit Grass. Otherwise, you wouldn't have mentioned it. I do have it. Where? Ling Xiao's gaze shifted from the small grass in the monkey's paw to Su Chengxian, staring intently. That depends on which one you're asking about. Su Chengxian said lightly. Which one? You mean you have more than one Gathering Spirit Grass? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were both very excited. The more excited they were, the calmer Su Chengxian became. How many do you have? 3 or 4? 3 or 4? The two asked in unison. One no. If you want to know, call me brother, and I'll tell you. Ugly flower snake. I ask you, where's the Gathering Spirit Grass? Ling Xiao shouted in exasperation. Chapter 19. I want to appoint it as the Grand Master of the Inner Court. Su Chengxian has 4 Gathering Spirit Herbs in hand. Not only does he have Gathering Spirit Herbs, but he also possesses a top-quality lock spirit herb. Upon hearing about the lock spirit herb, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi became even more excited. Is this the lock spirit herb? Ling Xiao leaned down wide-eyed, looking at the small grass that was about to sprout its third leaf, and asked excitedly. That's right, Su Chengxian replied. The esteemed empress is so excited over a spirit herb. Could it be that the lock spirit herb is some kind of rare treasure? However, he had asked the system before, and the value of the top-quality lock spirit herb was only one rank higher than that of the gathering spirit herb. The gathering spirit herb is considered a low-tier spirit herb in the cultivation world. Therefore, he found it hard to understand the excitement of the two. Aren't you a female emperor and a Daoist lord? You can't even recognize such a common spirit herb? I've never seen it before. What is so surprising about not recognizing it? I don't like tending to flowers and plants, nor am I a specialized spirit plant master, Ling Xiao said. What can be remembered by me must be a high-quality and rare flower or herb. Ordinary spirit herbs like this, I have never paid attention to before. While inspecting the gathering spirit herb, Ling Yunzi added, there are outer disciples and servants to handle these. The first batch of pills I refined used spirit plants of second rank or higher. Heh, Su Chen Si Sina Lauget, what are you two pretending for? I know you had a good life before, but heroes don't dwell on past glories. If you have the ability, stop lying on the ground and circling around my spirit herbs. Goodness, each of them looked like a lecherous man who had seen a stunning beauty. Where's the demeanor of a strong person? Did you see anything? Su Chengxian asked. After careful sensing, there's indeed a subtle gathering of spiritual energy, Ling Yunzi said. You lay there for so long, and that's what you figured out? What do you know? Ling Xiao snorted. A single gathering spirit herb doesn't have a strong effect in gathering spiritual energy, especially since this one has just sprouted not long ago. If you don't discern carefully, you might not even be able to tell it's a spirit herb. Without divine sense and lacking the bloodline talent to seek spirit herbs, you can only identify it this way. What's wrong with lying down? What is wrong with being on the ground? Anyway, I never care about my image or dignity. The annoying thing is, she still couldn't sense anything special about this lock spirit herb. Thinking about it, if it were that easy to detect, they should have realized earlier that the herbs growing where the flower snake lay were unusual. Just sprouted not long ago, so you can't sense it? Su Chengxian seemed surprised. Why didn't you say so earlier? As soon as he said this, two pairs of snake-like eyes immediately locked onto him. What are you staring at me for? Su Chengxian shot back, one of his eyes bigger than their two pairs. Who's afraid of whom? I've already said, your elder brother has 4 gathering spirit herbs. But there's only one here, those 3. Whoosh, whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 snake shadows dashed past him. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi headed straight for the cave they had been in before. After a few breaths, haha, gathering spirit herbs. He, gathering spirit herbs. There are indeed 3 of them. Su Chengxian couldn't help but laugh in anger. Goodness. It turns out these two thought he was just talking nonsense and didn't believe him at all. After a moment, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi finally calmed down. Old ghost, we need to plant the gathering spirit herbs together, Ling Xiao said. That's right, the more gathering spirit herbs there are, the stronger the spiritual energy they will attract. Ling Yunzi added, the significance of a single gathering spirit herb and multiple gathering spirit herbs is completely different. A single gathering spirit herb is just a low-tier spirit herb, but the value of several gathering spirit herbs can multiply by 10-fold. Plus, with the lock spirit herb, they can set up a small spiritual array for cultivation, making their efforts twice as effective. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Su Chengxian, who was taken aback. What are you looking at me for? Oh, are you worried that I won't agree? That's not the case. You can go dig them up and set them up. I have no objections. The gathering spirit herbs served as a means for him to sleep peacefully. Setting them up as an array would not only not disturb his sleep, but also attract and gather spiritual energy. With ample spiritual energy nourishing his soul, he could sleep even more comfortably. So, of course, he wouldn't disagree. No, Ling Xiao shook his head. Old ghost, spirit herbs are difficult to grow. We dare not recklessly dig them up. You're skilled in spirit plant cultivation, so you should be the one to dig them out, Ling Yunzi said. The gathering spirit herb is one of the most common ordinary spirit herbs in the cultivation world, but that does not mean it is unimportant. In fact, some well-established forces will do everything they can to cultivate and plant gathering spirit herbs and lock spirit herbs. However, although these spirit herbs are not difficult to grow, scaling them up is quite challenging. One reason is that the germination rate of spirit seeds is extremely low, and the spirit herbs can compete for spiritual energy, even fighting among themselves. Moreover, gathering spirit herbs need to be planted in large quantities, and a considerable number must be planted in a certain area to be of great use. Gathering spiritual energy and nourishing spirit medicine speeds up the growth of spirit medicine, which is the function of gathering spirit herbs. Having a large field filled with gathering spirit herbs is one of the criteria for measuring the strength of various cultivation forces. To form an array with gathering spirit herbs, the minimum number required is 4. Right now, there are exactly 4. This means that if one is damaged, the gathering spirit array cannot be set up. Therefore, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi both believe that it is more prudent to let Su Chengxian, who has grown 4 gathering spirit herbs, do the digging. Digging them up isn't a problem, Su Chengxian said. But who told you that I am skilled in planting spirit plants? Although he enjoyed planting things, that was a bloodline talent from his past life. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that everything would survive. In this life, he has no hands and could only use his tail to dig them out. It definitely wouldn't be guaranteed. Then how did you grow the gathering spirit herbs? Ling Xiao didn't believe him. Just like that, Su Chengxian replied confidently. The seeds given by the system had no issue with germination. He hadn't taken care of them, and these little herbs grew quite well on their own. Old ghost, you really aren't skilled in planting? Ling Yunzi asked. That's right. Then you also don't know how to use gathering spirit herbs and lock spirit herbs to set up the gathering spirit array, right? What? Su Chengxian was taken aback. Isn't it you two who were supposed to set it up? Why has it fallen onto my shoulders? Faced with his questioning gaze, the two snakes fell silent for a moment. I have only used high-quality spirit stones with abundant spiritual energy to set up arrays before. I have never used such gathering spirit herbs, Ling Xiao said. Neither have I. Goodness, you two used to have it so good, huh? So you want to rely entirely on me? What a pity, but I don't know how to do it either. The 3 snakes exchanged glances, suddenly realizing they might have made a big mistake. Birds of feather flock together, Ling Yunzi commented, looking at Su Chengxian. Su Chengxian. Don't think I can't tell you're insulting me. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. The moonlight became bright. I'll go get the demon core first, Ling Xiao declared. Raising her head, the light of the golden crow would accelerate the dissipation of the demon power on the demon core. So they had been waiting until sunset to dig up the demon core. Saying this, she swam toward the mountain-shaking boar and climbed toward where the demon core was located in its chest and abdomen. However, there, she saw the golden water monkey curled up into a ball. Monkey, what are you doing? Chirp. Plant. Flowers. The golden-haired monkey shook the clear heart grass in its paws at her. Plant flowers? Spirit roots are not that. Ling Xiao was unconvinced, but the next moment, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Old ghost, Xiaobai, come here quickly. Hold this monkey down. I want to appoint it as the Grand Minister of the Inner Court. Chapter 20. My name is Great Sage. What is the origin of this monkey? It's hard to tell. It might have received a bloodline inheritance. Can a bloodline inheritance really allow one to cultivate a spiritual root? How could it have fallen into the hands of such an ordinary monkey? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi stopped circling around the spiritual herbs and began to observe the golden water monkey, commenting on it. Where is it ordinary? Su Chengxian couldn't listen any longer. Look at its fur, golden. Look at its little face, blue and bright. Look at its claws, dark and shiny, and its tail, which can curl into a circle. Its appearance is clearly very unusual. With a tiger skin hat, a tiger skin skirt, and a golden staff in hand, it could easily take you 2 monsters down. Without spiritual awareness, they couldn't see more. But the fact that it could know how to cultivate a spiritual root from demon blood undoubtedly indicated a bloodline inheritance. Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao both pretended not to hear Su Chengxian's words and continued discussing. Bloodline inheritance, bloodline return to ancestry, is an opportunity that all demon beasts may touch upon during their cultivation process. However, Most demons have no relation to it at all. Only the extremely lucky demons have the chance to encounter it. The luckiest ones, of course, are those who obtain both bloodline return to ancestry and bloodline inheritance. Powerful strength, rich battle experience, even ancient secrets and methods to open uncharted realms. Any one of these could create a formidable demon. The ancient demon clan was unmatched, rampaging across the wild continent, occupying both the heavenly realm and the human realm. Although they are currently suppressed by the heavenly Dao, there are still occasionally exceptionally gifted beings among the demon clan. In comparison, a monkey that can cultivate a spiritual root is not so surprising anymore. Huh, it seems we are quite lucky. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Just as I was worried, a monkey fell from the sky to help us. I was just concerned that transplanting the gathering spirit grass might cause damage, but now there's a monkey that can cultivate spiritual roots. What is there to fear? As for arranging the formation, there's even less to worry about. The key to arranging the formation with gathering spirit grass is to plant them in the right places, maintaining a certain distance so they don't compete for spiritual energy while nurturing each other. This is also crucial for properly planting gathering spirit grass. If the monkey can cultivate spiritual roots, it will surely be able to plant spiritual herbs. As long as it relies on its inheritance or bloodline instincts to plant the herbs in the right places, the formation will naturally form. The spirit lock grass and gathering spirit grass exist in a symbiotic relationship. If the monkey can properly arrange the gathering spirit grass, it will definitely be able to arrange the spirit lock grass as well. Old Ghost, didn't you say that this monkey wanted to plant grass for you? Ling Yanzi suddenly thought of something and asked Su Chengxian. Yes, I didn't expect it to really know how to plant. Su Chengxian looked at the monkey hugging its own tail and thought, have I judged the monkey by its appearance? In his impression, how could such an active and lively group of monkeys think of planting flowers and grass? So, he assumed it had discovered the peculiarity of the gathering spirit grass and wanted to pull it out to eat. Monkeys are omnivorous animals. They also eat leaves and peels. So grass must also be edible. Now, looking back, he realized he had misunderstood. Gigi, here you go. The monkey held its tail with one paw and raised the other, showing him the clear heart grass in its palm. Su Chengxian smelled the bloody scent. This spiritual root, which they thought would not survive, was now wrapped in a clump of black mud at its roots. The mud was originally not black. It was a clump of soil that the monkey dug up from the riverside, kneaded a few times into a small bowl shape. It placed the grass root inside, then filled the small bowl with the blood of the mountain shaking boar, and carefully kneaded it to wrap the grass root well. They had all seen the monkey doing these things, but hadn't thought much of it. Then the monkey had been squatting on the chest of the mountain-shaking boar, remaining completely still. It should have been continuously watering the spiritual root. At this moment, the clear heart grass's leaves were unfurling, emitting a hint of fragrance, mixed with the bloody scent, creating a strange aroma. Besides these, this spiritual root, compared to the gathering spirit grass, could be considered quite ordinary. To grow, a spiritual root takes an incredibly long time, Ling Yunzi remarked. This clear heart grass, which has just grown for less than 3 years, has already been eaten by the mountain-shaking boar. Now that it has been planted alive again, it can be said that its fate has not yet ended. Long? How long? Su Chengxian asked. It may take 1,000 or 10,000 years to grow to a point where it is useful to you and me, Ling Xiao interjected. Useful? No big deal. If it has a small use, that's fine too, Su Chengxian decided. Let us just plant it for now. If it can survive, that would be best. Influenced by his previous life, he had the urge to plant something again. He also had the urge to raise something. Great sage? He turned his head and tapped the monkey with his tail. Gigi, the golden water monkey, looked at him. Ever since it was called Great Sage once, it seemed to have taken a keen interest in this title. Do you want to plant my grass? Su Chengxian asked. Gigi, the monkey nodded vigorously. Why? Plant grass. Become stronger. All right then. Seeing that you're sincere, I agree, Su Chengxian said, but we must sign a contract. Gigi, the monkey hesitated a bit. The contract sounded like something bad. Don't worry. This contract is an ordinary master-servant contract, with no coercive content. As he spoke, he raised his tail and tapped the monkey's forehead. A glimmer of light flashed, appearing and hovering in front of the monkey's forehead. You agree. Just silently think it in your heart. If you don't agree, just think in your heart that you don't agree. Chengxian said. This was one of the 2 contract talismans he had just received as a task reward. The contract binds both parties. The contents of the contract are simple. The servant who signs the contract with him cannot harm him or entertain thoughts of harming him. Otherwise, they will suffer a backlash from the contract. But he cannot command the servant to die. Furthermore, if one party dies, the contract is automatically dissolved. It seems a bit unfair, but relatively fair. Gigi, the golden water monkey, able to sense the contents of the contract, found it easy to understand and nodded to Chengxian after a brief hesitation. In the next moment, the light entered its forehead. All right, then we'll be family from now on. Chengxian chuckled. Do you have a name? Or should I give you one? Gigi, my name is Great Sage. The golden water monkey patted its chest. All right, Great Sage, now you can go plant some grass. Chengxian pointed with his tail at the cave entrance. First, dig out the gathering spirit grass in the cave and plant it together with the gathering spirit grass here. Let us see if it works. Gathering spirit formation? The Great Sage tilted its head, pointing at the spirit lock grass. That's right, gathering spirit formation. Gigi, the Great Sage patted its chest. That means no problem. It turned around and scampered off to dig up the gathering spirit grass. Old Ghost, my chief steward can't be called Great Sage. How about calling it Little Sage instead? Not good. Chengxian looked up, flicked his tail, and said, Come on, let us have a match. Do you want my Great Sage to be the chief steward? Today, I will make this imperial sister give up on that thought. Chapter 21, Spirit Gathering Formation. Is this the level of the Empress Dao Jun? Well, the battle didn't happen. The mother snake has returned, albeit with some injuries. However, the wounds are not serious, and there are no fierce beasts around that could severely injure it. The python has a strong self-healing ability, and as long as it eats something good, it can recover quickly. Hiss, little flower, no fighting. It anxiously blocked Chengxian, perhaps due to more than a month of cultivating moonlight flower, or maybe because the mother snake had listened to Ling Xiao and the others talk too much. One day, it suddenly spoke a few human words. It doesn't speak much, but the words it says most fluently are little flower, little green, little white, and don't fight. The python doesn't need to play with its siblings to practice hunting skills. Of course, Ms. Xiaotsue is mainly worried that her size is almost as big as her eldest son, and she might accidentally swallow her sister and brother. Xiaotsue is the name the mother snake chose for herself. The mother snake, with snow-white scales and a patch of emerald-green scales on its forehead, probably got its name from that. Hiss, don't worry, I want to eat them. Chengxian knows how to choose between a hearty meal and a decent one. We are on a sustainable development path. Xiaotsue, have you eaten? He observed the mother snake's abdomen and asked. Hiss, I ate, but I'm not full. Then eat a little more later. Today, we have wild boar meat delivered. It would be even better if we could cook it, but unfortunately, none of us have hands. Let alone starting a fire and cooking, we can't even cut and share the meat. But it doesn't matter. The snake has its own clever plans. Hiss, Ms. Xiaotsue also saw the mountain of meat from the boar, and she happily swam over. She circled around it several times, until the moon rose high in the sky. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Chengxian was busy sleeping, the Great Sage was busy planting grass, and Ling Xiao, Lin Jianzi, and the mother snake dragged the boar into the water. The mother snake controlled the water to wash the wild boar clean, while Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi used one to turn the demon power into a knife and the other to condense threads with magic power, starting to divide the pig meat. The remaining pig blood flowed into the water, drifting downstream. The blood aura attracted many water demons to watch from a distance. They didn't dare to approach, and Chengxian's family didn't mind. When they weren't hungry, there was no need to create more killing, especially since these blood auras could barely attract first-tier demon beasts, which wouldn't be interesting to eat. As Chengxian put it, it's like passing gas and then getting hungry again. It's not worth the effort. It's better to eat something big to fill up. Squeak. When the 3 snakes divided the pork, the Great Sage also finished planting the grass. It planted the spirit gathering grass around the big rocks along the shore, and the locking spirit grass was planted directly under a corner of the raised big rock. The task was completed, and it ran to find the employer for inspection. Without needing to check, Chengxian released his consciousness to sweep over and knew the spirit-gathering formation was successful. The spirit-gathering grass that had been dug up and replanted not only did not show signs of dissipating spiritual energy and dying, but on the contrary, their vitality was even more vigorous. This was because the soil in which they were planted was dug up by the great sage with its furry claws, soaked in the blood of the wild boar and then mixed. At this moment, it seemed to be nourished by the blood aura of the demon beasts. Each of the spirit-gathering grasses had upright roots and stems, and their leaves were spreading out. The sizes of the spirit grasses varied, but their conditions were visibly good. It feels a bit different. If viewed with spiritual consciousness, one could see the leaves and stems pulsing with a faint glow, flickering in and out, as if hiding some kind of rhythm. The 4 spirit-gathering grasses shared the same rhythm, like a calm eye of the storm, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy to converge here. Has it really succeeded? Ling Xiao sensed the changes in spiritual energy and said with joy, "Unfortunately, the spirit grasses are still small." Lin Jianzi said, "At the beginning it was not obvious, but as the spirit grasses grow, the effect of the spirit gathering formation will improve. The locking spirit grass is still too small. It occasionally emits a little silver light, but cannot gather all the spiritual energy without scattering. No witties. The spirit gathering grass grows much faster than the spiritual roots." Ling Xiao had a good mindset. "That's right." Lin Jianzi nodded, feeling satisfied with the flow of spiritual energy. "A bad mindset," Chengxian thought to himself. Going from the Empress Daoist to a little snake, from the favored child of heaven to a leftover in the world. This disparity would be hard for anyone to bear, even for me. In his previous life, whenever he achieved something or gained financial freedom, he would cry for a while the moment he crossed over, shedding a few hot tears to commemorate his once beautiful life. Squeak! At this moment, the great sage scooped a handful of clear water from the river and dripped a few drops onto each spirit grass with its furry claws. The slender and resilient grass leaves and roots became even more vibrant and glistening after being moistened by the clear water. Wow, does the spirit grass need to be watered? Chengxian suddenly remembered that he seemed to have never watered the spirit grass. If they could survive like this, it shows how much these grasses appreciate the effort. Of course, that appreciation is definitely directed towards the system. The great sage then planted the clear heart grass next to the locking spirit grass. Not long after they had just eaten, the family of snakes was not very hungry, so one snake swallowed a pig leg, which counted as dinner. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, as before, swam onto the big rock and spat out the demon pills into the air with their magic power. Feeling the converging spiritual energy and the moonlight being drawn in, both were very excited. Hiss! Ha! Now, my cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Hiss! Given time, I will definitely advance to a 5th-tier demon beast. But is it really worth being so happy about a simple spirit gathering grass and the formation set up? Chengxian put on a lofty demeanor and asked. It wasn't just for show. He wanted to gather more information. The path of cultivation is like crossing mountains and rivers. Any little improvement is worth rejoicing about. Lin Jianzi said with a smile, having demon pills and a spirit gathering formation is much faster than sitting and cultivating. It's very true. I once cultivated in a spiritual vein, but this moment is different from that moment. Having this spirit gathering formation is great. There are priorities in gaining knowledge. Those who achieve it come first. Time flies, and I haven't wasted it. There is plenty of time ahead. Good, well said. Chengxian patted his tail, treating it as applause for the 2 former strong ones. However, 2 of you, have you heard a saying? What saying? Ling Xiao asked. The dragon lies on the beach and is mocked by shrimps. The tiger falls to the plain and is bullied by dogs. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi looked at him in silence. This implied meaning. Who wouldn't he understand? Little flower, what do you want to do? The spirit gathering grass and locking spirit grass are all mine. The spirit gathering formation was set up by my great sage. Do you plan to take advantage of it for free? Chengxian raised his head and questioned. I will return it to you. So will I. You can make one request, and I will definitely fulfill it. So will I. All right. I want to eat hot pot and starch sausages. The hot pot must be pure beef oil, and the starch sausages must be purely starch with no meat at all. What are those? I have never heard of them. I have traveled all over the Eastern Earth and the human realm and have never heard of such things. It can't be done, right? Hee hee. Don't be too boastful. I refuse to accept empty promises. How about this? Each of you calls me Big Brother. When it comes to my siblings, Big Brother is still very generous. Chapter 22. Sleeping into a sixth-order monster. Suddenly encountering the pressure of a high-level strongman. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of Elder Brother's Dignity. Reward. Refinement points 2. Random Spirit Herb 1. Haha. Chengxian was overjoyed to hear the system announcement. However, on the faces of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, there was a clear expression of frustration. They were very suspicious of the so-called old ghost flower snake and how it behaved in its previous life. Why was it so eager to be called Big Brother? They had seen people being called father, grandfather, and ancestor, but this was the first time they encountered someone demanding to be called Big Brother. To be fair, flower snake hatched before them, so calling it Big Brother shouldn't be too much of a challenge for them. It's just that the way this guy presented itself was particularly annoying. This call of Big Brother felt like a significant loss. What are you doing? Seeing that the two snakes remained silent, Chengxian took on the demeanor of a good Big Brother. I don't believe you haven't had experiences where you had to lower your head under someone else's roof. Even if later on you became a Dao monarch for the empress, you weren't born as one. Everyone grows up from being weak to strong. Have you never been humble before? I haven't. Ling Xiao replied, I was born the pearl of my family, the moon spirit's sacred body. I was chosen as a saint at 7, sitting on a lotus platform, and devoted myself to cultivation until I reached half-step sacred spirit, never having suffered any grievances. Neither have I. Ling Yunzi also said, I entered the sect and passed the heart array, and thereafter became an inner disciple, worshipping my master. Within 100 years, I cultivated to the golden core realm and became a genius within the sect. Who would dare bully me? Chengxian clicked his tongue and managed to squeeze out a sentence. In life, one must be able to bend and stretch. Perhaps you were too stubborn before, which is why you have become longworms now, unwilling to bow down, making it difficult to move an inch. This was somewhat insightful. Ling Yunzi looked at Chengxian. I suppose, Big Brother, in your previous life, it was also smooth sailing, right? Chengxian. This conversation is too painful, little brother. Let's not bring up the past. Life has seen too much wind and rain. You all focus on your cultivation. I'll take a nap. Napping again? You're not even 3 months old. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. Even if you were reborn as a cat or dog, you would still be drinking milk. How can you talk about being old? After being reborn as a snake, the empress seemed to be influenced by her physical form, behaving more like a young girl. It was unclear whether this was a change in her temperament or a release of her true nature. Sister, considering your voice, shouldn't you change how you refer to yourself? I won't change. The Prime Minister said calling myself old lady sounds bad and doesn't fit the Empress's identity. I will eventually return to being the Empress. Changing it back and forth is troublesome. So confident. Big Brother is counting on you. I'm going to sleep now. Little flower, aren't you coming with us to gather moonlight essence? Did your bloodline revert and awaken your ancestral heritage? Seeing him really about to leave, Ling Xiao directly asked. Sort of. Suchen si na ziplit ambigu sholi. Ling Xiao didn't pursue the matter further. Old ghost, your blood energy is overly vigorous. While it grants you extraordinary battle power in the early stages, it's not a good thing on the path of cultivation. Ling Yunzi advised, don't think that because your spirit is clear and awake, you won't fear going mad. Blood energy crashing into the soul is something even deities can't save you from. Moreover, if your body grows any larger, transforming into a monster in the future would be incredibly difficult. Thanks for the reminder, little brother. I appreciate your goodwill. I know what I'm doing. He couldn't exactly say that the system would help him refine his blood energy. Could he? No one would believe that. Little white brother, stop advising him. Instead of wasting time on this, it would be better to focus on cultivating and improving your level. Ling Xiao said, with you and me here, we won't let this flower snake die easily. Yes, that's the reasoning. What kind of reasoning is that? My little sister and little brother are too good with words, making Big Brother unsure whether to feel warm-hearted or not. Ms. Shi Xiaotsue had already climbed onto the big stone and was urging them. Hearing the sound, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi said sternly, if you don't cultivate. Sleeping here is the same. You can still gather moonlight essence while breathing. There is plenty of space on the big stone. I have arrangements for this position. Su Chengxian turned back. Great sage, come here. He called the great sage over, letting it go to its designated spot to cultivate together. Hee. Once our great sage's cultivation improves, it will be able to roast meat for me. Old ghost, wait a moment. The two were left speechless by Su Chengxian's words. They hadn't planned to pay him any more attention, but Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and said, I haven't asked you yet, how did you know about my and little white brother's identities? Oh, that? Because you both talk in your sleep. Su Chengxian had prepared this answer long ago. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were once again rendered speechless. What kind of nonsense was this old ghost talking? They had just mentioned that they couldn't speak human language, yet he somehow heard them talking in their sleep. But they tacitly decided not to pursue it further. Having lived long enough, everyone had secrets they couldn't share with others. Moreover, the secrets of cultivators were sometimes a means of survival. Pressing too hard to ask was very inappropriate. Blood energy 1111. Blood energy 11111. Blood energy 1111. Congratulations to the host for advancing to a 6th order monster, refinement point 1. Blood energy 11111. Wait a minute. Am I 6th order now? Time spent immersed in cultivation always flew by quickly. With someone feeding him, life was quite pleasant, filled with eating and sleeping. Su Chengxian only realized how much time had passed when he heard the system's prompt about leveling up. He opened his eyes, ready to share the good news with the empress sister and Dao monarch brother. They had just advanced to 4th order a few days ago. As a good big brother, he should appropriately give them some pressure to motivate their cultivation. Flap, 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 flap. Just as he raised his head and was about to speak, he heard a flurry of bird wings flapping madly above him. Suddenly, an extremely oppressive aura quietly spread from the forest. Su Chengxian felt as if he had been punched in the chest. It felt like an invisible giant hand was pressing down on his shoulder, making it hard for him to move. What's happening? Ling Xiao was startled awake from his meditation. Pressure. This is the pressure released by a high-level strongman. Ling Yunzi's expression changed. Looking up at the sky, they saw dark clouds rapidly gathering. It's a monster cloud. Su Chengxian was stunned. What? Is it because I slept in a 6th order that the heavens couldn't stand it and sent someone to take me down? Chapter 23 moving? No way it delays sleep. The blood energy condenses into a demonic power that overflows, emitting a demonic aura. Great demons manipulate this demonic power, and a thick demonic aura permeates, attracting the evil spirits of heaven and earth, shrouding the sky and blocking the sun, forming demonic clouds. Although they are far apart, everyone can faintly hear the sounds of wind and thunder. Roar. A roar like it came from the abyss, filled with desperate bloodthirst and madness. As if a great demon had broken free from its last restraints, it was about to declare slaughter. Such might is not typical of an ordinary great demon. Ling Zhao's expression was grave. Shape-shifting demon beasts belong to the demon race. The weakest realm of the demon race is the great demon realm. However, the strength among great demons of the same realm can vary greatly. Therefore, within the great demon realm, there are subdivisions: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage. To control the demonic clouds, summon wind and rain, and transmit sounds thousands of miles away, one must at least be a late-stage great demon. It is very likely a great demon on the verge of advancing to a demon general, Ling Yunzi speculated. No, it is a great demon that has failed to advance and is about to exhaust its lifespan. Ling Xiao raised his head and said, I heard the Chancellor say that the demons in the great wilderness mountains are cruel and barbaric. Some great demons, when their lifespans are nearly up but unwilling to accept it, will go to the edge of the mountains to slaughter many high-level demon beasts, seeking to devour those with strong bloodlines. This vividly illustrates the survival of the fittest. What is the most terrifying thing for high-level demon beasts in the great wilderness? The answer is great demons, especially those whose lifespans are nearing their end. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Just think about it. After enduring countless hardships, advancing from the first to the ninth rank, only to be devoured by a great demon before being able to take shape. How tragic that is. Is this rumor true? Ling Yunzi questioned this, but if so, wouldn't it be detrimental to the entire demon race for strong bloodlines to be devoured? The lifespan limit for great demons is 200 years. There are at least tens of thousands of great demons in the great wilderness. If each one comes out to kill when they're close to death, it would be impossible for the demon race to occupy a quarter of the territory. In reality, every great demon nearing the end of its lifespan is escorted back to its ancestral land by demon generals. Only with the permission of the demon king can they have the opportunity to devour the bloodlines of demon beasts. Ling Xiao explained, and moreover, high-level demon beasts, especially those with truly strong bloodlines and potential, have long been taken under the wing of demon generals and would not be roaming the edges of the northern wilderness mountains. The key point in this statement is that great demons can only devour demon beasts at the edge of the northern wilderness. Most demon beasts awaken their intelligence at the 5th or 6th rank, and the stronger their blood energy, the harder it is for them to gain intelligence and take shape. Therefore, after advancing to the 6th rank, demon beasts from all sides will choose to head toward their respective royal cities. Strong bloodline beings have considerable combat power. As long as they are in the royal city or pass through a spiritual vein cave where a demon general is stationed, they have the chance to be recruited if they appear on the arena. What if there are overlooked fish? That would be a matter of insufficient opportunity. Ling Yunzi said, in cultivation, having bad luck can sometimes be more fatal than having poor aptitude. Even if they are 6th rank and have awakened intelligence, they will instinctively move toward the deeper areas of the northern wilderness where the spiritual energy is denser. Before reaching the 7th rank, avoiding being devoured by strong enemies and catching the attention of powerful beings on the arena to win a cave and cultivation methods. The next step is to take shape as a demon. My chancellor says that letting great demons out to kill is actually a strategy of the demon race. Ling Xiao said, if one can survive from the mouth of this great demon, there is a chance to be saved by a demon general and continue cultivating to become a demon. If not, then death is not to be regretted. It can also free up space for lower-level demon beasts to grow. At the same time, it lets the awakened demon beasts understand what to do next. This method of spreading the word is direct, cold, and cruel, but effective. Even demon beasts that have not awakened their intelligence will learn from what stronger beings do after witnessing the slaughter of great demons. One can tell just by looking at Lady Xiaozui's reaction. She is trembling. At the same time, there is only one thought in her mind. Hiss, we must leave. Even the route is along the river, heading north. Should we go? The answer is yes. I believe it is time to head deeper into the mountains. With our strength, we can protect ourselves. Ling Xiao was the first to cast a vote for moving. We were already planning to leave, Ling Yunzi said. It's difficult to tie a horse with a short tether, and it's hard to raise a dragon in shallow waters. The spiritual energy here is scarce. Staying here is of no benefit. As their cultivation levels rise, the amount of spiritual energy required for cultivation increases. The demon core of the mountain-shaking boar is slightly inferior to that of the snake-catching bird, so it has already been used up. He glanced at Su Chengxian, who had undergone another growth spurt after more than a month, and said, if we don't leave now, these demon beasts might be eaten clean by you. As demon beasts advance in rank, their thirst for blood energy only grows stronger. Whether it is through unrestricted blood consumption or refining spiritual energy to condense their souls, they must head toward the places where spiritual veins are located. Upon hearing this, Su Chengxian nodded. That makes sense. Then let's move. In this area, apart from a mountain-shaking boar, there are no stronger demon beasts, so he rarely has the chance to sleep soundly for several days. At most, he wakes up after 2 or 3 days and can only continue sleeping after he has eaten enough. It's quite troublesome. Mainly, he cannot derive any enjoyment from eating. The demon beast's body makes him not have a strong discomfort towards blood food, but he can only experience a slight feeling of fullness. Other tastes are out of the question. Perhaps high-level demon beasts are better in flavor? Neither Empress Ling Xiao nor Daoist Ling Yunzi mentioned parting ways. It is obvious that staying together is more beneficial for everyone. Having decided to move, the next step is to determine the time for the move. Wait a few days until the demonic clouds disperse, Ling Yunzi said. Why? When the great demon dies, its cave in the spiritual vein will be contested. Ling Xiao guessed his thoughts. By then, we might have the opportunity to compete on the arena. This competition certainly does not concern the cave occupied by the great demon. In fact, the ownership of the great demon's cave should have been decided while it was still alive. Just like Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi both assumed it would die. Because no demon has successfully survived by devouring demon beasts after a failed advancement for hundreds of years. The chances of encountering a demon beast with a strong bloodline and successfully stimulating one's own bloodline are too low. Not to mention the chances of both occurring. With such luck and aptitude, how could one still fail to advance? Therefore, it is a foregone conclusion that great demons will die, and their caves are unrelated to Su, Chengxian, and the others. However, the spiritual vein cave is built on a high mountain, and, according to the progression of strength, there will always be an empty spot at the bottom or multiple spots. Spiritual veins also vary in quality. Our first stop will definitely be the outermost spiritual vein cave. Who wouldn't want a better cave? Therefore, it doesn't matter which spiritual vein cave the great demon came from. The one we are going to will certainly provide more opportunities than before. Su Jianxi Sina, note that. Good. You can almost feel what it's like to be carried by a big shot. The opponent's 1T be too strong, and they can practice their skills first. Ling Yunzi confidently said. Along the way, there might even be other gains. Ling Xiao glanced at the great sage nestled behind Su Chengxian. This monkey might have the bloodline of the divine monkey of spiritual treasures. It is said that the divine monkey of spiritual treasures can bring fortune and avoid calamity. Seek treasures, and most importantly, it understands the application methods of all spiritual objects. Spiritual plants also count as spiritual objects, so it's reasonable that it can plant them. Su Chengxian turned to look at the monkey. Gigi. The monkey looked at him. It's fine. Su Chengxian thought to himself. Those called great sage are indeed impressive, which is quite reasonable. Thus, the time for moving was also determined. Then there is only one thing left to do. How do we move? What do you mean by moving? Ling Xiao was confused, saying that since they were moving, they didn't have much to bring. They didn't need any packages. They could just swim away with their tails. That won't work. Su Chengxian shook his head. I still need to bring the spiritual herbs. Of course, the most important thing is that it will delay his sleep. So, let's take the water route. I'll think of a way. What kind of way can you think of? Chapter 24. Letting the purple gold, wind-chasing turtle be a mount? Are you crazy? Bang! An 8th tier, great horned bull beast was instantly killed. The great demon hovered in the air, resembling a god or devil, yet did not stop to devour it. Clad in pitch-black scales, its eyes gleamed with a dark green light, like two eerie lanterns traversing through the swirling demon clouds. It was daunting to look at. The low-tier demon beasts on the ground, startled by the demon wind, looked up, and when caught in that gaze, were paralyzed with fear. The next moment, they would be blasted into a pile of flesh. Roar! The demon, general-level great demon, with an immensely large body, rode the demon wind, howling as it swept over the mountain peak. Its roar was like thunder, shaking the mountains, as if it had the power to shake the heavens and the earth. Thud! Thud! Losing its sanity, it suddenly fell to the ground, rampaging through the forest, each step causing trees to collapse with a thunderous crash, dust flying, and ancient trees toppling. The unfortunate beasts caught in the chaos felt unprecedented fear and despair. Some died, while others fled in panic. They roared, howled, and scattered, trying to escape the shadow of death. But the pressure of the great demon was like an invisible chain, tightly binding their wills, making it difficult for them to shake off the suffocating sense of oppression, even with all their might. For a time, the rampaging demon clouds and demonic power claimed countless lives. In the face of such overwhelming power, the wails of life were merely noise to the great demon's ears. It did not care, only finding it annoying. Moreover, because it could not find the target it sought, it became even more brutal. The beast, disturbed by it, fled desperately forward, quickly forming a tide of beasts. The surging tide of beasts, like rolling waves, trampled over flesh and blood. Along with countless plants, those weak beings struggled in despair, only to be swept away and devoured by this unwarranted catastrophe at the mercy of fate. Only the extremely fortunate could escape a calamity. And the luckier ones were the demon beasts, not within the slaughter range of the great demon. They were fortunate enough because there were no high-tier demon beasts around them. No great demon was seeking a target. This great demon was doomed. Ling Xiao concluded as he observed the distant demon clouds in the sky. It seemed fierce and powerful, yet it had already lost its composure and given up hope. Otherwise, it wouldn't have started indiscriminately killing from the very beginning. When death is imminent, how easy is it to remain calm? Lin Jianzi remarked that unless one was like him, prepared early on. Little white brother, what made you have a premonition of being killed sooner or later, thus preparing in advance? Ling Xiao teased, I really want to know. I don't have the premonition your majesty speaks of, just precautionary measures. It's common to wander between life and death during cultivation, but I didn't expect to use it at the Dao Lord level. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have fallen to the level of an ordinary aptitude young snake. Then you must remember this time, when preparing, to consider the follow-up more. Your majesty's mouth is really like it was born on a venomous snake. Is it? Thank you for the compliment. By the way, where did the ugly flower snake go? Ling Xiao asked. We might need to set off early. They were at the edge of the mountain range, with no high-tier demon beasts. The only one, a mountain-shaking boar, had been captured in advance, so it was definitely not in the range of the great demon slaughter. However, once the beast tide formed, the affected area would greatly increase. The temperament of this great demon was very poor, and its reckless killing had started a few days earlier than expected. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi predicted that it would at least hold out for a few days before completely falling into despair. After all, it was about to advance to the demon general level and should have some composure. Therefore, the relocation had to be moved up. The mother snake was sleeping, and only the flower snake and that monkey were absent. The monkey was definitely following Su Chengxian, so Ling Xiao only asked where he was. It's quite rare. That useless snake is actually not sleeping. On the opposite bank of the river behind us, Lin Jianzi replied. What's he doing there? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Deceiving that purple gold wind-chasing turtle to be his mount, Lin Jianzi said. What kind of dream is he having? Ling Xiao laughed. Did you not advise him? The purple gold wind-chasing turtle clan is most famous for its hard shell, long lifespan, and slow growth rate. Its shell naturally carries purple gold patterns, which are a type of innate formation. From birth, it can automatically absorb spiritual energy and moonlight. After just one full moon, it can become as solid as a non-spiritual treasure-level magical artifact. Furthermore, the purple gold wind-chasing turtle swims extremely fast in water. Once it retreats into its shell, most people have no means to deal with it. Of course, there are many ways to kill it and seize its shell, but considering this beast, as long as it doesn't die, it will at least be at the demon marquee level. Can you guess if its ancestors are still alive? Moreover, the most terrifying aspect is that this clan is very rare. In 100 years, the number of newborn purple gold turtles has never exceeded a handful. Therefore, those who kill the purple gold wind-chasing turtle do not know how they die in the end. But one thing is certain. They all die very quickly. The little turtle in the river is only 2 zhang long and should be less than 10 years old. According to the purple gold wind-chasing turtle, it matures at 500 years old. It is said to be a spiritual species among demon beasts. I didn't advise him. He thinks he can do it, Lin Jianzi said. He can do it. Ling Xiao sneered. How can he do it? By coercion or temptation. Coercion? With their combat power. They can't break through the purple gold turtle's defensive shell. In the water, they can't even catch up. That can only be the result of gathering spiritual herbs formations. Or they attracted the little turtle by refining demon cores and absorbing moonlight. The reason it is staying on the opposite side is that the moment they move, it can escape several zhang away in the water. Temptation? Don't even mention it. The ugly flower snake has only a few spiritual herbs and a newly grown spiritual root. What else can it offer? Would the purple gold turtle become his mount for those things? How is that possible? Are you crazy? Chapter 25. Don't worry, Grandpa Turtle. My sister and brother are great at hunting. Su Chengxian was certainly not crazy. However, he really did not know that the origin of the purple gold chasing wind turtle was so unusual. He didn't even know that the other party was just a little turtle. After all, under normal circumstances. Which family's little turtle has a shell diameter of 5 or 6 meters? So he stood 10 meters away, opened his mouth, and said, "Grandpa Turtle, have you eaten?" The great sage was peeking out behind him. "I haven't eaten. Do you want to try this fish I just caught?" Chengxian said, as he handed over the fish wrapped in his tail. As he did so, he couldn't help but marvel again at the wonders of creation. Only in a place like the North Wilderness mountain range, with a riverbed over 100 meters wide, could such a large turtle be raised. Of course, it was because he had his eye on this turtle's shell being big enough that he was thinking about having it serve as a mobile RV for him. The usable area was estimated to exceed 20 square meters, which was enough to carry their whole family of big snakes. Mainly, it was enough to carry him and Shi Xiaotsue. Chengxian's current body had already surpassed that of an average small water bucket and was trending toward the small jar. The key was that he felt he was about to shed his skin again soon. After shedding, his size would definitely swell again. His waistline might even exceed that of a small jar, rivaling that of a big pickled vegetable jar or a wine jar with a capacity of 100 pounds. Generally, a 100-pound wine jar has a diameter of over 40 centimeters, which seemed not too difficult. Currently, his waistline was estimated to be around 20 centimeters, and this was only the result of 4 months. So becoming a wine jar was just a matter of time. Moreover, it seemed that my body was growing faster and faster. Chengxian pondered that not only was it getting thicker, but he was also getting longer. Conservatively estimating, he was already around 4 meters long. After shedding his skin, he would have to exceed 5 meters. A smaller RV definitely wouldn't work. It would be even better if this RV could grow along with him. He thought to himself, but even if it didn't grow, it wasn't a big problem. A coiling snake body would only take up about 2 square meters, and the space on the turtle shell should be enough to support them until they reach their destination. It was still very spacious. Just look at this color scheme. A dark greenish-black base, a faintly noble purple and dazzling gold, intertwined to create a complex pattern. Smooth and beautiful. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, and the warmer his heart felt. However, after waiting for a long time without receiving a response from the big turtle, he moved forward again and raised his voice to shout, "Grandpa Turtle, are you home? Are you calling me?" The purple gold turtle in the river had long sensed Chengxian's approach, so it had burrowed into its shell. However, since the other party didn't come closer, it didn't run away. It was curious and wanted to see what the other party was up to. It just didn't expect that this patterned snake would open its mouth and call it Grandpa Turtle, and even offer it fish to eat. "You call me Grandpa Turtle?" The purple gold turtle turned around in the water, poked its head out, and asked with its small eyes looking over. "Oh wow." Upon hearing this voice, Chengxian thought to himself, "This is bad. I got it wrong. This crisp, childish voice could only belong to a girl of 4 or 5 years old. You." Chengxian was momentarily speechless. "Good heavens, what do I do?" "You. Call me Grandpa Turtle. It sounds nice," said the purple gold turtle. "Nice? Where's it nice?" Chengxian was puzzled and said to the system, "Disable the heart voice filter." "Okay, host." Then he heard the purple gold turtle giggling in his mind. "Hee, they call my grandpa Grandpa Turtle, and this pattern snake calls me Grandpa Turtle. It's almost the same. Grandpa is powerful. So he's a grandpa. I'm not powerful, but I have a grandpa too." Chengxian didn't expect that grandpa could be understood this way. "Did you come looking for me for something?" the purple gold turtle asked. "Why did you give me fish to eat?" It was very strange. Its thoughts flowed very smoothly, but its speech was a bit stuttered like other recently enlightened demon beasts. "I'm inviting you to eat fish. Let's get to know each other." Chengxian handed over the fish again. "Don't worry, it's not poisonous." "If it's poisonous, I wouldn't be afraid." The purple gold turtle glanced at him, opened its mouth, and bit the fish, swallowing it in a few bites. It then asked, "Why did you come looking for me?" Ding dong. The host has a new task. Task content. Sign a contract with the purple gold chasing wind turtle. Task reward. For refining points, 2 transformation grass seeds. Chengxian, who was about to speak, heard the system's task and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Isn't this just a side benefit while aiming for a rabbit? "Grandpa Turtle, I want to..." That guy is really trying to get the purple gold turtle's attention. Ling Xiao looked at the turtle and snake on the opposite bank and said, "Your Majesty, do you believe this patterned snake is an old ghost?" Lin Jianzi asked. I don't believe it. Ling Xiao replied bluntly, just from the patterned snake's words and actions. How could it have the depth of an old ghost? Although it calls itself old man, its behavior is very much like a young person. What about you, Daojun brother? I don't believe it. Why not ask? Why should I ask? The various matters of the previous life, if severed, can dissipate with the physical body. If one cannot let go, it is merely an obsession that is hard to remove. You and I are neither good men nor women, nor transcendent beings. As long as the mind remains, one naturally has to repay grievances with grievances and enmities with enmities. Each of us carries our own cause and effect. Why should we inquire about others? Moreover, I think he seems to have some sense of transcendence. If someone can jump out of the cause and effect of the previous life, it is indeed a fortunate thing. There's no need to be this person who pulls others back into the mundane world. Speaking of which, this life has just begun. You and I have already taken advantage of this guy quite a bit. Huh? Daojun brother, this sounds a bit out of line. We are a family of snakes. Why talk about two families, right? Your Majesty wise. Ha ha ha. Wait. Am I seeing things? Look, isn't there something colorful on the back of the purple gold turtle? Your Majesty, that colorful thing is our big brother. A stick of incense passed. During this time, the great sage finished transplanting the spirit grass. Ms. Shi Xiaotsue was awakened. 4 snakes climbed onto the back of the purple gold chasing wind turtle. However, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi still couldn't figure out how Su Chengxian had managed to do it. Daojun was obviously more composed, closing his eyes and sitting in meditation. The empress, however, found it hard to enter a state of forgetting self and object due to her confusion, failing several times to calm her mind. So she decided to ask directly, Old ghost, what did you say to the purple gold chasing wind turtle? Why did it agree to carry us? Grandpa Turtle. What? Die from now on. We will be a family, and you can call it Grandpa Turtle. Right, Grandpa Turtle? MMHM. The purple gold chasing wind turtle die nodded in agreement. As a little turtle that had just come out from its clan and was wandering around, it was clearly enchanted by being called Grandpa Turtle. Its small eyes looked back, obviously waiting for Ling Xiao to call it. Grandpa Turtle. Seeing this, Ling Xiao simply swam to the front and asked Grandpa Turtle, how did you agree to sign a contract with the patterned snake? Little sister Qing, Su Yi and I are sleeping partners. He even provides meals. Ling Xiao had a bad premonition and looked back at Su Chengxian. Hee. Su Chengxian grinned at her. Sister, don't doubt it. I will be relying on you from now on. Grandpa Turtle, rest assured, my sister and brother are great at hunting. Chapter 26. Molting and Rapid Growth. A bargain, half-rotted blue peach. Silly flower snake. You will die. Lin Jianzi learned this good news a few hours later. He immediately wanted to explode in anger, but was ruthlessly suppressed by Su Chengxian. Little brother, you can't beat me. How about practicing a bit more? This line came from the big brother, Su Chengxian. Thanks for the trouble, little bye. This line came from the family's new hungry beast, the purple gold swift turtle, Die. Hiss, Miss Shi Xiaotsue, feeling sorry for the kids, Xiaoqing Xiao Bai. Mother will catch fish with you. To save time, they planned not to go ashore recently. Therefore, their main hunting target was the fish in the big river. This big river is a true giant, over 100 meters wide in some places, with depths of over 10 zhang, sustaining countless aquatic monsters. Some first and second-rank big fish can grow to over 100 pounds. They wouldn't lack food along the way. Ling Xiao rejected Xiaotsue's kindness, telling her to cultivate peacefully on the turtle shell. It wasn't that he was worried about her being in danger in the water. A few hundred miles ahead is still the edge of the mountain range, and the river water is too shallow to nurture strong aquatic monsters. Mainly, hunting for her and Lin Jianzi was also a form of cultivation. It was a means to hone combat skills and enhance combat power. To achieve good results in the upcoming competition for the spiritual vein cave, they had to start preparing now. It would be best to advance to the 5th rank before then. 4th rank monsters participating in the cave contest had too little chance of winning. Additionally, Shi Xiaotsue was already a 5th rank monster, and if she could quickly advance to the 6th rank, she would also have a chance to compete. As for Su Chengxian, she didn't need to worry about him. Judging by the calm demeanor he showed, entering the spiritual vein cave should be no problem. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at the flower snake, and sure enough, it had fallen asleep again. Sleep. Sleep well. When you get on the stage and get hit, you know to cry. But thinking about how this guy has tough skin and flesh and is big and strong, relying solely on his physical body could surpass many monsters of the same rank, she felt a bit deflated. She could somewhat empathize with the feelings of other talents who were suppressed by her when she was an empress. However, the next moment, she put away these chaotic thoughts. Thinking about these things was of no use except to delay her cultivation. So she cast aside her distractions and focused on cultivating. By nightfall, she, along with Lingjianzi and the mother snake, began to gather moonlight using the remaining demon cores. The old turtle, carrying them and drifting in the water, let out a happy little cheer as it felt the moonlight descending. For the purple gold turtle, the amount of spiritual energy in its environment didn't significantly affect its cultivation. As long as it wasn't in a place where spiritual energy was isolated with its shell, it could cultivate. However, in places rich in spiritual energy, the speed of cultivation wouldn't see any extra boost. They didn't even have demon cores. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy in moonlight made them feel particularly comfortable and sleep better. Thus, Chengxian could reach an agreement with it, not only as a sleeping companion and for food, but also to plant all the spiritual herbs and roots obtained now and in the future on its back, which was one of the conditions to persuade it. For Dai, it was the same wherever she wandered, if there were benefits to be had, and carrying them was not burdensome, she agreed. Among the innate abilities of the purple gold swift turtle, there was water control. It had an uncle in the Eastern Earth human realm who was titled River God. So as long as it thought about it, it could drift in the river toward a predetermined direction, during which it could continue to sleep without interruption. Grandpa said it could make a few friends, especially those that looked like they had lived long. Sleepy creatures generally could live a long time. The flower snake loved to sleep and even called it Turtle Grandpa, so it was very willing to make this friend. The flower snake's sister and brother were indeed powerful, able to attract so much moonlight. If only this demon core were a bit bigger, would the moonlight be abundant enough to completely envelop it? Grandpa Storm had some, but she wasn't allowed to take them out. Without demon cores, she had been sleeping less comfortably since coming out. That's why when she discovered the flower snake family gathering moonlight, she was sleeping on the opposite bank of the river. Dai rolled her eyes, thinking about where to get a big demon core. However, after turning it over, she couldn't come up with an idea and ended up feeling confused. Yawning. She decided to sleep first and think about it tomorrow. From that day on, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi practiced on the turtle shell and fished in the water. They fed the 3 hungry beasts, needing to catch fish at least once every 4 days, with at least 20 aquatic monsters of first rank or above each time. Fortunately, these 3 were not picky eaters. The great sage would use the blood of the monsters to nourish the spiritual herbs and roots. Chengxian remained unchanged from before, eating and sleeping as usual. That day, he noticed a few more spiritual herbs had sprouted on the turtle shell, growing to the height of a pinky finger. He suddenly realized that at least 10 days had passed. The demon clouds in the sky still hadn't dispersed, and they seemed to be getting closer to the demon clouds. Chengxian felt an increasing itchiness on his body, and finally, in the evening, he molted. Over the next 2 days, his body size surged nearly twice. That day, after the demon clouds suddenly approached them, they abruptly retreated. "Let's find a place to go ashore and take a look," Ling Xiao said, looking at the not-so-dispersed demonic aura in the distance. "Bring the great sage. In places where great demons live, there are high-level monsters. It is rumored that there are rare treasures guarded by strange beasts. Therefore, their plan was simple, to go and pick up bargains. If there were none, that was fine too. They could see if they could get some beast blood for planting spiritual plants." Chengxian immediately glanced at the panel and nodded in agreement. Host, Chengxian. Race, water-avoiding snake. Rank, 6th rank, to become a 7th rank monster. Need to break through 10 million points of blood energy. Blood energy, 5610087. Physical realm. Monster body realm, 2,490 10,000. Spiritual soul realm. Monster soul realm, 2,689 10,000. Divine ability combat skills. Divine ability, devouring chi to transform into blood. Bewitching hiss, combat skills, snake bite, snake binding, refinement points, 06 before setting off. He had instructed the system to use all the refinement points obtained so far to enhance his strength during the journey. He had not stopped practicing combat skills, even in his dreams. Currently, his snake body was over 30 centimeters thick and nearly 7 meters long. Feeling the abundant power within him, he estimated that he could strangle a mountain shaker pig to death. Encountering a 7th rank monster, even if he couldn't beat it, escaping should be no problem. However, the accounts seemed a bit off. System, what is going on with the increase in my physical and spiritual soul realms? Although it was extra, Chengxian still thought it necessary to understand the reasons behind it. Especially with the spiritual soul realm, the growth value must have exceeded 100. Even without looking at the panel's numerical values, he could feel it when using his divine sense. Host's blood energy is vigorous, and through breathing, he has refined spiritual energy in moonlight. Spiritual energy and moonlight have better effects on the refinement of the spiritual soul. It can work like this? Chengxian was taken aback. Goodness, doesn't this mean that sleeping in an environment rich in spiritual energy and moonlight can speed up the increase in strength even more? Suddenly, he felt a bit more excited about picking up bargains. So, leaving Shi Xiaozui and Turtle Grandpa behind, he took the Great Sage and Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi ashore. They headed straight for the place where the demonic aura of the Great Demon was strongest. An hour later, only a scattered battlefield with remnants of flesh remained. The Great Sage pulled out. Is this a half-rotten blue peach? Chengxian recognized it after a long time, hesitantly asking, can this still be eaten? Ji. Chapter 27. Here we are, one of the 4 great spells. In the entire forest, there wasn't a single peach tree. From beneath the roots, the Great Sage stretched out his claw and rummaged for a while, pulling out a rotten peach, which was quite unreasonable. This green peach must have come from elsewhere. Everything around had been destroyed beyond recognition due to the great demons and beast tides. Before Chengxian and the others arrived, this place had at least experienced 2 major battles. The first was when the high-level demon beasts hunted and preyed on the beasts in the tide. The second was the killing by the great demon. It truly illustrated the law of the jungle. Chengxian gained a direct understanding of the cruelty of the North Wilderness Mountains. Of course, once high-level demon beasts died, they would also be consumed by lower-level demon beasts. There were many traces of beast blood licked up, but hardly any remnants of flesh. However, perhaps due to his past life as a human, he felt not much sorrow akin to the death of a rabbit brings grief to the fox, but rather a sense of relief and alertness. He was grateful not to have been swept away by this disaster. Shi Xiaozui had average aptitude and originally lived on the edge of the mountains. Because it was her first time laying eggs, she moved a bit further to the edge and thus escaped calamity. At the same time, he grew vigilant. Even with the system, it didn't guarantee one wouldn't become the prey of the strong. There are always people stronger than you, Chengxian thought. When humans go wild, they bring disaster. When heaven goes wild, it brings rain. When snakes go wild, they can easily be treated as snacks. So, it's better to sleep well and wait until one is strong enough not to be casually devoured. We are quite lucky. Ling Xiao looked at the green peach, sensing a bit of spiritual energy in it. Although the peach flesh was definitely inedible, the pit could be kept. Perhaps it could grow into a peach tree that bears spiritual fruit. Ling Yunzi also looked at it and lamented. The demon power of the great demon still lingers, and the decaying death energy has tainted the peach flesh, making it indeed inedible. Things containing spiritual energy, as long as the energy doesn't dissipate, generally won't decay. However, because spiritual energy is pure, if a spiritual item is tainted by other forces, the decay rate will actually accelerate. This green peach was about to rot in just a few hours. Great Sage, put the peach on the ground, he said to the Great Sage. Ji. The Great Sage knew he was Chengxian's brother and complied, placing the green peach on the ground. Ling Yunzi then used his tail to poke at the peach, transferring a bit of spiritual power to the green peach. The peach flesh began to fall off, revealing a clean pit. Old ghost, check if there's any vitality inside this pit. After doing this, he turned back to Chengxian. Let me see. How do I look? Stop pretending. Use your divine sense to check, Ling Xiao scoffed. TSK. Su Chengxian thought, in front of these two guys, he couldn't hide anything at all. Of course, he hadn't really tried to hide. Focusing, he extended his divine sense, touching the pit. Passing through the hard outer shell, he sensed a faint green glow inside. That was vitality. It should be plantable. Ling Yunzi nodded and said, "Look at the surface. Is there any gray-black demonic energy?" "No." Su Chengxian shook his head. It was all clean after the peach flesh was stripped away. He saw clearly. That's good. The 3 snakes and 1 monkey rummaged around again, but found nothing. So they prepared to head back. Ji. The great sage pointed to a spot and jumped over a few times. He crouched down, peeling back the leaves above, and unearthed a handful of soil soaked with beast blood. Clearly, you wanted to take it back. "There's nothing to put it in," Ling Xiao said. "That's easy to handle." The fallen trees from the battle were thick enough for 2 people to hug, and since they had just fallen, the bark was still moist and flexible. He suggested peeling off a section, rolling it into a tube, filling it with soil, and tying both ends tightly with vines before dragging it away. Although soil soaked with high-level demon beast blood wasn't rare, it was beneficial for spiritual plants, so taking it wouldn't be a loss. Then, they took one back to the riverside, carrying something with pointed ends. Climbing onto Old Turtle's back, the great sage got busy, using the soil they brought to plant the pit in the middle of the spirit-gathering grass. Then they continued their journey. 2 days later, they brushed past another wave of beast tides. Ling Xiao was surprised that the great demon was still alive. However, he quickly called for Ling Yunzi and Su Chengxian to take the great sage ashore to search for treasures. Unfortunately, their luck was poor this time. They didn't even see the soil soaked with beast blood and were directly swallowed by the great demon. Ling Xiao glanced and said, after that, the great demon's attacks became much more frequent. Every time they would miss it and go check. But after several attempts, they returned empty-handed. Furthermore, due to the presence of the great demon and the beast tide, they hadn't encountered a single demon beast above the 4th rank, let alone obtaining demon cores. Thus, their evening cultivation of refining moonlight with demon cores was forced to end, turning into sitting meditation, significantly slowing the speed of drawing in moonlight. Bang! Roar! That night, the moon was high in the sky. A mournful howl echoed through the forest. The great demon struck again. Ling Xiao awoke from his meditation, looked at Ling Yunzi, then at Su Chengxian. "What are you dawdling for?" "Let's go," Su Chengxian said, standing up. "The demon beasts being killed are getting weaker," Ling Yunzi hesitantly remarked. The great demon had shifted from selectively hunting demon beasts of 7th rank and above to indiscriminate slaughter, not sparing even slightly outstanding 5th and 6th ranks. That's why the attacks were so frequent. Otherwise, where would all these high-level demon beasts come from for him to kill? Of course, their group wasn't being overlooked because they had trained for too short a time, their magical fluctuations were not evident, and their bloodline aptitude was low. Or they had no magical fluctuations at all. They were not worthy of the great demon's attention. The only thing that stood out was Su Chengxian's size. But if one didn't know he was born less than half a year ago, that size was only that of a 4th or 5th rank mountain python. Therefore, he wasn't worried about the danger of going past, but rather felt it was somewhat of a waste of effort. Weak demon beasts, even if they had rare treasures, couldn't protect them. "Little brother, stop hesitating. We're already here." Su Chengxian stretched his body. "What if we miss something? If we find out later, we'd regret it. Moreover, even without rare treasures, just having the soil stained with beast blood is still a gain. It wouldn't be a wasted trip. It would be even better if we could hunt a few panicked demon beasts for a meal." Accumulating resources is very important. The saying goes, he who has grain in hand doesn't panic in heart. Accumulate grain widely, slowly claim the throne, and only by gradually accumulating can one achieve great things. Su Chengxian said as he moved, "Isn't our cultivation just like this? We have to accumulate bit by bit. We can't rush." He thought to himself, "Look at my vitality. Isn't that just waking up little by little? Oh, it's been almost half a year, and I've only reached 6th rank. Old ghost, what you just said is interesting." Ling Xiao smiled, especially at the phrase "since we're here," which made him feel they should go take a look. Ling Yunzi also got up. One couldn't help but admit that the phrase "since we're here" seemed to hold a certain magic, making it hard to resist. Oomph. This is one of the 4 great spells. Where are the other 3? I'll tell you later. Ling Yunzi thought. Who are you trying to fool? For great spells? This master comes from a genuine lineage and has never heard of such things. Half an hour later, he and Ling Xiao stood before the little sapling that the great sage had dug out from the demon beast's den, suddenly doubting whether the 4 great spells truly exist or if they were just too ignorant. This is a dragon blood tree, Ling Xiao said. This is indeed a young dragon blood tree. Ling Yunzi nodded, a treasure for the bloodline evolution of the snake and python clan. The two exchanged glances and both looked at Su Chengxian, who was taken aback. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this tree? There's nothing wrong with the tree, you. Ling Xiao wanted to say, you have a problem? Just as she was about to ask if the remaining 3 spells also had the effect of blessings. A sudden sigh echoed from a distance, causing a jolt in her heart. The great demon has died? Then, a voice resounded throughout the mountains. By the order of the white-browed demon lord under the southern great king, the command of the demon commander of Fuli. Chapter 28. The great demon dies. The demon general issues orders and heads to the arena. All demon beasts above the 5th rank. You may head to the nearby Spirit Vein cave today. Participate in the arena set up by all the demon generals. The victor will be rewarded with the cave, while the defeated may still contend for a place outside the Spirit Vein cave. The limit is 10 days. After 10 days, the arena will open. It will last for 5 days, and there will be no waiting after that. The voice was like distant thunder rolling, soaring into the sky, and then scattering. The sound spread across the land, deafening. This was not merely a simple roar. It contained profound demon power, possessing the ability to shock the soul. It penetrated through the forests, echoing in the ears of every demon beast that had awakened its intelligence. Even those with just a hint of intelligence would not be affected in receiving this crucial information. This sound made Su Chengxian think of the lion's roar. As the echoes gradually faded, the demon clouds in the distance also began to dissipate. That great demon is dead? He could not sense the other demon power fluctuations. Dead, Ling Yunzi said. Just like that, it died. Su Chengxian was somewhat astonished. It had been so fierce just moments ago, creating such a huge commotion, triggering a beast tide that caused countless beasts to die and vegetation to be destroyed. It had caused many low-ranking demon beasts to accompany it in death, and it had personally killed many demon beasts above the 5th rank. Just like that, it died without a sound. How else would you have it? Ling Yunzi said. I thought it would die a more heroic death, Su Chengxian replied. A heroic death is still death, Ling Xiao said. Moreover, when one dies and the Tao dissipates, the soul separates from the body without their control. How heroic can it be? It is not like one actively seeks death and can choose how to die. Great demons are unwilling to die. They struggle until they have no choice but to die, and then they have no say in a matter. That's true, Su Chengxian thought. Whether the death was noisy or not, it was still going to die, and that statement was not wrong. Then he turned to ask, the great demon is dead. Should we go take a look? What do you want to do? Ling Xiao laughed. Do you want to see if there are any bargains to be had? Not really, mainly because I have never seen a dead great demon. Of course, I haven't seen a live one either. So, is there a bargain? No way. Ling Xiao snorted. Do you think the demon general who just issued the order came just to see if he was dead? If it were just to confirm life or death, he could simply sweep with his divine sense, or use something like a soul lamp. If the lamp goes out, the demon is dead. At worst, the demon general still has demon soldiers under him. Why bother making a personal trip? He came to collect the corpse of the great demon, Ling Yunzi said quietly. The corpse of a great demon is worth as much as a top-grade magic weapon. In the cultivation world, the most basic magic weapons are divided into inferior, middle, superior, and top grades. A top-grade magic weapon in the human realm is worth 1,000 inferior spirit stones. This wealth is enough to provide resources for his descendants to cultivate to transformation. Moreover, he is a great demon who failed to advance to demon general, making him even more valuable. He may also possess spirit tools or even treasures forged from his own innate talents and abilities. Above top-grade magic weapons are spirit tools and treasures, which are similarly divided into inferior, middle, superior, and top grades. The value of spirit tools and treasures varies greatly, making it difficult to measure. However, no matter what, even if they have very limited usage and their value drops to the extreme, they will still exchange for more than top-grade magic weapons. So how could the demon race allow the corpse of a great demon to be left out in the open? What do you mean by that? Chengxian was taken aback. It can't be. Why not? I think it's great. Ling Xiao said, since he is dead, his body can benefit the descendants. Isn't that better than being buried in a grave and wasted? Ling Xiao the empress, is this your reason for prying into graves and taking bones? Ling Yunzi asked, glancing over. The prime minister wants to plant flowers and needs fertilizer. I inquired, and the bones of cultivators are just perfect for that. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. I'm afraid if I asked them, they wouldn't give it to me, so I had to go take some. 6. Squeak. While they were talking, the great sage had already dug up the blood-stained soil. He wrapped it in bark and rolled it back. On the way back, the one issuing the orders was the lion demon, Ling Yunzi said while swimming. That's right. He used the lion's roar. Ling Xiao nodded. Moreover, it was the order of the demon commander, so it seems we are quite lucky. What do you mean? Chengxian turned back to ask. The great demon is led by the demon general, and the demon generals belong to different demon commanders, Ling Xiao explained. Among the demon generals under the same commander, they do not have a hierarchy. The demon race in the northern wilderness mountains is divided into 4 demon kings according to direction: east, west, south, and north. The demon kings and their subordinate demon lords reside within the royal city. The mountains outside the royal city are entrusted to various demon commanders. The demon commanders dispatch their subordinate demon generals to guard the mountains where the major spirit vein caves are located. The territories governed by the demon generals vary in size according to their strength, but they are equal in status. The strong cannot swallow the weak, nor can they encroach on each other's spirit veins. Otherwise, it would be seen as provoking the demon commander. Therefore, the death of a great demon and the resulting vacant spirit vein cave only involves the distribution of the spirit vein caves governed by the demon generals subordinate to the deceased. In other words, it only affects the demon generals at most. However, the demon general who just issued the order mentioned the southern great king and referred to the demon lords and demon commanders. It was the command of the demon commander. What does this imply? It implies that there are quite a few vacant spirit vein caves. Chengxian understood. The spirit vein caves of the major demon generals must have vacancies, which is why the demon beasts are going to challenge among the various demon generals. By the way, how do you know the one just now was a demon general? He asked curiously. Is there some way to judge their strength? But they clearly couldn't discern the rank of the demon beasts. He referred to the demon general as the various demon generals. Ling Yunzi said, don't think that the demon race doesn't pay attention to titles. If it were a great demon, they would refer to the demon general as general. I see. Chengxian nodded. This piece of knowledge, combined with the earlier understanding that the corpse of a great demon would be utilized, gave him a strong sense of disconnection. Upon returning to the turtle's back, the great sage went to plant trees, as usual. Dai looked back and, seeing they had made some gains, couldn't help but glance at them. Dragon blood tree. She blinked her eyes. This one. The fruit is delicious but difficult to grow. It's okay, we have the great sage. Chengxian laughed. Old turtle, did you hear the order just issued by the demon general? Ling Xiao swam forward and asked, can we get to the nearest spirit vein cave faster? If we can, when the dragon blood tree bears fruit, I'll treat you to a few. Sure. Dai nodded in agreement. Hiss. Miss Xiaotsue came over confused and asked, why the hurry? Before the arena starts, there will definitely be a gathering, Ling Xiao said. Rather than waste time here, it's better to go there and try our luck. Ling Yunzi nodded. That's right. I also want to see if I can exchange for an alchemy furnace. Chapter 29. The Spirit Vein Cave of Luyang Mountain. The Multi-Treasure Lecture. The dragon blood tree is not only hard to cultivate, but also grows slowly. It takes many years to reach the flowering and fruiting stage. However, this is not a problem for Dai. The monkey on her back cultivates spirit herbs quite well. It can sense the vitality of the spirit herbs, so it might actually be able to grow the dragon blood tree. Anyway, moving quickly only requires a thought, and it can ride the water without needing to exert effort to slide. Why not agree? Just hurry up. It's not like we're in a race. With all limbs and head tucked into the shell, Dai blinked her eyes. Chasing the wind and the moon is fast. Going downstream is fast. And riding the wind and breaking the waves is also fast. It's just that the degree of speed is different. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi were unaware of this. They knew that the Zijin chasing wind turtle moved very quickly through the water, but they did not know the specifics of how fast it was. When they encountered the Zijin chasing wind turtle while becoming the empress and Dao Lord, they had no chance to ride on its back. Unexpectedly, becoming an ordinary young snake allowed for this rare experience. Hearing Dai's thoughts, Su Chengxian, who unintentionally learned the inside story, looked around and observed the rapidly retreating scenery, feeling that the speed was acceptable. It was steady and did not affect sleep. Going too fast would not be good. High speed could easily lead to accidents. So he kept silent and closed his eyes to continue sleeping. Although Dai had limited her own speed, they were still moving quickly. 2 days later, they arrived at the nearest spirit vein cave. After coming ashore, they encountered a little demon that was peeking around. Upon asking, they learned that this was the Luyang Mountain Spirit Mansion. Just to let you know, this is the Qinli Shenglong Ridge, with the peak being Wanyan Mountain, where General Fully S Mansion is located. The articulate little demon introduced to Su Chengxian and the others that this Liang Mountain Spirit Vein Cave was governed by General Yu. The little demon, with a cat-like face, was not fully transformed. It looked somewhat human, but was covered in fur, small and weak in stature, with a cat's head and paws and a tail behind it. Its eyes were bright, and it had a fair amount of intelligence. After speaking, it even bowed to them, asking if they wanted to hire it to gather information. The reward only required a piece of low-level beast meat. Su Chengxian found it amusing, and Ling Xiao asked it, "Do you know if there have been any gatherings for exchanging items in the past few days?" "Yes." The mountain cat spirit clasped its hands towards Ling Xiao. In the past 2 days, General Yu has organized a multi-treasure lecture in the East, where many enlightened beasts have gone to listen, and treasures can be traded there. "Good, come tomorrow and take us there," Ling Xiao said. "We'll give you the beast meat together." "At your command." "What's your name?" "Cat 19. Why not ask a few more questions?" After Cat 19 left, Su Chengxian asked, "This mountain cat spirit seems very clever, speaking human language almost like a human. It would be good to chat more and gather more information. Why did you send it away after just a few sentences?" Ling Xiao dismissed it, saying, "We'll see it tomorrow. Just a glance, and we'll know what we need to know. Besides, what can a little demon that only accepts a piece of low-level beast meat as payment know?" Accepting beast meat as payment indicates that hunting low-level beasts is not easy for it. Its combat power is easy to imagine, and combat power among beasts almost determines everything. Even if they have opened their intelligence, it's still the same. The things it knows won't be very valuable. Many beasts also despise such weak little demons and prohibit them from getting close. That's why Cat 19 observed from a distance until you spoke to let it come over. In the world of demons, being weak is a sin. Su Chengxian clicked his tongue. It's indeed better to see for oneself. As for its fluency in speech, there's nothing surprising. As long as the people around it speak human language more, it won't take long to learn. Lady Xiao Tsui has listened to them speak more during this time. And now, when she speaks human language, she does quite well. "Your Majesty, how did these little demons come to be?" he asked curiously. "Are they part of the demon race?" In the hierarchy of strength and realms among demon beasts and the demon race, there was no existence of little demons. Before seeing Cat 19, he didn't even know there was such a thing as little demons in the demon race. Little demons are, of course, part of the demon race. Little demons are also called half-demons. Their origins vary. Some demon beasts are physically weak, but have opened their intelligence early. They can form demon cores at the 2nd or 3rd rank, but once they condense a demon dan, they will transform. However, due to insufficient strength, their transformation is incomplete, resulting in a half-human, half-demon appearance. Such little demons have weak combat power both before and after transformation. They almost do not exist outside the spirit mansion, as they wouldn't survive to complete their transformation and would be eaten instead. There's also a type that is a 9th rank demon beast that failed to transform but did not die, or was interfered with by other forces during transformation. The former is easy to understand. If a 9th-rank demon beast successfully transforms, it becomes a great demon. If it fails, it has a 99% chance of dying from the thunder tribulation. But there is also a chance to survive as a half-demon. The latter is more complex. There are many interfering forces, such as accidentally consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spirit pills, or being enlightened into a demon by a strong person, or being forced by other pressures to start transforming early. The last type is born as a half-demon. Both demon beasts and the demon race can give birth to half-demons. Children born of human and demon races can also be half-demons. Children of half-demons have a half chance of also being half-demons. In fact, little demons are the most numerous existence in the demon race. Ling Xiao said, in the royal city of the demon race, there are hundreds of thousands of little demons. In various marquee and general mansions and spirit vein caves, there are also many little demons. Little demons have varying levels of combat power, and they follow orders, making them easier to manage. More importantly, if little demons continue to cultivate, they might not be able to advance to great demons. Although the hope is slim, second transformations are also fraught with danger. But in cultivation and advancement, which time was without danger? The transformation of demon beasts is a matter of life and death. Great demons failing to advance to demon generals face the same fate of death when their lifespan is exhausted. It only gets harder from there. So, now you know how powerful I am to sit on the throne of the empress, and how formidable my little brother is as a Dao Lord, right? Am I worse than you? Su Chengxian immediately decided to enrich his own persona, saying that back in the day, millions competed to cross, and he successfully crossed the river with a single reed. He was referring to the college entrance examination. In my youth, I went through several large-scale selections of tens of thousands, overcoming obstacles without ever being timid. The middle school entrance examination, the college entrance examination, and the specialized upgrade, just saying I was timid doesn't reveal how I did or whether I succeeded. This is the art of language. Su Chengxian stood tall and proud. One cannot always think of personal failures. One must think of the greatness of the collective, which can also make one appear more impressive. A treasure that can observe the affairs of the world? Lin Jianzi, who was meditating, could not help but open his eyes and look over. Is it the spirit moon treasure mirror? The heavenly observation compass? It wouldn't be the heavenly mirror of the celestial realm, would it? No, it's a treasure in hand. Could it be the heavenly eye technique? Huh, this of course is not it. Su Chengxian chuckled. It's a treasure refined by a lineage within the sect. I cannot refine it. He conveniently patched up the loophole. I see. Lin Jianzi nodded. Traveling 1,000 miles is indeed simple. Learning escape techniques or flying methods, like earth escape or sword riding, would suffice. But this requires one to be in the foundation building stage to practice. You're saying that everyone in your sect can do this is indeed impressive. Actually, one can rent large flying magical tools. If you can rent flying magical tools to ordinary people, your sect must be very powerful. Ling Xiao sighed and said, in our holy dynasty, only the nobility can enjoy such treatment. Su Chengxian thought to himself, this topic cannot continue. Although he was quite curious to see if he could persuade the empress sister to overthrow the imperial system. The next day, as dawn broke, Cat 19 arrived. After bowing, he spoke. Your Highness, if you want to attend the sermon or set up a stall, you need to go early to secure a spot. No pity. We'll wait until more people arrive before we go. Here's a fish for you. Eat your fill and wait on the side. Ling Xiao emerged from the water and tossed a half-meter-long fish to him. We'll go after we finish eating. Yes, sir. Cat 19 let out a howl, grabbed the big fish, and was so happy that he rolled several times on the ground. Seeing this, Su Chengxian's tail twitched with excitement. Half an hour later, they had eaten and drunk enough and headed to the DEVOUR sermon conference. Chapter 30. How about our family surname is Bai? Under the guidance of Cat 19. Su Chengxian and the others arrived at the location of the DEVOUR Sutra conference in less than half an hour. In the middle of several hills, there was a relatively flat open space. That was the high platform for giving lectures. Cat 19 pointed to a large stone about 7 or 8 meters high at the foot of one of the hills. saying that the speaker for the next 2 days would be the Wolf Green Lieutenant. Lieutenant is a respectful title for great demons among the demon race. The roots of this lieutenant were also very obvious, reflected in the name, Wolf Green. It should refer to a wolf with green fur. Naming oneself after one's bloodline is quite common among demons. Of course, there are those who do not name themselves this way, but most demons, especially among direct relatives, will have names that are related. For example, Cat 19's name is based on the order within the family. In Chengxian's family, having surnames and names that do not match is actually the least common situation. That's rare for you. My little brother and I plan to register with the surname Shi. Ling Xiao said after hearing Su Chengxian's muttering. Shi Xiao Zue, Shi Ling Xiao, Shi Ling Jianzi, Su Jianzi Sina et Golim, Shi Ling Yun, Lin Jianzi corrected. Wow, are you isolating me? Trying to bully me, huh? Shi Ling Xiao and Shi Ling Yun sound like siblings. Why don't you change your name? I don't need to change. Su Chengxian chuckled. I follow my father's surname. Our father doesn't even know whose belly he ended up in. Lin Jianzi said calmly. Based on the information they received from Madame Shi Xiaozue, their father was a fourth-tier water-avoiding snake. At that time, he had not yet gained consciousness. Later, a fifth-tier snake-catching bird hunted down a group of water-avoiding snakes, and then a great demon caused a beast tide, so this father might have already died. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if he dies, it doesn't affect his surname being Su. Su Chengxian said matter-of-factly he didn't gain consciousness, so he definitely didn't have a name, which fits perfectly. Ling Xiao said something Su Chengxian often exclaims. Let me tell you, snakes with the surname Su and Bai will both have great fortune. Why? Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi showed obvious interest in this. Once, there was a big white snake with the surname Bai who had a very powerful master. After cultivating for 1,000 years, it descended to the human realm, married a man with the surname Su, had a child, and then took a nap in a tower, waking up as a celestial being. Is that true? Lin Jianzi asked. The snake and python clan's cultivation path includes bloodline evolution. The path of evolution ultimately leads to becoming a dragon and ascending to the heavenly realm. Cultivating for 100 years as a python, 500 years later as a flood dragon, and after 1,000 years, overcoming the thunder tribulation to ascend to the heavenly realm, shedding its mortal body to become a chi dragon. After cultivating in the heavenly realm for another 1,000 years, one can enter the dragon transformation pool to become a true dragon. The years mentioned here are virtual numbers. They refer to the age one could reach without cultivation and still become a dragon. As for cultivation, it depends on one's cultivation level. A chi dragon is essentially a small dragon. The status in both the earthly and heavenly realms is similar. The prefix small often implies pseudo, just like small demons, chi dragons. The status achieved in the heavenly realm can be imagined. However, this is already the easiest path for demon cultivation. Moreover, once one ascends, they gain a lifespan of 1,000 years. We now have dragon blood trees. Therefore, the path that Madame Shi Xiaozue is most suitable for is the divine path, which is bloodline evolution, ascending to become a dragon. If that's the case, why not persuade Madame Shi Xiaozue to change her surname to Bai? Lin Jianzi suggested. The thunder tribulation of the divine path is much weaker than that of the heavenly path. However, for demons ascending, it is still a life-and-death situation. I think it's feasible. Ling Xiao nodded. In the story mentioned by the flower snake, the big white snake successfully ascended and even became a deity, which is definitely a good omen. Moreover, Bai Ling Xiao and Bai Ling Yun sound clearly more pleasant. Su Jianzi Sina. I also think it works. Bai Sujin's son Su Shilin became the top scholar or the reincarnation of the Wenchang star. The people of Hua Hua family may not have many feelings towards other deities, but they absolutely won't be indifferent towards Wenchang star lord and Wenchang emperor. They are worshipped figures, sometimes even surpassing the god of wealth in presence. Although he felt that the heavenly and earthly realms of the wild continent did not have the clear distinctions of high and low as in the myths he once knew, because Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi did not express much yearning for the heavenly realm, he still thought that riding on the luck of the Wenchang star was an irresistible temptation. Luck and fortune, such things, in his past life, were considered superstitions if taken too seriously. In the wild continent, everyone whether demon or human, was quite superstitious. Just look at the DEVOUR Sutra conference in front of them. There were hundreds of demon beasts that had arrived here. Those who could make it here were all lucky ones. The unfortunate ones, aside from those hiding away, mostly ended up dead. They died in the mouths of other demon beasts, perished in the slaughter of great demons, died in the beast tide, or even died in their own mouths. This made Chengxian think of civil service recruitment. The country does not need candidates with bad luck. In the context of the demon race, and even the entire cultivation world, this makes even more sense. Because luck seems ethereal, yet it is so undeniable. The path of cultivation is fraught with tribulations. Some look like they can make it through, but inexplicably die. Others seem to have little hope, but can safely pass. Everyone desires to become strong, yet those who ultimately become strong are few and far between. How many extraordinarily gifted individuals fail to reach the end? It is hard not to believe in the existence of luck. It is hard not to desire better fortune. Therefore, the three reached a consensus to persuade Madame Shi Xiaotsue to change her surname to Bai when they returned. This wouldn't be difficult. The Shi in Shi Xiaotsue was merely a surname chosen based on her race, without any absolute significance that couldn't be changed. Your Excellency, there's a stall ahead with some human cultivators' items, Cat 19 came over to say. While the three were chatting, this little demon skillfully avoided them, going ahead to help look for the alchemy furnace that Lin Jianzi wanted. However, it couldn't recognize the alchemy furnace, so it just looked for stalls with human cultivators and then returned to report. All right, let's go take a look, Lin Jianzi said immediately. Hiss, wait. Chengxian suddenly remembered something and, startled, couldn't help but stick out his snake tongue. Wow, did you all forget that we didn't bring any money? Money? Demon beasts don't recognize money. Ling Xiao chuckled. Worrying now is too late for anything. Let's go and have a look first. Following Cat 19, they arrived at the stall it mentioned. Lin Jianzi immediately saw a small black gold cauldron in the corner. It was filled with grass. Chapter 31. So, are we luring the snake out of its hole? The stalls at the DEVOUR Sutra conference were arranged quite casually. Most of the attendees were demon beasts, along with some minor demons weaving in and out. There weren't many stalls, scattered along both sides of the stone platform, each displaying a dozen or so items. Due to the generally larger size of the demon beasts, there was some distance between the stalls, which gave a bit of a semblance to the layout. Moreover, in the open space in front of the stone platform, dozens of demon beasts of various shapes had already taken their positions, either crouching or lying in wait for the arrival of the preaching demon. This also made the gathering seem less deserted. Chengxian scanned the area and lingered on almost every demon beast. After all, he had never seen them in his previous life, and this was the first time in this life as well, so he couldn't help but look a few more times. Among them, three stood out to him. One was a burly black bear with fur as deep as the night sky. Another was a black eagle with wings that shimmered like blades and sharp eyes. The last was a lithe, reddish-brown fox. They not only exuded a rich demonic aura, but also seemed to sense the divine consciousness radiating from Chengxian. This indicated that they had at least condensed a demon core, and their soul power was stronger than that of other demon beasts. If they met in the arena, they would all be objects to be cautious of. The demon beasts in the open space showed little interest in the stalls on either side. As a result, the business at the stalls was quite bleak. Of course, when one got closer, it became apparent that such bleakness was normal. Most of the items for trade at the stalls were various demon bones, beast skins, herbs, wild fruits, tree roots, and so on. For most demon beasts, these items were less valuable than a piece of low-grade demon meat. Moreover, the targets of the stalls seemed not to be the demon beasts, but rather some half-demons adorned with accessories other than leaves. Almost none of the demon beasts were wearing clothes, while some half-demons would wrap a circle of leaves around their waists. However, there were some half-demons holding weapons and wearing leather armor, moving in groups around stalls. They were the only ones at the gathering with a clear intention to purchase. Aside from them, the scattered demon beasts that passed by the stalls generally would take a second glance, heading straight for the open space. Or they would go to the very last stall, which sold demon meat. The vendor there was a giant demon wolf. Chengxian judged that it was likely a 7th-tier demon beast. Your Excellency, at the Qingling Wolf Tribe stall, there is demon meat above the 3rd tier. but they only accept spiritually infused herbs, said Cat 19 when he saw them looking at the demon wolf stall. The so-called spiritually infused herbs were ordinary herb seeds that, during their growth, absorbed spiritual energy, giving them a bit of a soul-nourishing effect in addition to their medicinal properties. They could be used to make spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicine. Is it the elixir? Su Chengxian asked. Making elixirs requires a formula, the ability to control fire, and knowledge of hand seals, Ling Yunzi interjected. The most important thing is the compatibility of the spiritual plants. The spiritual plants must also be matched precisely to withstand a refining fire. Water and fire must work in harmony, and with magical power added, one can create spiritual elixirs. But herbs with a bit of spiritual energy will turn to ash in a moment, if put into the alchemy furnace. He also mentioned something he didn't say, that the violent demonic energy was unsuitable for alchemy, which is why very few demons understood the art of alchemy. Alchemy is time-consuming and labor-intensive, not as good as practicing cultivation. Moreover, the demon race could extract moonlight spiritual energy, making the demand for ordinary elixirs less than that of the human race. Therefore, spiritual medicine should refer to herbs that have been processed and mixed with honey into pills, or simply combined like ordinary human prescriptions, brewed and consumed. Sold to demon beasts and minor demons. Your Excellency has a good eye. Spiritual medicine is indeed pills. Cat 19 quickly said, there are also medicine packets, but most prefer not to use fire. In comparison, of course, pills mixed with honey are more to their liking. These pills, aside from being kept for personal use, are submitted to the demon generals for sale in the royal city. Your Excellency, this is the place. As they talked, they arrived at the stall selling items from human cultivators. On the small black cauldron, there were remnants of dirt and some bloodstains. Su Chengxian instinctively used his divine consciousness to probe, but felt a barrier of power when he touched the small cauldron. Instantly, he felt that this item was quite interesting. Ling Yunzi glanced at Cat 19, who understood and stepped forward to ask, You too, how much is this small black cauldron? There were two stall owners, a gray wolf and a mountain-climbing python. The python was thicker and longer than Su Chengxian, and the gray wolf was over 2 meters tall, its bloodlust exuding a considerable amount of demonic power, indicating its substantial strength. One was napping while the other was bored, gnawing on a large bone to sharpen its teeth. The crunching sound could make one's teeth ache. Upon hearing someone inquire, the gray wolf lifted its head, looking at Cat 19 and the others behind Ling Yunzi. The cauldron is not for sale. The herbs are for sale. We don't buy herbs. Ling Yunzi's vertical pupils scanned the herbs in the small cauldron. They were all ordinary materials. Buy the cauldron. What do you want? Not for sale. The gray wolf shook its head, then glanced sideways at Ling Yunzi. Unless. One spiritual herb. Wow, the price is quite high. Su Chengxian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The resources at the edge of the North Wilderness mountain range were scarce. Spiritual plants and demon beasts with special bloodlines were equally rare. Among the many demon beasts here, none exhibited any anomalies, and along the way, they had searched numerous times, only obtaining a peach pit and a sapling. This was only possible with a great sage present, so one could imagine the value of spiritual plants here. Of course, the small black cauldron being favored by Ling Yunzi likely indicated its value exceeded that of a spiritual herb, but it couldn't be worth that much on the gray wolf stall. The gray wolf was really bold in its asking price. No spiritual herbs, Ling Yunzi said. How about a first-tier demon fish? Wow. Su Chengxian turned to look at him. Brother, this price is also quite low. They usually picked second-tier demon fish to eat, and they wouldn't even look at first-tier ones. Now, offering a first-tier fish meat to trade for the desired small black cauldron. Brother, you really know how to do business. Not trading, the gray wolf shook its head. At this moment, the giant python opened its eyes, raised its head, and said in a hoarse voice, Use it, and I will trade with you. Who is it? Su Chengxian blinked and saw that the giant python's gaze was fixed directly on him. Him? Ling Yunzi looked at Su Chengxian. No demonic power, no light in the eyes, and no intelligence awakened. Is this fat snake a demon beast you capture to sell? Or is it a waste, brother? The giant python squinted its eyes. Give it to us to eat, and we will give you the herbs in the cauldron. Oh wow. Su Chengxian thought, is this big long worm sick? He stepped back to give way to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, allowing them to negotiate this deal at the stall. Unexpectedly, the giant python regarded him as something to be used for exchange. Captured demon beasts or waste, brother? Who are you talking about? You have no discernment. Old man has no light in his eyes? That's because I just woke up. However, from this statement, one could also hear the attitude of awakened demon beasts towards their brothers, especially those who had not yet awakened their intelligence. They could be bought and sold at will. TSK, thinking of this, the fact that the empress sister was willing to let him pull the cart could be considered a sign of sibling affection. He is not for sale. Ling Yunzi paused, saying with some regret. Selling is not an option, mainly because he couldn't defeat the stupid flower snake. Oh, this disciple of Dao Jun is not bad. Then I won't sell this cauldron either. The giant python's greedy gaze swept over the three snakes, especially towards Su Chengxian. That gaze made Su Chengxian's heart skip a beat. He suddenly wanted to know what the other party was thinking. So, he summoned the system and lifted the shield against mind reading. The next moment, he heard the gray wolf laughing in his heart. The old python really hasn't given up on eating its own kind. This flower snake is indeed large and fat. No, wait. This white snake and green snake have somewhat different auras. I see now. Let's go. At this moment, seeing the conversation going nowhere, Su Chengxian kept staring at the giant python. Ling Yunzi was worried he would cause trouble, so he turned and left the stall. This is a no-fighting zone. If caught, one would be expelled. Su Chengxian paused for a moment and followed. Useless brother. Not far out. Ling Xiao couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, saying, Old ghost, how does it feel to be regarded as a foolish beast without wisdom, specifically chosen as blood food? Not much. Su Zhensi Sina Ziplit Lazili. Besides, you wouldn't think they only want to eat me, would you? Of course not. Ling Xiao sneered. The drool in that mountain-climbing python's eyes is so obvious. How could I not see it? Those two guys have ill intentions. Avoid them? That dark little cauldron is a good alchemy furnace. Ling Yunzi said, if refined a bit, it could be used. No lid on the furnace. Can it really be used? The lid is inside the cauldron. What about drawing the snake out? Sure. Chapter 32. Calculated counterattack. Trouble by the river. The treasure has been revealed, just in time to lure the snake out of its hole. What treasure has been revealed? They clearly have nothing on them. How could they expose anything? However, apart from Cat 19, who was momentarily confused by Su Chengxian's words, the other two immediately understood. After that, the three did not discuss further. This is the DEVOUR Sutra conference, with many demon beasts around. Even if they spoke quietly, it was hard to ensure that some sensitive-eared creature wouldn't overhear. They reached a clearing and found a corner to settle down. Your Excellency, Cat 19 bowed. In a moment, Lieutenant Wolf Qing should arrive. If there are no other orders, I will find a place to listen to the teachings. You may go, and there is no need to seek us afterwards, Ling Yunzi said. You must be careful. When returning, follow the way we came, and do not step out of the circle drawn by the spirit mansion. Cat 19 advised, outside the spirit mansion, conflicts arise, and the lieutenant will not intervene. Life and death are your own responsibility. If someone lures you out, be wary of their intentions. Are you saying something has happened in the past? Su Chengxian asked. It's not just in the past. Every year, many demon beasts die mysteriously during these days. In the last 2 days alone, I have seen 4 or 5 disappear. Outside the spiritual vein cave, slaughter is rampant. Any demon beast is both a hunter and prey. Thank you for the reminder. You may go, Su Chengxian nodded, acknowledging the good intentions and letting Cat 19 find a front row position to listen. After Cat 19 left, Ling Xiao said, so they usually act this way. It's not that they're specifically targeting us. I thought we were just unlucky, arriving not long after and being eyed as easy prey. It turns out the atmosphere here is like this. The theme here is to scheme for wealth and harm life. Demon beasts themselves are a form of wealth. Su Chengxian rubbed his head with the tip of his tail, feeling somewhat annoyed. Is the process of selecting unlucky participants still not over? I guess once we reach the arena, this blatant slaughter will finally come to an end. Suddenly, a roar echoed, and a wave of pressure emerged from the small mountain behind a large rock. A tall figure riding on a massive wolf descended from the sky, exuding an extraordinary presence. The demon beasts in the area were startled and began to roar in response. Silence. The giant wolf steadied itself and opened its mouth to roar. Lieutenant Wolf Qing has arrived. Greetings, Lieutenant Wolf Qing. Greetings, Lieutenant Wolf Qing. No need for excessive formalities. The slender man, standing on the wolf's back, dismounted. Today's teaching is about the method of collecting moonlight. Perhaps it was because the demon race did not have so many formalities, or perhaps they felt it unnecessary to engage in empty rituals with demon beasts. So Wolf Qing sat cross-legged on the stone platform and directly began the teachings. The so-called teachings certainly did not resemble the profound insights of a truly enlightened cultivator, discussing the great principles or subtle methods. Instead, it was about the basic methods of demon beast cultivation. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi nearly dozed off. This content was akin to listening to a teacher read elementary school books for them. It was surprising if they could stay focused. Su Chengxian was even more absurd. He didn't cultivate at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he simply didn't have the time. There wasn't even enough time to sleep, let alone cultivate. Moreover, he wasn't particularly smart in his past life, and in this life, his physical aptitude was average. Sleeping could still increase his vitality and strength, but taking time to cultivate might not yield any achievements. So, he had to be self-aware and just lay back and relax. However, for some reasons he didn't want to draw attention to, they still insisted on listening to most of the teachings. Afterward, the great demon Wolf Qing mentioned that those who did not understand could leave first. The three exchanged glances, stood up, and followed other departing demon beasts, leaving the gathering place. No demon beast chose to accompany them, and once they left the clearing, the demon beasts scattered like birds and beasts. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi led the way, with Su Chengxian following behind as the three walked back. However, they slightly deviated from the main road and took a small detour. Naturally, they walked out of the safe zone. The targets of the calculation were two demon beasts, and the trap set didn't need to be too elaborate. The simpler, the better. Su Chengxian thought, just as he always did before taking action, and subconsciously glanced at his status panel. Host, Su Chengxian, race, water-avoiding snake. Grade, 6th rank, to become a 7th rank demon beast. Blood vitality must break through 10 million points. Blood vitality, 6830166. Physical realm. Demon body realm, 2514 10,000. Spiritual realm. Demon soul realm, 2767 10,000. Divine powers and combat skills. Divine power. Devouring chi to transform blood. Bewitching hiss. Combat skills. Snake bite. Snake binding. Refinement points. 06. Both physical and spiritual realms had improved. Judging by my state of killing a 6th rank shaking mountain boar, I should have no problem withstanding a 6th rank demon beast. Su Chengxian assessed. In the fight against the shaking mountain boar, he had taken advantage of his innate divine power to first bewitch the opponent's consciousness before killing it. But so what? As long as the technique was effective, it could be used repeatedly. Today would be no exception. As long as he didn't encounter an opponent whose spiritual solidity could immunize him against this divine power, there was no need to worry about failure. At this moment, his released consciousness detected the approach of prey. Hiss. Su Chengxian suddenly raised his head and hissed. Ling Xiao assumed a hunting stance, exchanged a glance with Ling Yunzi, and immediately prepared to act. The next moment, whoosh, a shadow rushed out from the forest behind them, swiftly attacking. The gray wolf opened its bloody maw, aiming for Su Chengxian's vital point. A large python silently slithered to the side of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, its body enveloping the two snakes, then suddenly tightened and rolled. It greedily attempted to strangle them both. The black vertical pupil in its golden eyes flashed with a cold, cruel red light. The demonic energy on its body erupted at the moment of complete proximity. Impudent, Ling Xiao roared. His own demonic energy surged forth to resist the incoming attack. Ling Yunzi also concentrated spiritual energy in his fangs, opening his mouth towards the large python. Oomph. Junior, you still want to bite me? The large python scoffed. Hiss. Another snake hiss echoed. Coming from behind it, was that the fat snake? At this moment, It should be bitten to death by Brother Wolf. Huh? What is going on? The large python felt a sudden dizziness. Then, intense pain shot through its eyes. Just as it was about to struggle, even more intense pain surged through its vital point. Hiss! Su Chengxian's hiss was the signal for attack. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's coordination was not their first time. This time, due to their increased combat power, they expanded the number of vital points attacked. Ling Yunzi executed the combat skill Snake Bite, instantly blinding the large python's eyes, while Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to ambush its vital point. Originally the hunter, the large python, in an attempt to secure a kill, unleashed all its demonic energy, causing its 2 vital points to be easily compromised. The strength of both sides was not vastly different, yet the battle unfolded with little turbulence. In a life-and-death struggle, fully engaging. One side not only executed a calculated counterattack, but also seized the initiative with an enchanting, innate divine power, ensuring they remained invincible. The Grey Wolf, slightly weaker than the large python, faced the strongest Su Chengxian among the 3, with no suspense. It was directly snapped in half, its neck bitten open, and its beastly blood drained. Fool! Ling Xiao scoffed as he drank the large python's beast blood, disdainfully cursing. The 3 quickly returned to the safe zone, bringing along the 2 demon beast corpses, winning the battle cleanly and promptly leaving to avoid attracting higher-tier demon beasts was an unspoken agreement they had long established. Not good. Just as they were heading back, Su Chengxian suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his consciousness. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Little brother, you take care of the large python." He said this and let go of the giant python, rushing forward quickly, causing Ling Yunzi to stumble. "What happened?" Ling Xiao asked. "Something happened by the river." Chapter 33. The Arrogant Golden-Backed Dragonfish. Su Chengxian, the Great Sage, and the purple-gold wind-chasing turtle, Dai, had all formed servant contracts. This relatively fair contract stipulated that, aside from the prohibition against betrayal during the contract period, the most important point was that when either party was attacked, the other party's soul would sense it. However, both the Great Sage and Dai's soul powers were still quite weak and could not actively send out a distress signal. The danger he sensed just now meant they had already been attacked, so he did not hesitate and quickly rushed towards the riverbank. Damn it! Watching his retreating figure, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi became anxious. Dai's turtle shell not only held Madame Xiao's away, but also all their belongings. They were being robbed. How could they not be worried? But they also felt a bit reluctant to just leave behind the recently hunted gray wolf and giant python. Just as they hesitated, they spotted a familiar little demon figure. Cat 19, Your Excellency, it's bad. Cat 19 ran over, shouting, "The old lady is being snatched away by the golden-backed dragonfish." "Got it," Ling Xiao replied. "Hold on for us. We'll come back to collect, and I'll pay you with a fish just like the one this morning. This is a safe zone. Fighting is prohibited. Hiring this little demon to guard indicates that this is a possessed item, and no other demons or beasts are allowed to pick it. So there shouldn't be any danger." "Understood." Lordly. "Your Excellency, should I hire my brothers to fetch the things from the stall?" "Go get them." As Ling Xiao and the others spoke, they had already dashed out. "Understood." Cat 19 responded loudly, looking at the dead gray wolf and giant python on the ground. He couldn't help but feel a mix of astonishment and joy. He knew coming to deliver the message was the right choice. This family of water-avoiding snakes indeed had extraordinary combat power. Then he whistled, calling over a bird beast, and shouted, "Go call my brothers. First, retrieve the belongings of these 2 dead guys, and wait for the esteemed ones to return. If they come back, they must have defeated that golden-backed dragonfish, and he would earn a big reward. If they don't come back, then this would be a huge profit. Just the 2 demon beast corpses on the ground would be enough for him to return to the royal city." However, Cat 19 still hoped that these esteemed ones could win. They were generous and kind when they spoke, and most importantly, they were very strong. In the northern wilderness mountains, strength was everything. If they won against the dragonfish, they could also win a cave in the spirit mansion. In the future, they could interact for a long time. Who knows what might happen? In Cat 19's view, winning meant driving away that troublesome golden-backed dragonfish, not killing it. Because this dragon fish had a trace of dragon bloodline and was extremely skilled in water manipulation, also mastering a technique that used water to strangle opponents. It had occupied a cave in the river and become a tyrant in the water. Although Su Chengxian and the others were strong, they seemed to be ordinary water-avoiding snakes. The term water-avoiding implied that they had some innate talents related to water, but against the dragon fish, they might find it hard to gain any advantage. Su Chengxian had already reached the riverbank. He saw huge splashes in the water, and amidst the sound of rushing water, he caught a glimpse of a dark figure and a fleeting golden light. Squeak! Brother Su, Madam is in the water. A voice from a big tree on the opposite bank called out. It was the great sage. Splash! A large turtle, covered with numerous transparent water ball shields, emerged from the water. Dai blew a large bubble, covering the spirit herbs and dragon blood tree on her back to prevent them from being swept away or destroyed when diving underwater. Hearing the great sage's shout, she quickly poked her head out and said, Big brother, Xiao Chui, it's dangerous. I'm coming. With a splash, Su Chengxian raised his head and dove into the water. Suddenly, the water flow fluctuated violently. He saw a large white snake entangled by two water columns, desperately trying to break free. Immediately after, a massive black shadow burst out from the dark, resembling a legendary dragon fish monster. The dragon fish had a long body covered in black scales, making it easy to hide in the dim light at the bottom of the water. Its head was slightly bulging, with long whiskers gently swaying in the water, exuding an air of arrogance. It indeed had a bit of a dragon look. Of course, it still looked more like a fish. Its back was covered in golden scales, and on its massive head were two dead fish eyes, with sharp fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth. Splash! The enormous fish body shot towards the white snake like an arrow, moving at an astonishing speed. However, the big white snake seemed to have anticipated this, twisting its body to evade the deadly strike at an incredible angle, and with a flick of its tail, it created surging waves of water in retaliation against the dragonfish. Within the waves, the two forces violently collided, creating waves and splashes. However, the white snake's power was still inferior to that of the dragonfish, and it was controlled by the opponent's magical powers, only able to dodge within a limited space. One careless move, and it was bitten by the dragonfish. Blood immediately flowed out. Seeing this, Su Chengxian charged forward. Bang! Su Chengxian's sharp fangs clashed with the dragonfish's sharp dorsal fin. Innate combat skill, snakebite. The next move was to entangle. This collision was accompanied by splashes of water, producing deafening sounds. The surrounding aquatic plants were torn apart by this force, and the shock waves at the bottom of the water reached the river's surface, causing waves to rise. The dragonfish seemed to understand the fighting style of the snake python. So Su Chengxian's attempts to entangle it were unsuccessful. Su Chengxian knew he couldn't give the dragonfish a chance to use its innate powers and techniques to control the water flow and trap him. The closer he got, the better chance he had of catching it off guard with his screeching technique. Therefore, he kept close to the opponent without letting go. The thick snake python and the 10-meter-long dragon fish intertwined, and the battle immediately entered a heated phase, relying on its astonishing strength and resilience. Su Chengxian launched a fierce offensive against the dragonfish, while the dragonfish used its fierce agility, experience, and sturdy scales to withstand the attacks and look for opportunities to counterattack. The struggle between the two showed a state of stalemate. In this murky and deep riverbed, this tense, intense, and thrilling battle, the roar of intertwined powers and the spectacular sight of splashing water sent vibrations that made all living beings in the area keep their distance. After several exchanges, neither side gained an advantage. The powerful demon beast, even at the same 6th tier, had innate powers and combat capabilities that were not comparable to ordinary 6th-tier demon beasts. Damn it! Su Chengxian even suffered some losses. He had multiple blood holes pierced by the dragonfish's fangs on his body. He was also accidentally struck by the opponent's tail. Bang! The snake and fish separated by several meters. Huh! Are you the child of that mother snake? I was worried one wasn't enough to eat, and you just delivered yourself to my door? Ha! You? Don't even mention demon cores or demon nuclei. You don't even have demon energy on you. Just a stupid snake with brute strength, and you dare to fight me? You're simply seeking death. Chapter 34. He swallowed the demon core, and he must be feeling very uncomfortable. So much nonsense. Who do you look down on? I can still kill you without a demon core. Chengxian felt extremely unhappy after suffering a loss. When he was in a bad mood, he didn't like to talk. He turned around directly, flicked his tail, and charged forward. It turned out to be a fool who had just begun to develop intelligence and couldn't even speak. The golden-backed dragonfish's eyes were tightly locked onto him, and upon seeing this, it let out a cold snort. It took his silence as a sign that he hadn't refined the bone and couldn't speak. Since he was seeking death, then let him die. As it spoke, a hint of green light flashed from its body, stirring up the water below and rapidly creating a whirlpool that swept towards Chengxian. Bang! Splash! Splash! Damn! Chengxian, who had rushed forward, realized he was a step too slow and was caught up by the water flow, involuntarily spinning around twice before he managed to straighten his body and stabilize himself. Then, with a thought, he urged the blood energy in his body, causing the turbulent blood energy to rise up and form a layer of red glow around him. In the next moment, he was about to shatter the swirling water. At this moment, the dragon fish suddenly roared. Kid die. Look at this treasure. Here. It then opened its mouth. A shining pearl shot out from its mouth in an instant. Whoosh! Chengxian heard it shout and instinctively looked over, only to see that the pearl had instantly arrived before him. Want to dodge? There's no time. Bang! The treasure summoned by the dragon fish struck the top of his head, making him dizzy. There was also a white light within the pearl that directly drilled into his spiritual platform in an instant. Buzzing, the spiritual platform shook, and the phantom of the divine soul on the lotus platform flickered slightly. Oh no! He shouted in his heart, sensing that the white light was heading for the lotus platform. Having never encountered such a crisis before, Chengxian momentarily lost his composure, his snake body stiffening as his instincts took over. He saw the phantom sitting on the lotus platform slightly open its mouth and absorb the white light. Damn! 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 The moment Chengxian regained his senses, he exclaimed 3 times in frustration. What's going on? What the hell, you just ate it? No, I just ate it. Looking again at the pearl above his head, it was still spinning and hadn't been taken back. What kind of treasure is this? After defeating the opponent, you don't take it back? Aren't you afraid of it being stolen? Ding dong. Host, you have a new task. Task content: swallow the 6th-tier golden-backed dragon fish's demon core. Task reward: refining points 12. Transformation pill recipe 1. Is this a demon core? Chengxian's mind hadn't completely cleared yet, but he received the most crucial information, and without hesitation, he opened his mouth and leaned forward to swallow the demon core that had just hit his head. A demon core, after all. He had eaten them before. Good stuff. At the same time, he stirred up his blood energy and activated his innate divine ability, Devour Chi and Transform Blood. Host has devoured the 6th-tier golden-backed dragon fish demon core. Full refinement will grant a soul realm of 389 and a body realm of 355. While he leaned in to swallow the demon core, his divine sense detected 2 sneaky figures quietly approaching from behind the dragonfish. It was Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. These 2 guys finally arrived. The battle between the dragonfish and him must have created a big commotion, hiding their tracks. Moreover, these 2 might have methods to conceal their presence. If it weren't for his divine sense, he would have found it hard to detect them. Of course, the dragonfish seemed to sense something when the 2 got closer, but it immediately saw its demon core being swallowed. Shocked, it seemed to forget the anomaly behind it. After a moment of shock, it suddenly burst into laughter. Fool! Do you know what that is? You dare to. Chengxian couldn't be bothered to let it finish speaking and directly opened his mouth, sticking out his tongue. So, it must be a quick battle. Hiss. Innate divine ability. Bewitching hiss. He hadn't forgotten that the last time he ate a demon core, it took a lot of effort to digest. It cost him 1,000,000 blood energy to enhance his innate divine ability, making the refinement smoother, but at the beginning, it would still feel slightly hot. A warm sensation in his stomach, especially suitable for sleeping. It can improve sleep quality. With a mouthful, that was a demon. That was a demon core. The demon energy entering the body would harm the meridians, flesh, spiritual platform, and consciousness C. How could there be such a fool? Even unintelligent demon beasts wouldn't make such a foolish move. Was he driven crazy by the demon core, losing his mind? Did he mistake the demon core for a true treasure and swallow it? How pathetic. The golden-backed dragon fish wanted to voice this out to mock the foolish flower snake before it. Yet, it only felt a sudden daze in its heart after hearing the opponent's hissing. Hiss. Chengxian didn't give it a chance to recover, hissing again. At the same time, he condensed his divine sense into a small sword and pierced. Do you think only you can attack the spiritual platform and consciousness C? I can too. Zzz. The sound was so tiny that only Chengxian, who launched the attack, could hear it. Thus, the golden-backed dragon fish didn't realize what happened until the moment its spiritual platform was pierced. Puffed. Two water-avoiding snakes, one green and one white, unleashed their magic power. Targeting its eyes, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who had teamed up in this tactic countless times, still executed it flawlessly without a single mistake. Splash! The water that had entangled the big white snake lost its power of support and fell away. Hiss! Gaining freedom, Shi Xiaotsui immediately rushed up to join the assault on the golden-backed dragonfish. There was no need for Chengxian to help. Among the three, Shi Xiaotsui had previously been a fourth-tier beast, but after cultivating together, she had advanced to a fifth-tier demon beast, allowing her to temporarily survive under the golden-backed dragonfish's attack. Although Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were still a line away from the fifth tier, the techniques they practiced were top-tier methods in their respective paths, especially in controlling magic power, executing combat skills, and sensing the weaknesses of enemies. Each of their strikes could deal critical damage. Otherwise, why would they be confident of reaping rewards in this arena? The gathered demon beasts were mostly above the fifth tier. After several breaths, Chengxian was the first to break the water surface. Then, with blood staining the river's surface, Ling Xiao and the others dragged the lifeless golden-backed dragon fish ashore. I need to sleep. Without waiting for them to say anything else, Chengxian hurriedly said, I can't take it anymore. I must sleep immediately. I can't take it anymore. My stomach feels warm and comfortable. I want to sleep. The longer I wait, the less I can enjoy this wonderful feeling. Then he coiled his body and closed his eyes. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving rewards. Refining points 12. Transformation Pill Recipe 1. According to the host's previous statement, refining points will be directly refined into blood energy, enhancing cultivation and combat power. Blood energy 1111. Blood energy 111111. He swallowed the demon core, and he must be feeling very uncomfortable, Ling Xiao said. Don't wake him up. Let Xiaotsui guard here. We'll go find Cat 19 and drag back the Tsang Wolf and the big python. Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement. Chapter 35. Food. Hurry. Pour it into my mouth. The battle ended quickly. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi retraced their steps and found Cat 19 still guarding the spot. Seeing them return so soon, the little demon was very surprised. Your Excellency, how did you come back so quickly? My brother who went to get the items hasn't arrived yet. No hurry, just wait here. We'll bring these two back first, Ling Xiao said. You know where to find us. My brother knows where to deliver the items. I can help carry them along with you, Your Excellency, Cat 19 said. If you find it tiring, I can have my brothers help carry them for you. No need, Ling Xiao replied, not wanting to delay any further. Being attacked twice in one day made her realize that this place was fraught with danger. Ling Yunzi shared the same thought. It was safer for their family of snakes to stick together. They would first take the corpses of the Tsang Wolf and the mountain-climbing python back. Not long after, a little demon carrying a bundle came over. Inside were the items taken from the preaching meeting, including the black gold small cauldron that Ling Yunzi had taken a liking to. Where's this stored? Ling Xiao asked. At the stall of the Qingling Wolf clan at the preaching meeting. They will help keep an eye on it, the little demon explained. Did your brother go to fetch it and they just gave it to him? My brother brought the fur of the Tsang Wolf and the blood of the mountain-climbing python, Cat 19 said. They will only give it to him after it's checked by the little demon on guard. The guard is a T-Ling dog, which can sniff out the authenticity. Ling Xiao nodded, thinking that it might not only be able to detect authenticity, but could also sense whether the owner of the items was alive or dead. However, it seemed that the demons and great demons in this place still had some rules and were willing to abide by them. If the owner of the stored items was dead, no one would think it wrong to take them. Yet, they were still willing to give the items to the victors, which showed some level of integrity. Of course, whether there was an intention behind this to incite mutual slaughter among the beasts was beyond her consideration. This little demon, is it also your brother? Ling Xiao glanced at the little demon who handed the items to Ling Yunzi, only to find that it was a macaque. They had seen one of Cat 19's brothers before. In the morning, the fish they had given was partially eaten, and the rest had been taken away by another brother. But it wasn't the one in front of them. It was a cat demon. Just so, you know, I have 7 or 8 brothers hanging around here, Cat 19 laughed. If you need anything, just call, and I'll definitely make sure you're satisfied. Good. Are your sources reliable? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Ling Xiao and the others wanted to cultivate, so they hired this group of little demons to gather information. If there were any important matters, Cat 19 would send a little demon from the Mountain Mouse clan to inform them. For the next few days, they stayed within the range of the riverbank. To increase their strength, demon beasts could either diligently refine spiritual energy and moonlight for cultivation or consume the flesh and demon cores of other demon beasts to enhance their blood energy. The latter was a shortcut that could lead to endless troubles if not careful, yet it was an effective means to boost combat power in a short time. Therefore, at night, many prying eyes from the riverbed and the shore were watching them. Although there were the corpses of the Tsang wolf, the mountain-climbing python, and the dragon fish in front of them, and their family of water snakes had stayed together, no one dared to approach and attack. However, this indicated that as the time for the arena to open approached, even in areas where mutual slaughter was strictly prohibited, safety was not guaranteed. Around the spiritual vein cave, miserable howls echoed from all directions. It was evident that the battles and ambushes in the dark had never ceased. Most of the demon beasts, especially those coming from the edge of the mountains, had low intelligence and could easily fall into traps. I wonder how many will be left by the time the arena opens. Ling Yunzi sighed. What are you sighing about? There will always be victors to take the stage. You don't need to worry about not having opponents, Ling Xiao scoffed. I don't believe you've never seen such a scene when you entered the sect back then. When it comes to fighting, these demon beasts are far behind. Whether it's their means or mindset, humans are much better. Within the sect to win, there are always a few cases each year where entire families are wiped out. Some children, from the moment they're selected and obtain the qualification to cultivate, start plotting against the competitors around them under the guidance of adults. Ling Yunzi didn't refute that this was something unique to their demonic sect. Moreover, in the Xianmen, the competition for interest was equally fierce. He had excellent aptitude, and from the moment he entered, he had masters and senior brothers protecting him. He had never experienced those things, and didn't know how much hatred and scheming it attracted. Later, when his master and senior brothers, thinking of certain people's expressions, Ling Yunzi's mood instantly soured. On the other hand, Ling Xiao noticed he was silent and curiously asked, Little white brother, why aren't you speaking? I'm too lazy to waste my breath. Ling Yunzi closed his eyes. I see you have nothing to say. Ling Xiao laughed. It seems there are plenty of dirty deeds in the Xianmen. Why don't you tell me a few stories? Ling Yunzi ignored him. SSS beside them. Shi Xiaozue couldn't help but flick her snake tongue, while Xiaoqing and Xiao Bai were again talking nonsense that the snakes couldn't understand. Looking over at the still sleeping Xiaohua, a worried expression appeared in her eyes. After the battle with the golden-backed dragonfish, Xiaohua was seriously injured and had been asleep for several days without waking up. How could SSS keep sleeping without waking up? She needed to wake up to eat. After eating, she could continue sleeping. A creature that just slept without eating would starve to death. As it turned out, Miss Shi Xiaozue's concerns were very necessary. The next day, Su Chengxian was awakened by hunger. Without even opening his eyes, he shouted, Food! Food! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Pour it into my mouth. Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, hurry and serve me some food. If you're late by a second, I'm going to starve to death. What are you shouting for? You scared me. Ling Xiao, who had been startled awake from her cultivation by the sudden shouting, jumped up in anger and gave him a headbutt on the back of his head. The food is right next to you. Open your mouth and eat it yourself. You want me to feed you? Dream on. Besides the one she personally poisoned to death. The only ones who had enjoyed the Empress's feeding treatment were two old fellows who received her final care before passing away. After finishing their meal, they died the next day, which could also be considered her personally sending them off. If you don't mind, I can also. Ow. Chengxian had no time to listen to her finish. He had already pounced on the pieces of golden-backed dragon fish meat and started to eat vigorously. Ji, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the great sage monkey is here. He hopped around him several times, very excited. Your Majesty? Chengxian, in between bites, took a moment to express his confusion. Cat 19 explained, in the demon clan, followers call their masters Your Majesty. Ling Yunzi added. The great sage heard it and called you Your Majesty. The flower snake is Your Majesty, while Ling Xiao and he are second Majesty and Little Majesty. Your Majesty, you're awake? The dark water in the river also peeked out its head to look. Your Majesty, are you all right? Chapter 36. At most, I'll transform into the arena avatar, Rong Mama. Ja. It's fine, I'm doing well. Chengxian swallowed a piece of dragon fish meat and said anxiously, I just feel hungry. While speaking, he swallowed 2 more pieces of fish meat. To make it easier to swallow, the golden-backed dragonfish was cut into pieces by Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi using their magical powers, with each piece weighing dozens of pounds. After swallowing 4 or 5 pieces, which weighed about 200 pounds, he finally felt not as hungry. Aha, I'm alive again. Let me try some other meat. While twisting his body to crush the swallowed fish meat, he changed direction and started eating the wolf meat, glancing left and right as he ate. Hey, why can't I see any mountain python meat? Is there any left? It's gone. We ate it all. Ling Xiao frowned. What's wrong? Is this still not enough for you? Saying this made her heart race. Could it be that the damn flower snake has developed a bigger appetite? More than half of the golden-backed dragonfish, along with a bit of the wolf, is still not enough to fill him up? After taking a closer look at the flower snake's body, noticing that it had indeed thickened a circle, she couldn't help but curse under her breath. How did this guy grow so fast? Is he an aquatic snake? Or a black python? The black python is a member of the python family, the largest type of python. So Ling Xiao suspected that Chengxian might have the bloodline of a black python. Enough to eat for sure. I just want to try the taste. Chengxian chuckled. He used to like having several dishes for meals. A rich variety of flavors allowed him to change his chopsticks. You are quite picky. Ling Xiao couldn't help but turn and assess him, saying, I somewhat believe that you really lived in a powerful sect before. Only in a prosperous and flourishing sect, with a decent status, could one develop such habits. It's not about deliberately showing off, but rather a normal expectation. You must have had people serving you since childhood. Lin Jianzi said, I never thought that beast meat should be mixed. Luckily, it was enough to eat. Otherwise, if they only prepared food, he and Ling Xiao wouldn't have to do anything else. The 6th-tier mountain python had been consumed over the past few days by them. Shi Xiaocui and Dai and Sheng. The flower snake had just eaten the golden-backed dragonfish, which was almost at the 7th-tier beast level, and the 5th-tier wolf meat. If it were lower-tier beast meat, he would probably have to eat even more. Of course, in the future, the hunting standard would be set at 5th tier, which wouldn't be a problem as long as the flower snake was willing to hunt with them. Chengxian didn't explain, feeling that he had eaten enough. He twisted and crawled a few circles to adjust the position of the beast meat he had swallowed, then returned to his spot, coiled up, and continued to sleep. The demon core of the golden-backed dragonfish had not yet been fully refined. He slept for several more days without waking up, until one day, Cat 19's brother, Mouse Liebao, came to notify everyone, Your Excellency, the arena at the spiritual vein cave is about to open. When? Ling Xiao asked. Your Excellency, tomorrow when the sun rises, we must head to the arena in front of the spiritual vein cave. It has been almost 10 days since the death of the great demon that stirred the beast tide, and the demon general has sent the order. Today happens to be the 10th day. Lin Jianzi said. Time really flies. Early the next morning, Chengxian was awakened and knew that the arena would start today. The first thing he said was this. He felt he hadn't slept comfortably. However, there was no choice. Not wanting to be eyed as a big piece of fat meat, it was best to achieve a good result in the upcoming arena. He could sleep in the spiritual vein cave. He couldn't help but feel grateful that he had the empress sister, the Dao Lord brother, and a fifth-tier beast mother by his side, allowing him to sleep without worrying about his surroundings. However, this sleep still wasn't entirely peaceful, as he had to be cautious of higher-tier beasts coming to treat them as monsters for experience. In the middle of the night, there were cries of beasts. Who could sleep soundly with such a racket? Upon arriving at the spiritual vein cave, with the authority of the demon general, and hearing that there was a defensive array protecting the cave entrance, you could sleep well inside, sleeping as long as you wanted without anyone disturbing you, Ling Xiao said. As long as you are confident in obtaining a cave. What do you mean? Are you not preparing to fight for a cave? Su Chengxian asked. We are fighting to settle down in front of the spiritual vein cave. Lin Jianzi said the Empress and I have not yet advanced to the 5th tier. Each of them used one demon core from the wolf and python. Their cultivation gains over the past few days were substantial, but unfortunately, the time was too short, and they still hadn't advanced to the 5th tier. Although their combat power was definitely stronger than ordinary 5th-tier beasts, if they happened to encounter a strong opponent. And this time there was only one spiritual vein cave allocated to 5th-tier beasts that would have to settle for second best. I thought you would be determined to win. Su Chengxian thought to himself, where's the pride of the Empress and the Dao Lord? Cultivators have their pride and should be brave in competition, but in the face of insurmountable strength, stubbornly insisting on the impossible would only ruin the future. Ling Xiao said, I don't think it's wise to fight to the death over a spiritual cave. Of course, if the odds of winning were high in a life-and-death battle, she wouldn't mind giving it a try. Everything depended on the strength of the beasts participating in this competition. Sometimes, being overly cautious could lead to missed opportunities. We should leave early and adapt to the situation, Lin Jianzi said. Exactly. Ling Xiao turned to Su Chengxian and said, Old ghost, go clean up the leftovers. We've eaten. Make sure to eat everything clean. Otherwise, you won't know who benefits. Su Chengxian ignored her and turned to eat. The Empress' sister spoke harshly, treating him as the one to clean up the leftovers, but the remaining dragon fish meat was specifically left for him. In the morning, they had eaten large fish caught from the river, which were 1st and 2nd tier. As a member of the snake python category, the mountain python should also be beneficial for their cultivation, so they ate that first to improve their strength. But they saved the better dragon fish meat for him. Aside from Shi Xiaozue, who was on the path of bloodline evolution training, Su Chengxian ate the most of the golden-backed dragonfish. The younger siblings were meticulous in their work, so the older brother couldn't fall behind. Su Chengxian, eating the fish meat, thought to himself, let us see what the older brother can do. Let us grab a cave back. He felt somewhat confident about this. Taking a glance at the panel, he felt even more assured. Host, Su Chengxian, race, aquatic snake. Tier, 6th tier, to become a 7th tier beast. Blood energy must break through 10 million points. Blood energy, 7530166. Physical realm. Beast body realm, 3,508 10,000. Spiritual realm. Beast soul realm, 3,797 10,000. Divine ability combat skills. Divine ability. Devour chi into blood. Bewitching howl. Combat skills. Snake bite. Snake binding. Refinement points. 06. Eating beast meat can also increase blood energy. But refining lower tier beast meat provides too little blood energy for Su Chengxian. It's far more cost-effective to fill his stomach and sleep to gain blood energy. However, the meat of the dragon fish still provided him with some blood energy. Both his physical and spiritual realms increased by 6 to 700 due to swallowing the demon core of the dragon fish and the refinement points earned from completing tasks. He crossed over 3,000 and stepped towards 4,000. Not to mention anything else, his innate divine abilities also improved significantly because of this, especially the bewitching howl and my little sword of consciousness. Su Chengxian thought, if it comes to the worst, I'll go to the arena and transform into Rome Mama. Al-ja-ja-ja. Have you finished eating? Ling Xiao shouted, it's time to go. Coming. Why the rush? Can't a big brother eat a meal in peace? Chapter 37, Roar. General Yu is here. Where's the arena? Your Excellency, the arena is right ahead. I know. I'm asking where the arena is. Your Excellency, the arena is right ahead. Su Chengxian looked at the empty ground ahead, paused for a moment in silence, blinked, and seemed to see some marks on the ground. He uncertainly asked, so, the circle drawn on the ground is the arena? Yes. Yes. Exactly, Your Excellency. This is a bit too hasty. I assent it. Just drawing a few circles and calling an arena? At least put up a fence to separate it. No wonder the great sageback then also drew a circle for Tang Sung. The onlooker Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. She probably knew what Su Chengxian was thinking. The arenas of other spirit realms in the demon clan might not be like this, but this is the edge of the North Wilderness mountain range. After all, the conditions are definitely the worst. Just look at the surrounding demon beasts to know how remote this place is. With a glance, there were barely 70 or 80 ready to compete. Dividing them into different ranks for battles, they could probably finish in a day. Among the demon beasts at the front, there were even less than 10. Ling Xiao even doubted if there were any 9th-tier demon beasts here. Of course, this number was the result of everyone working together. The initial number of demon beasts that arrived was definitely more than this. Should we move forward? Su Chengxian asked. He saw that there was space ahead, especially where a big black bear was sitting cross-legged, leaving a large, empty area nearby. It would be easy to see the arena clearly if he squeezed through. After half a year of crossing over, this was the first time there was something lively to watch. Should he find a good spot? You go ahead. We can see from here. Ling Xiao glanced at him, speaking in an inexplicable tone. What is the courtesy for? Are you feeling shy? Su Chengxian claimed he understood. His younger sister is the empress, after all, and doesn't he like to squeeze around, which is understandable. He nodded and said, all right then, I'll go clear the way. Take a good spot, and you can come over later. The demon beasts are large, so as he squeezed in, he could spread out without blocking anyone. So he swam inward while calling out to Shulai Bao, Brother Mouse, keep up. Did you bring the fruits I asked you to? Your Excellency, I brought them. The small Shulai Bao, clutching a net bag filled with a good amount of fruits, trembled as he followed closely by Su Chengxian's side, stammering his reply. The net bag made of vines contained the fruits picked by the little demons in advance, all washed clean and still glistening with water droplets. With his trembling, the water droplets kept falling. That's good. Su Chengxian was focused on moving forward and didn't notice his abnormality. He quickly reached the front, lay down on the ground, and turned back. Hey, Brother Mouse, where are you? Coming. Shulai Bao jumped up and caught up. Brother Mouse, don't be nervous. I haven't eaten a mouse, so you can rest assured. Later, when I open my mouth, just throw a few fruits in, got it? Yes. Shulai Bao was almost scared to death. The bloodthirsty pressure from the higher-tier demon beasts around was terrifying him. If it weren't for the reward he received, promising to serve beside the flower snake today, he would have run away long ago. Then it's settled. When it's my turn to go on stage, you just stay here and wait for me. I'll come back to eat. Su Chengxian had it all figured out. These fruits can be replenished, right? Yes. Shulai Bao quickly replied. Brother 19 and the others are still outside picking. It was agreed that the fruits could be exchanged for demon beast meat, and the big snake would eat as much as they could provide. That's good. Su Chengxian nodded in satisfaction, smacking his lips. Being a snake has its downsides. You can't chew food to savor the flavor, let alone munch on seeds. What a pity. Forget it. Being a snake has to come with some regrets. Hearing his sigh, Shulai Bao blinked his little eyes. He could sense that this excellency beside him was genuinely fearless. Could it be that the excellency is a higher-tier demon beast? Only demon beasts of tier 7 and above are qualified to be called high-tier. Then why isn't he displaying his might to make the other demon beasts clear the way, but instead chooses to squeeze forward himself? Not to mention Shulai Bao. Even the two exceptionally intelligent individuals behind were a bit confused. What exactly is Su Chengxian's strength? Ling Xiao whispered in doubt. She thought Su Chengxian saying he would move forward was just a joke. In the end, this guy just charged forward and lay down on the ground. He really managed to lie there. Yes, he really did. A hint of admiration flashed in Ling Yunzi's eyes. When a demon beast is promoted, it can sense the changes in its own blood energy, thus knowing its own tier. Between different tiers of demon beasts, the high tier can judge the lower tier's rank through blood energy. The lower tier, on the other hand, can only sense the bloodthirsty pressure emanating from the high tier and infer their strength. The bloodthirsty pressure does not cause substantial harm to lower-tier demon beasts, but it can disturb their souls and instill fear, making them want to escape. During hunting, this pressure would be restrained. But at this moment, it is displayed as a powerful demon beast wanting to showcase its strength and forcing potential opponents to give up the fight. Ling Yunzi speculated that this might be related to the arena rules. He and Ling Xiao both chose to observe from the sidelines, avoiding direct confrontation for now. While there was certainly a consideration to avoid their sharpness and wait for an opportunity to act, it was undeniable that the pressure from the few demon beasts ahead made their souls feel uncomfortable. Thus, they retreated a bit. But Su Chengxian was lying there as if nothing had happened, right next to the most powerful golden tiger. Little white brother, do you think he is pretending? Or is his soul's solidity really far superior to ours? Ling Xiao narrowed her eyes. In her gaze, the plump flower snake not only lay there, but was also peeking and trying to talk to the golden tiger beside him. The tiger ignored him, so he turned to say something to the black moon bear behind him. Neither of the two demon beasts paid him any mind. Yet he didn't give up and stretched his neck to finally chat with two green spirit wolves. Relying on your long neck? That is not all. He went around the green spirit wolves and started talking to a big white ape. How come I never noticed this guy talk so much? He doesn't even look at who is beside him and just tries to chat? Didn't you notice? Ling Yunzi whispered when the flower snake isn't sleeping. He is always talking. Ling Xiao thought about it, and it seemed to be true. She pondered and asked, do you think that guy might not even know why the demon beasts ahead are radiating pressure? Bloodthirsty pressure can scare off unawakened wild beasts and intelligent demon beasts alike. The former has an instinct to sense danger, while the latter understands the significance of it. Only those with some intelligence, but not too much, will suppress their instincts out of curiosity and approach to take a look. Su Chengxian, although Ling Yunzi suspiciously paused for a moment, but continued, he is not that far gone. But then again, they are all from the same nest of snakes. They're still a bit short of advancing to Tier 5. The flower snake is indeed stronger than them, but it shouldn't be strong enough to enter the ranks of high-tier demon beasts. That golden tiger should be Tier 8. The black moon bear is stronger than it, possibly having advanced to Tier 9. Su Chengxian is sitting with them and even poking the tiger's neck with his tail. This guy. Oh no. This guy turned around. Ling Xiao quickly turned her head. He must be signaling us to come over. She refused to go. How embarrassing. The silly flower snake's behavior was simply like a brain illness. Ling Yunzi also lowered his head sharply, avoiding eye contact with Su Chengxian. Even Xiao Tsue felt that it was better not to respond to good big son at this moment, and she lowered her head. Hey! Su Chengxian turned around and saw that his family members were not looking at him, just as he was about to call out. Suddenly, he heard a tiger roar coming from the low hill ahead. Roar! General Yu is here. Chapter 38. 9th Rank Monster Beasts, Superior Cave Abode. General Yu sat down on a stone chair on the low hill, and when he looked down, he frowned. This year, the number of monster beasts participating in the arena at his spirit abode was actually 10% less than in previous years. However, when his gaze fell on the golden light tiger and the black moon bear, his expression brightened considerably, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he noticed a flower snake beside the black moon bear. Oh, this flower snake is somewhat interesting. A 6th rank monster beast? The blood energy it possesses is indeed at the 6th rank, but it still has a long way to go before advancing to the 7th rank. Yet it can remain calm among a group of high-rank monster beasts, which suggests it has some backing. Moreover, it doesn't look very old. Is it a water avoidance snake? General Yu's eyes flickered. The last water avoidance snake that left his side has already become a monster lord. It's a pity that when the other party was cultivating here, he hadn't yet become a monster general. If a monster lord could emerge from his spirit abode, he wouldn't have to be a small monster general in this barren land. There are millions of water avoidance snakes in the North Wilderness Mountains, and this flower snake is definitely not a descendant of that monster lord. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here. But if this little snake has a chance to cultivate into a great monster, finding a way to send it to the royal city would surely please Lord Water Avoidance. Having a fellow clansman as a subordinate. In the future, matters in the royal city could also be monitored. If this kid has good fortune, you might one day help him out. But it's too early to say anything. Let us observe slowly. General Yu waved his hand and said, Wolf Qing, Tiger Xiao, you two go and arrange things. Yes, yes. The two great monsters, Wolf Qing and Tiger Xiao, received the order and leaped down from the low hill. Just as they landed in front of the monster beasts and were about to take action, General Yu on the stone chair chuckled again and said, "That Black Moon Bear and Golden Light Tiger, why not show your true abilities and let this general take a look? I have two superior cave abodes available for 9th rank monster beasts to occupy." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of monster beasts was thrown into chaos. Superior cave abode? 9th rank monster beasts? There are vacancies for superior cave abodes here. Are there 9th rank monster beasts among us? What is a superior cave abode? Su Chengxian, adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, quietly asked Shulabeobo. This question nearly made Shulabeobo forget his fear, and he tightened his claws around the net bag, saying, "Your Excellency, the cave abodes on the spiritual vein are divided into 3 grades, superior, middle, and inferior. This grading is based on the highest quality of spirit stones that can be mined. As the name suggests, a superior cave abode can yield superior spirit stones. Therefore, the spiritual energy within is also more abundant and rich. Moreover, the spirit stones mined by monster beasts, aside from the portion that needs to be submitted each month, can be kept for personal use. Mining spirit stones? Submitting?" Su Chengxian blinked. It turns out this cave abode isn't free to live in. There's rent to pay. After saying this, even the Black Moon Bear, which had been ignoring him, couldn't help but grumble, "You little flower snake, why do you speak so strangely?" It was the first time it had heard someone refer to the submitted spirit stones as rent. "Hey, brother bear, so you could talk? Su Jian si na lauget?" Oomph. The Black Moon Bear rolled its eyes at him. How could a dignified 9th rank monster beast not speak? It just couldn't be bothered to deal with this little flower snake who wasn't afraid of death. "Yeah, what do you think about the superior cave abode?" The Golden Light Tiger, sitting slightly behind the Black Moon Bear, spoke up. Its large body was covered in golden fur that seemed to shine in the sunlight. The king character on its forehead was as black as ink, with a faint shimmering light. "The Bear Clan definitely wants one," the Black Moon Bear said as it stood up and took 2 steps forward. Thud, thud, thud. As it stepped forward, a shallow layer of black demonic energy surged around it, and then its demonic power surged, making its already huge body grow even larger. Goodness! Su Chengxian stared in awe at the fully revealed power of the Black Moon Bear, unable to believe his eyes. He thought his size was considerable, but compared to this bear that resembled a black demon god, he was simply a small fry. He could probably serve as a scarf for it. At the same time, seeing the Black Moon Bear move, the Golden Light Tiger also got up and took a step forward, revealing its full form. A golden-haired tiger, whose size rivaled that of the Black Moon Bear, appeared before everyone. Dragon walks on clouds, tiger walks with wind. As the Golden Light Tiger moved, a gust of wind suddenly swept up, stirring the demonic energy on the 2 monster beasts, even forming a patch of black demonic mist. The Black Moon Bear Clan's Yaya has met General Yu. The massive Black Moon Bear, taller than the low hill, clasped its paws to General Yu on the stone chair. The Golden Light Tiger Clan's Li Xiaomao has met General Yu. The Golden Light Tiger also bowed its head towards General Yu. Originally dumbfounded, Su Chengxian couldn't help but laugh when he heard the Golden Light Tiger's name was Li Xiaomao, but he quickly reacted and held back his laughter. However, this still attracted the attention of the 2 great monsters. Su Chengxian quickly turned his head, trying to pretend it was someone else who laughed while looking for a cover. To his shock, he found there were no other monster beasts around. A large expanse of open ground, and he was the only snake coiled here. The other monster beasts had long retreated 10 meters when the Black Moon Bear and Golden Light Tiger fully revealed their strength, driven back by the overwhelming bloodlust and demonic energy. "Oh no," Su Chengxian thought, "this is bad." He cursed Shulabeobo for lacking loyalty. Why didn't he call him when it ran away? There was no point in thinking about this now. He simply turned his tail and swam away, slipping into the crowd of monster beasts behind him. He thought to himself that the 2 great monsters would chase him just for a sound. Sure enough, he slipped to the back of the monster beast crowd and looked back to see that the great monsters had already shifted their gaze away from him. Phew! Luckily, I reacted quickly. Su Chengxian sighed in relief. Had enough attention? Ling Xiao appeared beside him, snickering. Why not show your true abilities and take a superior cave abode for yourself? Your Majesty, are you joking? I'm just a 6th rank. Su Chengxian lay down and grumbled. Besides, didn't you hear, General, you say there are only 2 superior cave abodes? Goodness, he was scared just now, and now he felt a little dizzy. Did you see anything up front? Ling Yunzi asked. No, I was just watching the show. Su Chengxian's spiritual sense did indeed sense that the Black Moon Bear and Golden Light Tiger were fluctuating with demonic power, seemingly intending to take advantage of the opportunity to observe while watching the excitement. However, he was more eager to watch the show. He was also very interested in high-rank monster beasts, so he approached them a bit. In front of the arena, at the spirit abode of the monster general. These high-rank monster beasts did not dare to act rashly. So although his actions seemed risky, they were actually quite safe. Instead, he could take the opportunity to test the strength of the high-rank monster beasts. Your Excellency. At this moment, Shulabobo suddenly appeared from somewhere. Su Chengxian saw it, and immediately opened his mouth wide. Your Excellency, here. Shulabobo was momentarily taken aback, then immediately took out a fruit and tossed it up. This action had been rehearsed in its mind several times, and now seeing the snake's mouth, it was an instinctive fruit throw. Your Excellency, is it sweet? It's even more bitter than my snake gall. Su Chengxian sighed. Well, it's just a little sweeter than my last life. Ling Xiao. Ling Yunzi. Why does it sound so gloomy? Silence. You all, come forward one by one. A great monster, Wolf Qing, called out from the front. Next, the monster beasts were divided into 4 groups. 1 group for the 4th and 5th ranks, and 1 group each for the 6th, 7th, and 8th ranks. Shi Xiaotsue, Ling Yunzi, and Ling Xiao were grouped together. When it came to Su Chengxian, Lang Qing hesitated for a moment but still placed him in the 7th tier. Captain, I am. Su Chengxian wanted to say that he was in the 6th tier, but before he could speak, he felt his tail being pinched by the big white ape who had spoken to him earlier. He paused for a moment. What's the matter? Lang Qing glanced at him. Nothing. Chapter 39, Level 7, Su Chengxian, on the arena. That white ape may have some connection with General Yu. Whether it's the great demon Wolf Qing or the demon General Yu, although they appear in human form, they still retain some characteristics of their demon bodies. However, no demon beast would regard them as lesser demons. The most obvious distinction between great demons and lesser demons is the pressure formed by demonic energy. This demonic aura is unique to high-ranking powerful beings of the demon race, based on their own mana's momentum. Each great demon has a different aura. However, there may be similarities due to bloodline connections. Ling Zhao's cultivation level is still low, so she couldn't confirm this later. She inferred it from the resemblance in appearance between the white ape and General Yu. Even if they are not related, being both white apes means there is some kind of connection, which may become significant later on. Ling Yunzi said, the demon race does not emphasize bloodline and kinship like the human race, but high-ranking powerful beings still need to gather their own strength, gain power, and obtain resources for cultivation. Groups with the same bloodline have a natural bond. They were discussing the white ape because they had seen Su Chengxian give up his defense due to its intervention. Is that good or bad? Ling Xiao wondered. We will know soon enough. Ling Yunzi replied, because the great demon Wolf Qing will soon announce the arena rules. Whether Su Chengxian is deemed to have the strength to compete at the 7th level depends on whether the arena rules are favorable for him. Each group will battle 2 at a time. The winners will advance to the next round, while the losers will be eliminated. 4th and 5th level demon beasts will compete for 6 inferior spirit houses. 6th level demon beasts will compete for 3 inferior middle grade spirit houses. 7th level demon beasts will compete for 3 middle grade spirit houses. 8th level demon beasts will compete for 4 superior middle grade spirit houses. The first 3 days will be battles among the same level. The last 2 days will be cross-level challenges. Additionally, each demon beast has 2 opportunities to enter the arena. Winning 1 match grants the right to reside near the Spirit Vein Cave. This means that defeated demon beasts still have 2 chances to challenge the winners. In the first 3 days, only same-level challenges are allowed. In the last 2 days, they can challenge higher or lower levels. After Wolf Qing and Hu Xiao read the rules, they took out 8 drawing tubes and handed them to the 8 lesser demons beside them. During the earlier grouping, each demon beast was given a stick. Now, The lesser demons shook the drawing tubes, and soon the drawn sticks determined the order of ascending the arena. Only the winning bamboo sticks would remain in the drawing tubes. There are 5 8th-level demon beasts competing for 4 spots, and one might return to the stage in the last 2 days. The greatest number of demon beasts are 4th and 5th level, with Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, and Shi Xiao Cui placed very low in the order. Su Chengxian is not among the first few to ascend the arena either. So the snake family gathered together for a brief meeting. There are 9 7th-level demon beasts, including you. There are 17 6th-level ones. The rest are 4th and 5th levels, totaling 47. From this perspective, the white ape's advice to you may not be well-intentioned. Ling Xiao turned to Su Chengxian and said, "How so?" Su Chengxian asked, "You are clearly the weakest among the 7th-level group and will become a target for defeated demon beasts." Ling Yunzi said, "It's not just you. Any victor who shows signs of decline or is severely injured on the arena can become a target," Ling Xiao said solemnly. "So not only must you win, but you must also win quickly while trying to preserve yourself. Are you saying that they only pick on the weak?" Su Chengxian asked in confusion. "Is that even a tactic? Why not? If demon beasts possess a bit of the cunning of the human race and take advantage of it, the demon race would be happy to see it. Everyone knows that relying solely on cunning won't lead to long-term success in cultivation. But in this arena, strength is paramount. Even the cunning must go up honestly and fight fairly. Even if you see an opportunity in your opponent, you must have the strength to win against them. Moreover, how do you know that the demon beasts on stage aren't playing tricks, intentionally showing weaknesses? Many demon beasts treat the arena as a hunting ground. It is not uncommon for powerful ones to deliberately entice defeated demon beasts to challenge them and then take the opportunity to hunt them down. Thus, having 2 chances does not guarantee a return to the arena. Xiao Cui only needs to win 1 match, Ling Yunzi said. After that, if other demon beasts challenge, she can avoid the fight. I and Little White will act according to the situation, Ling Xiao said. Competing for inferior spirit houses is not very meaningful. After that, the two looked at Su Chengxian. How confident are you in the inferior middle-grade spirit houses? What do you mean? Su Chengxian didn't understand. Am I not competing for the middle-grade spirit houses? If I remember correctly, he is in the 7th level group. 7th level demon beasts are competing for 3 middle-grade spirit houses. Rather than losing and getting injured, it would be better to settle for something less. How to retreat? You could go on stage and concede. Conserve your strength for the later days and challenge the 3rd of the 6th level. I won't. Su Chengxian refused. Although he currently only knows the difference between inferior, middle, and superior spirit houses, he doesn't understand why the same grade spirit houses are further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. But he knows that middle grade is better than inferior. Why should I give up? Are you confident you can rank in the top 3 among the 7th level? Ling Xiao asked. Do you have confidence in winning against the 8th level? That big white ape's purpose may very well be to have Su Chengxian take a spot for it. And at worst, it could add some trouble to the 7th level competition. This is planning an escape route for itself. If the 8th level competition doesn't go well, it can always switch to the 7th level. Don't think too badly of the big white ape, and don't think so poorly of me either, okay? Su Chengxian smiled. That guy's intentions can be set aside for now. The one who decides in the end is still me. If I didn't feel there was an advantage, even if the other party was pinching my tail or blocking my mouth, I could find a way to speak up. Since I've decided to compete at the 7th level, it is naturally because I have confidence. In fact, from the beginning until now, Su Chengxian's mindset has been very relaxed, because only he knows that his current strength, just in terms of soul and physical power, is more than double what it was when he faced the 6th level mountain shaking boar. Moreover, the power of the bewitching divine ability and the strength of his divine consciousness have also made remarkable progress. Don't talk about middle-grade spirit houses. Can't you have a little faith in me, big brother? Su Chengxian said proudly. Even in superior middle-grade spirit houses, I still have a chance. You Haven T fought against 7th level demon beasts. Ling Xiao calmly countered. What else with the bragging? I haven't fought against 7th or 8th level ones. But that doesn't mean I don't know their strength. Su Chengxian smiled meaningfully. Ling Yunzi narrowed his eyes slightly. You went to the front earlier for another purpose. Did you test them? Ling Xiao immediately understood. Humph, mainly to watch the excitement. But I also observe the opponents along the way. Otherwise, do you really think I'm foolish enough to run to the front pretending to be an idiot? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Have you heard of that? However, the feeling of pretending to be an idiot is quite enjoyable. Did you initially consider the 8th level demon beasts as your opponents? Not really. Chengxian shook his head. His idea was quite simple. He just wanted to have a comfortable environment to sleep in. The richer the spiritual energy, the more comfortable the sleep. Spirit houses may indeed vary in quality. So according to normal logic, the stronger the demon beasts, the more likely they are to obtain good spirit houses. If given the opportunity, Chengxian would certainly want to compete for one. But primarily, it was to make a comparison based on his current strength. With the known 6th level having lost its reference value, the target was set on the 7th level demon beasts. However, after probing with his divine consciousness, he found that the 7th level demon beasts present had similar fluctuations in demon power, physical strength, and soul state to the 6th level golden-backed dragonfish. I suspect that the golden-backed dragonfish is eager to devour the little green bird to break through to the 7th rank and participate in the competition for the mid-grade spiritual mansion. So I wonder, with the dragonfish demon core swallowed, do I have the ability to challenge the 8th rank? Therefore, Chengxian simply squeezed the front and scanned both the 8th rank and the suspected 9th rank with his divine sense. So it's not that you're relying on your long neck, but rather on the solidity of your soul, which far exceeds that of others. What? It's nothing. Ling Xiao then asked, why do you think the white ape has good intentions? It's very strong. Chengxian didn't press further. It is the strongest among the 8th rank. Not only is it strong, but the opponent also possesses bloodline divine abilities. There's no need to leave a way out. Of course, the fact that I can read the opponent's thoughts doesn't need to be told to the Empress sister. So how confident are you in fighting against the 8th rank? Ling Xiao asked again. That mainly depends on. Chengxian just started to speak and hadn't finished. Suddenly, a small demon called out loudly. 7th rank, Chengxian. Step onto the arena. Chapter 40. He swallowed the demon core. The demon core of the 7th stage, cloud-stepping deer. Here it comes. Here it comes. Chengxian turned around, twisted his body, and flicked his tail, darting out straight towards the arena, the ring. Xiaoqing, this guy seems really confident. Looking at his excited back, Ling Yunzi couldn't help but speak. If his spiritual power was indeed strong enough to detect the strength of an 8th stage demon beast, then he truly had the confidence to defeat a 7th stage opponent. Ling Xiao whispered, spiritual power. What spiritual power do demon beasts have? The physical strength and vitality of low-tier demon beasts are the foundation of their power. After that, they absorb spiritual energy and moonlight with blood evil, cultivating the spiritual energy to wash the sea of consciousness. As their souls receive constant nourishment, they shed ignorance, awaken intelligence, and begin to condense into spiritual souls. High-tier demon beasts condensing demon cores must also condense spiritual soul avatars. Moreover, possessing a spiritual soul avatar is the foundation of transformation. However, condensing a spiritual soul avatar does not mean possessing spiritual power. To cultivate spiritual consciousness, one must raise a spiritual platform in the open sea of consciousness. And the spiritual soul avatar must sit steadily on the spiritual platform to refine spiritual awareness. Only with spiritual awareness can one be considered to have grasped a trace of spiritual power. Even 9th-stage demon beasts might not be able to achieve this. The golden light tiger and the black moon bear definitely do not have spiritual awareness, Ling Yunzi said. The probing of spiritual awareness in the cultivation world is an extremely offensive act, almost equivalent to declaring war. If they also had spiritual awareness, they would not be completely unresponsive to Chengxian's probing. In other words, Chengxian could act so recklessly because he did not sense any fluctuations of spiritual awareness from other demon beasts. Spiritual awareness is one of the important means of defense for cultivators. Since its birth, it will be placed around the body to guard against possible attacks. Unless deliberately restrained, there would definitely be some perception between them. Why is his spiritual power so strong? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps it was related to his innate divine ability. Ling Yunzi thought of a possibility. In previous battles, they had cooperated several times. Su Chengxian's scream had the power to bewitch the soul. This must be a supernatural ability derived from spiritual power. Wail! At this moment, a shrill cry attracted the attention of all demon beasts. The two couldn't help but follow the roar and look over. It was a battle between 8-stage demon beasts. One side on the arena was indeed the big white ape that Su Chengxian said was the strongest among the 8 stages. At this moment, it was battling with a hawk. The hawk spread its wings and swooped down towards the white ape's face, but the white ape nimbly dodged. The hawk's claw missed, and as it was about to flap its wings to rise and circle around for another attack, it suddenly heard a loud bang. The white ape jumped up violently, grabbing the hawk's claws, and with a powerful shake of its arms, demonic energy surged wildly. With its long arms, it forcefully pulled apart to both sides. At the same time, its body flipped, and its hind legs kicked towards the hawk's abdomen. Bang! Wail! A scream that made one's scalp tingle erupted, and a shower of blood drenched the white ape, staining its snowy fur with a layer of blood mist. The white ape's hind leg kicked through the hawk's body, and then it pulled out a softly glowing demon core from the chest cavity that had been ripped open by demonic power. Holding the demon core and the hawk's corpse, it walked straight out of the arena. So fast, the hawk died too quickly. It didn't even have time to shout for surrender. To call out surrender in the arena means the opponent cannot strike again. The two great demons, Wolf Qing and Tiger Xiao, along with the demon General Yu on the low mountain who had been bored but did not leave, were all there to prevent unnecessary casualties. However, the reason for the unavoidable tragic death lies in the fact that the means and techniques used in the battles between demon beasts are fundamentally aimed at capturing prey, emphasizing a single fatal blow. Especially in cases where there is a clear disparity in strength, it is impossible to avoid one side being killed. And seeing this scene, Ling Zhao's first thought was, Su Chengxian might really have a chance to compete for a high-grade, middle-grade spirit mansion. There are not many 8-stage demon beasts to begin with. Now another one has died. If another one dies, one of the 4 high-grade, middle-grade spirit mansions will be vacated. The top 3 of the 7th stage should all have a chance to compete. Just don't know if this guy can make it into the top 3. But no matter what, he doesn't have to worry about being targeted as a soft persimmon by 8-stage demon beasts once he makes it into the top 3. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was about to turn his gaze back to Su Chengxian when he heard a voice. 5th stage, water-avoiding snake Shi Xiaocui. The name of Shi Xiaocui came from a little demon beside the arena where the 4th and 5th stage competition was taking place. He quickly turned around to look and saw that this generation's mother, the big white snake, was indeed nervously flicking her tongue. Hiss, it's okay, just do your best. If you can't win, just surrender, Ling Yunzi advised. It's fine, we are here, Ling Xiao also said. The power gap between low-tier demon beasts is too small. They have to fight to distinguish strength and weakness. Otherwise, it would be possible for Su Chengxian to assess the combat power of these 4th and 5th stage demon beasts and pick out the water-avoiding snake that Shi Xiaocui couldn't handle. There is no obvious boundary between the 4th and 5th stage strengths, and one must fight to know how strong they are. That's why the 2 tiers of demon beasts are put together to compete for the spirit mansion. If they encounter a strong opponent, they should surrender, Ling Xiao said. 5th stage, Shi Xiaocui had just condensed her demon core and hadn't refined a demon core yet, with limited demonic power and average battle skills. So it would be difficult for her to rank high in combat power. Hiss, I won't lose. Shi Xiaocui raised her head and declared, I'm great at hunting. How could I lose in the first match? After saying that, she turned and rushed towards the arena. In her 4th stage, she dared to steal the eggs of 5th stage snake-catching birds. Now that she's 5th stage, can she just surrender? This figure looks quite similar to Su Chengxian. Truly a mother and son. Su Chengxian. Ling Xiao suddenly remembered to pay attention to Su Chengxian's battle situation. Ling Yunzi was a step ahead of him. So the two of them, one after the other, saw the big fat snake on the stage, wide-mouthed. Hick! What is he doing? It was obvious he was retching. What happened? He just swallowed the demon core of his opponent. The demon core of the 7th stage, cloud-stepping deer. Chapter 41, sorry. Why don't I just eat you too? Huh. Su Chengxian opened his mouth wide. Damn it. I'm finished. That was a demon core from a 7th grade demon beast. A 7th grade demon beast's demon core. The demon core of a 6th grade golden-backed dragonfish was still half digested in his stomach and hadn't been fully refined. The talent skill of devouring energy to transform into blood wasn't all-powerful. It couldn't transform everything. Even if it could, it wouldn't be able to completely refine it in an instant. It takes time. Moreover, the body's endurance has its limits. Theoretically, a person could eat many pigs in their lifetime, but they definitely couldn't eat an entire pig in one go. Right now, Chengxian had suddenly swallowed an entire pig. Would he get stuffed to death? He couldn't help but feel very regretful. What does it mean when your mouth is faster than your brain? It was just like that, at that moment. As he stepped into the arena, a system task reminder echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has a new task. Task content: defeat the 7th grade demon beast. Cloud treading deer. Task reward: refinement points 12, transformation grass 3. At the same time, a large, plump deer jumped over. Its antlers were extraordinarily thick, spiraling upwards, with sharp tips like blades pointing forward. Its eyes were raised, carrying an odd sense of arrogance and evil, making one uncomfortable. Its hooves stomped on the ground, creating a loud, thudding sound. This should be the 7th grade cloud treading deer. Chengxian stirred his blood energy on guard, while calculating whether to take the initiative and seize the advantage. But he was also worried that directly using his talent skill or employing his spiritual consciousness might expose his trump card too early. Should he just exchange a few moves first and then take the opportunity to bind it and then? While he was thinking, the cloud-treading deer acted first. Moo! It exhaled a thick, white demon mist from its mouth and nose, then spat out a luminous pearl that transformed into white light, shooting towards Chengxian's head. Chengxian was taken aback. At this moment, the system's prompt had not stopped. Ding! The host has a new series of tasks. Task content: defeat the opponent and earn a middle-grade spirit mansion. Task reward: refinement points 10, transformation grass 4. For each opponent defeated, you will receive refinement points 4. For each demon core swallowed, you will receive refinement points 4, swallowing a demon core, swallowing a demon core. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed a demon core. He tilted his neck, leaned forward, and swallowed it as it came. The angle and result of his attack were both swift and perfect. The cloud-treading deer was stunned by his boldness. Coming back to his senses, Chengxian's first reaction was to spit out the demon core. So he wiggled his body, trying desperately to move his snake body to push out the swallowed demon core. Unfortunately, the demon core only moved deeper inside. Damn it! Chengxian cursed loudly. Damn it! What is wrong with you demon beasts? Why do you all like to hit people with demon cores? Have you never considered that there might be a snake that accidentally eats it? Moo? The cloud-treading deer let out a sound similar to a sneer, then threw its head back and laughed. You actually swallow my demon core? I have never seen such a foolish snake. Its mocking laughter was so loud that it attracted the attention of many demon beasts. Even the 2 major demons and General Yu on the low mountain glanced over. Did it not know that swallowing someone else's demon core would lead to an explosive death? It would probably have its spiritual platform and soul dissipate before it exploded. It didn't even have demon power, so it certainly hadn't condensed a demon core. Moreover, why would a 6th grade demon beast be grouped with 7th grade ones? Could it be a major demon? Hush! The major demon Wolf Qing also heard this and couldn't help but glance at the demon beast that spoke, letting out a light snort. It was foolish to trouble a newly arrived water-avoiding snake. The other party wasn't even considered a demon race. There was no need to kill it in front of the demon general, so obviously, Tiger Xiao snorted in disdain. He knew why Wolf Qing was doing this. It was merely because he noticed General Yu's gaze linger on this flowery snake for a moment, recalling the tale of Longsheng Ridge and the water-avoiding marquis of the royal city, and had the intention of currying favor. Why curry favor instead of plotting harm? Because every year in the arena battles, they all knew the extent of casualties. With the strength of the flowery snake's body, combined with its solid soul, rich blood energy, even without demon power, it was stronger than an average 7th grade. Furthermore, it likely had a bloodline inheritance talent skill and was proficient in combat techniques. There was still another aura of demon energy lingering on it, evidently having fought with other demon beasts not long ago. The result need not be asked. It must have won. With such strength, it could certainly compete with 8th grade demon beasts. Ranking among the top 3 in 7th grade, while not trivial, wouldn't be too difficult. However, this cunning wolf demon never expected that as soon as the flowery snake stepped into the arena, it would make a big mistake. It actually swallowed someone else's demon core. Big cat, what are you sneering at? The flowery snake's solid soul wouldn't necessarily be dispersed by demon power. Wolf Qing heard Tiger Zhao sneer and couldn't help but transmit his thoughts. Ha! Little Qing dog, when will you fix your stubbornness? Tiger, Zhao retorted. Even if its soul could withstand the wash of demon power, could its physical organs endure the power of the demon core? Just wait and see. Wolf Qing said this, but inwardly he was also complaining. Was this fat, flowery snake out of its mind? The cloud-treading deer used a demon core right from the start to preserve its strength, not wanting to get entangled with its opponent to avoid injury and falling into a dilemma. This deer also didn't have spiritual consciousness and didn't know that the flowery snake's soul was solid. Seeing it without demon power, it assumed the soul was its weak point. It also presumed it had no demon core, thus initiating the attack first, using a demon core as a treasure to attack an opponent. The most feared situation was for the opponent to respond with a demon core, leading to both sides suffering heavy losses. But unexpectedly, the flowery snake opened its mouth and swallowed the demon core. The flowery snake was able to easily catch a rapidly approaching demon core. Its reaction speed was quite extraordinary. But it really shouldn't have swallowed the demon core. This flowery snake is doomed. Someone shouted out. This echoed the thoughts of the observing demon beasts. Battles between 4th and 5th grade demon beasts were indeed not very interesting. The 8th grade battles were too dangerous to approach, so one could only watch the outcome. Thus most demon beasts, along with some small demons, gathered around the 6th and 7th grade sides. The two arenas were side by side, and now that a blunder had occurred in the 7th grade, it attracted even more attention. In other words, there were more people wanting to see Chengxian explode to death. It was common to see demon beasts beaten to death or maimed, but they had never seen one so foolish as to explode from swallowing a demon core. The excitement is just fresh and entertaining. Foolish flowery snake. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Pretending to be foolish. Look where your pretense has gotten you. You're gonna get yourself killed now. You won't die that easily. Ling Yunzi said. I know, I just can't help but want to curse. They had all seen Chengxian swallow demon cores before. The golden-backed dragonfish was also about to advance to 7th grade, and he had eaten it without any issues, right? This time it should also be fine, right? But not so sure. Chengxian muttered. Of course, it's not certain to die. With the talent skill of devouring energy to transform into blood, the demon core wouldn't directly blow him up. However, the demon core would continuously emit demon power, and if not refined in time, accumulating too much would eventually exceed his limit. Whether it was the body's endurance or the improvement of the talent skill, it all depended on the enhancement of the soul and physical realm. So, I need refinement points. Chengxian quickly reached a conclusion. Then, without hesitation, he suddenly lunged towards the cloud-treading deer, which had been waiting for him to die and had not launched another attack. I'm sorry, little deer. I ate your demon pill. As an apology, why don't I just eat you too? Chapter 42, Great King. Which of these rumors is true and which is false? Want to struggle desperately? I won't give you that chance. The cloud-treading deer saw Chengxian lunging at it and scoffed disdainfully. Bang! Knowing its opponent was doomed to die, yet still entangling in battle. How foolish. So it stomped heavily on the ground and leaped effortlessly over Chengxian's head. Turning back, it revealed a mocking smile. Foolish flower snake. Don't you understand what the treading cloud in cloud-treading deer means? Their clan's innate talent is speed, running and dodging with all their might. How could a water snake catch up to them? This isn't the water. However, in the next moment, the smile froze on the deer's face. Whoosh! Bang! A thick snake tail directly struck its face. With overwhelming force, the tail shattered the thin layer of protective demonic light on the deer's head, landing a solid hit. Moo! The cloud-treading deer shook its head in pain and immediately counterattacked with its antlers. But it was still too slow. In the instant it shook its head, Chengxian had already calculated its movement, and the entire snake body pressed up against it, flicking its tongue and letting out a hiss. Hiss, the innate divine ability. The seductive hiss. General Yu on the low mountain turned his gaze back to the 7th tier arena because of this hiss. Taking a good look at Chengxian, who was in a fierce battle, he murmured, targeting the soul type innate divine abilities. Interesting, very interesting. The nearby big demons, Langqing and Hu Shao, felt nothing from the snake's hiss. Clearly, their spiritual awareness did not detect anything unusual. This has nothing to do with Chengxian's innate divine abilities not targeting them, but it also shows the difference in soul power between demon generals and big demons. Bang! Bang! The targeted cloud-treading deer was completely unaware of what method had attacked it. It only felt a wave of dizziness in its head, and it stumbled. It almost fell. In that instant, the wide-open snake mouth bit down hard on its neck. A deer laughing? Ridiculous. I suck. The cloud-treading deer was fast, but Chengxian was faster, because he was truly anxious. In a panic, he might really die. So, he had to hurry, and he had to be fast. Under the pressure of crisis, he unleashed all his potential. Innate combat skill binding. Inat combat skill, snake beat. The combat skills he had practiced countless times in his dreams were executed at this critical moment, faster than even Chengxian himself had expected. Coupled with his spiritual awareness and prediction, he naturally restrained the cloud-treading deer, completing more than half of the battle to kill the opponent. The remaining half would be completed quickly with the cloud-treading deer's active cooperation. Having lost its demon core and being constricted, the cloud-treading deer had almost no hope of survival, unless it shouted surrender. However, as the flower snake's sharp teeth pierced its neck and severed its windpipe, it struggled violently, but the blood splattered into its throat, completely eliminating any chance of calling for help. At this moment, Chengxian was more experienced and ruthless than when he had used this move several times before. His strength and size had also grown tremendously, even forcing the beast's blood to flow into his mouth by tightening his grip on the enemy's body, accelerating the death of this 7th-tier demon beast. So, not long after, the cloud-treading deer beneath him collapsed, completely silent. The system's prompt sound rang out at this moment. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 7th-tier demon beast, cloud-treading deer, and receiving rewards. Refinement points 12, transformation grass 3. Congratulations to the host for swallowing a demon core. Receiving refinement points 4. Congratulations to the host for defeating an opponent. Receiving refinement points 4. The system, allocate all the refinement points to improve my realm. Chengxian almost immediately recited. Received. The system will evenly distribute the refinement points to enhance the host's physical realm and soul realm. No. Chengxian had his own thoughts, maintaining the current state with the soul realm higher than the physical realm, ensuring no issues arose. A higher soul realm was more beneficial for him to control his physical body, making it easier to perform combat skills. Received. Did I win? Confirming the death of the cloud-treading deer and no longer being able to suck out beast blood, Chengxian finally stretched his body and climbed up from it. He raised his head to signal the little demon beside him. Yes, Your Excellency. The little demon immediately regained his senses and shouted, 7th tier arena, Chengxian, victory. Then he asked, Your Excellency, do you wish to continue participating in the arena? Of course, Chengxian replied, feeling curious about why he asked this. Other demon beasts who won directly placed their bamboo sticks in the bamboo tube. However, he was too lazy to ask, having fought a tiring battle. Just wanted to lie down and sleep for a while. He wondered how Xiao Chui and Ling Xiao were doing. Standing tall and looking around, the next moment, he spotted Ling Yunzi. He then swam over under the courtesy of the demon beasts. How's it going? Very smooth. What about Xiao Chui and Ling Xiao? They're preparing for the second match. Ling Yunzi looked at him. How do you feel? Pretty good, why? This sudden concern made Chengxian a bit uncomfortable, and he curiously glanced at this Daoist brother. Why is he concerned about my feelings? Even if he didn't see his match, it was obvious he wasn't injured. You swallowed a 7th tier demon beast demon core, Ling Yunzi said, Everyone is guessing how long you can last. Huh? How long until I burst? Who is everyone? Many demon beasts. Oomph. Sorry to disappoint everyone. I 1T burst. That's good. We're all counting on you to bring back a superior middle-grade spirit mansion. Less than half an hour later, Chengxian received good news. He had a buy and directly advanced successfully, obtaining a qualification to enter a middle-grade spirit mansion. At the same time, the results from the 8th tier arena also came out. As expected, another 8th tier demon beast died. A spot for a superior middle-grade spirit mansion opened up. Chengxian couldn't help but look towards the 7th tier side, at the strongest few demon beasts. His gaze lingered for a moment on the one that resembled a lion, only to unexpectedly provoke the other party's hostility. What are you looking at? Do you want to compete with me? The curly-maned, yellow-maned beast coldly huffed at him. Is it not allowed? Chengxian immediately retorted. Goodness. He hadn't even said anything, just glanced, and the other party's words were practically pointing a finger at him, as if to say, you think you're worthy? At this moment, could he back down? After all, the other party wouldn't dare to act now. You, a lion with a curly mane, what are you acting tough for? What? We're both 7th tier. You can, but I can't? How to compete? The curly-maned, yellow-maned beast shook its big head and, like with the cloud-treading deer, said, Did you swallow my demon core? Huh, is that not allowed? Chengxian repeated his previous words. All right, I'll be waiting for you. The curly-maned, yellow-maned beast seemed completely enraged, shouting, 3 days later, I'll be waiting for you. Then I will beat you to death. Huh, who dies and who lives is still uncertain. Roar, you stupid snake. I want to eat you. Oomph. General Yu is sitting up there. Do you dare? The curly-maned, yellow-maned beast did not dare, so it angrily stomped away, back at the riverbank, before Chengxian and the others could speak. Dai poked her head out of her shell and looked at Chengxian, saying, Great king, I heard that you swallowed the demon core of the cloud-treading deer and are about to die. I also heard that you bragged on the arena about swallowing the curly-maned, yellow-maned beast to become the strongest to the 7th level. Which one is true? Both are true. Huh. Chapter 43, 7th Stage. Can't beat you? Wait until I take a nap. The next day, in the morning, is that flower snake that swallowed the cloud-treading deer's demon core still alive? Yes, it's not only alive, but thriving. The 16 refining points from completing the task have enhanced its physical and spiritual realms, allowing it to temporarily not worry about being overwhelmed by the demon core. What? My empress sister and Daoist brother have finally advanced to the 5th stage? Chengxian opened his eyes with annoyance, looking at Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi standing in front of him, and couldn't help but sneer. Can you sense that? Ling Xiao was surprised, doubting just how strong Chengxian's spiritual power was. Perhaps it was already comparable to that of a great demon? Not really. Chengxian shook his head. Every time you two advance, you always adopt a provocative stance like now. In fact, he saw them shedding their skins just now. They don't necessarily shed their skin immediately upon advancing, but every time they do shed, it signifies a strengthening of their power. Moreover, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were only a little short of advancing to the 5th stage before. What? Do you want to fight? Hiss. Miss Shi Xiaotsue raised her head and cast a curious glance. What fight? Who wants to fight? No, I'll let you off this time. Ling Xiao said, I need to conserve my strength to compete with other demon beasts. Ling Yunzi added. The two of them fought hard last night and finally advanced to 5th stage demon beasts before sunrise. It was to compete for the Spirit Vein Cave. How could they waste their energy here? Haha, I don't mind. Chengxian Wu Ti have to go to the arena for the next 2 days. Whether he goes up 2 days later still depends on his mood. You can be proud, but it won't be long before my brother Xiao Bai and I completely surpass you. Ling Xiao said confidently. Oh, really? Chengxian was very curious. He wanted to know what gave Ling Xiao such confidence. I condensed the demon core last night, and at most in half a month, I can condense the demon core. And Ling Yunzi is the same. Ling Xiao didn't want to see Chengxian lose his ambition to pursue stronger cultivation because he became obsessed with temporary strength and blend in with the crowd. So he said very straightforwardly, the techniques we both cultivate, although one is a demon path imperial technique and the other is a righteous method of the mysterious sect, are both top-tier techniques in the world. With the demon core, As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, cultivation will progress by leaps and bounds. It only takes a year or two to take form. You should know that after taking form, the path of cultivation will truly be a smooth road for us. The cultivation experience and foundation from our previous lives will truly come into play then. Like the legends of mortals, achieving enlightenment and entering the immortal realm in a day is not impossible. And you, right now, don't even have demon power. Taking form? Upon hearing this, Chengxian suddenly became spirited. Sister, if you take form, will you look the same as in your previous life? He had never seen the empress. Maybe. This question made Ling Xiao a bit awkward, and his gaze wandered. Cough. Old ghost, strong blood energy can only last for a while. Otherwise, the current demon race Wu-Ti all be cultivating demon power. Ling Yunzi quickly corrected. I don't know what you're relying on, nor do I know what else you have gained from your bloodline inheritance apart from talent and divine abilities, but you need to be cautious. Times change. Some inheritances may not be suitable for today as wilderness. I mean the same. Ling Xiao said, all right, we said what we need to say. I'm going to lead the charge. Shouts away, let us go. Yesterday, Chengxian secured a spot in a medium-grade spirit mansion, greatly stimulating the two. They were both reincarnated as snakes from the same litter. If they couldn't even compete for a low-grade spirit mansion, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Compete. We must compete. So they tossed aside the previous notion that earning a low-grade spirit mansion is of no great use, and the last night broke through the last line and strived to advance to the 5th stage. Today as arena, this seat, must win. So motivated, Chengxian watched as his mother, along with the empress sister and Daoist brother, left with high spirits, and couldn't he help but sigh. Should he strive to cultivate? The answer, of course, is no. Why toil away in cultivation when there are better ways to grow stronger? He turned his gaze to the side. There was a deer, a 7th-stage, cloud-treading deer. He grinned. My naive empress sister, if you want to surpass your big brother, it won't be that easy. Normally, sleeping could increase blood energy, and Chengxian didn't want to make it too hard on himself. For instance, with a half-demon core in his body that hasn't been refined yet, swallowing another cloud-treading deer would require his mouth to open wide enough to fit the deer's head, which was as big as a grinding disc. Wow, that scene would definitely be terrifying. Although he said that, Chengxian still opened his mouth wide, swallowing the deer's head, then twisting and continuing to swallow. The deer's bones and limbs had already been crushed by him beforehand. Using the innate combat technique, snakebind, he tightly covered the cloud-treading deer with his serpent body, tying it into a deer meat sausage. If it were someone else, they might not even think of using a combat technique like this. Chengxian was quite proud. If there is one area where he is stronger than the empress and Daoist, it must be his clever mind. Living in a world where he is forced to absorb countless pieces of information daily, he plays with creativity to stave off boredom. If it were Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, at most they would think of cutting the deer into pieces. So why didn't Chengxian do that? Of course, it's because he couldn't do it. Otherwise, why go through this effort? Blood energy surged and exploded, condensing a strike that would directly pierce the deer apart. A knife can cut meat, an axe can chop, but a hammer can only pierce or smash the deer. As for why he didn't ask someone who could help, the reason is simple. Watch me give you a big surprise. Chengxian thought, and that curly-haired lion said, I can't beat you. Wait until I eat this deer and take a good nap. Then we'll see. When we meet again, I'll scare you to death. A quarter of an hour later, he finally swallowed the cloud-treading deer completely, even though it was wrapped into a deer sausage. Swallowing a prey larger than his own head was still quite laborious. The innate ability of serpents to swallow prey made this seemingly impossible task a strenuous yet achievable one. Then, by twisting his body to compress, he further suppressed the prey into a form that could be digested better. Finally swallowed, Chengxian endured the feeling of being so full he wanted to vomit, swelling his blood energy. He activated his innate divine ability, devour qi into blood. Feeling the waves of heat in his stomach, he regretfully said, Damn, I haven't even tasted what deer meat is like. Due to the influence of his previous life, he stubbornly believed in cherishing food. He also felt that food should be treated with at least a modicum of respect. At the very least, it should be cooked well so he could enjoy it while eating. Now that kind of respect is no longer possible, but food is meant to fill the belly. Directly refining it felt somewhat wasteful. Therefore, he had never done this before. Of course, the main reason is that, for him, it's not economical. But now the situation is special. Refining it to advance to the 7th stage is more important. Ding! Host devours 7th stage, cloud, treading deer. Will continuously gain blood energy 100. Blood energy 100, 100,100. Huh. Su Chengxian let out a long sigh of relief. He made it. Then he dragged his heavy body and slowly swam to the riverbank, climbing onto the shell of Dai. Old turtle, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Blood energy 1111. Blood energy 100, 100, 100, 100. Blood energy 111111. Blood energy 11111. Blood energy 100, 100,100. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to become a Tier 7 Demon Beast. Chapter 44, Why don't you spit out the demon core and see if I dare to swallow it? It really isn't worth it. 2 days later, Su Chengxian woke up and spoke as soon as he opened his mouth. A 7th tier cloud, treading deer, normally, would at least guarantee him over half a month without worrying about hunger. But now, only 2 days had passed, and he had completely refined it. Of course, the gain still met his expectations. Damn it! Although there was a system prompt when he successfully leveled up, and he felt a surge of blood energy, he still habitually glanced at his status panel. It immediately startled him. Rank, 7th tier. To become an 8th tier beast requires a breakthrough of 20 million points. Blood energy, 100,01133. Physical realm. Beast body realm, 4,501 10,000. Spiritual realm. Beast soul realm, 4,618 10,000. He had indeed successfully advanced to a 7th tier beast. That was close. He had just barely passed the promotion threshold. To become an 8th tier beast required 20 million points of blood energy. And Su Chengxian couldn't help but squint his vertical pupils. Goodness, how long would he have to sleep for that? But then he realized, anyway, he could gain it back through sleep. So what was there to worry about? If worst comes to worst, he could swallow 27th tier beasts to directly level up. That would be like dreaming of eating a fart. How many 7th tier beasts had come to the Lingmai cave of Luyang Mountain this time? Of course, there were quite a few 8th tier, 9th tier, as well as great demons and demon generals inside the spiritual cave. If Su Chengxian had the ability to eat them right now, I definitely don't have that strength. Su Chengxian thought to himself, but at the moment, there was a 7th tier curly-maned lion, which seemed like an opportunity. He could think of a way. That guy didn't seem very smart. I wonder how Ling Xiao and the others are doing. With this thought, he couldn't help but stretch, raising his head to look at the shore. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, and Miss Shi Xiaotsue, along with the great sage, were all on the shore, refining the demon cores obtained from hunting the Tsang wolf and the mountain climbing python. It seemed they hadn't sustained any injuries. He glanced at the sky. It should still be a while before dawn, so he didn't interrupt their cultivation. Instead, he lay back down, slightly closed his eyes, and began to think of ways to deal with the lion. This dragon blood tree seems to have grown quite a bit. After thinking for a while and not coming up with any good ideas, when he turned his head to change positions, Su Chengxian suddenly noticed that the spiritual herbs planted on the Dai shell were growing well, especially the dragon blood tree. It was almost a meter tall now, and it was thicker than before. It used to be the thickness of a finger, but now it might be as thick as 2 fingers. The great sage had used the blood of the mountain climbing python and the golden-backed dragon fish to nourish it, making it grow quickly. Dai poked her head out and said, "Mountain climbing python and golden-backed dragonfish?" Su Chengxian was taken aback for a moment, as if he understood something, and then he confirmed with her whether only these 2 types of beast blood were used or if other beast blood was also used. Although he had drunk most of the beast blood, there was still some residue. He knew that the great sage would mix the remaining beast blood into the soil to plant spiritual plants. However, the fact that Dai specifically emphasized the mountain climbing python and the golden-backed dragonfish was interesting. Other types were also used, but these two were the most. Dai said. Oh. Su Chengxian nodded, pondering whether it was because they followed a bloodline evolution cultivation path, or if their bloodlines were related to dragons. The blood of these two beasts might have been specifically used by the great sage to plant the dragon blood tree, which could accelerate the tree's growth. The only connection he could think of between them and the dragon blood tree was the dragon. Snakes and pythons rising like dragons, carp jumping over the dragon gate. Both of these beasts should be able to cultivate a bloodline evolution path and ascend to become dragons, right? Among the world's beasts, many can transform into dragons. There are rumors that they are all dragon species with true dragon bloodlines, which is why they can transform. Just then, Ling Yunzi woke up from his meditation and, hearing Su Chengxian's words, spoke up. Their blood can grow the dragon blood tree, which should be related to containing a trace of true dragon bloodline. How race that is hard to say. Old ghost, you finally decided to wake up? At this moment, Ling Xiao also finished his training and, hearing Su Chengxian's words, snorted and said, "You ate a whole cloud-treading deer. How come it didn't burst? I not only didn't burst, but I also leveled up to the 7th tier. Are you angry?" Su Chengxian joked, "Sorry, little sister empress, but big brother, I am a step ahead of you." I expected that. Ling Xiao was not angered. Instead, he chuckled. "I knew you wouldn't swallow that cloud-treading deer for no reason. It seems that, like we thought, that flower snake's bloodline inheritance might have a method to increase strength directly through refining blood food. However, with a hasty promotion to the 7th tier, I wonder how much chance he has against the strongest 7th tier curly-maned yellow-maned beast. But then again, considering the flower snake's character, if the odds were not great, he might not even step onto the stage." Hiss. At this moment, Shi Xiaocui swam over and rubbed against Su Chengxian, saying, "Little flower, are you okay?" "I'm fine. What could happen to me?" Su Chengxian asked in confusion. "Everyone said you were going to die." Shi Xiaocui was very worried and said that you swallowed the demon core and would die. These past 2 days, Su Chengxian hadn't shown up near the arena, so some beasts naturally thought he was in danger of exploding from swallowing the demon core. So they hid away, waiting to die. Today, that big lion even asked if you were dead. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. There are rumors everywhere." Su Chengxian couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Goodness, is this wind still not over? A group of enlightened beasts, not cultivating properly, but gossiping. They're just waiting for me to die. I want to die. I'll go out later to scare you all. And that big lion." Huh? Su Chengxian suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of an idea. This idea might be a bit silly, but it should be enough to deal with the lion. "What does the arena start today?" he asked. "Are you really going to fight for the upper mid-grade spiritual cave?" Ling Xiao countered without answering. "Ling Yunzi and I teamed up to get a low-grade spiritual cave. Plus the mid-grade spiritual cave you already secured. That's enough for us." She had inquired about it from Cat 19. Between different spiritual vein caves, besides the varying grades of spiritual stones that can be refined, the amount of spiritual energy that can be refined in a day is also different. With their 5th tier beast cultivation, a low-grade spiritual cave is enough to meet their cultivation needs. Although the upper mid-grade spiritual cave has denser spiritual energy and is easier to mine mid-grade spiritual stones, it doesn't make much difference for us, especially for you. Ling Yunzi said. For Su Chengxian, the difference between a mid-grade and an upper mid-grade spiritual cave was just a place to sleep. Since that's the case, why take the risk? I don't need it, but you guys do. Su Chengxian said with righteous indignation. The spiritual energy in the upper mid-grade spiritual cave is sufficient. Our whole family can live in and cultivate there, and our cultivation can improve even faster. Don't stop me. I'm going for it. Half an hour later, on the 8th tier arena. You're here? I'm here. You're really here? Are you here to seek death? The curly-maned, yellow-maned beast glared angrily. We both don't know who is seeking death here. You not only want to beat me, but you also want to kill me? Ha! The curly-maned, yellow-maned beast seemed to have heard a big joke and laughed. How do you plan to kill me? You also swallow my demon core? Yeah. What is wrong with that? Su Chengxian still had a nonchalant expression, raising his chin towards the lion. Why don't you spit out the demon core and see if I dare to swallow it? You dare to swallow? The curly-maned, yellow-maned beast roared. Do you dare to spit? Su Chengxian grinned. You wouldn't dare, would you? A clumsy provocation. Very clumsy. Too clumsy. In fact, when he actually used it, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed himself. But the snake's skin couldn't show it. However, just spit it out. Chapter 45. Seventh Order Demon Pill. Swallow. Mutuelle Destruction. I'm not done living yet. Roar. I have to say, the curly-maned yellow-maned beast is truly a man. He speaks and acts, with a spray from his mouth. A beam of white light shot straight at Su Chengxian's face. This made him, who had just felt ashamed, immediately put away all thoughts. Locked onto the demon pill with his consciousness, and raised his head. Open his mouth. Swallow. Advancing to the seventh order, his innate abilities have improved again. He just swallowed it, and he won't die for a while. Gulp. In that instant, I don't know how many demon beasts and little demons present couldn't help but imitate him, swallowing. They stared in disbelief as he swallowed another demon pill into his belly. My gosh, he really ate it. He is playing with fire. He is really playing with fire. He ate the demon pill of the cloud-treading deer, and didn't he die? And now he dares to swallow the yellow-maned beastess. Absolutely insane. Is this guy crazy? In an instant, the loud-mouthed demon beasts all expressed their admiration. They admired the foolish fat flower snake for making another reckless move. In the last 2 days of the cross-level challenges, no one dared to challenge the 6th order from the 4th and 5th orders. Among the 6th order group, there were originally those who wanted to try challenging Su Chengxian, but they had to wait for Su Chengxian and the curly-maned yellow-maned beast to finish. Now on the stage, there were only 2 of the top 3 in the 7th order competing for the last spot in the 8th order. Therefore, the demon beasts and little demons who came to watch, including the 2 big demons, Wolf Qing and Tiger Howl, as well as General Yu on the low mountain, were all focused on this battle. Foolish. This was Wolf Qing's evaluation of the curly-maned yellow-maned beast after being provoked, following Su Chengxian's suggestion and spitting out the demon pill to attack. Indeed foolish. Tiger Howl rarely agreed with his viewpoint. General Yu on the low mountain furrowed his brow slightly, seeking death. The curly-maned yellow-maned beast was also flustered, but it soon moved. It was not like that foolish cloud-treading deer, standing still waiting to be swallowed. Roar. It let out a loud roar and lunged at Su Chengxian. At the same time, the blood energy erupting from its body condensed into a mass of blood mist, mixed with dark blue demonic power, crashing down. What is this power? Su Chengxian quickly sidestepped, avoiding the approaching blood mist, but in that instant he sensed that within the lion's roar there seemed to be a special power. A hint of soul-attacking power? Sound attack? Lion's roar? If it weren't for his solid soul and stable lotus platform, this roar would definitely cause his movements to momentarily freeze. Then, he would be enveloped and trapped by the blood mist formed from the blood energy and demonic power. It turned out to be a talent ability similar to my seductive hiss. This startled him. However, compared to his hiss, which relied on the power of the soul, the opponent's move seemed more like a sound attack based on magical power. Indeed, one should not underestimate any opponent. The big lion has some tricks. No wonder it dares to have a natural curl. Roar. Damn little loach. This is clearly innate. The curly-maned yellow-maned beast, seeing its first attack fail, became anxious, and demonic power surged from its body, slamming a paw down toward Su Chengxian's head. Its sharp claws shot out, glinting coldly with demonic energy swirling. It was extremely fast. I must kill the flower snake quickly and reclaim the demon pill. The longer I lose the demon pill, the weaker my power will become. I can't afford to wait. If this paw hits, Su Chengxian's head will either be smashed or have his skin torn apart. It could even rip open several gaping wounds in his snake skin. Another massive paw followed, blocking his escape route. Avoiding one strike made it difficult to dodge the second. Su Chengxian thought to himself that the lion's fighting techniques seemed specifically designed to counter him. The swallowed demon pill also seemed to be trying to jump out from his stomach under the pressure of the lion's demonic energy. You think you can take back what I swallowed? Dream on. Hiss. Big lion, do you want to taste my innate ability? Seductive hiss. The snake hiss sounded, causing the big lion's movements to pause for a moment. Su Chengxian quickly crouched down, Instead of retreating, he moved closer and dove under the yellow-maned beast, slipping past. His body was too long, and his tail was slightly slow, getting grazed by the lion's paw wrapped in demonic energy, instantly drawing blood. Damn! Su Chengxian turned back, opening his snake mouth, and bit hard at the big lion's rear. Innate combat skill, snake bite. Roar! The big lion reacted quickly, leaping up to evade the bite. Most of the snake bite missed, but the glowing snake fangs still pierced its skin, leaving a long, bloody mark. It let out a pained roar. After one round, neither side could do anything to the other. Both were injured. All right, big lion. Su Chengxian gritted his teeth and grinned. Come again. He wanted to see how long the curly-maned lion could last without the demon pill. Roar. The curly-maned, yellow-maned beast's eyes were bloodshot. It didn't have Su Chengxian's ease. The longer the demon pill remained in the opponent's body, the more unfavorable it became for it. So it didn't respond and lunged again. Bang! This time, Su Chengxian didn't dodge, but instead charged forward. He wanted to test his true strength now and refine his combat skills. The big lion was strong, stronger than him, but not to an outrageous extent. Moreover, without the demon pill, defeat was a foregone conclusion. It was a good sparring partner. So he didn't use his innate abilities or his killer move of manifesting his consciousness into a small sword. He only displayed combat skills and fought with it. However, the curly-maned yellow-maned beast's abilities were of no use to him. The battle between the two fell into a stalemate, difficult to determine a winner. But after a moment, as their injuries increased, one side's momentum gradually rose, while the other side predictably showed signs of decline. The one whose momentum was rising was Su Chengxian. He unleashed his ferocity, and the more he used his combat skills, the more bloodthirsty energy he exuded. The surging blood energy dyed his snake body with a layer of red hue. His eyes turned red, his snake mouth wide open. And as his red glowing fangs pierced into the back of the curly-maned, yellow-maned beast during a moment of carelessness. Roar! The curly-maned, yellow-maned beast howled in agony, its blood, energy, and demonic power becoming chaotic and disordered. In the next moment, the thick snake wrapped around it, and with a mighty squeeze, nearly broke its bones. Roar! The curly-maned, yellow-maned beast let out a fierce roar, its eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Since awakening a trace of a unique inheritance from its bloodline, it had never suffered such humiliation. Thinking about the lost demon pill, if it couldn't get it back, its future would be ruined, causing hatred to surge in its mind. It had one last move to perish together, detonate the demon pill inside the flower snake. Oh no! Su Chengxian felt a chill rush to his spirit platform, sensing something was wrong. He cursed himself for overstepping, treating the big lion as a sparring partner, not expecting it to be too fierce, wanting to drag him down to die. Who the hell wants to die? I'm not done living yet. Enough. At this moment, a powerful demonic force surged in. Instantly, it separated the two fighting demon beasts entangled together. Moreover, it sealed off all the demonic power of the curly-maned, yellow-maned beast. The match is over. Chapter 46, Superior Middle Grade Spirit Mansion. Move in. Su Chengxian. I will use this peach to exchange for the demon core of the yellow-maned beast in your abdomen. Are you willing? No one expected that general you would step in to stop the conflict between Su Chengxian and the curly-haired yellow-maned beast. He raised his hand and, not knowing where he had taken it from, handed over a spirit peach filled with spiritual energy, saying, "General, I am willing, but I can't spit it out." Su Chengxian agreed without hesitation, but also indicated his predicament. If the general really wanted to make the exchange, he would need to find a way to help him retrieve it. This shouldn't be difficult for a demon general. Since they were still on the arena with so many eyes watching, given the status of the other party, they wouldn't harm him. One must bow their head under the eaves. If he embarrassed the demon general, what would happen in the future? It wasn't worth it. To be honest with you, General, I find it hard to handle swallowing 2 demon cores in a row, Su Chengxian said truthfully. In recent days, he had indeed consumed quite a lot. Moreover, the 2 demon cores he mentioned swallowing consecutively did not include the one he had just swallowed, but refer to the 2 from the golden-backed dragonfish and the cloud-leaping deer. He hadn't fully digested either of those 2 cores yet, and 2 days ago, he had directly swallowed and refined the physical body of the 7th-tier cloud-leaping deer. He was somewhat experiencing indigestion. General Yu was willing to exchange a spirit peach of similar value with him. So why not? You the snake are quite sincere. General Yu chuckled lightly upon hearing his words, feeling that Su Chengxian was flattering him. After all, Su Chengxian didn't know he would intervene in the conflict. So, daring to swallow the demon core meant he had the means to resolve it. Such a sensible demon beast was rare, and his mood was quite good. So he gave Su Chengxian another benefit. This peach was in exchange for the demon core, counted against the yellow-maned beast. Since I stopped you on the stage, I should give you some compensation. Thus you, who reside in the superior middle-grade spirit mansion, need to pay 10 lower-grade spirit stones monthly. I will exempt you from a year's worth of contributions. How about that? Thank you, General. Subsequently, General Yu stretched out his hand, pointed, and a surge of demonic energy entered Su Chengxian's body, forcing out the demon core belonging to the curly-haired yellow-maned beast. He returned it to the other party. With that, this round of the Spirit Mansion arena came to an early end. If I had known it would turn out this way, we wouldn't have fought for the lower-grade Spirit Mansion, Ling Xiao said, following Su Chengxian into the superior middle-grade Spirit Mansion he had obtained, observing as she spoke. The spiritual energy was thin at the mountain's edge, and the awakened demon beasts were few, making the overall competition not very fierce. In comparison, the spiritual veins and caves in Liang Mountain were not as good as those in other places. However, even if they were not as good, a middle-grade spiritual vein cave was still better than a lower-grade spirit mansion elsewhere. Moreover, it was extremely spacious. Behind the stone door of the cave, there were even several separate chambers. Since it was carved into the mountain body above the spiritual vein, the concentration of spiritual energy inside the cave was dozens of times that of the outside. The defensive formation of the cave did not limit the number of demon beasts entering. However, if too many demon beasts were cultivating inside, it would inevitably dilute the demonic power, so very few demon beasts would invite others to share the cave. But among their group, the few snakes had low cultivation, and with a monkey that was less than 4th tier, cultivating in the superior middle-grade spirit mansion, the spiritual energy inside was more than enough. In this way, Ling Xiao felt that the lower-grade spirit mansion they had fought for with Ling Yunzi was unnecessary. Since we have to pay 2 lower-grade spirit stones monthly, why not just give it up? Shi Xiaozue suggested. Why give it up? Su Jian Si Si Na Zipli Pu Dao. If we aren't living there, we can rent it out. Rent it out. Ling Xiao and the others were taken aback. Yes. Su Chengxian nodded, suggesting they have Cat 19 ask those demon beasts who hadn't obtained a cave if they wanted to rent it. How can we just say we don't want the lower-grade spirit mansion that we fought hard for? It's a divided house, and a good house at that. What kind of reasoning is that? What are you thinking? We could be the second landlords and collect money easily. Isn't that great? Since we have to pay the demon general 2 lower-grade spirit stones monthly, we won't ask for much, just 1 spirit stone for rent each month. Su Chengxian didn't want to think too hard about the housing price issue and said directly, the quota for the lower-grade spirit mansion was 5 lower-grade spirit stones. The middle grade was 7. This price shouldn't be too high, right? The spiritual energy in the mansion was denser than outside, safe and undisturbed. So there would definitely be demon beasts willing to rent and cultivate. This idea is good. Ling Xiao immediately agreed. Spirit stones were hard currency in the cultivation world. They could be directly used for cultivation, formations, weapon refining, alchemy, and planting spiritual herbs and plants. Therefore, they were also popular for exchanging for other resources. Such good things were certainly better in abundance. I will instruct Cat 19 to handle it right away, she said excitedly. By the way, do we still need to send the things in our snake skins to the great demon for sale? She and Ling Yunzi had not eaten the snake skins they shed later. Due to the nature of their cultivation methods, eating those things didn't provide much benefit, so they kept them for storage. They mainly stored items like the skins of the Tsang wolf, the bones of the climbing python, and the scales of the golden-backed dragonfish, as well as the new antlers of the cloud-leaping deer. Generally, snake demons would eat their prey, digest it, and then spit out the parts that were not absorbable. This would cause those items to be corroded and unusable. But in their case, when they ate demon beasts, they would first cut off these parts and preserve them relatively intact. After some preparation, they could be used for alchemy or weapon refining. They were all items that had been continuously refined through the blood and energy of demon beasts, and at the very least, they could be used to craft weapons and armor for little demon beasts. Sell them, and try to exchange them for demon meat, Chengxian said. Originally, they planned to use the items in the snake skins to see if they could offset the lower-grade spirit stones due for submission. Combined, it could cover a few months of the monthly payment for the lower-grade spirit mansion, which would be good. This way, they could free up time to refine spirit stones for cultivation. Now that General Yu had exempted them from a year's monthly contribution, it would be better to exchange it for demon meat. This could save them the time of hunting and allow them to focus on cultivation. Okay, Ling Yunzi said, I will take care of it. He also learned the formula for refining spirit stones. The method for refining spirit stones was derived from the Xianmin alchemy technique. Among the 4 snakes, he was the most suitable to learn and then teach everyone when he returned. Then I will go to sleep first, Chengxian said. Very well. Everyone has clear divisions of labor, so get busy. You sleep later. First, eat the spirit peach. Ling Xiao suppressed the urge to scold the snake and said, after eating, give me the pit to plant for the great sage. Oh, right. Hearing this, Chengxian suddenly remembered and said, Yunzi, remember to get the whole pieces of beast meat when exchanging. Just say we like to eat blood tofu. I am Ling Yunzi. I know, Yunzi. Ling Yunzi. This foolish flower snake. I will definitely have to beat you up one of these days. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the series of tasks by defeating the opponent and obtaining the middle-grade spirit mansion. Reward. Refinement points 10. Transformation grass 4. The host has consumed the wood spirit root little pan peach, gaining soul realm 408, body realm 129. Hee. Chengxian bit into the peach, juice filling his mouth, thinking, brother, if you want to hit me, that might be a bit difficult. I wish you success. Keep it up. Chapter 47, it must be those 2 big fools next door. Liang Mountain, Spirit Residence. Inside a high-grade, mid-level spirit vein, cave dwelling. A large snake is coiled up and fast asleep. With each breath, a faint white mist swirls around its mouth and nose. The blood-red mist surrounding the flower snake rises and falls with its breathing, filling the entire cave. Surrounding this cave are several other caves, home to a green snake, a large white snake, and a purple-gold wind-chasing turtle, along with the golden-haired monkey on its back. Not bad. Lil Chui has reached the 5th stage. Chengxian scanned with his divine sense and understood the situation. With the current strength of his divine sense, he could distinguish everyone's cultivation levels. Ling Xiao was cultivating, with frequent fluctuations of demonic power emanating from him, indicating he was at a critical juncture for advancement. Soon, he would become a 7th-stage demon beast. Ling Yunzi was not in the cave. He must have gone deeper into the cave to mine some spirit stones. The great sage was at the 4th stage, still some distance from the 5th stage, while the purple-gold wind-chasing turtle was still the same, though its size had increased significantly. The spiritual plants on its back had also grown quite a bit. With the continuous efforts of the great sage and the beast blood, the gathering spirit grass and locking spirit grass had begun to mature, growing into a foot-tall emerald green spiritual grass. Even the transformation grass, which was planted later, had grown to nearly half a foot in height. No one found it strange that these extra spiritual grasses had appeared. After all, it was expected that gathering spirit grass and locking spirit grass could grow around Chengxian, so it was not surprising that other spiritual grasses could also grow. Perhaps because everyone was busy cultivating, no one came to ask him what this type of spiritual grass was. Everyone was working hard, seizing every moment to cultivate. Ling Yunzi was already eager to team up with Ling Xiao after advancing to the 7th stage to fight the foolish flower snake again. Both the Dao Lord and the Empress were confident that they would win against him at the same level. As the true form of the foolish flower snake, Chengxian could only wish them success. After all, he himself found it hard to say how strong he currently was. It was also a good opportunity to practice his skills. After settling into the high-grade, mid-level spirit residence, he resumed his brutal routine of eating and sleeping. It was truly a brutal existence. However, the snake enjoyed it. Through ample sleep, it effectively digested the gains from the recent arena events. First, the demon core of the golden-backed dragonfish was fully refined after 10 days. Chengxian also completed another shedding. This shedding was somewhat different from before. He actually burst through his old skin. After shedding, his size experienced another astonishing growth. With sufficient demon beast meat supporting this rapid growth, it continued for quite some time. It wasn't until 3 months later that the demon core of the cloud-stamping deer was completely refined, causing the growth to gradually slow down. At this point, Chengxian had become a giant snake, nearly 7 zhang in size, with a waist diameter exceeding 3 feet. Together, Shi Xiaocui, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yunzi did not even match half of his size. Fortunately, the cave dwelling in the mid-level spirit residence was quite spacious, so it could accommodate him. He had also used all the previous refining points to enhance his soul and physical realm. Moreover, after advancing to the 7th stage, the massive blood energy and ample spiritual energy allowed his soul and body to be continuously tempered while he slept. The improvement in his stats was no longer negligible like before. His physical strength and soul power were at least stronger than when he fought against the curly-haired lion. Therefore, it would not be easy for the newly advanced 7th stage Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to defeat him in a challenge. Just as he was about to finish off the demon beast meat he had left, Chengxian pondered whether he should find a suitable reason for his younger sister and brother to bring food for him. Otherwise, should he find a way to let them do the work of refining spirit stones? If they lost 2 against 1, should he agree to 2 requests? This way, he would have more time to sleep, to improve his strength. But then he thought he didn't seem to have done much either. Although they had agreed to take turns going to the cave bottom to mine spirit stones, sometimes Chengxian would forget when he overslept. Ling Xiao or Ling Yunzi, or even Shi Xiaocui, would help him do his share, although they didn't need to offer spirit stones within a year. Mining spirit stones was one of the benefits of having the spirit residence. He couldn't just focus on cultivation and neglect this. Spirit stones had many uses. Directly absorbing them for cultivation could yield twice the results with half the effort. Therefore, everyone discussed a vision of labor to mine at the cave bottom. Since this cave was won back by Chengxian, Ling Xiao had suggested earlier that he didn't need to mine spirit stones. He was the one who was curious and insisted on participating in the labor. If he hadn't participated from the beginning, it would be normal not to go later. But if he said he would go and didn't, it would raise suspicions of dishonesty. No one brought it up again, and he thought it might be a bit too shameless to make demands. He scratched his chin with his tail and decided to let it go. Occasionally, having some dignity wasn't a bad thing. My empress sister is at the 7th stage? A few days later, Chengxian had just woken up and was preparing to go out to eat something and take a stroll. He hadn't left the cave for over 3 months, so it was time to go out and check the situation. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar fluctuation of demonic power coming from one of the adjacent caves. The demonic energy carried Ling Xiao's aura. The spreading demonic energy indicated that she had successfully advanced to the 7th stage. With his Empress Sister's success in advancing to the 7th stage, the Dao Lord brother should be close as well. Chengxian recalled that the two had previously told him that as long as the spiritual energy was sufficient, their cultivation speed would soar as they condensed their demon cores. It seemed that it was indeed not an exaggeration. In less than 4 months, from the 5th stage to the 7th stage, this speed was truly astonishing. Compared to his own growth from sleeping, it was equally impressive. What can I say? I can only marvel. As expected of someone who had once cultivated to the level of the Empress and Dao Lord. Of course, they were still a bit lacking if they wanted to defeat me. After Chengxian finished his thoughts, he glanced at his own situation. He was still a bit short of advancing to the 8th stage. At most, he had less than a month left. As long as he maintained his current quality of sleep, it wouldn't be a problem. Besides, the difficulty of advancing to each stage of demon beasts multiplies as one goes higher. No matter how fast Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi advanced, they wouldn't be able to reach the 8th stage in just a few months. It seemed that they were indeed close. He swept his divine sense over Ling Yunzi and thought to himself. He also took a moment to check on the others as he passed by. Miss Xiaocui had made remarkable progress, but compared to the astonishing achievements of her children, her growth seemed a bit slow. Reaching the edge, the great sage was sitting on Daoist's back, fiddling with the leaves of the dragon blood tree. It had been almost 4 months, and the tree had grown a small ring. However, It might be due to the lack of suitable beast blood for irrigation, so its growth was quite average. It had grown 2 small leaves and was no longer the previously barren tree. Squeak! My king! The great sage saw him, leaped up excitedly, hugged Su Chengxian's neck, and stood on his back. TSK, calling me king but making me carry you. Is that reasonable? Is that reasonable? Squeak! But my king, I can't carry you. Then should I be the one carrying you? Oh, if my king doesn't want to, then forget it. The great sage released his grip and blinked, saying, Forget it. Considering you also call me great sage, Su Chengxian thought, what a sin. Who among those who have seen Journey to the West could say no to a monkey that is also called great sage? Squeak! The great sage beamed with joy. The snake and monkey exited the cave. Outside, it was already a world wrapped in silver. The northern wilderness mountains also experience seasonal changes. But each season is much longer compared to the eastern land. So when they were competing, the leaves of the grass and trees were already starting to turn yellow. But it wasn't until more than 3 months later that winter truly arrived. Bang! 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 The snow-covered mountain scenery had a unique charm. Su Chengxian was so captivated that he lost track of time. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Then, a series of loud noises erupted. Following that was a piercing howl of wolves. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo! Damn it!" Su Chengxian cursed loudly. It was those 2 big fools, lord.The and lord.From, next door again. They must be recklessly mining spirit stones once more. Why, even after traveling through time, do I still have to deal with such annoying neighbors? Chapter 48. Too noisy? If you find it noisy, then you become a great demon. Wolf big. Wolf 2. Come out. Come out. Can you hear me? After being disturbed for several months, Su Chengxian, feeling that he could no longer tolerate it, stood at the entrance of the wolf demon's cave and shouted loudly. Squeak! Come out! Come out! The great sage cheered him on from the side, hiding his paws. The defense array of the cave has the effect of blocking sound, so he had to shout loudly. Of course, it was obvious that such a basic and simple array was generally ineffective. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been disturbed by the noise. The senses of an 8th-tier demon beast, especially the ears of the Qingling wolf clan, are extremely sensitive. Therefore, the 2 wolf demons inside the cave would definitely be able to hear his shout. Come out quickly, otherwise I will break the door. Squeak! Break the door! Break the door! With a light click, the stone slab of the cave opened upwards. The great sage jumped back and hid behind Su Chengxian. A huge wolf head stretched out from inside and looked at Su Chengxian with a sideways glance, saying, Why are you shouting at the entrance of my big brother's cave? Fat flower snake. Wolf 2. If you call me Fat Flower Snake again, we'll have a fight. Su Chengxian said in a deep voice. Good fellow. Who dares to call him Fat Flower Snake? Does he have no pride? Su. Why are you trying to scare my brother? Another wolf head stretched out from the side. Curious, you haven't died yet? Wolf Big, come out, let's have a fight. Upon hearing this, Su Chengxian didn't want to waste any more words with the 2 brothers. He decided to just have a fight. He knew the fighting power of these 2 wolves in his heart. As long as it wasn't a life-and-death struggle, it would be easy to handle them. I'm not in the mood to fight you. I still have to mine spirit stones. Wolf Big shook his head and said, If you have nothing to do, stay away and don't shout in front of my door, disturbing our cultivation. Damn it, you guys come out. Let's discuss who's disturbing whose cultivation. Su Chengxian was so angry he laughed. Damn it, you a wolf demon, actually learned to play tricks like Zhu Beiji, turning the tables. If there was anything that dissatisfied him since moving into the spirit mansion, it was these 2 brothers next door. In the competition for the upper-grade medium spirit mansions, among the top 3 8th-tier demon beasts, besides the strongest curly-haired lion, there were also these wolf demons from the Qingling wolf clan. They moved in almost simultaneously with their brother and family. The 2 families had never interacted much. Among demon beasts, there was no habit of visiting neighbors after moving into a new house. If they encountered each other in the wild, they might even hunt each other down, try to turn the other into food. Only in the spirit mansions of demon generals is killing strictly prohibited. The demon beasts that gained entry qualifications had to prioritize cultivation to barely maintain peace and tranquility. However, conflicts were still inevitable. Challenges occurred from time to time. In the valley next door, there were often fluctuations of demon power. There was no way around it. among demon beasts. Resolving disputes through reasoning was less effective than using fists. Therefore, as soon as Su Chengxian spoke, he said he wanted to fight. Wolf Big, having witnessed Su Chengxian's battle with the curly-haired lion, would certainly not want to fight him and snorted without speaking. We didn't shout at your cave entrance. Wolf 2 shouted with wide eyes. Damn! Su Chengxian laughed. You didn't shout, but you made such a big noise mining spirit stones. Don't you know that? The spirit mansion on Luyang Mountain was built on a spiritual vein. A large spiritual vein often formed a ridge. Within the ridge were several peaks, presenting a vein-like distribution overall. Some mountains were adjacent, while others were separated by valleys. So the distance between the spirit stone caves excavated at the base of the peaks varied. The cave obtained by Wolf Big happened to be adjacent to Su Chengxian's. Although one was a medium-grade spirit mansion and the other was an upper-grade medium spirit mansion, the caves were actually just divided on either side of the mountain. The two wolf beasts were causing a ruckus at the cave's bottom, shaking the entire mountain. Su Chengxian, who considered himself to have some skill in sleeping, had been directly awakened several times. The reason he had only come to their door now was that these two brothers and the great demon wolf Qing were both from the same lineage of the Qingling wolf clan. Lin Jianzi had exchanged kitchen waste for demon beast meat, and Wolf Qing not only offered a fair price, but also promised to fulfill the request for an entire demon beast, adding quite a bit of beast blood as well. There was no need to offend such a relatively friendly great demon, so he endured as much as he could. Can't you make less noise? Today, the racket made by Wolf Big and Wolf 2 was particularly loud, and Su Chengxian truly couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't believe that if he beat up these two demon beasts, Wolf Qing would specifically come to trouble him over it. You think you are mining spirit stones. If you didn't know, you'd think you were demolishing a house. Speaking of this, he looked at the two wolf demons in front of him, and they increasingly resembled huskies from his previous life. We are mining spirit stones in our own cave, and we didn't dig into your house. Wolf Big huffed. They also didn't want to make such a big noise. But this month, they had lost track of time while cultivating, and it was already the end of the month. They needed to quickly refine the spirit stones to submit. If they couldn't submit, they would have to pay more next month. Refining spirit stones was quite laborious, and their magical techniques weren't very good. If they kept delaying, what would happen? Therefore, stopping was impossible. If you find it noisy, then your heart isn't calm enough. Wolf Big, relying on the fact that Su Chengxian couldn't break through the stone door, boldly said, entering a meditative state for cultivation. How could it be so easily disturbed by external things? Exactly. Wolf 2 echoed, find it noisy? If you find it noisy, then you become a great demon. Once you become a great demon, you can monopolize a small spiritual vein, and the whole mountain will be your family's cave, and no one will disturb you. What the hell are you talking about? Su Chengxian was furious and was about to curse them for making noise that made the whole mountain tremble. Generally, mining spirit stones wouldn't make such a noise. These two were using brute force. Without thinking, it was clear they were trying to save time and demon power. Many demon beasts would do this at the end of the month when rushing to finish work. In fact, it was counterproductive, causing them to miss the opportunity to train and improve their control over magical power. If the two wolves had talked to him nicely, he might have given them some tips. Now he just wanted to beat them up. However, Wolf 2's words made him swallow back his curses. He also retracted the tail that was about to lash out. Ergo, what did you just say? Su Chengxian looked at Wolf 2. You said if you become a great demon, you can monopolize a small spiritual vein? Yes. What about it? Wolf 2 stepped back a step, but his mouth was still tough. Su Chengxian, what do you want to do? Wolf Big stood in front of his brother. The place where our Qingling wolf clan resides. Little Wolf Mountain is where our clan elder, the great demon Wolf Qing's cave, is located. If you can cultivate into a great demon, you can report to General Yu and search for a small spiritual vein within the territory of Luyang Mountain to open a mountain and build a mansion. But I'm afraid you don't have that fortune or ability. Chapter 49. What did the great demon plant? The lair of the great demon is a mountain and a cave. An entire mountain, a single cave, exclusively occupying a spiritual vein. Su Chengxian had only one thought in mind. The living conditions of the great demon, compared to his current situation, are like the difference between a detached villa and a hotel apartment. Wolf.The and Wolf Air were adamant. even bringing up the great demon Lang Qing as evidence, so it definitely wasn't fake. If he had his own cave, it would be as spacious as he wanted it to be. This is very important for a flower snake that is still going to grow larger. Moreover, this flower snake also has a household member, Ms. Shi Xiaotsui, whose growth isnt is exaggerated but is also developing into a giant snake. Additionally, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi have also grown to 4 or 5 meters long and over half a meter wide due to their cultivation improvements. Not to mention, there is also a purple gold chasing wind turtle, Dai. Dai's back is planted with all the spiritual herbs he currently has, making it a fairly safe and mobile spiritual herb garden. He had also signed a contract with it. Chengxian, both emotionally and rationally, should consider the living situation of his companions. So overall, he indeed needs a better dwelling cave. Click. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, lord.Da and lord.Air closed the stone door of the cave. It seemed they had made up their minds not to give him the chance to resolve the dispute through a fight. The sounds coming from behind the stone door also made Chengxian realize that this communication had not succeeded. Oh, amid the howls of wolves, the fervent action of refining spiritual stones began again. What the hell? These aren't wolves at all. They are clearly two shameless dogs, cowardly and dog-like. They are really embarrassing the Qingling wolf clan. But thinking further, if lord.Da's actions were indeed wise, regardless of external interference, they should first focus on what is most important to themselves. Shrewd, persistent, fitting the character of the wolf clan. Chengxian walked around the cave entrance a couple of times, feeling that it was meaningless to stay there. The two guys inside were clearly trying to play tricks. And even if they came out, as long as they disagreed to fight, if he attacked first, it would give them an excuse. Challenging fights are not prohibited inside and outside the spiritual cave, but pointless slaughter is. Forget it. He would find another opportunity to deal with them later. After thinking for a moment, Chengxian decided to return to his cave. Just as he returned to his cave, he ran into Ling Yunzi, who was about to go out. The latter was quite surprised to see him and teased, "What a rare sight. Old ghost, you actually went out today? Is it raining red outside?" "It's snowing outside," Chengxian huffed. "I was in the mood for poetry and went out to look at the snow for a bit." You even wrote a poem?" Ling Yunzi didn't believe it at all, pressing him. "Why don't you recite it for us?" "Fine, I will recite it for you." Chengxian thought. Writing nonsense poetry is as easy as opening my mouth. He immediately recited, "In the cold winter, I cannot sleep. I wander out to see the snowy sky. Yesterday, the heavens baked a big pancake, sprinkling a good amount of white flour everywhere." How was that? Ling Yunzi didn't expect him to actually recite a poem, nor did he expect it to be such a poem, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Not much." Ling Xiao came over from behind, puzzled. "You two snakes, why are you here composing poetry? Do you want to go to the human world to take the top scholar?" "I am going to fetch food for the past couple of days, and just happened to run into our talented elder brother returning to the cave," Ling Yunzi said with a teasing tone. "Indeed, Big Brother's talent is remarkable," Ling Xiao laughed. "It's just that the heavens are unkind, throwing down good white flour. But there's no way to steam buns." After saying that, he burst into laughter. Ling Yunzi also laughed along. Whenever they referred to him as Big Brother, it was always in this teasing tone, and Chengxian didn't take it to heart. However, he had a matter that he needed one of these two to handle. So he simply took the opportunity to bring it up. He chuckled and said, "Sister Empress, is it very funny?" "It is indeed funny," Ling Xiao nodded. The Empress spoke as straightforwardly as ever, not leaving any mercy. "Is it appropriate for a younger sister to mock her elder brother?" Chengxian raised his chin. "You've advanced to the 7th tier, right? How about a fight?" "Sure. Very sure. So sure." Every time he mentioned a fight, he felt a secret thrill. When the opponent was the Empress sister, that feeling was even better, especially when he was very certain that the opponent couldn't defeat him. It felt so good he wanted to wag his tail. "Let us fight." Ling Xiao, as always, wouldn't refuse such a provocation. However, she also knew that facing Chengxian alone would not be very promising, so she cleverly pulled Ling Yunzi in, saying, "When little brother advances to the 7th tier, we will join forces to fight you." "No problem," Chengxian readily agreed. This made Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi glance at him simultaneously, then exchange a knowing look. Old ghost, what do you want us to do? Just say it, Ling Xiao spoke up. Having spent a long time together, they had a considerable understanding of each other's tempers and personalities. Sometimes, without finishing a few sentences, they could almost guess each other's intentions. Su Chengxian's proactive mention of wanting to fight must have a purpose. Most likely, after winning, he would want them to do something for him. Knowing it was a trap but still jumping in wasn't he wise. Empress chose to first ascertain the situation. I want to live in a big villa. Su Chengxian stated directly without hiding anything, because he knew that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi would also not refuse a more independent living space. After all, they were all individuals with secrets. They would probably prefer not to be disturbed while cultivating. Moreover, Ling Yunzi had been preparing for alchemy, while Ling Xiao was trying to recruit little brothers to build her own power. He had been observing all this, even though he and T left the cave. As long as the two weren't deliberately hiding their whereabouts, Su Chengxian understood their movements quite well. So he clearly stated his stance. I hope one of us can quickly cultivate to the realm of great demons. Why shouldn't that person be you? Ling Xiao asked. Good question. Because my technique is special. Even if I have the strength of a great demon, I might not reach the realm of great demons. Su Chengxian casually made up a reason. The actual situation was that he didn't know when he would reach the 9th tier. Rank, 7th tier. To become an 8th tier demon beast, 20 million blood points needed. Blood points, 17, 804. 679, body realm. Demon body realm, 6,110,000. Spirit soul realm. Demon soul realm, 6,218 10,000. This is his current strength status. Only after breaking through to the 8th tier will he know the blood points required to break through to the 9th tier. After breaking through to the 9th tier, he also didn't know if that would be the realm of great demons. Moreover, Su Chengxian had a vague feeling that he probably wouldn't transform, because he had secretly tested Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi started preparing for their transformation at the 6th tier, but the system hadn't prompted him to make such preparations. The key point was that he didn't want to become the great demon who transforms the master of cave, because he found it troublesome. For now, he really enjoyed this life of experiencing strength improvement and practicing combat skills in his dreams, with no urgent desire to transform into a human. Besides, he had figured out what his appearance should be like if he transformed into a human, just like in his previous life, or, in fact, I already knew about this matter a few days ago. After Su Chengxian finished speaking, Ling Xiao's expression became somewhat strange. She paused and continued, moreover, if you want a separate cave, you don't necessarily have to wait until you reach the realm of great demons. Don't need the realm of great demons? Su Chengxian was puzzled. What do you mean? It's not that it's unnecessary. It's that you don't have to wait until reaching the great demon realm. You just need to take shape first, and then you can choose a spiritual vein to build a cave dwelling, Lin Jianzi said. Then one of you two should hurry and take shape. It's easy to say, but how do you take shape? Ling Xiao snorted. And you need to achieve a perfect transformation to gain permission. Do you know what conditions are required for a perfect transformation? What conditions? You need to practice the transformation technique, and you also need transformation grass to refine transformation pills. Transformation grass? I have it. Su Chengxian's eyes lit up. Where did you get the transformation grass? The great sage planted it. The great sage planted. What did he plant? Transformation grass. Chapter 50. Who will transform? Su Chengxian not only has transformation grass, but he has more than one stalk of it. Upon learning that it only takes one stalk of transformation grass to refine a furnace of transformation pills, he immediately puffed out his chest and confidently told Ling Yunzi, Yunzi, how high is your success rate in pill refining? Don't be afraid. Big Brother stock is enough for you. Ling Yunzi was too lazy to correct his title, and instead turned with Ling Xiao to the cave hall where Dai and the great sage were. Just having transformation grass wasn't enough. After a moment, having arrived at the cave hall where Dai was, and seeing that she indeed had transformation grass growing on her back, Ling Yunzi couldn't hide his excitement. Do we need the pill recipe? Su Chengxian waved his tail. I have it too. Let me tell you. I also remember part of the recipe. Ling Yunzi sighed in relief. With Su Chengxian having the complete recipe, He saved himself the trouble of slowly deducing it. After excitedly noting down the recipe, Ling Yunzi added, with the transformation grass as the main ingredient. We still need a few supporting spiritual herbs. Ling Xiao nodded and said, That's right, but the transformation grass is the rarest. As for the other few herbs, I can think of a way. Let Cat 19 check to see if there are any with other demon beasts or little demons. Even if General Yu has some in his storage, we can exchange for them with spirit stones. In the past few months, including rent and the accumulation from herb gathering and refining, they had more than 20 low-grade spirit stones on hand. As for where the transformation grass came from, they didn't inquire. Or rather, everyone had grown accustomed to the occasional emergence of spirit herb seeds around Su Chengxian and tacitly chose not to ask. Who doesn't have secrets to keep? Since the other party is willing to share the spirit herbs with them, why pursue those trivial details? That sounds great. Su Chengxian's eyes brightened. Among you, who wants to transform first? Transforming into human form. He was curious about what choices the Empress sister and Daoist brother would make. Would they resemble their past selves, or would they take on new appearances? If it's the former, it would be exciting to see the Empress and Daoist-esque race. Ling Yunzi, what do you think? Ling Xiao asked. The matter of transformation is not without danger. Ling Yunzi pondered. I'm afraid I won't be able to transform perfectly before reaching the 9th tier. It's not that I can't transform, but I lack the confidence to achieve a perfect transformation. The orthodox method of cultivation I practice focuses on the immortal path. The transformation calamity for demon races must endure the 12 most perilous heavenly divine thunders. Even the bodies of 7th or 8th tier demon beasts might not withstand the first 6 strikes. If one cannot achieve a perfect transformation and is harmed by the thunder, they might end up like Cat 19, becoming a weak little demon. They might not even have a second chance to transform. Thunder calamity? Su Chengxian was momentarily stunned. Transformation requires crossing a calamity. Thunder calamity? This sounds just like what's written in strange tales. Good heavens, getting struck by lightning. Thunder, also known as the might of heaven and earth, really can kill. Not to mention, it's a thunder calamity aimed at demons. He suddenly realized he had underestimated the situation. Otherwise, let us forget it, Su Chengxian said. We can't push our sister and brother into getting struck by lightning just for a big villa. It's safer to wait until we reach the 9th tier before transforming. Then I shall go. Ling Xiao ignored him and said directly. It's impossible to just forget it. I need a separate cave, she stated unequivocally. Like Su Chengxian knew, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were even more eager than him to have a relatively spacious and comfortable cave. It would facilitate their actions without interference. The former wanted a suitable place to train and cultivate suitable helpers. What kind of empress is alone, with no one to cheer her on? The latter needed an independent cave without disturbances to arrange formations, prepare spiritual materials, and refine pills with peace of mind. Therefore, they both noticed earlier than Su Chengxian that great demons could occupy an entire mountain. They even further inquired that here at Liang Mountain, if one could achieve a perfect transformation in advance, they could report to General Yu and obtain permission to seek out spiritual veins to build a cave. However, to achieve a perfect transformation, one must have transformation grass. Eating the transformation grass is the only chance for a perfect transformation. This is why the spiritual herb is very rare. Among the demon race, this low-tier spiritual herb is much scarcer than many high-grade spiritual plants. Now that they have transformation grass, I am confident that I can transform after advancing to the 8th tier, Ling Xiao said. Isn't that too risky? Su Chengxian now regretted bringing up the topic. Crossing the thunder calamity. It sounds no joke. Too dangerous. Even though Liang Mountain is remote, there are still many demon beasts. Yet only 2 great demons. The dangers are self-evident. He had previously been dazzled by the prospect of a big house and hadn't thought that far. There is definitely danger, but it's not that dangerous, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Relatively speaking, there isn't much difference between transforming at the 8th tier or the 9th tier. The most dangerous aspect of demon beasts transforming lies in the soul. Whether the soul can conjure a complete human form is the key to the success of the transformation. The soul's dharma form must condense into a human appearance. Then, under the summoned thunder calamity, The physical body must transform into human form according to the appearance in the soul platform. The so-called perfect transformation means both the former and the latter must be complete human forms without any flaws. This is not difficult for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. In their past lives, they were genuine human beings and cultivators, having undergone countless internal inspections of their physical bodies during their cultivation. Therefore, this most difficult hurdle is the easiest. As for the 8th and 9th tiers, it's merely a difference in the fullness of blood and the degree of body refinement, allowing them to withstand the thunder calamity a bit longer. If they hold on, their souls will have a greater chance of condensing a complete human dharma form, and their physical transformation will also be closer to perfection. Transforming in advance will also lessen the power of the thunder calamity. Why is that? The technique Your Majesty cultivates for the demon race stimulates the bloodline, refining blood and bones. Transformation uses the demon core as the dantian, undergoing the thunder calamity to create a human form and opening the demon path purple mansion. The demon race's path of cultivation is to completely transform the physical body into a human body, reconstructing the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 layers of the building, opening the dantian purple mansion to establish a foundation for cultivation. In other words, cultivating the human form in the demon path is merely superficial. The roots remain unchanged. Transforming into human form is merely because the human body is similar to the innate Tao body, making cultivation more convenient. The demon race's path of cultivation is a complete transformation of the body. Thus, not only is the thunder calamity 3 strikes fewer than mine, but due to differences in demon power, the power of the thunder calamity will also increase or decrease. The most obvious difference between the two is life and death battles. The former reveals its true form, unleashing immense power and fighting desperately. The latter reveals its true form when it is close to death. The power cannot maintain the human form. Of course, strong power can withstand the immense thunder calamity and gain greater benefits. The thunder calamity is both a tribulation and an opportunity. After successfully crossing the calamity, spiritual energy descends to nourish the soul and body. Speaking of which, among us, little Chui's transformation is the easiest. When Ling Yunzi said this, he thought of Shi Xiaocui, who had already decided to cultivate the path of transforming into a dragon. The mother snake follows the path of transforming into a dragon and ascending to the heavens. So although she also has to endure 9 thunder calamities, these thunder calamities are not the same as the heavenly thunder calamities. Instead, they're the purple sky thunder calamities. The one who unleashes the thunder calamity is the spiritual official above the purple sky. Except for the calamity of ascension, the other calamities are merely a formality. Why is that? Chapter 51. Empress Sister Transform. In the heavens, the 9 heavens are where the saint of the Tao sect conducts his trials. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, although it's the Tao sect's spirit officer casting the thunder law to bring down the thunder tribulation, the soaring dragons ascend to the Qishao heaven where the heavenly emperor resides to cultivate and serve. Wow, Su Chengxian thought to himself, if you're saying it like this, I can't help but think of conspiracy theories. There might indeed be some reasons behind it, but that's not for outsiders to know. Ling Xiao hadn't specifically inquired about it. And looking at Lin Jianzi's expression, he didn't seem to know the inside story either. It makes sense. Dragons aren't particularly rare in the mortal realm. After the ancestor dragon perished, even the true dragon clan couldn't be considered strong anymore. During the time of the empress, even the dragon steeds pulling her chariot were just of the dragon lineage. Thinking of this now is a bit premature. Let's wait until Xiao Cui evolves her dragon bloodline before we investigate further, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Although Xiao Cui's transformation through the thunder tribulation is easy, her cultivation level is still not at the 6th rank. Without 3 to 5 years, she won't reach the 7th rank. This is the normal cultivation speed for ordinary demon beasts. Moreover, Xiao Cui doesn't have the memories of her past life like they do. It's more prudent to consider transformation at the 9th rank. Therefore, she is currently the most suitable choice. Then it's settled. When I advance to the 8th rank, I'll transform. Transforming early does have its benefits. It allows one to separate the tribulation of transformation from the tribulation of breaking through the great demon realm. If one reaches the 9th rank and transforms, they would have to complete both tribulations in a very short time, or even simultaneously. The great demon realm focuses on demon cores and demon power. The heavenly and earthly thunder tribulations condense based on demon power. Before it fully condenses, it can be summoned early to undergo the tribulation. However, if one doesn't trigger it and the demon power reaches a point where a breakthrough is necessary, the thunder tribulation may descend at any time, putting one in a passive position. After perfect transformation, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the great demon realm within 6 months. Ling Xiao was very confident. This is probably also why, General, you would agree to allow a demon beast to transform early and perfectly to seek out spiritual veins and excavate caves. In my view, we can start looking for spiritual veins. Excavating caves also takes time. Once they are excavated, it will be time to break through. This border area can also retain great demons, preventing them from leaving Luyang Mountain to the depths of the North Wilderness mountain range, where the spiritual veins are even better. Really? You're so confident in your transformation success? Su Chengxian followed suit and got excited. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded immediately. Moreover, if all the accumulated spiritual stones are used for my cultivation, I will definitely advance to the 8th rank within 3 months. The spiritual stones they usually mined were kept in one place. Since, General, you waived the monthly supply for a year, this portion of spiritual stones was divided into 4 parts. Su Chengxian didn't need a share, so he took out 12 stones, giving 2 to Dai and 10 to the great sage for cultivation and planting spiritual herbs. Burying spiritual stones in the ground and combining them with beast blood can make spiritual plants grow faster and better. Besides that, the remaining stones he promised to owe to Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi. Both agreed to double the repayment in the future. The spiritual stones allocated to Shi Xiaotsue, Ling Xiao, and Lin Jianzi were used directly for cultivation. Otherwise, the two wouldn't be cultivating at such a fast speed. As for the portion outside the monthly supply, there were also 4 stones collected from rent, which were accumulated without being touched. They had only accumulated a little over 20 stones so far. One reason was that they didn't need them for the time being. Given their cultivation levels, the amount of spiritual energy they could refine daily was limited. The spiritual energy in their spiritual mansion was sufficient for their cultivation needs. For someone like Shi Xiaotsue, the spiritual stones she divided were still more than half left. Only Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, with their top-tier cultivation methods, were able to consume extra spiritual stones once their souls entered a state of concentration. Another reason was to prepare for emergencies. So, what Ling Xiao meant with his current words was that he wanted to use the accumulated spiritual stones for cultivation. At the same time, the spiritual stones mined later also needed to be supplied to her first. Daojun brother? Su Chengxian thought it was fine. He didn't need the spiritual stones and hadn't been down to the mines to refine stones. However, Lin Jianzi also needed spiritual stones for cultivation, so he wanted to consult him first. Your Majesty, don't rush. The transformation grass still needs some time to mature. Lin Jianzi felt compelled to speak. My Dan furnace hasn't been fully refined yet, so I can't refine pills. Moreover, I still don't know where to find the missing spiritual herbs. Furthermore, I also need to advance to the 8th rank to be more confident in refining pills. Why has it been 4 months and you still haven't succeeded in refining it? Su Chengxian knew that the Dan furnace he mentioned was that small black thing. He remembered Lin Jianzi saying that the small Dan furnace had seals and a soul imprint left by its original owner. It could only be used after being cleansed. But he didn't expect that after 4 months, it was still unusable for pill refining. No wonder there had been no news. Was that Dan furnace such a remarkable treasure that it was so hard to cleanse? It's because I haven't condensed my divine consciousness yet. I can only use spiritual power to impact it, so the progress is slow, Lin Jianzi explained helplessly. He wasn't constantly refining the Dan furnace. Compared to pill refining, cultivation was clearly more important. So he was refining the Dan furnace in the gaps of his cultivation. But even so, it has slowed down his cultivation speed. Ling Xiao was already at the 7th rank, while he still needed several more days. Oh, I see. Su Chengxian felt a bit disappointed. He thought that Daojun brother had exceptional luck, and the small black ding obtained from the street was a great treasure. The small black ding is indeed a decent magical tool, but how good it is will only be known once I completely refine it. Lin Jianzi noticed his diminishing interest. Then hurry up and work hard, Su Chengxian casually said. Refine some transformation pills for everyone to taste. Taste. Lin Jianzi flicked his snake tongue, expressing his speechlessness. However, he continued, refining pills also requires spiritual stones to stimulate the pill fire. Ordinary wooden charcoal fire cannot be used for pill refining. They can't even heat the damn furnace. Before I can transform into a human, I won't have a purple mansion in my dantian, and thus can't condense the various rank pill fires. To refine pills, I can only rely on external forces to stimulate the fire seed. After saying that, he looked at Su Chengxian. Ling Xiao was also looking at Su Chengxian at this time. Beep. A system prompt sounded in Su Chengxian's mind. Host, you have a new task. Task 1. Urge your second sister, Empress Ling Xiao, to transform. Task reward. Refinement points 12. Ning Shun Flower 1. Task 2. Assist your third brother, Daojun Lin Jianzi, in refining transformation pills. Task reward. Refinement points 12. Ning Shun Flower 1. Understood. Su Chengxian grinned. Isn't it all about spiritual stones? Leave this to me. Your great brother, I have decided to sacrifice some precious sleep time to help you get the spiritual stones. And you, my empress sister and Daojun brother, he bared his fangs. You just have to ensure that in 3 months, I get to live in a big villa. Chapter 52, Refining Spirit Stones, Advancing to the 8th Rank. Bang, bang, bang. Ow. Wolf.The was startled awake by a series of tremors beneath him. The noise seemed to be coming from the bottom of the cave. Is Z working hard today? Did he go to mine spirit stones early in the morning? But when he looked around, he heard a snoring sound. Following the sound, he turned back and saw Wolf Air lying on his back, sleeping in a sprawled position. Huh, not Z. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of tremors came, even more intense than before. What is going on? Wolf.The flipped over and stood up, lowering his body and pricking up his ears to listen carefully. The sound seemed to be coming from the neighboring spirit residence. Ow, is that a snake family? It's the fat flower snake. Z, wake up, stop sleeping. Wolf.The rushed over and slapped Wolf Air awake. Ow, Wolf Air, startled awake by the slap, looked confused. Big brother, get up. The fat flower snake next door is declaring war on us. Declaring va? Wolf Air shook his head and said, Big brother, can't we just ignore him? We can't beat him anyway. Just then, the banging sound came again. Wolf.The said in a deep voice, even if we can't beat him, we can't let him provoke us like this. Let us go, we'll also mine spirit stones. We can't let him succeed. Big brother, you just want to get me up to mine spirit stones, right? Nonsense. Big brother is teaching you how to stand up for yourself. Soon, the bottom of the cave was also filled with the sound of banging. Bang, bang, bang. The noise reached the other side, disturbing Ling Xiao and others who were still cultivating. Su Chengxian at the cave bottom also heard it. Those 2 pesky dogs next door are up so early today? He muttered, but his hands didn't stop moving. Blood surged in the tail of the snake, and he slammed it against the cave wall. Bang, bang. With each strike, cracks of varying lengths appeared on the wall. Then, debris began to fall. Su Chengxian released his consciousness to probe, entering through the cracks to look for traces of spirit stones. The power of consciousness played an extremely significant role at such times. It was much more accurate than sensing with demon power. Being able to accurately determine where the spirit stones were and then focus on digging them out significantly improved efficiency. Spirit stones are the essence of stones born from spiritual veins, containing rich spiritual energy. They are hard, smooth, warm, delicate, and have pure and bright colors. Due to different spiritual veins, their colors vary: blue, green, red, purple, yellow, white, and even transparent or multicolored. They resemble jade, and after refining, they shine brilliantly, like spiritual objects. In fact, these spirit stones are already spiritual objects. Bang! Su Chengxian swung his tail again, the surging blood energy impacting one of the cracks. knocking down several pieces of debris and widening it. The cave bottom, where spirit stones were nurtured, was very close to the root of the spiritual vein. So the surrounding walls were very hard due to the washing of spiritual energy, making them difficult to break through. The more concentrated the spiritual energy, the harder the stone. Therefore, the higher-ranked spirit residences' cave bottoms required greater magical power to ensure mining efficiency. Otherwise, there would be no need to distribute spirit residences after competing in the arena. This was to ensure that the resident demon beasts had enough strength. TSK. Chengxian looked at his results and was not very satisfied. Outside with his tail, he could smash a ton-weight boulder, but here he could only open a small window a few feet wide. However, there was a benefit. He didn't have to worry about cave-ins at all. He could act with confidence. Let us go again. Gathering blood energy, the snake's tail acted like a whip, striking fiercely, just right for forging the body and enhancing physical realm. Bang, bang, bang. After several strikes, he finally approached the place where his consciousness indicated the most concentrated spiritual energy. At this moment, he could already feel the refreshing sensation of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy has no temperature. This feeling comes from the clarity that spiritual energy brings to the sea of consciousness. Zizizi. With the several-foot window opened by the snake's tail, he gently tapped it, infusing the abundant blood energy into the revealed reddish area. The red light gradually merged, and Chengxian began to perform the refining technique for spirit stones, using blood energy to refine this jade stone about 3 feet square. Others wouldn't and couldn't dare to do this. The consumption of magical power requires time to recover, and moreover, one cannot determine whether the essence of this stone has reached the level to refine a spirit stone. Spirit stones, or rather ordinary spirit stones, are not in a state of being fully formed and waiting to be mined. Instead, they require the refiner to judge which part of a jade stone contains the most concentrated spiritual energy, using magical power in conjunction with the refining technique to cut and refine it. According to Chengxian's feelings, the refining process is a form of tempering or melting. If the spiritual energy in the jade does not reach the concentration of low-grade spirit stones, it will develop cracks or even break apart directly under the magical power applied through the incantation. Done. Another one. A quarter of an hour later, a dark green spirit stone was drawn out by the blood energy and floated in front of him. His consciousness swept over it, confirming that there were no flaws. A spirit stone must be flawless, without cracks or leaks, to be considered qualified. Otherwise, the spiritual energy inside would continuously dissipate until it turned into an ordinary jade stone. Just like the leftover jade stones after refining spirit stones, their spiritual energy was rapidly dissipating. This is also why the spirit residence can always be filled with spiritual energy. Chengxian felt very comfortable in this overflowing spiritual energy. He immediately decided to lie down and take a nap. Without the most concentrated part of the spiritual energy, this section of the cave wall would gradually become less hard due to the dissipation of spiritual energy. Therefore, taking a short nap and then continuing to mine is sharpening the axe without delaying the work. Having found a good excuse, he lay down without any psychological burden. With his efficiency, he could at least mine 2 spirit stones today. This is something Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi could never compare to. Normally, a 7th-ranked demon beast can mine 1 spirit stone in 2 or 3 days in a top-grade spirit residence. That is already good. Chengxian, relying on his solid soul, resilient and sharp consciousness, as well as his abundant blood energy, was large and strong, learning from lord.The and lord.'s brute force mining method, significantly increasing efficiency by several times. He would even feel tired as a result. Therefore, even if he spent more time sleeping at the cave bottom than working, Ling Xiao and others above didn't find it strange. If they didn't hear any noise, they would at most think he had consumed too much blood energy. Blood energy is different from demon power or spiritual power. It cannot be recovered through meditation. Therefore, needing more time to rest is normal. Thus, starting from that day, the cave bottom was occupied by Chengxian. 1/3 of the time was used for mining spirit stones, and 2/3 for taking a big nap. Occasionally, He would take the time to collect the shattered waste spirit stones, which were the leftover jade stones after refining spirit stones. Using a snakeskin bag made of real snakeskin to carry them up and hand them over to Ling Xiao for processing. The not yet fully formed female emperor, after deciding to take shape first, displayed the dominance belonging to the female emperor. She quickly gathered a group of small demons, including Cat 19, to run errands for her. In just over 10 days, she found 18 types of materials for auxiliary transformation grass and refining transformation pills. One of the auxiliary materials, called red gold crystal, is used to cushion the bottom of the alchemy furnace to control the furnace temperature. Refining transformation pills requires not only one main medicine, transformation grass, and 12 auxiliary medicines, but also several types of spiritual materials used to adjust the alchemy fire. Just thinking about it was bothersome for Su Chengxian. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about it. As long as he handed over the mind spirit stones and waste spirit stones to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, they would find a way to obtain them. So, he was busy for more than 10 days. Wow. On this day, just as he woke up and was about to get to work, he glanced at the panel and found that he was just a little bit short of the blood energy needed to advance to an 8th tier demon beast. Therefore, he decided to sleep until he leveled up. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep again amidst the surrounding spiritual energy. Blood energy 1111. Blood energy 11111. Congratulations to the host for advancing to an 8th tier demon beast. Blood energy 1111. Chapter 53. Dare to keep me in suspense? I'll dye your cat as head pink. You've reached 8th stage? Ling Xiao's vertical pupils widened in surprise. Yes, that's right. After being promoted to the 8th stage, Su Chengxian specially came to inform his sister, the empress, of this good news, displaying a proud expression that didn't require any deliberate performance, but was more of a genuine display of emotion, quickly nodding his head. Then, he teasingly asked, Hey, sister, how about it? Am I awesome or what? Just like that, I'm at the 8th stage. What about you? It had only been a little over a month since the decision to transform, and despite not making much progress in her cultivation, Ling Xiao forcibly suppressed the urge to curse the heavens for being unfair. Although due to Su Chengxian's sudden diligence, the number of spirit stones she gathered had increased. She didn't use most of them for cultivation, considering they were needed for exchanging alchemical materials. Moreover, she still had to deal with waste spirit stones, tame little monsters, and handle various chores. She had planned to sort everything out within a month and then devote herself fully to cultivation. For cultivators, a month or a year is an extremely short period. Just when she was almost done with her busy tasks, her big brother came running to tell her such good news. He had actually advanced to the 8th stage first, in just this month. This made Ling Xiao, who had been busy with chores but still hadn't relaxed in her cultivation, feel that the complaints she often heard from others about the unfairness of the heavenly path had some truth to them. How long had it been since the foolish flower snake broke through to the 7th stage? Not even a year. No, wait. It's still a few days short of half a year. Half a year from 7th stage to 8th stage. ISNT, the growth rate of divine beast bloodlines, just about this? The more Ling Xiao thought, the sharper her gaze became as she scrutinized Su Chengxian. At this moment, she was genuinely curious about what this guy had relied on. Sister, don't envy big brother. I just advanced a bit earlier than you, Su Chengxian said cheerfully. So you need to step up your game. This statement revealed his true intentions. To spur his sister, the empress, to successfully transform, he had sacrificed a lot. Not only had he given up precious sleeping time to gather spirit stones, but he had also rushed over to inform her of this good news right after his promotion to achieve a motivating effect. He felt quite affectionate for reaching this point as a big brother. Of course, Ling Xiao was definitely touched by this. Look, she was so moved that she couldn't say a word. Dao Jun, my little brother. After expressing his affection to the empress, Su Chengxian hurriedly found Ling Yunzi, leaned over, and grinned. Big brother, I'm at the 8th stage now. Ling Yunzi. I know. If he had hands, he would surely be clenching his fists in frustration. Oh, just knowing isn't enough. Su Chengxian chuckled. You need to learn more from me and understand what I'm trying to convey. Like what? For example, You need to understand that I just told Ling Xiao the news that big brother is stronger now first. Su Chengxian said seriously with her character. She will definitely focus on her cultivation and strive to advance to the 8th stage as soon as possible. So, you should feel a sense of crisis. While you cultivate well, hurry up and refine the transformation pill. Got it? I understand. Ling Yunzi fell silent for a moment, realizing he had no rebuttal and could only respond somewhat begrudgingly. Oh, that's right. I'll prepare the spirit stones, and the pressure will be on you. Of course. You can't slack off in your cultivation, Su Chengxian said earnestly. Try to advance to the 9th stage and transform into a human as soon as possible, understand? Got it. Ling Yunzi hadn't been reminded like this in a long time. And the key was that he had never been so directly reminded to cultivate well, which felt extremely subtle. Back when he first entered the sect, he was advised by his master and seniors to solidify his foundation after cultivating too quickly. Now, having been reborn as a snake, he was being urged by his benefactor big brother to cultivate well and not to hold everyone back. The difference was truly a test of his mindset. Fortunately, Ling Yunzi was not someone who hadn't experienced storms, and in just a moment, he steadied his mind. Thinking of Ling Xiao's need to transform, he couldn't help but say, "Old ghost, the matter of transformation is serious. Ling Xiao knows this, so don't disturb her thoughts anymore." He Daojun. You're overthinking it. Su Chengxian laughed dismissively. The Empress's mindset is stronger than yours. She will only become braver under my provocation. After all, she is a woman. Ling Yunzi remarked. Oh, you dare to look down on women? Su Chengxian shouted. You're done for. Let me tell you, you're done for. You're very likely to fall into a woman's hands. The more arrogant you are, the more dangerous it is. You still dare to look down on women? Half of the world is women. Not to mention, in this cave alone, there are 3 females. Which one is easy to deal with? Being so arrogant, you're bound to suffer losses. Ling Yunzi fell silent for a while upon hearing this. This made Su Chengxian realize something, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Yunzi, you wouldn't have died at the hands of a woman, would you?" No, Ling Yunzi the naive. Su Chengxian tilted his head. Brother, do you think I believe you? But it's related. TSK. It's not what you think. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but explain. Oh, I didn't think anything. My lord, I have news about the water cloud stone. One day, Cat 19 came to see Ling Xiao and told her that he had found the last required material. This mountain cat spirit was weak in combat, but had high ambitions. It had always wanted to find a suitable big monster to follow and serve, hoping for the future. However, in front of real big monsters, they couldn't even line up and want to find potential high-level monsters to first bow down and serve. When the other party became a big monster, it would naturally follow close by. However, ordinary monsters didn't have this mindset. They were focused on their cultivation and looked down on these less useful little monsters. So until Ling Xiao showed up, they hadn't encountered a big king they could follow. Later, when they met Su Chengxian and the others, Cat 19 became interested and deliberately tried to interact with them more. Especially when the group moved into a high-grade spirit residence, the brothers all agreed to pledge allegiance. They just hesitated, not knowing when a big monster would emerge from this family. They feared they might have to wait 3 to 5 years at the soonest, or even longer, 10 to 8 years, or possibly even more. Whether they could successfully survive the tribulation was also uncertain. However, a few months ago, when Ling Xiao declared she would first perfectly transform, it decided not to wait any longer and would pledge allegiance first. Since then, it had been tirelessly working for its king's transformation. Today, it finally found the last piece. In whose hands? Ling Xiao joyfully asked upon receiving the news. 3 more months passed, and she was not far from advancing to the 8th stage. As long as she gathered this last material, everything would be ready, just waiting for the east wind, just waiting for the transformation pill. Su Chengxian leaned in, asking Cat 19, Little cat, where is the water cloud stone? Hurry up and tell me. Dare to keep me in suspense? I'll dye your cat's head pink. Chapter 54, Pill Formation, the Catastrophe of Transformation. Arrival. Quickly say, who has water cloud stones? It's no wonder Su Chengxian frightens little animals right from the start. Cat 19 has a history of doing this. Previously, Having cultivated the habit of luring employers, he likes to drop hints and leave suspense, stirring curiosity. So as soon as he saw the little demon preparing to show off, he directly interrupted and spoke. Back, great king. I have heard that the white ape lord has several water cloud stones. The big white ape of the 8th rank? Exactly. Although Cat 19 found out that the other party had them, he had no way to connect. His brothers couldn't mingle with these high-ranked demon beasts. So they all came to report to Ling Xiao after hearing the news. Wait for the king to visit and exchange. All right, I'll take care of this. Chengxian was delighted to hear this. He still owed the big white ape a favor. Now that they are all 8th rank, it's just right to pay a visit. The two caves were not far apart, just separated by a valley. Therefore, a moment later, he appeared outside the white ape lord's door. Before long, he returned with 7 or 8 pieces of water cloud stones. He handed them over to Lin Yunzi. Yunzi, these are for you. The water cloud stones, the size of fists, were covered in tiny eyes, looking very much like volcanic rock. However, they had a slight coolness to the touch, with a faint water element aura fluctuating. If left without magical power isolation, water vapor would continuously gather on the stone. Chengxian had a sort of drooling feeling while holding them in his mouth. How did you bring back so many? Lin Yunzi asked in surprise. Weren't you not supposed to take anything out? How did you manage to exchange for the water cloud stones? This is a spiritual object containing the energy of the 5 elements. Although its grade is ordinary, it's hard to find in a place like Luyang Mountain. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the last item still not fully gathered. How much are these water cloud stones worth? Chengxian didn't answer directly, but first asked. The size contains average water element energy, but it's usable. Lin Yunzi sensed for a moment, saying 8 pieces, if sold in the spiritual object pavilion, would be worth around 200 low-grade spirit stones. The amount needed by alchemists and craftsmen is large, so even if the quality is average, as long as it's usable, the price is still not low. This is roughly their harvest after laboring for over a year in this medium-grade spiritual cave. Even Chengxian would need to spend half a year. Logically speaking, this time I only need 1 for alchemy. Though he said this, Lin Yunzi hoped to keep all the water cloud stones. This thing you will also need in the future? That's right. Water cloud stones are auxiliary materials for refining transformation pills, used to stabilize the 4 corners of the alchemy furnace and balance water and fire. As the saying goes, water and fire blend to refine spiritual pills. Not only is it necessary for refining transformation pills, but it is also indispensable for any spiritual pill. I have not yet transformed, and my control over the alchemical fire is probably far from what it used to be. Lin Yunzi briefly explained the way of alchemy to Chengxian. There are 3 most important things in the way of alchemy: the alchemy furnace, spiritual materials, and alchemical fire. Simply put, it's about the quality of the alchemy furnace, the coordination of the auxiliary spiritual materials, and the control of the alchemical fire. It can be said that as long as you have a good alchemy furnace, a complete alchemy formula, and learn a fire control technique, you can start alchemy. However, whether alchemy will succeed still depends on the control of the alchemical fire, that is, mastering the timing. The 3 elements, the furnace, the medicine, and the timing, among which the furnace and the medicine are easy to pass on and understand, but the timing is difficult to convey and grasp, and even more difficult to practice. I understand. Chengxian nodded. The master leads into the door, but the practice is up to the individual. It's similar to cooking. No matter how clear the tutorial is, the taste of the dishes made by each person will still vary greatly. High heat, low heat, a little salt, and oil, all depends on one's grasp. Each sect has its own specialized methods, formulas, and secret techniques for alchemy. In the Xianmen, almost everyone can refine pills. But good alchemists are still rare. There's a saying among alchemists: sages pass on the medicine, but not the fire. The timing is known to few. To know the secrets of timing is to seek guidance from a wise master. Calling timing the secret of heaven, one can imagine how difficult it is to comprehend. Moreover, sometimes it's not that the master is unwilling to teach, but that the disciple may not be able to learn. This skill especially requires talent, and sometimes luck. Therefore, when opening the furnace for alchemy, not only must one calculate and choose auspicious days, but some also worship the ancestors of their sect in advance. However, this has little to do with Chengxian, as he does not plan to learn the art of alchemy. So after listening, he just asked, the role of water cloud stones is to control the timing? Exactly. When refining pills, igniting the fire is easy, but extinguishing it is difficult. Gathering fire is easy, but controlling it is hard. Producing fire is easy, but adjusting it is difficult. Moving fire is easy, but knowing the fire is hard. Lin Jianzi said, but knowing the timing is not enough. Adjusting the water and fire in the furnace is even harder. Of course, alchemists have their own methods for this. They can place water cloud stones in the alchemy furnace beforehand, or when needed. Use magic to place them in the furnace to stimulate the water element aura within and lower the temperature of the fire in the furnace. Additionally, water cloud stones also help the spiritual materials to merge into pills after being hydrated. However, once the water element aura is exhausted, the water cloud stones become useless. Therefore, their consumption is quite large. They belong to the resources that many sects continuously reserve. Since that's the case, let's keep them all. Chengxian waved his tail and said grandly, what does the white ape lord want to exchange for this? Lin Jianzi was not a pretentious person. He indeed needed the water cloud stones and did not refute, but asked how to exchange. He wanted a transformation pill. Chengxian said. After explaining, he added, I promise to exchange one for it. Additionally, if we end up producing more, we can sell another one. This means that these 8 pieces of water cloud stones are exchanged for one transformation pill, and there is also the privilege to purchase another one. That works. Lin Jianzi nodded, acknowledging that this exchange was not a loss. The market price of one transformation pill is certainly far more than 200 low-grade spirit stones. However, by providing spiritual materials to the alchemist, according to the rules, one is qualified to purchase the pills refined from them at a very low price. How many transformation pills can you produce in one furnace? Chengxian then remembered to ask this crucial question. According to the spiritual materials, about 8 to 10 pills can be produced in one furnace. Lin Jianzi said, but I am currently in the form of a demon beast, and this is my first time refining pills, so the success rate may not be very high. Then how many can we expect? 3 to 4 pills is still within reach. He considered for a moment and said, that's quite good. Chengxian slapped his tail. He had thought that at most 1 pill could be produced in a furnace. Wow, that's 3 to 4 times more. Not only is it not a loss, it's a huge profit. Moreover, according to Ling Xiao, the spiritual materials they collected this time were prepared for 2 furnaces worth of refining. After all, there were plenty of transformation herbs on Daoist's back. To be on the safe side, they prepared extra spiritual materials. Ling Xiao, I've got the water cloud stones. The rest depends on Yunzi. On his way to the cave's bottom, Chengxian passed by Ling Xiao's hall. You're almost at the 8th rank too, right? When will our family move into a big house? I'm counting on you. Just as he was about to leave, he felt something was off. Huh? Hey, why's what I said sound so awkward? Like a scumbag brother wanting to buy a house with his sister's dowry. No. How did I become a scumbag while bustling about? It should be that everyone prepares money together and then takes advantage of the sister's qualification to buy a house. Damn it. This sounds like it's not much better. Forget it. Ling Xiao, don't worry. The best room in the big house will definitely be yours, I promise. Even if you get married. Damn. Thinking about his sister getting married, he suddenly felt like beating Huang Mao. You have to find a chance to beat up the curly-haired lion again. Although the big lion hasn't offended anyone, Chengxian doesn't care. After all, it's the only yellow-haired one nearby. He gritted his teeth, feeling an inexplicable malice towards this brother-in-law creature. What dirty thing did you eat? Ling Xiao, who originally didn't want to pay him any attention, couldn't help but come out to take a look at this seemingly not quite normal guy. No, Chengxian said heavily. I suddenly realized that in this life, I really have a younger sister. Ling Xiao, get lost. Boom. 3 months later at night, a thunderclap resounded. Ling Yunzi's first batch of transformation pills was completed. 6 spirit pills were produced. 10 days later, Ling Xiao, who had just advanced to the 8th stage for less than half a month, triggered the tribulation. The tribulation of transformation descended. Chapter 55. The thunder tribulation roars. The empress ascends. Transformation. Boom. Boom boom. The sound of thunder echoes throughout the southern side of Luyang Mountain. Oh, Wolf Big, is startled awake by the thunder, suddenly flipping over and leaping up. This thunder is strange. It seems to be right above in the ears, amidst the rolling thunder. There seems to be a power that terrifies the demonic beasts. This is not ordinary thunder. In summer, with abundant rain, thunder before a storm is common, especially the ground-shaking thunder, which is particularly frightening. But it's never been this intense. Ordinary thunder doesn't carry such a terrifying pressure that makes them feel fear in their souls. Second, it went over to wake the still sleeping wolf too. What's going on outside, still sleeping like a dead pig, really lacks vigilance. Sooner or later, it will get eaten by a wolf. A wolf? Wolf too, woken up. Looks confused. Big brother, do you even hear what you're saying? We are wolves ourselves. Moreover, it's not like it wants to sleep so soundly. It's all because of that disgusting flower snake next door, making such a racket. Everyone is mining spiritual stones the same way, yet its noise is exceptionally loud. Every time it shakes the ground in mountains, not to mention it always stops mining for several hours after a while. After a few hours, it resumes. Unlike their brothers, who know that they'll be unable to pay their monthly dues by the end of the month if they don't hurry. That fat flower snake has been doing this for over half a year. Over half a year. Every day. It bangs for more than an hour at the bottom of the cave, shaking the entire mountain. And it doesn't even have a fixed time. As soon as they enter meditation to cultivate, it starts banging. As soon as they finish eating and sleeping, it starts banging. This makes Wolf too, who already loves to sleep, cherish the rare, peaceful time without shaking even more. When it sleeps deeply. A woo, fighting for every second of sleep. Yet still being slapped awake by Big Brother, Wolf 2 feels very wronged. All right, hurry up and get up. Wolf Big slaps it again. Let us go out and take a look. Look at what? Look at the thunder tribulation. It suddenly remembers that the family next door, among them, that green snake has been searching everywhere for materials to refine transformation pills recently. It seems to have the intention of transforming. Coupled with the unusual thunder sound at this time, one can guess what is going on. Most likely, it is the thunder tribulation for transformation. Wolf Big has never personally experienced a thunder tribulation, but it has heard of it. The last time a great demon crossed the tribulation on Luyang Mountain was more than a decade ago, but an elder in the clan mentioned it. They told them that if they encounter someone undergoing a thunder tribulation, they must keep their distance to avoid being affected. However, after keeping a distance, they can observe the process of crossing the tribulation, feel some of the power of the thunder, and accumulate experience for their own future tribulations. Since they happen to encounter it today, of course, they have to go and take a look. By the way, they also want to see if the water-avoiding snake next door can successfully cross the tribulation. Moments later, Wolf Big and Wolf 2 rush out of the spirit mansion, climb to the top of the mountain, and see from a distance that the valley ahead is shrouded in a layer of dark tribulation clouds. Within the swirling clouds, it seems like countless electric pythons are weaving in and out. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder strikes again. In the next moment, a bolt of tribulation lightning swiftly descends toward a point in the valley. Boom. Is it aiming for perfect transformation? Thinking back to that day when the fat flower snake showed signs of interest after listening to their brothers, Wolf Big has some guesses. Its gaze is fixed tightly on the approaching tribulation lightning. Can an 8th rank really withstand such momentum? It has heard that among the 4 water-avoiding snakes of the Bai family, besides the female snake by Xiaocui, the green snake, and the little white snake, there's also that fat flower snake, all of which have been promoted to the 8th rank. It wonders who will cross the tribulation today. Boom. Boom, boom. The 6th thunder. The 7th thunder. Boom. The 8th. Su Chengxian counts in his heart the number of tribulation lightning strikes falling from the sky. Not just him, but also the already promised by Xiaocui, Ling Yunzi, as well as Dai Dai and the Great Sage, are all looking up at the valley where the tribulation is taking place. Each bolt of thunder strikes down swiftly, like a blow to everyone's hearts. It's so oppressive that they can hardly breathe. Besides their family, there are also many demonic beasts watching from all around. This scene of crossing the tribulation, which hasn't appeared in Liang Mountain for a long time, has attracted the attention of almost all demonic beasts, even 2 great demons. Demon General Yu has shown up because recently, a 2-headed black water poisonous python from the great demon realm was injured by the demon lord's guards and is likely to have fled to Luyang Mountain. The news was passed down a few days ago. A bounty has been issued. However, Su Chengxian's family is not paying attention to this. All their thoughts are on Ling Xiao crossing the tribulation. This tribulation lightning is indeed terrifying, Su Chengxian thinks. He wonders if Ling Xiao will be able to cross it successfully. Bai Xiao Zui is anxiously shaking her body. She will definitely succeed, Su Chengxian says without a second thought. His sister is not an ordinary person. The empress, a former empress. Moreover, she carries the memories of her past life, living this life again. Crossing a thunder tribulation is as easy as pie, right? Even if she fails, there definitely won't be any danger to her life. Since heaven has given her a second chance, it won't take her life back so easily. Big brother, you have a lot of faith in Her Majesty, Ling Yunzi says. Of course, I have confidence in her just like I do in you, Daoist brother. Su Chengxian smiles and says, you should hurry up and cross the tribulation as well. Ling Yunzi can't help but move a little further away from him. This guy seems to be obsessed lately, urging everyone to cultivate and improve their cultivation. Boom! The ninth. Just as the two were talking, the ninth bolt of tribulation lightning fell. The tribulation clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate. Then a beam of spiritual energy light penetrated the tribulation clouds, shining down into the valley. How is it? Su Chengxian jumps up. Did she succeed? Then he sees a figure appearing in the light beam, rising into the air. Surrounded by spiritual energy, the details are unclear. Hiss! Look! Quickly look! He shouts. It must be Ling Xiao. The clouds formed by spiritual energy obscure the figure in the light beam. Then, gradually, they merge into that figure's body. About the time of a stick of incense later, the mist disappears, revealing the person. In midair stands a tall woman. She is wearing a robe embroidered with golden phoenixes. The robe has a deep-sea blue base, embedded with countless golden threads, shining brilliantly in the sunlight, as if it gathers all the brilliance of heaven and earth. The phoenix crown rises high, encrusted with 9 dazzling pearls, each sparkling with precious light, but none can compare to her pair of shining eyes. Her features seem like they were meticulously sculpted, her skin delicate like jade, exuding a faint luster like the finest beautiful jade. Between her brows, there is an unapproachable majesty, and although her lips reveal a slight smile, there's more than enough pride. What a majestic and noble empress. Her head is slightly raised, not knowing if it's a pre-existing flaw or a habit formed from being a snake for too long. Her gaze sweeps slowly, as if she can see into the hearts of people. She descends from the sky, her steps steady and powerful, each step exuding an aura that looks down upon the world, making people involuntarily bow their heads in submission. This is an aura unique to emperors, long residing above others, accustomed to being in a position above 10,000 people, nurturing such demeanor. It's the aura of a superior. The environment shapes the body. The ancients were not deceiving me. Wow, big sister. Su Chengxian shouts excitedly. Chapter 56. Entering the deep mountains to seek spiritual veins. Something strange ahead. Great sage. Let us go. Time to head out. Squeak. My lord, I'm here. Before dawn, Su Chengxian called out to the great sage and exited the stone door of the cave. Leaving the spiritual abode, they headed straight west. Ding! The host has a new task. Task details. Find a spiritual vein and establish a cave dwelling. Reward. Refinement point 16. The system prompt sounded just right. I really have become a busybody. Su Chengxian muttered as he swam forward. Well, I can earn some refinement points along the way. After just transforming, Ling Xiao needs to stabilize her cultivation level and can't easily leave the cave. After the tribulation, with the nourishment of heavenly spiritual energy for her spirit and body, she still needs time to recover after enduring 9 tribulations. If she isn't careful, her human form could easily collapse. Madame Bai Xiao Zui is at a crucial moment of advancing to the 6th level. Lin Jianzi not only has to busy himself with refining the second batch of transformation pills, but also needs to quickly cultivate to reach the 8th level. Therefore, the task of finding the spiritual vein fell on Su Chengxian's shoulders for the time being, who told him that in the cave, it was just him dada, and the great sage, with no other pressing matters? Dada moved slowly on land, being large and inconvenient. So, in the end, only a flower snake and a monkey were left to go out. Busy, busy, it's good to be busy. Chengxian thought to himself. I'll be counting on you two to elevate me in the future. After Ling Xiao transformed, her cultivation progressed rapidly, and within a year or two, she would surpass the 9th level and reach the realm of great demons. Although the Empress sister had a fiery temper, she never boasted. I believe the problem won't be too big. I wonder if her appearance now is the same as in her previous life? I haven't had the chance to ask. That Yunzi fellow definitely let himself fall too far behind. He was already a step slower than Ling Xiao, and now he must catch up. As the saying goes, a bystander sees clearly. There was a subtle competitive mentality between these two reborn powerhouses, with Chengxian as a motivational slacker watching with joy in his heart. It's good to have ambition. Get fired up. You two have grievances to settle, so you should strive hard in your cultivation and make rapid progress. And take care of the big brother while you're at it. Birds fly far with the phoenix, and by staying close to these two dragons and phoenixes, it's only natural that I'll soar too. Although his big brother was stronger, shouldn't he enjoy the pleasure of gaining without effort? Who told us we have this condition? That Yunzi fellow actually knows how to refine tools. He only found out recently that the Daojun brother had this skill. Because the transformation tribulation was more dangerous, Lin Yunzi had to prepare. The second batch of transformation pills was being refined in preparation for exchanging a protective magical artifact from General Yu. Protective magical artifacts are rare. One transformation pill is certainly not enough, and moreover, General Yu might not have anything suitable. Thus, he planned to refine the remaining spiritual materials into spiritual pills and send them over first. Next month, the spiritual stones from Liang Mountain are to be delivered to the camp of Wanyan Mountain, so he could entrust the transporting demon general to help exchange for something useful. If he couldn't obtain a ready-made magical artifact, he would exchange for some refining materials instead. The demon race isn't skilled in tool refinement, but doesn't lack spiritual materials. Refining the exchanged spiritual materials into magical artifacts would also be timely. However, this would make Lin Yunzi's schedule very tight. He had to refine pills, refine tools, and cultivate, and he couldn't be left behind by Ling Xiao. It's quite busy. Chengxian felt quite emotional. Of course, he couldn't share the burden. All he could do was not add to the other party's workload. He originally wanted a storage magical artifact. When sleeping, he could store demon beast meat inside. When he wanted to eat, he could just open it. He would have to go out of the cave like now, sending Cat 19 to exchange for it. He had inquired, and storage bags with array formations could absorb the heavenly spiritual energy, keeping the items inside fresh for a long time. Since Lin Yunzi was so busy, he felt it was inappropriate to ask him to do more work. After all, he was still his big brother. He couldn't exploit his younger brother like that. Chengxian thought the Daojun younger brother could be exploited, but it should be done in moderation. Otherwise, it could easily blow up. When the time comes, he could also ask the transporting demon general to bring one back. At worst, he could extract more spiritual stones. It's just a pity that almost a year had passed, and he and refined a single mid-grade spiritual stone. The exchange rate from mid-grade spiritual stones to low-grade spiritual stones is not 100. It fluctuates around 1,000. Moreover, almost no one would use mid-grade stones to exchange for low-grade ones. Chengxian wasn't clear on the reason, but he only needed to know that one mid-grade spiritual stone was definitely worth 1,000 low-grade ones. If he could refine one, it would be equivalent to 3 or 4 years of hard work. Great sage. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but turn back and call out to the golden-haired little monkey squatting on his back. Squeak, my lord, you must look carefully to see if there are good spiritual veins nearby. Let us find the best one. Chengxian earnestly wished to the monkey, treating it as if it were truly the great sage, who told the great sage to indeed have a bit of a talent for treasure hunting. Even naming himself Great Sage with such cleverness? In this world where luck truly exists, perhaps it could really work. Squeak, the best. Upon hearing this, the Great Sage patted his chest, saying, I'll help my lord find it. It meant, leave it to me, and you can rest assured. All right, Su Chengxian grinned. And when we find it, I'll give you a couple more spiritual stones so that those 2 peach trees grow quickly and bear fruit early. And you can eat the spiritual peaches. The 2 peach trees on Dada's back were both grown from peach pits by the great sage. One was a half-rotten green peach picked on the way here. The other was brought by General Yu in exchange for the curly-haired lion's transformation pill. They were growing quite well now, both about the thickness of 2 fingers, but it was still far too early for fruit. Moreover, the fruits grown from spiritual stones would mostly end up in the belly of their snake family. How many could the great sage eat? So Su Chengxian was just painting a picture for the great sage. It was no different from those bosses who tell employees to work hard, and the company will provide a platform, promising bonuses at the end of the year for good performance. Employees use their year-end bonuses to buy electric bikes, while the boss earns enough to buy a Land Rover. But the golden-haired monkey didn't care about any of that. It joyfully rubbed its hands and nodded, its eyes searching everywhere, eager to find a good spiritual vein. Thousands of miles of Shenglong Ridge. Just Liang Mountain alone has a radius of 500 or 600 miles, perhaps because it is located in a barren area. The area under General Yu's jurisdiction is quite large. At this time, it was summer, and the vegetation in the mountains was flourishing. Su Chengxian swam through, not knowing how many birds and small beasts he startled. Some low-level demon beasts sensed the blood energy on him and avoided him early. Among them, a 5th-level tang deer saw him from afar and fled. This gave him a very intuitive sense of his current strength. He couldn't help but glance at his own cultivation level. Host, Su Chengxian, race, water-avoiding snake. Rank, 8th level, to become a 9th-level demon beast. Blood energy must exceed 50 million points. Blood energy, 31,294. 677. Physical realm, demon body realm, 7,610,000. Soul realm, demon soul realm, 7,808. 10,000. Divine powers and combat skills, divine power, devouring chi to transform blood. Bewitching cry, combat skills, snake bite. Snake binding, refinement points, 0.8. After more than half a year of refining spiritual stones at the bottom of the cave and sleeping in there, Su Chengxian's physical and soul cultivation levels had also seen considerable improvement. However, the difficulty of advancing to the 9th level was much greater than before. He would need at least another year for his blood energy to reach the level needed to break through. He planned to find a suitable spiritual vein and open up a cave residence, needing to sleep well for a period of time. He secretly calculated that he would first advance to the 9th level, and then slowly wait for Ling Xiao and the others ahead. Those 2 guys would definitely not expect that he would be one step ahead of them and advance to the 9th level. As Su Chengxian thought of this, a sly smile appeared on his face. Such a smile on a snake's face was strange and eerie. Instantly, it seemed to scare away the sounds of insects around him. No, he suddenly narrowed his pupils and realized something was wrong. What do birds and insects know about beauty and ugliness? They only flee out of fear. There must be a terrifying presence ahead. Run. Chapter 57. A foul smell came rushing towards him. Should he move forward or retreat? Su Chengxian hesitated. Moving forward could be dangerous, but retreating felt unsatisfactory. Ji, my lord? The great sage pointed ahead, asking why they weren't moving. Let me think. He couldn't help but raise his head to look ahead. In fact, coming back tomorrow would only delay him by a day. He wasn't worried about not finding the place. However, after searching for several days, this area was the only part he hadn't explored yet. If he just turned back now, feelings of regret would arise out of nowhere. What if there was a superior spiritual vein right ahead? Since he was already here, why not take a look? Why should he waste a day? He decided to go in and take a look. Su Chengxian gritted his teeth. With his current strength, even if a 9th-tier beast appeared, he wouldn't be afraid. He could always flee. Of course, there probably wouldn't be a 9th-tier beast ahead. The 9th-tier beasts near Liang Mountain were all cultivating in high-grade spiritual abodes. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat reassured. Since it wasn't a 9th-tier beast, there was no need to worry at all. Encountering an 8th-tier beast in this area, which wasn't part of the spiritual abode, would be a good opportunity for hunting. So after hesitating for a moment, he continued to move forward. There were still over 10 small mountains ahead that he hadn't checked out. To find a spiritual vein, one must follow the mountain's terrain. Spiritual veins are found beneath high mountains. This is a heavenly rule. However, some spiritual veins beneath certain hills have yet to develop, or, due to changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they may have already dissipated. Thus, not every mountain peak has a spiritual vein beneath it. Moreover, beneath some hills, there might be more than one spiritual vein intertwining. However, the latter is unlikely to occur in the spiritually barren Luyang Mountain. Spiritual veins have varying sizes and, like spiritual abodes, are classified by rank. The demon race, unlike the human race, does not emphasize the meanings of names or any metaphors. They tend to express things in a straightforward manner. Therefore, even the concept of good and bad is equally clear. The size of a spiritual vein is determined by the distribution of spiritual stones within it. The rank is based on which grade of spiritual stone is most abundant. Luyang Mountain has no high-grade or top-grade spiritual veins. It doesn't even have medium-grade spiritual veins. Only low-grade spiritual veins exist. Among low-grade spiritual veins, there are also upper, middle, and lower tiers. The best spiritual vein in a region naturally becomes the residence of the strongest. Thus, the best spiritual vein in Luyang Mountain is located beneath General Yu's cave. Although the rank of the spiritual vein is not high, it contains a vast amount of energy and is barely considered a major spiritual vein. So it has been built into a spiritual vein cave for demons to exploit and cultivate. This is where Chengxian and the others currently reside. The next best spiritual veins would be occupied by the earlier arriving powerful demons, leaving later arrivals to rely on luck and fend for themselves. General Yu's cave and the residences of the powerful demons Wolfqing and Tiger Shao are all located in the northeast direction. Therefore, if Chengxian wants to find a spiritual vein, he thinks about checking the western side, although it is said that the spiritual veins in the west are not abundant. The area is relatively spacious. If he looks carefully, he might discover a decent spiritual vein. Additionally, the members of his family also wanted to keep a distance from other powerful demons. Whether for training or alchemy, they didn't want to attract too many prying eyes. Moreover, they needed to act quickly. They had stumbled upon a good opportunity. According to the news gathered by Cat 19, there are currently 6 ninth-tier demon beasts in the Luyang Mountains spiritual abode, 2 of which entered alongside them, still some time away from transformation. However, 2 others have been residing in the spiritual abode for several years and are likely not far from transformation. They may have been hesitant, so they have yet to undergo tribulation. Given the conditions of the spiritual veins in Luyang Mountain, good spiritual veins are certainly scarce. If they transform and remain here, they too will need to find a spiritual vein to build a cave. Ling Xiao has managed to cut in line and gain the upper hand. If he can find the best spiritual abode first, he will have gained even more benefits. Just thinking about this made Chengxian very happy. As he released his divine sense to search for the spiritual vein, he felt a surge of excitement. This was the psychological boost from gaining an advantage. To search for a spiritual vein, the best method is to use divine sense. The power of the soul is naturally very sensitive to fluctuations of spiritual energy and the presence of spiritual energy. Therefore, Chengxian was chosen to search for the spiritual veins, not only because everyone else was busy, but also because he was the strongest in this regard. However, it was limited strength and quite exhausting. Divine sense has varying strengths. It is nearly impossible to penetrate deep into the mountains. So, Chengxian had to approach the mountain and carefully scout close to the ground. If it were the divine sense of a demon lord, or even a demon king, they could sweep the area and grasp the situation of the spiritual veins in their entirety. It is said that all the demon lord residences today were determined by the demon kings. The demon generals do not have this qualification, but there are specialized geomancers in the royal city. Some powerful demons will hire these geomancers to find spiritual veins. Alternatively, they can also use magical tools. However, the Bai family currently has too little resources and doesn't want to go to the royal city to hire someone, nor is it guaranteed they could even find someone. Fortunately, they have Chengxian and the Great Sage with them, so even if they can't find the best one, they can definitely find a spiritual vein. But Chengxian was still very confident. Since he had already gained this advantage, If he couldn't find the biggest one, wouldn't that be a loss? Therefore, he gathered his spirits and carefully searched and compared. He had already been to the western direction of Luyang Mountain twice. During the previous visits, he took different paths each time. He also noted a few small spiritual veins along the way. However, they did not meet his expectations. Thus, he had high hopes for this route, which is why he felt so reluctant to turn back just now. But the deeper he went, the more hesitant Su Chengxian became. Ji, my lord, there are powerful monsters ahead. As they ventured deeper, the great sage also sensed something unusual and whispered in his ear. Powerful monsters? Su Chengxian's heart skipped a beat. Monsters, not beasts. The great sage's sensitivity to the aura was keen, and it wouldn't refer to high-tier beasts as monsters. In the human race, monster refers to all beasts and demon races. But among the demon beasts, it refers to those above the small demon level. So ahead, that fleeing powerful demon? Su Chengxian suddenly thought of the order issued by General Yu before Ling Zhao's tribulation. He commanded them to find a powerful demon, a two-headed black water poison python. However, their family had been too focused on Ling Xiao and hadn't paid attention to this matter. Moreover, although the powerful demon was severely injured, it was a ruthless character, and now it was at the end of its rope. If they encountered it, it would probably be very dangerous, as the demon might fight to the death. Participating in the hunt? There was no need for that. Thus, they hadn't even inquired about what the poison python had done or the specifics of the bounty. They hadn't thought much of it afterward, to the point where Su Chengxian didn't even recall this matter just now. So, could it be that the powerful demon ahead is indeed that one? He seriously considered turning back, even though he felt that the mountain peak ahead had significantly denser spiritual energy. Encountering a powerful demon, especially a desperate one, was still too risky. Take advantage of the fact that they hadn't alarmed the other party and leave quickly. Ding! Host, you have a new mission. Mission content: kill the powerful demon, the black water poison python of Wushan. Mission reward: refinement points 12, ghost mushroom 2 dam. When Su Chengxian heard the ding, he was just about to turn and leave. But that sound made him instantly realize he couldn't leave, because at that moment, his dispersed divine sense detected the aura of a certain presence. And seemingly noticing that he was about to run, the other party directly launched an ambush. A foul smell rushed towards him. Chapter 58, not the peak period of a great demon. What is so impressive? In a valley deep within the dark forest. The moonlight had faded and the morning light was just beginning to show, creating a moment that was neither bright nor dark. The view only barely outlined the mottled shadows of trees. This should have been the liveliest morning, yet there were no birds in sight, and even the chirping insects had disappeared. It was eerily quiet, creating a mysterious and tense atmosphere for the impending life-and-death confrontation. The two opposing sides had just exchanged a brief encounter moments ago, and both felt somewhat incredulous about the outcome. A great demon? Wushan. The air was thick with humidity and a barely perceptible hint of poison, making Su Chengxian feel that even breathing had become heavy. However, his state of mind was more stable than before the enemy had revealed themselves, as the power displayed in that last attack was not as formidable as he had imagined. Hiding in the shadows, suppressing its aura, and launching a sneak attack. These factors combined were enough to rule out the possibility that the opponent was deliberately concealing their strength. There was no need for it. A great demon would not need to hide its power when dealing with an 8th-tier beast. Thus, he couldn't help but doubt whether the opponent was truly the great demon Wushan, although both the aura and the two massive, menacing snake heads told him that such doubts were unwarranted. Oomph! A low, disdainful snort came from the enormous black, poisonous python opposite him. Within that contempt was a hint of anger and humiliation, showing no intention of conversing with Su Chengxian. To it, an 8th-tier beast was not even worthy of conversation. It was merely a meal. Even if it had dodged one attack, it was just luck. The python abruptly raised its head, both of its bifurcated heads opening their massive mouths simultaneously, unleashing 2 jets of dark green venom. Whoosh! The venom shot through the night sky like arrows from the Grim Reaper, heading straight for Su Chengxian. Where the venom passed, the dark green mist caused the surrounding vegetation to wither instantly. Even the leaves too close to the toxic aura were corroded to a shocking blackness. This is bad. Chengxian reacted quickly. As the python raised its head, he slid to the side to avoid the attack. But seeing the potency of the venom, he realized he hadn't dodged thoroughly enough. No wonder this great demon sprayed its snake venom so boldly, without any combat maneuvers or techniques. It didn't need to. Such a toxic substance could kill, even if it merely brushed against a target. At the same time, he felt fortunate that the moment he sensed something was wrong, the great sage had been swept far enough away by his tail. Otherwise, taking even a breath of it would have surely been fatal. You want me dead? Dream on. At this point, if he tried to dodge again, it would definitely be too late. Chengxian gathered his blood energy once more, thickening the layer of dark red protective blood aura around him. Sizzle. The venom didn't hit Chengxian, but the toxic mist, as expected, couldn't be completely avoided. It contaminated his protective aura, emitting hissing sounds as it seeped in. The dark green mist seemed to turn into countless threads, attempting to burrow into his flesh. Fortunately, his blood aura was thick enough to block it. Since it could be consumed by blood aura, Chengxian realized it was no big deal. Compared to the thickness of his blood aura, it wasn't arrogance. Even if the great demon spat out venom a few more times, he could still withstand it. However, even a great demon wouldn't have an endless supply of such potent venom, right? If there were so many, it would defy logic. Wushan, why don't you hurry and escape instead of fighting me? At this moment, Chengxian had completely shed the fear of being attacked by the great demon, and his mind had returned to a normal state. Thus, he immediately thought of the reason for the mismatch between Wushan's strength and that of a great demon. This guy must have suffered severe injuries while fleeing. Also, the two attacks Wushan had previously launched against him were likely the opponent's trump cards, their strongest moves. The logic was simple. The great demon opposite him was like a stray dog being hunted down, constantly facing the danger of being tracked down and killed. Here, in Luyang Mountain, General Yu was busy searching for your whereabouts. If Chengxian were in Wushan's position to kill an 8th-tier beast, he would also go all out for a quick resolution to avoid drawing attention from the station demon generals. However, Wushan definitely hadn't anticipated that he could dodge. Even if he had evaded the strongest attacks, what else was there to fear? But Chengxian did not wish to continue battling Wushan. In my opinion, you should run quickly. I assure you I won't chase you. This monster was over a dozen zhang long. Its body as thick as a millennium-old tree, covered in shiny black scales that shimmered with a cold green light in the dim light. Its bifurcated heads each flicked out bright red tongues, and its eyes gleamed with cunning, bloodthirsty light. Not to mention, its eyes was significantly larger than Chengxian. What was even more unsettling was the fluctuation of demonic power emanating from the python, which was several tiers above his own strength. For a moment, he didn't move. The thought of hunting down the opponent, devouring its flesh and demon core, and enhancing his cultivation crossed his mind. He could also claim a bounty, but he immediately abandoned the idea. Even a severely injured great demon would not be easy to deal with for an 8th-tier beast like him. It was certain to be injured. How painful would it be if he were heavily wounded? What if he got poisoned? That would be even more troublesome. Therefore, Chengxian hoped Wushan would realize that after failing to kill him quickly, the wise choice was to retreat. Don't waste time on me. Hurry up and continue fleeing. However, his words seemed to thoroughly enrage the black python opposite him. It raised its two massive heads, not giving Chengxian a chance to speak again, and lunged toward him. In that roar of death, a powerful pressure emanated from its body. Here we go again. Chengxian cursed. Wushan had just used this move to attack him from the front. The pressure from a great demon had a natural suppressive effect on lower-tier beasts, akin to an upper-tier strongman suppressing a lower-tier one. The most dangerous aspect was that this suppression specifically targeted the soul and consciousness. But he dodged it under the dual warning of his consciousness and system task. Moreover, his soul power was not weak. Even if he couldn't match Wushan, he wouldn't be completely immobilized by the suppression of realms. However, Wushan clearly didn't believe he had evaded it through his own ability. So try the same trick again. This was bad news for Chengxian. as it meant that the monster opposite him was unwilling to let him go and still thought it could devour him. Damn it. Su Chengxian couldn't help but curse. Bastard, do you think I'm easy to bully? He could clearly feel that Wushan regarded him as food to be hunted. This attitude made him very unhappy. Since I can't dodge, then let us fight. You're ungrateful, Su Chengxian shouted. You refuse to leave when I let you go and insist on resisting me. Then don't expect to leave. You're not the peak period of a great demon, so what is so impressive? Chapter 59. The black mud eel refuses the toast and instead drinks the punishment wine. Too overbearing. A mere great demon. You dare to provoke me? When the narrow path meets, the brave wins. Besides, if I can't beat you, can I drag you down with me? If this two-headed giant seeks death, then let it have what it wants. As long as there is enough commotion, General Yu will arrive soon. What a waste. Watch me kill you. With this thought in mind, facing the attack launched by Wushan, Su Chengxian decided not to dodge and directly met it head-on. He was confident that in terms of physical strength, Wushan might not be much stronger than him. It was just right to hone his combat skills and temper his bones. Simply surviving wouldn't do. Avoiding battle would never lead to great combat power. There are always stronger hands among the strong. How long can one hide? So he must strike when the time is right. If he truly couldn't win, he would run. After all, with General Yu backing him, what is there to fear? Except your death. Of course, to ensure General Yu arrives quickly and to disturb Wushan's state of mind, he roared wildly while engaging in battle. The sound echoed across the wilderness. However, the roar was far less than 1/10 of the noise generated by the two sides clashing in combat. Bang! Boom! Boom! Two enormous serpents, one large and one small, instantly entangled, rolling, biting, and wrapping around each other, each collision accompanied by deafening sounds. The tails of the snakes struck the ground, creating vibrations that echoed through the valley, as if the very earth was trembling. The two-headed black water poison python continually tried to bite the vital points of the giant snake, while the giant snake, with its massive body and astonishing strength, relentlessly suppressed its opponent, trying to completely strangle it. Bang! 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 In just a few rounds of confrontation, amidst the chaos, several hundred-year-old trees were knocked down and fell to the ground. The battle grew increasingly intense, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and death. Damn it! Su Chengxian was furious. Clearly, during the clash, he had suffered losses. The smell of blood mostly came from his own serpent body. As he had anticipated, even with a significant reduction in strength, Wushan, the black water poison python from the great demon realm, was still much stronger than him. After all, both the tempering of the flesh and the thickness of the protective demon power were two realms higher than his. Moreover, they were two major realms. The damage his combat skills inflicted on the opponent was minimal, especially since the opponent's battle experience was far superior to his. He couldn't gain any advantage at all. Damn black mud eel. Once the battle started, it ignited real anger, making it hard to control his emotions. At this moment, Su Chengxian was filled with the thought that he couldn't let this loss go unpunished. Since they were both from the snake-python clan, Wushan was even better at binding than him. His divine sense couldn't break through the opponent's protective demon power. The opponent had also sensed him, and their spiritual powers clashed without a clear victor. The solidity of a great demon's spirit was naturally superior to Su Chengxian's. With such a gap, it was likely that his attempts to confuse with screams would be ineffective. Thus, Su Chengxian, unwilling to give up, activated his combat skill, Snakebite. His blood energy surged, and he once again tried with all his might to break through the opponent's defenses. A sound that made one's teeth ache came from the spot where the snake fangs pierced. Su Chengxian's heart sank. This strike had still failed to penetrate the opponent's protective demon power. Ha! Little brat, you dare to bite? A flash of brutal anger crossed Wushan's eyes. He had been fleeing like a stray dog, chased around by others. If it weren't for his demon core being shattered by the demon general, he wouldn't have fallen to this state. But those who had chased him before were either demon generals or other great demons like him. And now he was merely hungry and wanted to eat a low-level 8th-rank creature. And this creature dared to bite back? Not only did the opponent not succumb to his oppressive aura, obediently accepting death, but also blocked 2 of his attacks, forcing him to grapple with it physically. This made him feel utterly humiliated. Moreover, the nonsense spoken, the insults directed at him, were simply outrageous. "You shall die." Now seeing that Chengxian could not even break through his own protective demon power, Wu Shan did not feel pleased. On the contrary, he became even angrier, especially recalling what this flower snake had said earlier. What did it mean by, "You go ahead, I'll 1T chase you"? Did he think Wu Shan was a mere chicken? "You shall die. You shall die." As if feeling an immense humiliation, an unnamed rage surged within him, and the 2 enormous heads, filled with killing intent, suddenly lunged at Chengxian's vital points. He wanted to swallow this water-evading snake that dared to resist whole. How dare such a weakling challenge a strong one? Why is that? Damn it. Chengxian was startled. What the heck? Why is it suddenly so crazy? Is it going mad? At this time, he couldn't clash head-on. The gap in strength was significant. If he clashed, he would definitely suffer losses. So, in a hurry, he dodged, not to mention anything else. Just his evasion technique was such that even top practitioners like Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, with their supreme skills and combat techniques, would need to strategize to catch a glimpse of his shadow. This was something he had practiced countless times in his dreams. Thus, he thought he could dodge, and Wu Shan would be able to ensnare him. However, the opponent's size completely crushed him, and with 2 heads, even though Chengxian managed to evade, he was still grazed by one of the snake fangs, leaving a bloody mark on his body. It didn't hurt. Oh no, it's poisonous. Chengxian immediately realized that the lack of pain meant the opponent's fangs were poisonous. Damn it, this guy has venom too. The previous injuries didn't feel numb because they were hidden and unused, so he had been careless. Did he think he could play these tricks against an 8th-rank demon beast? He didn't know whether it was clever or foolish. If it was clever, he shouldn't waste time here and should have run away quickly. Chengxian was certain that General Yu was definitely on the way. So why not take a gamble? Hiss! He suddenly turned around, opened his snake mouth wide, and bit down on Wu Shan's python body. Roar! Perhaps thinking he couldn't penetrate the protective demon power. The 2-headed poison python didn't even dodge, its cold vertical pupils flashing with a chilling light, directly twisting its body to bite back at him as well. The demonic power surged on its fangs. Roar! It hurts! Chengxian's body was pierced by the snake fangs. No matter how thick his protective blood energy was, it still couldn't withstand the great demon's fangs. But he also managed to bite Wu Shan. Hiss! Just like the previous times, he only penetrated the demon power, but this time he did not let go. Instead, he took a fierce gulp. A surge of protective demon power that he had bitten into was sucked into his mouth and swallowed into his belly. The innate ability, devour chi and transform blood. Hiss! Damn! It hurts! It felt like swallowing a knife. And not just any knife, but one with ice shards. Yet Chengxian did not stop, swallowing several large mouthfuls in succession. Instantly, it felt as if countless blades made of ice were stabbing inside his abdomen. It hurt so much he was about to sweat, but he also had the illusion that the entire snake was about to be frozen. The demon power of the great demon realm was extraordinary. If his innate ability couldn't devour it, then his internal organs would suffer greatly. Fortunately, he soon felt that after activating devour chi and transform blood, his blood energy was continuously refining the demon power. Although the speed was extremely slow, making him feel tortured, he still clung tightly to Wu Shan, continuously swallowing the demon power. As long as he didn't die, he couldn't let this guy go. Chengxian was resolute. The black mud eel refuses the toast and instead drinks the punishment wine, too overbearing. Of course, it would be even better if devour chi and transform blood could refine faster. His thoughts flickered. Ding! Please pay attention, host. The great demon, 2-headed black water poison python Wu Shan, has devoured multiple fellow clan members for cultivation. Its demon power is strange and contains potent venom. It exceeds the host's absorption limit. Does the host need to consume millions of blood energy to advance to a divine ability? Chapter 60 Promotion. Promotion. Devouring and refining. Promotion. Promotion. Chengxian was overjoyed upon hearing this. He kept shouting in his heart, He thought he was going to suffer greatly, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the better. It had been a long time since the last promotion of his divine abilities, from devouring qi to transform blood, which cost 1,000,000 blood qi, to devouring qi to transform blood. There had been no further promotion notifications. During this time, he had also swallowed the demon pill of the golden-backed dragonfish and had relied solely on himself to slowly refine the flesh of the 7th-tier, cloud-treading deer. Because during this period, as his spiritual and physical realms continuously strengthened, his two divine abilities, enticing howl and devouring qi to transform blood, had also shown significant enhancement. Chengxian thought that his divine abilities had reached a point where they could no longer be forcibly promoted, and would only gradually improve with the growth of his overall strength. Yes, host. Please note, the divine ability devouring qi to transform blood will be upgraded to devouring and refining. Now, I will upgrade the divine ability for the host. Please focus and channel your blood qi with all your strength. With the system's mechanical voice announcement, he felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, similar to the last time. No, this time it was accompanied by a stronger burning sensation. That wonderful feeling of the blood qi churning and refining his body. So hot. Within a few breaths, the burning sensation spread throughout his body, becoming more intense. It was harder to endure than the last time. Snakes prefer warm and humid environments, but they do not like high temperatures. Even the spirit sea where his soul resided felt a sense of restlessness due to the boiling blood qi. Chengxian sensed this and quickly focused his mind, channeling his blood qi to accelerate this promotion. At the same time, he remained tightly entwined with the great demon Wushan, who was eager to kill him. He continued to devour the demonic power from this two-headed venomous python. Damn it! Wushan was furious at Chengxian's behavior of biting and not letting go, especially since Chengxian's blood qi surged. The snake's body twisted violently, causing the great demon's attempts to bite him heavily to fail to inflict the expected serious injuries. Moreover, due to the loss of the demon pill, its magical power was becoming depleted, forcing it to abandon the plan of continuing to pierce and tear his body apart. His rage had completely overtaken Wushan's mind, so it did not immediately realize that the reason for its magical power depletion was not just the absence of the demon pill. It only wanted to eat this flower snake. The moment it withdrew its venomous fangs, it let out a roar, and its two heads turned in different directions, immediately lunging toward Chengxian's vital spot. At this moment, Chengxian discovered that his act of devouring the opponent's demonic power was becoming smooth and effortless. The strand of demonic power he swallowed was rapidly being refined under the intense heat. Blood Qi 101010. Spiritual Realm 1111. Physical Realm 1111. Blood Qi 10101010. This sound was like celestial music, like the drums of war encouraging him to charge forward, constantly ringing in his ears. He did not choose to mute it, because this would not affect his consciousness. On the contrary, it made Chengxian feel invigorated. There was only one thought in his mind. It was indeed a great demon, so nourishing. Since it was so nourishing, wouldn't it be a shame not to take a few more bites? Thus, he came up with a bold idea. Avoid the vital points, but not completely. Since he was not as large as Wushan, if he wanted to completely evade its attack, he would have to loosen his bite and give up on continuing to devour its demonic power. And he was unwilling to do that. Damn it, he wouldn't let go. Chengxian not only didn't loosen his grip, but bit down even harder. Between his throat and tongue, he forcefully inhaled and swallowed even more demonic power. He had spent 10 million blood qi to promote his talent. He had to get some of it back. Then, Wushan once again bit into the back of his snake body. The sharp fangs pierced deeply into his flesh. In the next moment, a piercing pain almost made Chengxian faint. It was too painful. In 2 lifetimes, he had never felt such pain. Under the intense pain, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, wishing to turn around and confront Wushan immediately. However, the more it hurt, the clearer his mind became. He knew he couldn't act recklessly. Although he was appearing to be in a bad situation, the opponent was a true great demon. But being attacked without retaliating was something he could not tolerate. Immediately, he surged his blood qi, gritted his teeth, and forcefully inhaled Wushan's protective demonic power, taking advantage of this gap to stab the fangs deeper. Finally, when he took another mouthful of demonic power, he tasted the blood of the great demon. What a flavor. It was fishy, hard to describe, but very refreshing. I suck. Blood Chi 101010. Blood Chi 10101010. Feeling the power contained within the great demon's blood and hearing the sound of his blood chi increasing, Chengxian felt the pain lessen a bit. But it wasn't enough. He sensed that the demonic power and blood he swallowed could be quickly refined, no longer feeling like swallowing ice blades. Without hesitation, he began to absorb and swallow vigorously. Moreover, the talent divine ability that was in the process of promotion began to show its power more and more. With just a deep breath, he could easily seize and swallow the demonic power that Wushan had refined for years. Each time he took in more than the last. After a few more breaths, he sensed that the resistance from the snake fangs piercing into the great demon's body was diminishing. Wushan's protective demonic power was a whole. The part that Chengxian had bitten into would have its demonic power consumed, and other demonic powers would flow in to replenish it. Thus, he couldn't immediately break through this defense by devouring its demonic power. Even if he took advantage of the gap, he could only penetrate a little bit. However, now, there was a gap in this flow. A great opportunity. Chengxian immediately realized that Wushan's strength had been damaged more than he had imagined. Perhaps he really had a chance to kill this guy. At this moment, Wushan finally felt the loss of demonic power. It couldn't help but roar in anger. Damn it. Little beast. What strange method did you use? Without the presence of the demon pill, its ability to mobilize and perceive magical power had become much duller. It took several breaths before it realized what had happened. Why was the demonic power depleting? Because this flower snake was eating its demonic power. This is impossible. Compared to the disappearance of the protective demonic power, the fact that it was being eaten shocked and terrified it even more. Why can an 8th-tier demon beast swallow its demonic power? Great demons and demon beasts are powers of absolutely different levels. If it were to swallow Chengxian's blood, chi, and demonic power, it could still forcibly refine it with the absolute power of a higher level being. Conversely, an 8th-tier demon beast swallowing a great demon's magical power is impossible to refine. Moreover, this 8th-tier water-avoiding snake had no fluctuations of demonic power at all. This is impossible. You swallowed my demonic power. Why are you not dead? The amount of demonic power Chengxian had already swallowed was enough to burst him. Or was it refining the great demon's magical power with blood chi? Blood chi can refine spiritual energy into demonic power, so it can also refine demonic power itself. No. The amount of blood chi consumed in this way is far beyond what a demon beast can possess. Could it be a talent divine ability? A talent divine ability that allows a demon beast to consume and refine a great demon's magical power? He had never heard of such a thing, unless it was a divine beast bloodline. Impossible. Under the shock, Wushan's mind flashed through countless thoughts in an instant. But as soon as the thoughts emerged, they were overturned by himself. Although it had lost the demon pill, its spiritual power had not been damaged. Even if there was only a trace of divine beast bloodline, it would not be unable to sense it. The bloodline aura on Chengxian is very pure. Not only does it lack any aura of protection from strong individuals, but it also doesn't have any fluctuations of demonic power. Therefore, Wushan had the idea of capturing him as blood food, even while being chased. But now, he feels he was wrong. Perhaps he shouldn't. Hiss. Suddenly, he heard a series of snake hisses. Chapter 61. Can the mind be devoured? Hiss. Due to his disbelief, a momentary chaos in thought caused Wushan's mind to become momentarily unstable. Chengxian seized this opportunity. In an instant, he activated another innate divine ability, the bewitching hiss. In fact, his dispersed consciousness had been circling around the great demon, constantly looking for an opportunity to break through its defenses and attack its spiritual sea. After all, compared to breaking through the protective demon power and attacking its powerful physical body, the realm of the soul, which the demon race generally struggled to refine, was a better breakthrough point. This theory came from Daoist Lord Lingjianzi and was very credible. Therefore, upon realizing there was an opening, he did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack. It was a gamble, not only with divine abilities. Chengxian also condensed his consciousness into a small sword and stabbed at the center of one of the great demon's heads. The two heads of the double-headed blackwater venomous python looked almost identical. Moreover, he had no ability to discern which head contained the opponent's spiritual sea. Surely, both heads couldn't have it, right? However, he also couldn't condense two small swords of consciousness. So he simply struck one head at a time, not sparing either. At the same time, he took the opportunity to open his mouth wide again, biting down on Wu Shan's python body like lightning. Innate combat skill, snake bite. Swallowing the demon power and demon blood, refining it. This time, he finally broke through the great demon's defenses in one strike, stabbing into its flesh. Innate divine ability, devour chi and transform blood. Roar. Wu Shan first felt a moment of dizziness, then one of his heads was pierced by a force, causing his soul to ache. Then, a terrifying thing happened. Hiss, hiss. His second head, due to the pain, uncontrollably thrashed and roared. Although the two heads had a main and a secondary role, when the secondary head did not obey, his upper body became restrained. Compared to this, Chengxian's attack on his abdomen seemed less important. He had to regain control of the second head first. Otherwise, he couldn't continue fighting. If the head went out of control, all his combat skills would be unable to be executed normally. Hiss, taking advantage of your illness to kill you. Seeing one head of the double-headed venomous python in an abnormal state, he suddenly tore off a large piece of flesh from Wu Shan's python body. Swallowed it. He activated the innate divine ability, bewitching hiss again. Unfortunately, he could not condense another small sword of consciousness in such a short time. Otherwise, he would have stabbed the remaining head as well. Kicking the injured leg of a cripple is actually a very good tactic. This time, he was still targeting the awake head. Roar, roar. Blood gushed from the place where the flesh was torn off. Relative to its massive body, it wasn't very painful. But Wu Shan was furious. He had been injured by an 8th-tier demon beast. However, anger would not help, probably due to the second head's loss of control. His consciousness and demon power began to collapse. Therefore, he could not withstand the attack. His soul lost its defense, and his movements froze for a moment. Chengxian naturally seized the opportunity to use the snake bite combat skill again, desperately absorbing and swallowing. Although he clearly knew that if he wanted to pose a lethal threat to the great demon, the best choice was definitely not its flesh. By continuously swallowing demon power, now including demon blood, and refining it in his stomach after several attempts, he still couldn't inflict a serious injury on Wu Shan. Still too slow. Compared to the great demon's physical strength, his swallowing speed was too slow, and the damage Wu Shan inflicted on him couldn't be ignored either. Where's General Yu? Chengxian thought. He didn't want to be hurt any longer. Therefore, he couldn't give Wu Shan any chance to counterattack. He had to keep using the innate divine ability, bewitching hiss. He also couldn't stop swallowing. The more he swallowed, the more blood energy he gained. Moreover, the advancement of the innate divine ability could directly refine the swallowed demon power for use in the soul realm and physical realm. This was a capability he didn't have before. Thus, the battle entered a strange situation. Quite strange. On Wu Shan's neck, one head was frantically hissing while the other head, under Chengxian's snake hiss, was constantly oscillating between consciousness and dizziness. Chengxian repeated the cycle of actions. He bit Wu Shan, desperately absorbing a few mouthfuls of demon power and blood. Then, upon noticing signs of consciousness returning, he suddenly tore off a large piece of flesh and swallowed it, refining it together. Then he emitted hissing sounds. Blood energy 1010. Soul realm 1111. Physical realm 1111. Blood energy 1010. The pleasant sound continuously encouraged him. Therefore, he performed extraordinarily, maintaining the strange situation for several breaths. Since the bewitching hiss consumed a lot of soul power, it couldn't be sustained for long. Thus, after emitting the 6th snake hiss, Chengxian failed for the 7th time. Roar. Damn it. The moment he regained consciousness, Wu Shan's eyes turned red, and he was furious. He had suffered several wounds, losing 1/10 of his demon power and flesh. The longest wound was deep enough to see bone. He had been made so miserable by a demon beast. At this moment, the second head had already drooped down and wouldn't cause him any burden, but he did not directly charge at Su Chengxian, because the cunning great demon had learned the method of consciousness attack from his enemy. His vertical pupils narrowed into a line, and a condensed consciousness shot straight towards Su Chengxian. Although he couldn't condense his consciousness into a small sword in a hurry, a sufficiently resilient consciousness could condense into a sharp spike, piercing into a demon beast's spiritual sea and then exploding, which was enough to put the opponent in a deadly situation. The consciousness approached in an instant. There was no way to dodge. Su Chengxian's heart raced. He couldn't evade. What to do? If he couldn't dodge, then he would take it. He opened his snake mouth and directly swallowed the consciousness. Host has devoured a strand of consciousness. Soul, Realm 40. Damn. Huh. It really works. Su Chengxian, whose heart was pounding, felt alive again. On the opposite side, Wu Shan was stunned. The consciousness can also be devoured, but he immediately cursed. Utterly foolish. Swallowing consciousness into the belly is no different from having it invade the spiritual sea. Did he think he could delay for a few breaths? Explode for me, he roared. Just right, leaving a complete physical body for him to fill his belly. However, the consciousness that fell into Su Chengxian's mouth completely lost its sensation. It was evident that it had truly been eaten, just like the demon power and flesh he had consumed. It had caused no harm to this flower snake. Leave, run quickly, otherwise he might be eaten. Slowly, bit by bit, devoured clean. A chilling fear grew in Wu Shan's heart. Even though his remaining strength still far surpassed Su Chengxian's, the great demon, fleeing 1,000 miles, seemed to finally awaken, dragging its drooping head and blood-soaked body, turning to escape. Want to run? No way. Wu Shan felt a desire to retreat, but Su Chengxian was unwilling to let him go. Su Chengxian immediately chased after him, using his combat skill, biting down hard and not letting go. Again, he fiercely absorbed and swallowed, devouring the demon power and flesh of a great demon. The feeling of increasing strength was truly addictive. Even if Wu Shan unleashed his demon power and violently swung his tail, throwing him away, he would immediately disregard the pain and chase after him. Soon, the large demon lost a considerable amount of flesh, weighing dozens of pounds. Huh. Suddenly, Su Chengxian sensed a powerful force approaching in an instant. Then, he heard a voice filled with confusion and surprise. He was tightly gripping the tail of the black mountain, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this two-headed poisonous python has companions? Chapter 62. Surprisingly, a single squeeze killed it. Bang! Crack! In an instant, a figure appeared close by. Almost at the moment Su Chengxian sensed it, he raised a hand in midair, unleashing a surge of demonic power to form a giant hand. It grasped the neck of the two-headed black water venomous python and twisted off its head. 2 heads. Then, he made a hand sign to draw out and imprison the soul of Wu Shan. After that, he threw the python's head back next to its body. Swiftly, effortlessly, smoothly, and decisively. It was all done with a light touch, without revealing too much fluctuation of magical power from beginning to end. Just a moment ago, the great demon Wu Shan, who had sent Su Chengxian flying with a flick of its tail, silently and quietly lost its 2 snake heads and had its soul captured. It was too fast, too powerful. Even Wu Shan's chest, which had been heaving for movement, remained upright after its head was removed. Thud! Su Chengxian watched in astonishment, his heart racing. Is this the power of a demon general in its prime? A great demon in front of him was merely a matter of being crushed to death. Although this great demon was already at its last gasp, it was still a genuine great demon realm being stronger than him. The arrogance that had arisen within him from Wu Shan was instantly crushed by this palm. Shocked, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and swallow hard. However, he forgot that he was still holding Wu Shan's tail in his mouth. So this gulp, mixed with demonic power and blood, choked him, causing him to burst into a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough. General Yu? Su Chengxian? The person who came was General Yu, dressed in brocade. His impression of this demon general was that he was unremarkable in appearance, fond of brocade, generous in action, and fair in dealings. Unexpectedly, he was so decisive and ruthless in action. After witnessing the earlier scene, Su Chengxian looked at General Yu with a different perspective. General Yu's gaze towards him was even more peculiar. I had been tracking this venomous python for days, only to find it in your mouth. He scrutinized Su Chengxian and glanced at the dead Wushan. The two-headed venomous python had quite a few blood holes gnawed into it. Just a glance revealed that at least a considerable amount of its flesh was missing. It seemed all had gone into the belly of this water-avoiding snake in front of him. He couldn't help but look at Su Chengxian with surprise. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably fast. Just a year ago, you were still at the 6th level, and now you have actually advanced to the 8th level. As he spoke, he noticed Su Chengxian still holding onto Wushan's tail and added, "To be able to gnaw a great demon realm being to this extent shows your combat power is quite extraordinary." Su Chengxian was startled and quickly released his mouth. "General, can I eat its flesh when fighting a great demon?" He had just thought to sneakily clean off the flesh from the tail of this great demon before General Yu took Wushan's body away. After all, with the two-headed black water python being gnawed to this extent, there was no need to hide it. All of it could be refined into blood energy to enhance his cultivation strength. Eating even a bit more would be a profit. Of course, in order not to reveal all his cards, he resisted the temptation and did not absorb Wushan's demonic power any further. However, General Yu's words made him a bit anxious. He remembered the system prompt that the reason for Wushan being hunted was that it consumed its own kin for cultivation. If he ate Wushan's flesh, wouldn't that violate some taboos of the demon race? No worries. General Yu dispelled his doubts, stating that Wushan had been designated as a demon for extermination by the demon lord, and all demon beings could hunt and prey on it. In fact, compared to the bounty of a medium-grade spirit stone, the value of Wushan, this great demon realm black water python, was what prompted great demons and even demon generals to take action. If it weren't for Wushan's demon core and life-bound magical treasure being destroyed by the demon lord's guards, it would never have escaped to Liang Mountain. With just a physical body left, its value had greatly diminished. At least it wasn't worth the effort of a demon general to make a trip. Moreover, pursuing across the territory and sharing profits with other demon generals was not worth it for a great demon's body. Even General Yu himself was not very concerned. If it weren't for his duty and someone witnessing Wushan heading straight for Liang Mountain, he wouldn't have wasted these past few days and could have focused on his cultivation. So now that Wushan was dead, he was in a good mood. He waved his hand at Su Chengxian, saying, "Since you discovered Wushan's trail and engaged in battle with it, which allowed me to kill this evil demon, then its body shall belong to you." Due to his cultivation practice, he preferred spiritual fruits and plants over flesh. Moreover, now that it had been gnawed to this state, it was better to generously give it to this flower snake. "Thank you, General Yu." Su Chengxian quickly expressed his gratitude upon hearing this. With the black water python's body, he might be able to replenish the millions of blood energy he had expended. General Yu was indeed fair in his dealings. This is what you deserve, so there is no need to thank me. However, I have a word of caution for you. Just as General Yu was about to leave, he stopped and turned back to Su Chengxian, saying, "You creatures like snakes and pythons have the habit of consuming your kin for cultivation. However, this action is not only not the right path for cultivation, but is also prohibited by the laws of the demon race. You must remember this and avoid transgressing." "Thank you for the reminder, General. We will certainly not violate it." This sentence was not said by Su Chengxian. Just as he was about to speak, a woman's voice responded for him. As she spoke, the figure of the woman emerged from the forest and appeared before the two. Behind her, a white snake followed. Ling Xiao had met General Yu before. Ling Yun had also met General Yu. The person and the snake both bowed to the demon general in midair. There is no need for such courtesy. General Yu waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over Ling Yun, finally resting on Ling Xiao. His eyes moved slightly. The newly transformed female demon was tall, with an extraordinary temperament and beautiful appearance. However, what caught his attention was not these attributes. "By Ling Xiao, You are the one who recently transcended the transformation thunder tribulation, aren't you? Reporting to the general, that is correct. I am aware of your transformation. General Yu smiled and nodded, but to his surprise, not only did you transform perfectly, but you even manifested your life-bound magical garment. Very good, very good. Congratulations. Cultivate well. I look forward to the day you become a great demon. Thank you for the general's praise. Ling Xiao replied, I will not disappoint the general's expectations. Good, good. And you too. General Yu then turned his gaze to Su Chengxian and Ling Yun, saying, since you have made such significant progress in your cultivation in such a short time, you might as well push forward even more. Cultivate to the 9th level as soon as possible and break through to the great demon realm. He could see that the white snake's cultivation had also reached the brink of advancing to the 8th level demon beast. He increasingly felt that this family of water-avoiding snakes with the surname Bai was quite interesting. Originally interested, now seeing their genuine abilities, he didn't mind giving a bit more advice. If within 3 years, any of you can achieve the great demon realm, General Yu said with a hint of meaning in his smile, perhaps I can present you with a great opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Su Chengxian stretched his neck. Chapter 63, What opportunity? I know. 3 miles further ahead, there's an unnamed mountain peak. This is the best location for spiritual veins within this area. However, General Yu did not continue to elaborate on the opportunity he mentioned. Instead, he said, if you trust this general, you might as well choose that place as your cave residence. He speculated that Su Chengxian must have come here to seek out spiritual veins and establish a cave residence. So, he did a favor and directly pointed out the specific location, allowing them to investigate directly, saving them the effort of searching. After saying this, he advised them to cultivate well and then turn to leave using the cloud riding technique. He thought to himself, there's no need to hammer a drum with a heavy mallet. Being able to take a surname for themselves and choosing meaningful names, their actions were also quite methodical. Unlike ordinary beasts, they were even able to understand the techniques of refining their transformation during their shape-shifting. He had spoken to this extent, and the 3 demons should understand by now. What opportunity? Why didn't he explain it clearly before leaving? Su Chengxian wasn't sure if others understood. Watching General Yu's departing figure, he felt a bit confused. However, this wasn't the time to dwell on that. Lowering his head, he bit down on the tail of the black mountain and began to swallow the demon power in large gulps. At the same time, he didn't forget to ask, Ling Xiao, Yinzi, how did you get here? There was quite a distance between here and the spiritual vein cave residence. Although he had made a considerable racket during his battle with the great demon Wu Shan, with Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's cultivation levels, they shouldn't have been able to sense it. Moreover, from Wu Shan's intention to ambush him to their battle, and then to General Yu's arrival, it hadn't taken too long. However, for him, due to the extreme danger, the process felt very prolonged. How could they arrive so quickly? Just a bit slower than General Yu. Nothing happened at home, right? There's nothing at home. Ling Xiao frowned at him. It was the great sage who went to summon the red-winged bird brothers of Cat, 19, to inform the spirit residents. Great sage? Su Chengxian then realized that he had been too engrossed in fighting Wu Shan and hadn't noticed the great sage's movements. He quickly asked, is the great sage all right? It's fine, not a scratch on it. Ling Xiao replied, on the contrary, how did you get so badly hurt? Wu Shan, with its neck broken and head twisted and multiple blood holes bitten into its body, undoubtedly died a very tragic death. However, Su Chengxian didn't look much better. His body was covered in wounds of various sizes, and even though the rolling blood energy had sealed them and stopped the bleeding, the blood he had spewed during his injuries had still stained his snake body. It had now turned into a dark red scab, especially where the fangs of the 2-headed black water toxin python had pierced through. The flesh was torn, and a dark green, ghostly glow emanated from it. This clearly indicated he had been poisoned. I'm fine. It's not fatal. I'll be all right after sleep. Su Chengxian raised his head to say. He was trying to reassure the two. It was just the truth. The talent of devouring and transforming blood was still in the process of advancing. The benefits he gained from it were still increasing. The places injected with poison were already starting to feel a slight sting. This indicated that he might even be able to refine the toxin. Moreover, the surging blood energy was continuously driving away and eliminating the toxins. Overall, the problem wasn't significant. Otherwise, how could he eat so heartily, devouring the blood and flesh of demons? This two-headed black water toxin python was indeed the great demon Wu Shan that had escaped. Ling Yunzi swam over to Wu Shan's head, checked, and shook his head slightly. Its spirit wasn't present. The demon core was also gone. The unique horn on the top of the black water python's head was completely missing. It was obvious that if those things were still there, it wouldn't have escaped to this place. Ling Xiao said. This was also what they had figured out on the way here. Upon receiving the message, both of them immediately realized something was wrong. They guessed that Su Chengxian might have encountered the great demon Wu Shan, who had been pursued after a bounty was placed on it while looking for spiritual veins. Snakes and pythons have the bad habit of consuming their kin because their bloodlines are closely related. Eating each other offers benefits to increase their blood energy and demonic power that other races cannot compare with. So Su Chengxian was in great danger. Wu Shan wanted to eat him. The gap between an 8th-tier demon beast and a great demon was too vast. So they hurried over. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was you who ate him. Ling Xiao said this, and her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Su Chengxian was indeed strange. He was consuming the flesh and blood of a great demon so vigorously, yet he showed no abnormal reactions. She even sensed that some demonic power had been swallowed along with it. Old ghost, it seems you've become stronger again. Ling Yunzi swam over and couldn't help but speak. At first, they all thought that even if they arrived at the location, they might not even find the remains of the flower snake. It was only halfway there that they heard some commotion, which made them suddenly think that Wu Shan might have been severely injured during its escape and was far weaker than before. But they still thought Su Chengxian would be in grave danger. Looking at the blood holes on the two-headed toxin python's body and the large flower snake with its mouth wide open, they knew something had happened during the battle. Ling Yunzi felt fortunate that he hadn't transformed yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what kind of expression would be appropriate on his face regarding this matter. I have indeed become a bit stronger. Su Chengxian nodded in acknowledgement. You didn't see it. It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, at the critical moment, my talent ability became stronger. While speaking, Su Chengxian bit off a section of Wu Shan's tail and ate it clean. Then he decided not to eat anymore. He was full. They could take it back as reserve food. The flesh of a great demon could be stored for years without spoiling. After waking up, he could eat it again when hungry. It was more cost-effective. Shall we go back first, or should we check out the mountain, General, you mentioned? He asked. Let us go back. You need to recuperate. Ling Xiao immediately responded. The mountain is there. It won run away. Since it was General Yu who personally mentioned it, it's as good as reported. Whether we go or not doesn't matter. Tomorrow let Cat 19 make a trip to mark the spot, and we can start digging the cave residence. So the rest don't need to go check it out while injured. All right, then we'll go back. Su Chengxian nodded upon hearing this. Ling Xiao couldn't restore her snake form for the time being, so he and Ling Yunzi dragged Wu Shan's body back. As they walked, Su Chengxian said, I really have been incredibly unlucky this time. How could I run into such a big creature in such a vast place? You running into him might also be a necessity, Ling Xiao said as she walked beside them. General Yu, this demon general, and the two great demons had their cave residences on the eastern side of these mountains. After all, Wu Shan was a great demon. Being able to escape from the demon guards meant he must have some capability, so he avoided them and hid here. As long as Su Chengxian kept looking for spiritual veins in this direction, he would eventually run into it. That's true. Moreover, Wu Shan running towards Luyang Mountain should be trying to escape to the southern mountain continent. Ling Xiao said, that place is a chaotic land, a gathering place for evil spirits. He is likely waiting for an opportunity to evade General Yu. Without too much value, the demon General wouldn't pay much attention to searching for him. The great demons hadn't found him in the past few days. If he could hide a few more days, he might truly have a chance to escape. It's just a pity that he still encountered Su Chengxian and ultimately failed. So, speaking of it, he was indeed the one who was more unfortunate. Su Chengxian felt comfortable in his heart. He deserves it. Who told this guy to be greedy and want to eat me? Look, he ended up as food in my mouth, right? Oomph. Then he remembered the opportunity general you mentioned and asked Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, "Do you know what this opportunity refers to?" Both of them shook their heads. "I know," Su Chengxian said. Chapter 64. Son-in-law, a dandy? You know? Ling Xiao did not believe it. General, you did not explain clearly. How could Su Chengxian know? Did he hear the news from somewhere else? How would you know? Ling Yunzi also did not believe it. In the entire cave, the flower snake went out the least. How could he know more news than them? Was it something known from a previous life? Based on the observations of the two towards Su Chengxian, this guy knew very little about the demon clan. It made no sense that he would know this. I really know, Su Chengxian said in between bites of the flesh of a great demon, swallowing it down before continuing. Although it's a guess, it sounds definitely close to the truth. Oh, so certain? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Why not tell me? The opportunity that general you mentioned is mostly about a powerful demon recruiting a son-in-law. Recruiting a son-in-law? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were both taken aback. Do you have any basis for this judgment? Of course. Su Chengxian raised his head. Am I someone who speaks carelessly? No one refuted him after he said this. Obviously, in the eyes of those two, he was. All right. I admit I sometimes speak a bit casually. Su Chengxian thought for a moment and said, but this time, I dare to be sure that my guess is correct. Ling Xiao, think carefully. What did General Yu say before mentioning the opportunity? He mentioned your and Ling Yunzi's cultivation. Ling Xiao had a good memory. She remembered that it was said to encourage the two to quickly cultivate to the 9th level and then break through to the great demon realm. Exactly. Su Chengxian nodded. General Yu first praised Ling Xiao, but did not mention the opportunity. You have already perfectly transformed. Logically speaking, you would definitely advance to the great demon realm before the two of us. If this opportunity could fall to Ling Xiao, General Yu should have directly encouraged her. But he pointed out Ling Yunzi and me, and also said you two like that. Su Chengxian grinned and said, so this opportunity, could it be that it is meant for one of us too? After he said this, Ling Xiao recalled the situation just now and couldn't help but find that he had a point. General Yu's words seemed to indeed imply the prerequisite for obtaining the opportunity, that one of Ling Yunzi and Su Chengxian would reach the great demon realm. To determine that the opportunity is to recruit a son-in-law is somewhat far-fetched. Ling Yunzi said, how is that far-fetched? Su Chengxian chuckled, my brother, if there is something that you and I can do that Ling Xiao cannot, I can only think of one thing. To be a son-in-law for a certain powerful being? Wrong. It's to make the powerful being's daughter pregnant. Although unwilling, Ling Yunzi still had to admit that Su Chengxian was right. The unique temperament of the empress is hard to simply define as male or female. If she wanted to, she could disguise herself as a man. I'm afraid many powerful demons would be willing to recruit her as a son-in-law. If that is true, Ling Xiao raised the corner of her mouth. Even though she is the empress, having seen countless people bowing and flattering her, there are still few men who would so openly admitting that she is impressive. Some people, no matter how they appear on the surface, still secretly think that a woman achieving the throne is merely luck. Generally speaking, by the time one reaches the great demon realm, they should have transformed. Su Chengxian continued, this should be the minimum standard for recruiting a son-in-law among the demon clan, right? Indeed. Ling Yunzi nodded. The gap between a 9th-level demon beast and a great demon is the difference between demon beasts and demon clans. Once one accepts Su Chengxian's statement and looked back to speculate, it becomes completely understandable. It seems the demon clan has a habit of recruiting sons-in-law. Ling Xiao said. She and T thought of it that way before. At this moment, however, she realized that the so-called opportunity might be that General Yu knows of a certain powerful being who will choose a son-in-law for his daughter within 3 years. However, I remember that the demon clan recruits sons-in-law. Ling Xiao paused and looked at Ling Yunzi. I have also heard that the recruitment of sons-in-law by powerful demons is similar to that of the human clan. Ling Yunzi nodded. Huh? Su Chengxian was stunned. A dandy? Good heavens. He knew about dandy sons-in-law. He heard that they had to work hard at their wife's family, being ordered around, and the children born Wu Ti even carry their surname. Moreover, if they were beaten to death, they would only need to compensate their parents a little to settle the matter. In ancient times, they were considered lowly. Besides the last point, how is it different from women getting married? Ling Xiao seemed very surprised. Why are you so shocked? The lowly status is also to prevent the dandy from being disobedient. After all, men are stronger than women. Those who become dandy sons-in-law, besides the impoverished families who cannot survive, seek a wealthy family for a living, or some people wanting to advance, entering a big household as a dandy. That's right. Ling Yunzi nodded. If unwilling, just don't agree. Since ancient times, there have been many forced marriages, but there are very few who forcibly marry a son-in-law. Recruiting a son-in-law is primarily for having children. The pants are on you. Can you let someone take them off at will? What the hell? Su Chengxian looked at Ling Yunzi in bewilderment. Brother, this? Forget it. Why are you so shocked? What I said is not wrong, right? Ling Yunzi was puzzled. Even if one became a dandy son-in-law, what's the harm? In this world, where ISNT the strong respected, a mere dandy son-in-law identity cannot hinder my path to success. Really? A Dao Lord saying this is too naive. It's clear that you Haven T experienced the hardships of the world. Su Chengxian glanced at him. Brother, you're being a bit overconfident. Be careful that you encounter a fierce wife in the future, making you a dandy son-in-law, beating you black and blue, and then forcing you to have 17 or 18 children. Let us see if you still say such cold words. Moreover, this isn't the demon clan. Ling Yunzi continued. They are different from the human clan. The demon clan does not have so many complex rules and notions of honor and disgrace. What dandy son-in-law is a term that exists only in the human world. There is no lowly status or humiliation. In the demon clan, a strong person recruiting a son-in-law is to select a capable and potentially strong descendant for the family's use. Being chosen means that the child will have to contribute to the family in the future and will definitely receive the training of the strong and the family's cultivation resources. Therefore, it can completely be regarded as a good opportunity. Then who will the child take after? Su Chengxian asked. Whoever is stronger takes after whom? Ling Yunzi said lightly. No problem. Very reasonable. Impressive. Su Chengxian blinked and couldn't he help but take another bite of the python meat. He needed to calm down. As for whose child it will be, Ling Xiao laughed. The child of Cat 19. Does it have to be named Cat? Cat 19's name is Cat 19. It doesn't have a surname. It's not just the small demons. The great demons are the same. Just like Wolf Qing and Tiger Xiao. It's merely based on the original form of the demon, named by themselves. Some are too lazy to think. A group just follows someone else's name and comes up with something similar. Most of the time, they will choose to follow a strong person's naming. Once Wolf Qing became a great demon, many of the little wolf demons in his territory also took the wolf character, naming themselves after him. For example, Wolf.The and Wolf.Air. These are already considered systematic. Many demon clan names are even randomly chosen. They also have no concept of family bloodline inheritance. Got it. After listening, Su Chengxian couldn't help but nod. So, whoever is stronger takes after whom. That statement is not wrong at all. Ling Xiao wanted to say that they are not surnamed Wolf, but then she thought that the emergence of surnames in the human clan seems to have come from this as well. After a long time, the Wolf Qing clan might just be surnamed Wolf. In the demon tribe, generally only powerful beings above the rank of demon commander will establish family powers and consider passing on their bloodline. Ling Yunzi also said so. That's why there is the matter of recruiting a son-in-law. Oh, I see. Su Chengxian took the opportunity to nod, took another bite of meat, tilted his head back to swallow, and then asked the two. So here is the question. Who do you think General you want Yunzi to be a son-in-law to? Chapter 65. Lin Jianzi, 8th Stage. Brother. Lin Jianzi looked at him. Is it good to glance so clean at this moment? What's wrong with it? Su Chengxian stared. Look at my physique, brother. After transforming, will I look good? He was previously tangled up, wondering what kind of appearance he should present after taking human form. But when Ling Xiao transformed and saw the appearance of the empress, he felt something was off. The empress's appearance was very similar to her demon form. And how should he describe his current snake body? To put it mildly, if he curled up into a ball, made a meme out of it, and added some text, it would be very vivid. For example, hugging my chubby self. JPG mom, have I eaten too much and gotten fat? JPG, he could hardly imagine what this adorably inflated snake body would look like in human form. Thinking of this, Su Chengxian couldn't help but take another bite of python meat. Xiaohua, are you joking? Or do you really think so? Ling Xiao looked at Su Chengxian with a "do you really want to hear what you just said?" expression. No matter what cultivation technique one practiced, transforming was clearly about condensing the human form from the spirit soul, manifesting the human appearance. What does it have to do with your demon body? If Su Chengxian were a real water-avoiding snake, he might be affected by his demon body if he hadn't seen many humans. Because he looked at his snake-like flesh body every day, strange situations might arise when he condensed his human appearance. For example, looking like a snake, or, as he worried, being too fat and ugly, etc. But the stupid flower snake is not a real water-avoiding snake. Should you worry about this? I need to, Su Chengxian said. The transformation, thunder tribulation, was like a very important exam for him, and he was most afraid of exams. He gets nervous during exams. He always has to use the bathroom before an exam. What if he gets nervous when transforming as well? That is just worrying for nothing. Lin Jianzi evaluated Su Chengxian's concerns like this. Ling Xiao, under the transformation tribulation, still had the energy to make her robe look so exquisite. No matter the figure or appearance, or the accessories and clothing, nothing was lacking. I see you don't need to dress up so much. Just transforming into human form is not difficult, right? That's right, Ling Xiao said. Even if you love beautiful clothes and want to make your robe exquisite, it's just a bit more effort of spiritual consciousness. What is there to be afraid of? The beauty of the robe does not affect its efficacy. Such treasures condensed from the spiritual energy under the transformation tribulation are similar to the innate treasures of ancient demons. Ling Xiao's robe was made from the snake skin she shed after refining it with spiritual energy. It could not only cover other robes in the future, increasing defensive power, but also refine the skin shed each time to enhance its power. It was a treasure that could grow with her. I see you don't want to be a son-in-law, do you? The style of the robe was also based on her previously favorite clothing with slight modifications. The final result was a perfect fit for her wishes, and none of this had any setbacks. Therefore, she felt that Su Chengxian's worries were for another reason. I still don't know who to be a son-in-law to. How could I be afraid? No matter who it is to be, you are afraid. Don't think we can't see through it. Moreover, you must have some speculation, right? Ling Xiao smiled at Su Chengxian, implying, you think you could trick me? Yes. Su Chengxian suddenly realized, I do have some ideas. You guys. He looked at the two, his eyes revealing a look that said, if you don't know, I'm going to show off my intelligence. Let me show off my wisdom. What is so hard to guess? Ling Xiao laughed. I've already thought of it. What? Su Chengxian's eyes widened. Not hard to guess? Or is it not hard to guess? His reading comprehension was so strong. He just guessed it a moment ago. Yunzi, what do you think? It's indeed not hard, Lin Jianzi replied without turning back. If what general you said about the opportunity is to recruit a son-in-law, then the choice of son-in-law will most likely be a senior from the same snake python clan. Or perhaps, simply another member of the water-avoiding snake tribe, right? How did you guess it? Same clan, better for having children, Ling Xiao said. Thanks for your reminder. Among the demon clan, having both parents from the same lineage makes it easier to give birth to children with good bloodlines. Since choosing a son-in-law is for the purpose of passing on bloodlines, this is certainly a crucial consideration. TSK. Su Chengxian felt a bit dejected, being compared to a female emperor and a Dao lord. Showing off in front of these two was really difficult. He was strong in comparison only in terms of active thinking and being unconventional. Thus, he could find a certain angle from which they might not think. But once he expressed that angle, these two could quickly gain more answers based on their experience and insight. But fortunately, in terms of strength, he was still the strongest. Another bite of python meat. Must maintain the lead. I'm going to sleep. Although Su Chengxian was injured and dragging a large demon's body, the three of them moved quickly and soon returned to the spiritual pulse cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he said, Miss Bai Xiao Tsue is cultivating, so let us not disturb her. If she finds out about my injury, she will definitely worry. These are just flesh wounds. After sleeping for 10 days to half a month, I should be fine. I'll tell her then. That's good. The other two had no objections and each returned to their own chambers. Su Chengxian moved to the place where he often slept, laid down on the ground, coiled his body, and closed his eyes. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. Blood Qi 11111. Blood Qi 11111. 111. Blood Qi 111111. Congratulations to the host. The divine power talent devouring transformation has successfully advanced to devour and refine. Blood Qi 111111. He was too tired, both physically and mentally. He had consumed a lot in the battle at Wushan. This sleep lasted for 3 days. On this day, he woke up just in time to hear the prompt that his talent had successfully leveled up. At the same time, he sensed a wave of magical power coming from the cave next door. He couldn't help but sweep his consciousness over. Lin Jianzi? The wave of magical power came from the cave where Lin Jianzi was. This guy has reached the 8th stage? I have reached the 8th stage. Lin Jianzi's long-missed laughter echoed over. Su Chengxian smiled to himself, thinking that Lord's younger brother has finally reached the 8th stage. Next up is the breakthrough to the 9th stage. I will definitely get there first. Just then, a voice from outside their cave called out, Su Chengxian, are you there? Chapter 66. Can I swallow this spirit stone directly? Wolf Qing's arrival was not for any other reason. He came to deliver a middle-grade spirit stone to Su Chengxian. Additionally, he wanted to inquire whether Ling Yunzi could refine transformation pills. If there were any transformation pills available for sale, he could handle it. This time, he was escorting the spirit stone to the city where General Fu Li was located. Among the demon clan, conversations are straightforward. He told a few people. According to the usual practice, anything sold under the name of the station demon general would incur a 20 commission. However, Su Chengxian and the others would not need to pay this. They just needed to entrust him with the sale entirely. Of course, he assured them that they would not suffer any losses in terms of price. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Selling pills under General Yu's name meant at least one demon general was backing them, which eliminated a lot of trouble. Many pill shops would refuse to accept spirit pills of unknown origin for various reasons. They were not very clear on how spirit pills were traded within the demon clan, and it was impractical for them to travel a long distance. Having Wolf Qing manage this was the most secure and hassle-free option. The fact that General Yu could deliver this middle-grade spirit stone proved that he was not short-sighted or greedy. Once Wolf Qing left, Ling Xiao smiled and said, in other words, this demon general temporarily has no intention of overexploiting us. Or perhaps we are not worth him breaking the rules, Ling Yunzi added. Randomly killing the demon beasts under his command, especially those with potential high-level demon beasts, was strictly prohibited. If General Yu were to act against them, all the demon beasts here would flee in an instant. Moreover, even if he consumed these demon beasts, it would not significantly benefit his cultivation. In fact, it would be a loss. Compared to their flesh and blood, General Yu needed high-level combat skills, techniques, supernatural powers, spirit pills to enhance his cultivation, and opportunities to gain more bloodline inheritances. Every so often, the demon clan opens bloodline inheritance secret realms. To qualify for entry, recommendations from demon marshals and support from the demon lords of the royal city are required. This might also be why General Yu wants them to quickly advance to high demons and seize the so-called opportunities. I didn't expect us to guess right. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. She might not be entirely clear about demon clan matters, but as someone who had once been an empress, she could not be fooled by General Yu's intentions. The station demon generals are like local officials. The strong are akin to high-ranking officials and nobles in the court. To climb the ranks, especially to establish close relationships, giving gifts is a poor strategy. Why? Ling Yunzi asked, confused. Just giving gifts is not enough. Giving too little is also ineffective, and not knowing how to give gifts can lead to trouble, Ling Xiao replied. Although she had never given gifts herself, she had seen many people receive them. Furthermore, you need to pick sides. Giving gifts and choosing sides makes you one of them. But that's not enough. Everyone knows that good things must be reserved for one's own people. The easiest way to become one of your own is through marriage alliances. But we have no blood ties or close relationships with General Yu, Ling Yunzi stated. Within the sect, there were also struggles for interests and power. He had not participated, but had been a bystander countless times. Therefore, Ling Xiao said she had seen similar schemes. To form a marriage alliance, one needs close juniors, either biological or direct disciples. At the very least, they should come from one's own family. You can't just pull someone randomly from a faction to marry. Is there none? Think again. Ling Xiao raised her chin, indicating him to look at the middle-grade spirit stone in Su Chengxian's hand. The middle-grade spirit stone, upon a rough glance, belongs to the lower tier. However, for them, such a stone is enough for one of them to cultivate to the 9th level. With their techniques and utilization of spiritual energy, this is not difficult. Is it about forming a bond of gratitude? Ling Yunzi realized. Exactly, Ling Xiao nodded. When we leave Liang Mountain in the future, a natural ally relationship will exist between us and General Yu. In this world, who doesn't have personal connections and social intricacies? Moreover, anyone within a power structure must have some interests involved in faction entanglements before one's personal strength is sufficient to challenge the rules and overturn the table. It is even impossible to maintain one's integrity. Relying on others is inevitable. Just like now, we need General Yu's help to facilitate connections, sell spirit pills, and buy protective artifacts, right? Ling Xiao mentioned the idea of having Wolf Qing help find protective artifacts or refining spiritual materials. The other party readily agreed and praised Ling Yunzi. Is your majesty deliberately showcasing my abilities? Showing off your abilities can also prompt General Yu to invest more to draw us in, Ling Xiao said with a smile. If General Yu wants their family to send someone to attach to a strong person, wouldn't he have to offer more benefits? This is also to make the other party believe that they can advance to high demons within 3 years. A middle-grade spirit stone is indeed generous. However, this bounty is on the head of the Wushan. The two-headed poisonous python was killed by General Yu, but there is also a bounty for the foolish flower snake. Saying it is a favor might be an understatement, but it is not something to be overly valued. Just wait. Once Wolf Qing sees you advance to the 8th level, he will definitely show his appreciation. Not necessarily. Su Chengxian, who had been staring at the middle-grade spirit stone in silence, finally spoke. General Yu is not someone who needs to curry favor with us to befriend strong individuals. What makes you say that? He is very strong, extremely strong, Su Chengxian replied. I have seen him make a move. These past few days, I have repeatedly recalled the previous battle in my sleep, and the conclusion I reached is that General Yu is very strong. He can guard the mountain's edge, and his strength must rank among the top among demon generals. Ling Xiao nodded. I learned from Cat 19 that General Yu was promoted to Demon General 10 years ago, ranking in the top 3 under General Fu Li. Moreover, he has only cultivated for a mere 60 years. It is precisely because of this strength and longevity that he can just give away a middle-grade spirit stone like that. A demon general occupying a territory is essentially a small demon king of that area. Wu Shan was killed by him, and leaving this bounty behind is to be considerate, giving Su Chengxian a 3-month exemption from tributes. If he were less considerate, not only would he not need to give anything, but he could also say, this general bestows kindness without expecting repayment. After all, outsiders do not know the circumstances at that time, nor do they know Su Chengxian's battle strength. Most would assume that if not for the appearance of a demon general, he would have been swallowed by Wu Shan. But I might have thought too much. After all, demon generals are different from ordinary human officials. Cultivators are often proud, and demon clan cultivators are even more unruly. With his own strength, he probably does not need to curry favor with anyone. As long as there is a reason, he can connect with strong individuals and will naturally be valued. Therefore, saying it is a favor is not as accurate as saying it is an unspoken transaction. What is exchanged is Su Chengxian and the other's willingness to act as that reason. Even helping them sell spirit pills and agreeing to buy protective artifacts seems more like a gesture of goodwill. If this is the case, then this middle-grade spirit stone is sufficient. Ling Xiao said with some regret. This means we will not receive more benefits from the demon general in the future. Moreover, goodwill gestures for them are things that must be repaid. Should we refuse? Of course not. Can I swallow this thing directly? Su Chengxian suddenly blurted out while looking at the middle-grade spirit stone. This startled Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. What did you say? Are you crazy? Chapter 67 too weak? Too slow? I think you're just too lacking. I'm not crazy, I just feel a bit weak. Su Chengxian sighed, unable to defeat even a half-damaged great demon, and doing so in such a miserable way. And I also feel like my cultivation is too slow. Weak? Too slow? Ling Xiao was utterly speechless. How long have you been cultivating? At most, only 2 years. You've gone from an ordinary water-avoiding snake to an 8th-tier demon beast. And you've even fought against a great demon. Weak? Slow? Do you know how long it takes for ordinary bloodline beasts to have the fortune to cultivate into demon beasts? Ling Yunzi said, it takes at least 10 years of effort. 10 years, which is also the stage when beasts have abundant blood energy. Only by becoming a low-tier demon beast can one step onto the path of cultivation. Not only do they have to survive, but they also have to live well to have this opportunity. In the North Wilderness Mountain Range, countless wild beasts die every day. After becoming a demon beast, one must be promoted to a high tier within 20 years to have a chance to challenge the 9th tier. In other words, if everything goes smoothly, it will still take 20 or 30 years. Of course, among the demon clan, bloodline inheritance determines cultivation potential and speed, and there are also beasts that encounter various opportunities. Those with fortune and encounters do exist, but it is absolutely impossible for them to advance to the 8th tier in just 2 years. And to the ugly flower snake. That is too slow. Old ghost, are you asleep? Ling Xiao felt like slapping him to wake him up. You say you're weak. What does that make me and Dao Jun's brother? But Wu Shan was crushed to death by General Yu. Su Chengxian couldn't help but think of that moment when General Yu crushed Wu Shan. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was too strong. Then, he couldn't help but feel too weak. Excitement easily ignites greed. As the saying goes, a person's heart is never satisfied, like a snake swallowing an elephant. He was once human, and now he is a snake possessing both. This stimulation made even the lazy fish who just wanted to lie flat want to turn over and make an effort. Of course, this effort might not last long. Sleeping to boost his blood energy was the only way he felt confident he could persist. Therefore, Su Chengxian didn't even have the thought of cultivating. Thinking of some quick ways, like swallowing a mid-grade spirit stone or something to quickly enhance his strength. Can I really swallow it? He was not willing to give up, saying, my combat power is weaker than Wu Shan's. General, you crushed him with one palm. I estimate 3 fingers would be enough to crush me. I really want to speed up my cultivation. On the surface, he was talking to Ling Xiao and the others. But in reality, he was asking the system. The system was silent, with no response. No response means it's not possible. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were also silent in response to his words. However, unlike the system, their silence seemed to carry some deafening scolding. Su Chengxian wisely blocked his inner thoughts. As long as the old man couldn't hear, they wouldn't be able to scold him. But he forgot that these two could still speak. Old ghost, are you deliberately making me uncomfortable? Ling Xiao crossed her arms and frowned. Otherwise, shall we have a match? Su Chengxian glanced at her, thinking, you can't defeat me anyway. However, his injuries were not healed yet. Not wanting to worry Xiao Cui, and not wanting to completely anger the empress sister, he didn't say it out loud. No matter how severely Wu Shan was weakened, he was still a real great demon. His physical strength and combat power were there. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, it was hard to see anything from his snake face. She continued, as an 8th-tier demon beast, isn't it natural that you're weaker than him? The road of cultivation only gets more difficult. However, demon beasts who are promoted to high tiers will soon understand that the promotions before the 8th tier cannot be compared to those after. This feeling will accompany them as long as they have the opportunity to continue. The obstacles will always exist and will become increasingly difficult to overcome. The leap from 8th tier to 9th tier is the first obstacle. The leap from 9th tier to transformation is the second obstacle. Successfully crossing these 2 obstacles within 10 years and transforming into a demon can be considered outstanding among the demon clan. Moreover, there is a 90% chance of turning to ashes under the thunder tribulation. Human cultivation is the same, Ling Yunzi said. Generally, accumulating demon power to transform as a 9th tier can take much more than 10 years. If one can cultivate from a great demon to the demon general realm within 50 years, they could be considered a genius among the demon clan. The gap in difficulty between these two is evident. General Yu achieved the demon general realm in just 60 years, proving that his talent is indeed extraordinary. They have also learned about Wu Shan's background these past few days. The two-headed venomous python has cultivated for 80 years, reaching the late stage of the great demon realm. Ling Xiao paused at this point. What she wanted to say was that Wu Shan had good talent, and daring to think of escaping to the southern continent also showed confidence in his strength. Moreover, he must cross the endless sea, even if he was damaged. Chengxian could survive before him, and even gained quite a bit in the back-and-forth battle. That was already quite strong. Therefore, this was just a matter of strong people having stronger opponents, no need to wallow in self-pity. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she narrowed her eyes and changed it to, General Yu is probably now in the mid to late stage of the demon general realm. That is why he could so easily kill Wu Shan. It seems he aims to challenge the demon commander realm within 100 years. With this goal, he needs the help of strong individuals to gain more opportunities. Indeed, he has some fortune. General Yu doesn't know their background. Moreover, whether they can successfully advance to the 9th tier is still uncertain in the eyes of outsiders. Yuan-Ti let General Yu down, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Within 3 years, I will definitely transform. Ling Yunzi said. He was utterly confident about this. I'm not so sure, Su Chengxian said. Not so sure? Then how long will it take you to advance to the 9th tier? Sigh, probably still over 9 months, Su Chengxian answered dejectedly. He spent millions of blood energy to upgrade his talent, and the pace for advancing to the 9th tier has to be delayed. With Wu Shan's body to refine, it would probably still take over 9 months before he could reach the 9th tier. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, one person and one snake turned around and left, each returning to their respective caves. Over 9 months? The fact that Su Chengxian could say it accurately meant that he would definitely reach the 9th tier during this period. Otherwise, if he didn't have this confidence, even if he didn't deliberately obscure it while expressing, it would just be like Ling Xiao saying when he would break through the great demon realm. Using terms like within a year or in a year or two. They have no confidence of advancing to the 9th tier within 9 months. Since that's the case, why waste words with this guy? Unnecessary. Hurry back to cultivate. Chapter 68. You need to hurry, or there won't be enough space for me. Huh? Why did they leave? Su Chengxian blinked. They were just having a good conversation. So why did they leave so suddenly? What could be so urgent? Or did they not like what I said? But I didn't say anything wrong. I was just speaking the truth. Forget it. I'll leave too. Time to go back to sleep. I need to quickly reach the 9th rank. Only by advancing to a 9th rank monster can I understand the conditions needed to cultivate to the next stage. Su Chengxian pondered as he swam, thinking that in about 4 months, he could gather 10 million blood energy. The amount of blood energy required for monsters to advance from one rank to the next increases significantly, nearly doubling each time. After reaching the 9th rank, the blood energy needed for the next realm shouldn't exceed 50 million, right? That would mean I have to sleep for almost 20 months. Considering the time I would inevitably wake up, it might take close to 2 years. TSK, Su Chengxian didn't really mind. He was just a bit worried about Ling Yunzi. Can he transform within 3 years? Thinking of this, he glanced at the medium-grade spirit stone. After some thought, he decided not to use it for now and would wait until he reached the 9th rank. After his innate ability advanced, the speed of refining spiritual energy from blood energy and increasing his spiritual realm would be faster than before. But he wasn't practicing any techniques. If he can't swallow the spirit stone, he can't use his innate ability to refine it. So he would have to shatter it and let the spiritual energy disperse. As he breathed it in, it would be slowly refined by his blood energy. Or should I just gulp it down? Su Chengxian's mouth twitched. A thick, big flower snake opened its eyes wide, opened its mouth, and continuously inhaled, then swallowed. The image was too beautiful and also quite foolish. It was also very wasteful, wasting spirit stones and sleeping time. It would be better to get it to Ling Xiao or Ling Yunzi, letting them exchange it for something else like spirit pills. Ling Xiao had already perfectly transformed, and judging by her expression, reaching the realm of great monsters was just around the corner. So he preferred to give the spirit stones to his brother Daojun. No matter what, sending a Daojun to become a son-in-law, this spectacle I really want to see. He, being a snake, shouldn't just be about eating and sleeping. Occasionally, one should find some fun. Besides, what's the point of staying cooped up in a small valley? Going to the monster clan's royal city for a stroll would broaden his horizons. Chengxian thought as he passed by the cave hall, where Bai Xiaocui was. He released his consciousness and took a look. The big white snake had just advanced to the 6th rank, stabilizing its blood, energy, and cultivating its demonic power to condense its own demon core. Observing the fluctuations of demonic power around it and the flow of blood evil energy, it seemed to be going smoothly. In the adjacent cave hall, Daoist was fast asleep. It had grown a bit larger. The gathering spirit formation, arranged with gathering spirit grass and locking spirit grass, was consolidating the spiritual energy in the cave. The spiritual energy rolled, forming a mist that enveloped it and the spiritual plants on its back. The great sage group formed a furry ball sitting in the middle, with their 5 hearts facing the sky, clearly cultivating. There were also 2 more patches of land soaked in beast blood. 2 Ning Shun flowers and 2 ghost mushrooms were planted there, which had not yet sprouted. The former was a task reward to urge Ling Zhao's transformation and assist Ling Yunzi in alchemy. The latter was for killing Wushan. Although Wushan ultimately died at the hands of General Yu, the system still provided the rewards without any discount, including the refining points. The system's refining points, just like before, were all directly used to elevate his realm. Returning to his own cave hall, Chengxian focused his mind. Yes, host. Then, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. At the same time, he activated his newly completed innate ability to devour and refine. The familiar white noise rang in his ears. Blood energy 111. Physical realm 111. Blood energy 1111. Spiritual realm 111. The blood and demonic power he swallowed from Wushan had not been completely refined yet. Therefore, the white noise accompanying his sleep had a bit more depth. However, this did not affect Chengxian's sleep quality. Oh no, what the hell? After more than 10 days, Chengxian finally completely refined the blood and demonic power he had swallowed during the battle with Wushan. He stretched lazily and found that his injuries had almost healed. However, upon stretching, he noticed that the cave hall seemed to have become narrow again. First of all, a spacious cave hall wouldn't shrink on its own. He extended his snake tail and tapped the back wall of the cave to confirm this. This action was actually unnecessary because he had just used the word again, indicating that this wasn't the first time he had made such a discovery. Hee, I've grown again. It's just that this time, the interval was a bit short. Great monsters, what a boost. Chengxian naturally estimated in his heart how much longer this cave hall could accommodate him if he kept growing. He then arrived at a conclusion. At most, I can stay until the 9th rank before I need to find another place to live. So, he had to consider urging his sister, the empress, to build the cave dwelling as soon as possible. At this moment, he heard some commotion outside, seemingly discussing the construction of the cave dwelling. Chengxian quickly swam out, ready to participate in the construction of his new home. Upon seeing him appear, Ling Xiao was suddenly startled. Old ghost, why are you out? Hearing this, Ling Yunzi quickly turned around, his eyes shining as he looked at him. Huh, can I come out? Chengxian was taken aback. What happened? Can't he come out? You advanced to the 9th rank? Ling Xiao asked. Of course not yet, Chengxian replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard several sounds of exhalation. It vividly demonstrated what it meant to breathe a sigh of relief. Goodness. Chengxian immediately laughed. In your eyes, I won't come out unless I advance. I had no idea I had established such a strong persona. Look how scared you all are. He flicked his snake tail, advancing to the 9th rank. That's not that easy. It's still a long way off. Then why did you come out? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. It's not that they were making a fuss. It's just that this flower snake had always disliked dealing with trivial matters. It only cared about sleeping and eating. Eat until full, sleep until satisfied. Then it would inform them of the news of successful advancement. At other times, it was hardly seen. I just woke up and heard you talking about the new cave dwelling being excavated, so I wanted to offer a small suggestion, Chengxian said. Oh, you want your cave dwelling to be exceptionally spacious, is that right? Ling Xiao smiled. I know what you're thinking, so don't worry. She wondered why the fat flower snake had come out. It turned out to be, for this matter. From urging her to transform, to collecting spirit stones, and seeking spirit veins. He had shown unprecedented enthusiasm, all for the sake of having a sufficiently large cave dwelling in the future. Yes, that's it. Chengxian smiled broadly, by the way. How long will it take to build our cave dwelling? You need to hurry, or there won't be enough space for me. Chapter 69, 9th rank. The cave dwelling is completed. It needs to be done quickly. Ling Xiao glanced at Chengxian's physique and recalled the past, nodding slightly. Moreover, Dai's cave dwelling should be larger. She thought about it. In terms of physique alone, the growth rate of the wind-chasing turtle was not much slower than Chengxian's. Of course, as the bearer of the Bai family spirit plant garden, a rapid increase in size was not a bad thing. Not only did it need to be large, but it also had to leave room for future expansion. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but speak up. No one knew how large Chengxian's physique would grow. The size and growth rate of the purple-gold wind-chasing turtle also depended on its bloodline inheritance. Building it large now might not support it for years. Moreover, it was still uncertain how long they would stay here. It would be better to leave some space when constructing it and dig more if it wasn't enough later. I think the same. Ling Xiao nodded, so I intend to build the cave dwelling like this. As she spoke, she casually pointed and drew a 5-petal flower on the ground, just like this. Around where the spiritual vein was located, 5 independent cave dwellings would be excavated. The peak above the spiritual vein has a lotus shape, with 7 or 8 petals spreading out. Selecting 5 areas to excavate would provide ample space. The remaining area could be allocated for the little monsters to live in. Their family would focus on cultivation in the future, and some trivial matters would need to be handled by them. There would need to be a place to accommodate Cat 19 and the others. Chengxian and Ling Yunzi had no objections. They called by Xiaocui, Dai, and the great sage to ask, and they agreed as well. The matter was settled. Everyone returned to their cave hall and continued to cultivate. I almost thought he really advanced to the 9th rank. After Chengxian left, Ling Yunzi couldn't help but sigh. Clearly, knowing in his heart that it had only been a dozen days, how could he advance so quickly? Moreover, how long had it been since the flower serpent advanced to the 8th rank? But seeing him come out still made his heart skip a beat. I was also surprised and just realized it. Ling Xiao shook her head slightly. Both Ling Yunzi and she were reborn, existing above the masses in their previous lives. Their talent was exceptional, and they were the pride of heaven. Not to mention that their cultivation path was not particularly smooth. Their improvement in cultivation was still beyond ordinary people. In this life, to avoid the water snake, their bloodline was ordinary. But with the accumulation from the previous life and top-tier cultivation methods, their progress was still rapid. They focused on cultivation and did not overthink it. Until earlier, when Langqing delivered mid-grade spirit stones, Chengxian suddenly mentioned that he disliked his weak strength and slow cultivation speed. The two spoke to him about how much time ordinary demon races would spend on cultivation. After finishing, they realized how astonishing their own cultivation speed was. And Chengxian was even more terrifying. He had always been a step ahead of us. Ling Yunzi said, when they were low-tier demon beasts, it could still be said that their bloodline inheritance was different. Ling Xiao said that after condensing the demon core, he could still advance a step faster. Not only that, but Chengxian's combat power could contend with half-damaged great demons. His innate abilities were also quite amazing. It was rumored that only some descendants of fierce beast bloodlines could consume the flesh and blood of great demons with an 8th-rank demon body. Did the cultivation method he practiced surpass ours? Ling Xiao frowned. Your Majesty, when have you seen him cultivate? Ling Yunzi said, the cultivation methods of the celestial realm come from the Dao ancestor. The general outline of the cultivation methods of the earth realm comes from the orthodox Xuangu. Both derive from the same lineage, as do the demon race's cultivation methods. I have never heard of any method that allows one to grow stronger while sleeping. It's truly strange. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Could it be a special bloodline among the demon race that I haven't heard of? The demon race relies on bloodline talent, and their combat power surpasses that of humans of the same rank. Occasionally, special bloodlines give rise to extraordinary individuals. I've heard of fierce beasts consuming blood food or other natural energies to enhance their combat power. However, as he spoke, the confusion in his voice increased. As it still requires condensing the demon core, cultivating demon power and refining the blood evil energy. Otherwise, one would lose their sanity and become an ignorant and unfeeling monster. The flower serpent has no trace of demon power and has never revealed a demon core. We can't deduce the origin of this flower serpent old ghost, and now there is no clue about the cultivation method he practices or his innate abilities. Ling Zhao's brows furrowed tightly. She disliked this feeling of things being out of her control and having no way to act. It is normal that the ancient demon race, which once thrived for thousands of years, has secrets we don't know. Ling Yunzi said since they are currently friends and not foes, they can observe over time. I will return to cultivate. He glanced at Ling Xiao. Your Majesty should not delay your cultivation while handling trivial matters. They have always been benefiting from Su Chengxian. There is no point in saying more. They must devote themselves to cultivation. A Dao Lord and a female emperor being suppressed would not look good for their dignity. I know. Ling Xiao slightly raised her chin. From this moment of advancing to the 9th rank, I will definitely be ahead of you all. Your Majesty, do not speak too confidently. Ling Yunzi said while swimming. How do you know that I won't advance to the 9th rank first and ascend to the great demon realm? Little Qing, Little Bai, do you have confidence in advancing to the 9th rank within 9 months? A white snake head poked out from the front, flicking its tongue and asking. Lady Bai Xiaocui was very concerned about whether her offspring could be so powerful. Then it depends on who attracts the thunder tribulation first. After Su Chengxian returned to the cave hall, he did not pay attention to what was happening outside. However, he didn't need to release his divine sense to know how much Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi wanted to surpass him in cultivation. Therefore, as the elder brother, how could he lose to his younger sister and brother? Even if you are the female emperor and Dao Lord, that won't do. Therefore, he quickly began to consume the flesh and blood of great demons. The body of the two-headed poisonous python remained in his cave hall. The others in the cave dwelling could not bear this substance due to the difference in strength and realm. Thus, only Su Chengxian could enjoy it alone. To replenish the consumed blood energy faster and to advance to the 9th rank more quickly this time, he did not want to leave any blood and flesh behind, treating it purely as food to fill his stomach. Instead, he chose to swallow it, activating his innate abilities to refine it during sleep. Of course, he also hated to waste it. The great demon was dead, and its soul was captured and imprisoned by General Yu. The demon power on its body would continuously dissipate. It was better to swallow and refine it in time to directly enhance his soul and physique. First, he had a hearty meal. Then he closed his eyes to sleep, activating his innate abilities to swallow and refine. Blood energy 1111. Physique 1111. Blood energy 11111. Soul realm 1111. After that, he did not leave the cave hall again, as long as the blood and demon power in his abdomen were refined cleanly. He would continue to swallow and then continue to sleep and refine, until 6 months later on this day. Blood energy 11111. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 9th rank demon beast. Su Chengxian opened his eyes once and heard the prompt of advancing to the 9th rank. Just as he was about to check his strength panel, he heard someone shouting outside. Little Flower, Little Qing, Little Bai, wake up. The cave dwelling is completed. Bai Xiaocui's voice echoed in the cave dwelling. We are preparing to move. Chapter 70. Brother, I've advanced first. Has the cave dwelling been completed? I didn't expect it to be finished so quickly. Su Chengxian immediately drilled out of the cave hall, joyfully flicking his tail and rushing towards the front hall. Due to his massive and heavy body, when he moved, he bumped into the cave walls, causing a loud rumble. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi saw this and simply stepped aside, waiting for him to rush out before slowly swimming out behind him. So when he arrived at the cave's front, he found that the others had not yet arrived. Huh? What huh? Move aside. Ling Xiao kicked Su Chengxian's serpentine tail from behind, saying, Don't you know your own size? With you blocking like this, I have no place to step. The ugly flower snake had undergone another shedding 4 months ago. Since then, Su Chengxian's snake body had entered another growth spurt. Every time Ling Xiao passed by and saw him, she worried that if he kept growing, he would collapse the cave dwelling. Fortunately, after finishing the meat of the great demon, He returned to eating ordinary demon beast meat for the past 2 months, and Chengxian's physical growth rate gradually slowed down. Otherwise, he might have to go sleep in the valley outside the cave before the new dwelling was completed. Of course, this flower snake probably wouldn't care where he slept. Little flower, you're growing so fast. The purple-gold, wind-chasing turtle, Dai, expressed admiration and envy for Chengxian's size. It's good to grow. The bigger you are, the stronger you become. Old turtle, you're not slow either. Chengxian replied politely while twisting his body to make room for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Both of you should stop praising each other here. Didn't you say the cave dwelling would take at least a few more months to complete? Chengxian hadn't left the cave hall, but he still heard some things happening outside. 3 months ago, Ling Xiao had said that the construction would take another 6 months to finish. With the two of you here, won't the new cave dwelling be built faster? Ling Xiao chuckled. To speed up the cave excavation, she emptied all the waste spirit stones, leaving none behind. Ling Yunzi also took out 2 transformation pills he had refined to sell to Wolf Qing. Of course, these 2 spirit pills not only expedited the construction of the cave, but the remaining ones would be used to exchange for refining materials. During this time, General Yu provided a lot of convenience. However, it was all just small favors. It seemed he didn't intend to completely pull them in as his own. He just hoped to borrow their strength. As a demon general, Yu's strength was far greater than theirs. For a considerable period, there wouldn't be any competition for cultivation resources. So Ling Xiao was of course happy to accept this. It was precisely because of this that the Bai family's cave could be completed earlier than expected. The earlier it was completed, the sooner Cat 19 and others could go to the bottom of the cave to help us mine for spirit stones. In the spirit vein cave dwelling, small demons were not allowed to come and go freely. Once they reached their own cave, there would be no such rules. So can we move in now? Chengxian asked. He only cared about this. Sleeping in a cramped place was very uncomfortable. It was hard to turn over. Quickly moving to a bigger house. Yes, we can move over today, Bai Xiaozue said with a smile. Seeing her so happy, Chengxian was moved and scanned with his divine sense, suddenly delighted. Xiaozue, you've advanced to the 7th stage? So fast. It has been, if calculated, about 7 months since advancing to the 6th stage. Xiaozue has reached the 7th stage. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also looked at the big white snake. The original big white snake size had already fallen behind that of its children. Even Ling Yunzi, who did not pursue a large body, had already surpassed it. The mother snake was an ordinary water-avoiding snake with very average bloodline potential. Having this growth rate was somewhat beyond their expectations. However, upon further thought, it was somewhat expected. After all, in the past few months, the whole family of snakes had been cultivating, and apart from Chengxian, the others had been supplied with spirit stones without restraint. Ling Xiao had previously packaged and sold the skeleton from Wushan to Wolf Qing, converting it all into spirit stones. Although they didn't sell for a high price due to the severe depletion of demon power, which Chengxian had swallowed, they still exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, Bai Xiaozue's current cultivation method was the complete version of the true formula of transformation into a dragon that Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao had carefully selected. The two would also take time to point out her mistakes and oversights in cultivation. With ample spiritual energy, a suitable cultivation method, and the protection of the empress and Daoist lord, advancing from the 6th to the 7th stage in 7 months was not surprising at all. Then our family has double happiness today, Ling Xiao said with a smile. It should be 4 happy events. Sujiansi Sina Juka. The great sage has reached the 5th stage and has even condensed a demon core. Oh, Ling Yunzi smiled. That is wonderful. I'll find a suitable cultivation method for you right away. For him, as long as a demon beast condensed a demon core, the next step of condensing a demon pill could be taught. At that time, their cultivation would surely make great strides. The great sage was currently responsible for taking care of those spirit plants. If his cultivation improved, he might even be able to hasten the ripening of the spirit plants. They knew the great sage's abilities. Your Majesty, do you have a cultivation method for the spirit monkey bloodline? If he can cultivate the corresponding method, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. Perhaps we could consider buying some spirit seeds for him to plant. Ling Yunzi needed spirit roots, and spirit plants for alchemy in the future. Planting them early would save the hassle of searching. Previously, they hadn't thought of this because spirit seeds were hard to come by in Liang Mountain. At the same time, they felt that cultivating and growing spirit plants took too long, so they hadn't put much thought into it, allowing the great sage to plant those spirit seeds that had appeared out of nowhere. But now that this little monkey had already condensed a demon core, he couldn't help but think about planting more useful spirit plants. I remember there's a method called Green Emperor's 10,000 Laws, but I don't remember all of it. Ling Zhao's expression was somewhat strange at this moment, and while speaking, he didn't look at Ling Yunzi, but instead focused on Su Chengxian. It's fine. Ling Yunzi smiled. I remember some as well. We can confirm with each other. Wait. He suddenly realized something was off. For happy events? The cave dwelling is completed. Xiao Tsui is at 7th stage, and the great sage is at 5th stage. That is only 3 happy events. Where does the 4th happy event come from? Then he noticed Ling Zhao's strange reaction and couldn't help but stiffen. A thought flashed through his mind. No way. Is it possible? Didn't they say it would take 9 months? It had been less than 7 months. Ling Yunzi slowly turned his head and, along with Ling Xiao, stared at Su Chengxian. Could it be? Su Chengxian grinned at the two, making their hearts skip a beat. Then they heard him say, "The 4th joy is with me. Empress sister, Daoist brother, I'm sorry. Your brother has advanced to the 9th stage ahead of you." Chapter 71, 9 levels in one family. Incredible. Su Chengxian announced loudly, looking expectantly at the two. Surprised? Unexpected? Damn it, this guy got ahead of us again. Ling Xiao had a blank expression while Ling Yunzi narrowed his slit pupils slightly. At this moment, they both had the same thought. It has finally come. Little flower, you've reached the 9 level. Miss Xiao Tsui, without their complex mindset, only knew that her big son reached the 9 level and immediately shook her head in delight, praising, "My baby is amazing." Perhaps having spent too long with Su Chengxian, even its speech and tone were influenced. Not just it, but Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were the same. If it weren't for Su Chengxian sleeping most of the time, they might have reduced the number of times they refer to themselves as I in this seat significantly. So quickly to the 9 level, Dai was also very happy. Little flower, amazing. Ji, great king, amazing. The great sage had already raised both hands, dancing around Su Chengxian in a flurry of gestures, offering the warmest congratulations to the great king. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Su Chengxian couldn't hold back and laughed. There's quite a bit of credit to be given to Wushan. The flesh and blood of the great demon is really nourishing. It's simply too nourishing. Refining all the flesh and blood and demonic power of the body not only replenished the blood energy consumed for the promotion of innate divine abilities, but also significantly improved the realms of divine abilities and physical body. 9 level? Isn't that close to the great demon realm? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked. Not really, still far away. Su Chengxian shook his head. How far? Ling Yunzi asked in response. Let me think. Su Chengxian remembered he hadn't checked how much blood energy was needed for the next realm. It was just the right time to take a look. Host, Su Chengxian race, water, avoiding snake. Rank, 9 level, to advance to great demon realm. Need to break through 10 million blood energy. Blood energy, 50,093. 677. Physical realm, demon body realm, 9,620 10,000. Spirit realm, demon soul realm, 9,798 10,000. Divine abilities and combat skills. Divine ability, devouring refinement, bewitching howl, combat skills, snake bite, snake binding, refinement points, 09. Good heavens, he really guessed it right. Seeing that advancing to the great demon realm requires breaking through 10 million blood energy. Su Chengxian couldn't help but exclaim. Then he noticed the current blood energy, which was still nearly 50 million short. 1 million blood energy takes about 4 months. It would take 20 months. He also glanced at the current combat power. The physical and spiritual realms indeed showed significant growth. The reward for killing Wushan was 12 refinement points. Additionally, he found a spiritual vein and opened up a cave, receiving 16 reward points, all of which the system had used, according to his wishes, over the past 6 months for refining blood energy and improving his realm. There were still some remaining points that came from continuously devouring Wushan's demonic power through his innate divine abilities, along with the naturally growing part. As the blood energy within him became more abundant, the enhancement of his spirit and physical strength through the battle of blood energy became increasingly clear. Even when he was asleep, the blood energy flowed with his breathing, refining his snake body, absorbing spiritual energy, and nourishing his spirit. The effect, of course, was far from that of cultivating techniques. However, due to the vigorous blood energy, he could increase his values by dozens within a month. Therefore, Chengxian estimated that while advancing to the great demon realm, his spirit and physical body would also have breakthroughs. He just didn't know what they would become. Of course, he wouldn't have to wait too long. It would be clear within 2 years. Look, what are we looking at? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi first felt puzzled. Then they saw Chengxian slightly close his eyes, seemingly entering a state of introspection. The two thought he was checking his cultivation status, so they stopped speaking and waited patiently. During this time, Dai, the great sage, and by Xiaocui, could no longer hold back and left the spiritual mansion, heading to the newly built cave. So when Chengxian opened his eyes, only Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were left waiting for his response. So, can we confirm when you will advance to the great demon realm? Ling Xiao asked, suppressing his strange feelings. Ling Yunzi was also curious. Both he and Ling Xiao were still a bit short of reaching the 9 level. Clearly, their cultivation was going smoother than expected. If all went well, it was only natural that they would complete their advancement earlier than previously estimated. There was also a chance to succeed within 9 months. However, Chengxian still got ahead. Not only did he not take 9 months, but he was nearly 3 months ahead. When he was a Dao monarch, he had never heard of anyone's cultivation improvement being counted in months. For cultivators, except for the first 6 layers of the 9 layers of qi refining, every subsequent layer, even for the sect's top talents, required more than a year. The breakthrough from the 8th to the 9th level for demon beasts was even comparable to the breakthrough from the 8th to the 9th layer of qi refining. Having memories from a past life does not mean one can achieve it in one go. It can be done earlier, but to reduce the time by more than half? What kind of monster was Chengxian in his past life? Still need 20 months. Chengxian honestly answered Ling Xiao's question. If I wake up a bit less in between, maybe I can shorten it. He didn't say this sentence, because even though he couldn't see Dao Monarch Brother's expression clearly, the expression of the Empress sister was already fierce. 20 months? Another precise time limit to the month. 20 months. Not even within 2 years. Ling Yunzi lost interest in further questioning, while Ling Xiao snorted, turned around, and left. So it's 20 months? I will definitely trigger the Thunder Tribulation and break through to the great demon realm within 20 months. Of course, before that, she had to advance to the 9 level. She had to reach the 9 level within 2 months. Then, as previously stated, let us see who triggers the Thunder Tribulation first. Ling Yunzi had the same plan as her. Being a step ahead temporarily was no problem. With the increase in realm, improving cultivation and breaking through the tribulation would become increasingly difficult. But for them, it was quite the opposite. Chengxian had yet to condense a demon core and had not refined the demonic power. How would he break through? Would he need to use blood energy to trigger the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and condense the Thunder Tribulation? How much blood energy would that require? Chengxian raised his head, happily following behind the two, heading to the new cave. Saying they were moving houses, there wasn't much to move. Things like waste spiritual stones had long been dealt with by Ling Xiao. The easily mined spiritual stones at the bottom of the cave had already been extracted beforehand, packed in snake skins, and placed on Dai's shell. So their move was simply from this spiritual vein cave to their newly built cave. Then Ling Xiao made a trip to return the ownership. After that, within the Bai mansion, everyone returned to their respective caves. They continued to cultivate as usual. Apart from occasionally needing to extract spiritual stones, there were no other changes. A month later, in General Yu's cave, he felt 2 fluctuations of demonic power one after another. Master? Lang Qing asked in confusion. A demon beast has advanced to the 9 level, General Yu said. But the 2 water-avoiding snakes from the Bai family? That's right. 2 of the 4 snakes from the Bai family have reached the 9 level. Not bad. Hu Xiao added. Not 2, but 3, General Yu said. There was no fluctuation of demon power from Su Chengxian, so the 2 major demons did not sense him. He even planned to advance to the 9th rank even earlier. A family with 3 9th rank beings? Amazing. Chapter 72. Who is facing the Thunder Tribulation? Indeed extraordinary. General Yu stood with his hands behind his back, eyes slightly closed. Among a family of 4, 3 had been promoted to 9th-tier demon beasts. If the master remembers correctly, they had only been in Luyang Mountain, residing in the Spirit Mansion, for just over 2 years. Wolf Qing added, not only that, I remember that when they arrived, the strongest among them, the flower snake, was only of the 6th rank. Master, this flower snake is strange. It seems it has never condensed a spirit pill to cultivate demon power. Tiger Howl also interjected. It should have its own plans. This family of water-avoiding snakes, who claim to be surnamed by, all practice different cultivation methods. With General Yu's keen eye, even if he couldn't discern all the details of the cultivation methods practiced by Ling Xiao and others, he could sense the general direction. One practices the orthodox method of the Xian men. Another practices the demon race's techniques. The cultivation method of the flower snake is hard to discern, but judging by its displayed combat power and cultivation speed, it doesn't seem to be much inferior to the first 2. On the contrary, it gives a faint feeling of being superior. The mother snake practices the ascending dragon technique, and if we talk about strength and future achievements, it is likely the weakest. In fact, in terms of bloodline qualifications, the latter should be the best choice. No matter how boundless the future is, one must be able to reach it. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger. For snakes and pythons, the ascending dragon technique is considered a significant opportunity in the heavenly realm. It offers a chance to ascend amidst countless dangers, a 1 in 10,000 opportunity. Other paths, however, are likely many times more difficult. Yet, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi chose this harder route. Master, do they perhaps have some treasures? Tiger Howl's eyes widened as he stepped forward and whispered. It doesn't make sense for an entire family to be so powerful. Even for demon beasts, the most difficult techniques are not limited to just a couple. Demon beasts cultivate mostly by instinct, comprehending the most basic methods of breathing and absorbing moonlight on their own. Or perhaps they have acquired the inheritance of a great power. To obtain a technique, apart from bloodline awakening, there are only a few ways to gain inheritance. Being born in a clan with a great demon or higher might offer a chance for teaching. If a high-tier demon beast cultivates to a high level in the deep mountains and forests, it may have the opportunity to gain basic techniques once it reaches the Spirit Mansion. Previously, what Wolf Qing spoke at the Treasure Dharma meeting was the most ordinary demon transformation technique. If one wants better techniques and battle skills, they must exchange them for spirit stones or heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Spirit stones are needed for cultivation, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures are even rarer. So ordinary demon beasts usually wait until after passing the transformation Thunder Tribulation to seek a technique suitable for their bloodline. For example, like him and Wolf Qing, who took refuge under General Yu, calling him master, and were each granted Greedy Wolf, Xian Gong, and Tail Fireheart Sutra. These are relatively safe paths. One could also go to the Endless Sea or the Chaotic Lands, slaughter fierce beasts and demons, accumulate military achievements, in exchange for techniques. The Bai family's water-avoiding snakes don't seem to have awakened a powerful bloodline. Wolf Qing also hinted, as for the inheritance from a great power, that must come with some treasures besides the techniques. They are without possessions. Perhaps they are hidden somewhere or have been swallowed. The flower snake's swallowing talent may be due to that treasure. After the 2 great demons finished speaking, they secretly shifted their gaze to the demon general. What are treasures? What if there aren't? General Yu laughed heartily. You need not test me here. My path is bright, and I do not wish to abandon the righteous path for some crooked way. He had previously advised Su Chengxian that the demon race has its own rules. There is no reason for upper-level powers to harm lower-level demon races. If reported, they would only have the path of exile to take. Of course, the emphasis of this statement is on the bright future. If you were to reach a dead end, you wouldn't care about any rules. Master, they're just demon beasts. but their combat power is extraordinary. General Yu waved his hand with a smile. Besides, whether there are so-called treasures is still uncertain. More importantly, even if there are, they may not be useful to me. Some treasures in the demon race can only be refined by clans with suitable bloodlines. There are too many unknowns. Furthermore, the target is too big. The Bai family now not only has 4 water-avoiding snakes, but also a troublesome purple-gold wind-chasing turtle, along with 20 to 30 little demons. To slay them all? That's too risky. An uncertain treasure would not be reason enough for him to disregard everything. Not worth it. No need. It's better to wait and see. A hint of a smile appeared on General Yu's handsome face. I'm not one who is bloodthirsty. For potential juniors like them, why should I forge enmity? He had done so before. There was no reason to change his mind now. Breaking the rules would mean no longer being protected by them. The demon race of the northern wilderness can be killed. I do not wish to make garments for others. Master is wise. Wolf Qing and Tiger Howl displayed a look of admiration, clasping their hands in salute. You two need not flatter me. General Yu waved his hand with a smile. Even if Ling Yunzi and the others' techniques are excellent, I can't use them. If I truly want them, there are other ways. As for how to obtain them, it depends on the value of the techniques. Just now, I was merely lamenting that they have managed to advance to the 9th tier so quickly. He laughed. It seems that the opportunity one promised may indeed be fulfilled. Master promised an opportunity? Wolf Qing's eyelids twitched. I agreed with them that if they can successfully break through to the great demon realm within 3 years, I would grant them an opportunity. General Yu said with a smile. Break through to the great demon realm within 3 years? Tiger Howl shook his head repeatedly. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. 5 or 10 years might be more feasible. To advance from 8th to 9th tier within a year is already an astonishing speed. If they were to break through to the great demon realm in 3 years and successfully withstand the tribulation, that would be even more shocking. How many 9th tier demon beasts promoted decades ago are still accumulating demon power? They do not dare to easily provoke the heavenly tribulation. 3 years, I was just speaking casually. General Yu smiled. Actually, it is not impossible to transform within 5 years or even 10 years. That day, he was thinking that the flower snake and the white snake could perfect their transformation early, just like the green snake called Ling Xiao. Breaking through to the great demon realm would be a natural progression. So, 3 years was merely a prompt to prevent them from being lax. Master, doesn't this opportunity seem like it's waiting for them? Wolf Qing questioned in confusion. Yes. If there's an opportunity, why not give it to us? It seems specially prepared for snakes. Tiger Howl also realized, looking eagerly at General Yu. This opportunity, you want to encounter. General Yu smiled. What kind of opportunity is it that we can't have, but those snakes can? The water-avoiding Marquis family has 3 daughters, and none are yet married. A wolf and a tiger exchange glances. Indeed, demon lords tend to choose from their own kind when recruiting spouses. You need not be disheartened. Just focus on your cultivation. General Yu encouraged them. Once I advance to Demon Commander, I can take you both to the Commander's mansion. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. The two bowed respectfully. At this moment, they were both thinking about who among the 3 9th-tier members of the Bai family would be the first to advance to the great demon realm and successfully transform. If both brothers transformed at the same time, wouldn't that be entertaining to watch? Since the opportunity didn't fall on them, it would be good to watch the excitement. However, including General Yu, they all felt that this excitement would likely take a few years to unfold. If things go badly, they would have to wait until the last of the water-avoiding Marquis's 3 daughters issued her marriage invitation. Thus, 2 years later one day, suddenly, a wave of demonic power shook the surroundings, causing the calamity clouds in the sky to gather. A heart-pounding pressure descended. Wolf Qing and Tiger Xiao were both taken aback, rising in surprise and gathering together. What's going on? Who is about to undergo tribulation? The few 9th-tier demon beasts in the Spirit Mansion Haven T been mentioned to be undergoing tribulation. It can't be the Bai Mansion in the west, right? Impossible. Even according to what General Yu said, there is still a year left before 3 years are up. Chapter 73. Yunzi, Thunder Tribulation. Can your second sister handle it? Boom. Boom boom. Outside, suddenly, the sound of thunder roared. Oh, Su Chengxian, bored and digging a pit at the bottom of the cave to refine spirit stones, immediately widened his eyes upon hearing the noise. Instantly alert, who was about to undergo a tribulation. Is it one of those two at home? The Empress's second sister? Or the Tao Lord's third brother? He immediately spread his divine sense, and the next moment, he howled and turned to rush out of the cave. Empress sister, you finally figured it out. Good heavens, someone is finally going to undergo the great demon thunder tribulation. How bored has he been waiting these past few months? Bored to the point of counting all the ribs and scales on his body. Currently, the snake body has a total of 399 pairs of ribs and 894 scales. Not only that, but he also dug through to the bottom of the cave facing the spiritual vein. He has refined over 40 low-grade spirit stones. There was nothing else to do after eating his fill. Without a phone to pass the time, sleeping wouldn't increase his vitality anymore, which made him so bored that he was about to go insane from cultivation. Fortunately, he hadn't mastered the cultivation method. However, he had learned a few minor spells. When he cast them, they looked quite decent. But spells require magical power, which is to say, demon power or spiritual power, to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He had no demon power, so using his blood energy for it was somewhat lacking in smoothness. Of course, Chengxian didn't mind. After all, it was just to pass the time. More than 2 months ago, his blood energy had already exceeded 10 million. Initially, he intended to be cautious and stop temporarily when it reached over 90 million, waiting for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to reach the great demon realm first. It wasn't that Chengxian developed a sense of filial piety, worried about overshadowing his younger sister and brother, fearing the Empress and Tao Lord's hearts would be affected. Not to mention those two powerful minds showed no signs of being discouraged. Even he didn't have the delicate thoughts of a good elder brother. Mainly, he hadn't undergone the thunder tribulation and was unsure of its power. He was worried about being struck dead by lightning. He wanted to observe it for some psychological preparation. Although Ling Xiao had undergone a thunder tribulation before, who knew if the transformation tribulation was the same as the great demon tribulation? This was a life and death matter, so it was wise to prepare cautiously. It was that thunder tribulation that made Chengxian deeply realize that he should have a sense of awe towards the might of heaven and earth. But unexpectedly, he woke up and directly overslept. His blood energy exceeded 10 million and even surpassed several thousand. However, fortunately, it did not immediately trigger the thunder tribulation. It was also at this moment that he suddenly remembered that Ling Yunzi and the others had mentioned several times about using demon power to induce heavenly thunder. This meant there was likely a grace period. A couple of days later, Chengxian noticed the fluctuations of demon power on Ling Xiao had changed. It became more solid, faintly exuding a sense of grandeur. The power exhibited a change in layers. If he had to describe it, it was like transforming from mist to water. Then Ling Xiao began to continuously refine his divine sense, suppressing the fluctuations of his demon power, and during the night, when refining moonlight, he no longer released his demon core. At this point, Chengxian realized that the other party had broken through to the great demon realm. No wonder she was the Empress in her previous life. She was only a few days behind him. Soon after, Ling Yunzi's cave also emitted fluctuations of magical power. This guy had also entered the great demon realm, in human form, with a congenital Tao body, practicing top-tier techniques, and having the experience of the previous life. Their cultivation speed was like soaring through the air. It took just over 2 years to ascend from the 8th rank to the great demon realm. They say that within 10 years, crossing from the 9th rank to the great demon realm makes one a standout among the demon race. Chengxian thought, isn't this just them bragging about themselves in different ways? Of course, he was faster, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of crisis. These two were closing in too quickly, but then he thought he had also improved his innate abilities twice with blood energy, and now he could directly refine flesh and demon energy, which made him feel a bit more at ease. The elder brother is still the elder brother. The elder brother was born first, hatched first, so the elder brother is destined to be a step ahead. The Empress and the Tao Lord? That was all in the past life. However, this time was different. The elder brother who had not undergone the thunder tribulation decided to let his experienced sister and brother go first. Boom! Boom! Several bolts of lightning split the dark clouds. You guys really can endure. Su Chengxian looked at the thunderclouds in the sky and couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't know how long the grace period for undergoing tribulation was, or if it was related to the growth of blood energy. But seeing Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao suppressing the fluctuations of their demon power, he guessed something. So next, he didn't dare to sleep. He was afraid that if he fell asleep, the thunder tribulation would strike down, frying him to a crisp. The snake life of sleeping and eating suddenly lost the sleeping part, which made him feel restless and uncomfortable. He even ran to Ling Xiao as training ground and wandered around several times. He was almost playing a game of snake with his tail in his mouth. But he also didn't want to urge Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. From the reactions of the two, it was clear they were accumulating strength. One was the empress and the other was the Dao Lord. They knew when it was time to undergo the thunder tribulation. Moreover, the thunder tribulation was not a joke. He wanted to glean from their experience, but also wanted to urge them, which seemed a bit too sly. After all, in this life, he was also their elder brother. Whenever he had overly animalistic thoughts, Su Chengxian would advise himself like this. Bored? Just refine spirit stones and count the scales on his body again. However, the latter required focus. Otherwise, it was easy to fall asleep. Finally, Ling Xiao was finally going to undergo the tribulation. He finally waited for this day. At this moment, the dark blue thunderclouds were surging like 1,000 troops and horses. The booming sound was continuous. The layers of thunderclouds were thick and dark, as if awakened demons from the depths of the 9 heavens were angrily roaring. At this time it was noon. The sky-blocking dark clouds had swallowed nearly all the daylight. Every dark cloud seemed like towering mountains, carrying an irresistible force, slowly but steadily pressing down towards the earth. The air was filled with an extremely oppressive aura, making even breathing feel heavy. Thunder sounded, quietly brewing in this oppression. It started as a deep rumble, like an ancient giant beast turning in its sleep, and gradually, the rumble became louder. It was as if it wanted to tear a hole in the sky and release something even more terrifying. Crack! In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky. Silver white and blazing, it illuminated this world shrouded in darkness. Holy crap! As Su Chengxian rushed out of the cave, flying towards the valley where Ling Xiao had chosen to undergo the tribulation, far from their spiritual vein. He looked up at this scene and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but stop his forward motion. The lightning itself was not enough to scare him, but the residual might of the lightning exuded an aura that made his heart race. Focused and calm, Ling Yunzi appeared beside him, saying that before the thunder tribulation arrived, your spirit was already unsettled by fear. He found Su Chengxian's reaction strange, wondering why he was so nervous when he had never undergone it. Su Chengxian thought to himself, you might not believe it, but I really haven't gone through it. But it wouldn't do to say that. It would be easy to blow his cover. So he laughed and said, it was too long ago. I don't even remember. Then he quickly added, Yunzi, can your second sister handle this thunder tribulation? Chapter 74. The Empress faces the thunder tribulation. Thunder tribulation. Can be blocked? Hurry up and say something about the thunder tribulation. I need your explanation. Su Chengxian looked at Ling Yunzi with great anticipation. It's just a mere thunder tribulation. Ling Yunzi glanced at Su Chengxian with some confusion, seemingly unable to understand his worries. Your Majesty was once the Empress. What did go wrong? You also said she was once the Empress. Su Chengxian replied dismissively, now we are starting from scratch. The use of we here is somewhat shameless. But that is the truth. Although he has a system cheat, and his blood energy increases just by sleeping, doesn't it also start from 1? Moreover, he is completely clueless about cultivation. Due to his limited understanding, he finds it hard to even get started with cultivation techniques. If making a PPT and writing copy could increase cultivation, then he might as well give it a try. Similarly, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi are also starting from scratch. They have hardly retained any soul power. Although they have memories and experiences from their previous lives as the Empress and the Dao Monarch in this life, they are merely 3 bloodline-streaked water avoidance snakes. Breaking out of the shell still requires starting from refining qi. then they must honestly advance from first-level demon beasts. If it weren't for the exceptionally reliable little Chui's mother, who thought of stealing spiritual bird eggs for feeding, the difficulty of cultivation would have increased significantly. After more than 3 years of grinding, they finally reached the point of facing the thunder tribulation of the great demon realm. Of course, this speed is absolutely outstanding among the demon race. It could evoke countless greedy thoughts. Therefore, their family has never mentioned their age to the outside world. They also kept silent about their experiences before arriving at Liang Mountain. But compared to the bloodlines of divine beasts and ferocious beasts in their previous levels of cultivation, what does a great demon count as? The dragon horse that the empress used to pull the carriage had a cultivation level of at least a demon general, right? Su Chengxian tentatively asked, how long has it been since she saw a being at the great demon level? Does she even know how to face the tribulation with their current cultivation? This really makes me more and more worried. Don't look at his poor math skills. He knows that the approach to the same problem differs between elementary and middle school. To put it more bluntly, can the way a blooming girl confront a rogue be the same as how a square dance ant confronts a rogue? The latter can strip the rogue bare and throw him on the street, and even extort him for his socks. Likewise, the same thunder tribulation. When Ling Xiao was at the Empress's cultivation level, she could probably disperse it with a wave of her hand, right? But she is not the Empress now. She is merely a water-avoidant snake that has just broken through to the great demon realm. Crack! Boom! Boom! Su Chengxian's words barely fell. A lightning bolt illuminated the valley opposite. Accompanying it was a deafening thunder that became increasingly closer with the calamity clouds. The two intertwined and released simultaneously. In an instant, it felt as if the entire world was trembling at that moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of fierce wind surged up. It howled wildly, raging through the valley, stirring up dust and fallen leaves, forming furious whirlpools. Trees were swayed by the gale, branches snapped. Some were even uprooted, thrown up by the whirlpools, and then fell heavily. In an instant, the valley turned into a scene of utter chaos. No wonder they had to drive away the birds and beasts in advance. Boom! Boom! Dark clouds, thunder, lightning, tornadoes. My goodness! The scene before Su Chengxian reminded him of the end of the world he once saw in a movie. But that was fake. What was before him was real. Moreover, the real thunder tribulation had not yet fallen. Indeed, waiting cautiously was a wise move. This thunder tribulation was even more terrifying than the one during transformation. And in this terrifying situation, his gaze suddenly focused on a point. In the half-air above the valley, a tall woman dressed in a phoenix robe, radiating faint azure golden light appeared. She stood with her hands behind her back, gazing into the sky. The phoenix embroidered on her robe seemed to flutter with her sleeves and skirt, as if it wanted to soar high into the 9 heavens. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, gently pinned up with an exquisite golden hairpin, swaying lightly in the wind, adding a touch of transcendent nobility. Ling Zhao's expression was cold and stunning, her brows revealing an unassailable nobility and resilience. Her eyes were deep, looking towards the tail of the calamity clouds with a slightly raised gaze. She seemed indifferent, but Su Chengxian could tell at a glance that she was provoking the thunder tribulation. Goodness, my proud Empress sister is impressive. What puzzled Su Chengxian even more was, Yunzi, why wasn't Ling Xiao wearing the phoenix crown? The robe was part of the same set. The phoenix crown, the phoenix robe, and a pair of cloud shoes. Once activated by magic power, they could form a protective array that envelopes the entire body. It was a stronger defense than the protective demon power. If one piece was missing, the defense would be reduced by 30%. But now Ling Xiao had chosen not to wear the phoenix crown, only donning the robe and cloud shoes. The golden hairpin on her head looked beautiful, but it was merely a casual illusion created by magic power. It had no defensive power at all. Compared to wearing the phoenix crown, it seemed more graceful. But what time is it now? Facing a tribulation. Just to look good, she changed her headpiece? Unthinkable. Old ghost, the Empress is not someone who disregards safety just to look good. Ling Yunzi couldn't listen any longer and spoke up. She has her reasons for doing this. What reasons? Su Chengxian snorted. Isn't Ling Xiao not that kind of person? Don't joke around. This empress's second sister, when she just reincarnated, was probably influenced by her physical body. Her true nature was exposed. Not only did she dislike him for being a flowery snake with an unattractive color, but she was also delighted because she herself was a pure green snake. What is wrong with the empress? Can't she like beautiful things? Wouldn't she be distracted by her love for beauty? If you remember correctly, at that time Ling Xiao said she was schemed against by someone, right? It was the beauty trap. The breaking realm thunder tribulation is triggered by the demon power of the one undergoing the tribulation. Ling Xiao did not know these details. So he explained for her. When condensing, the thunder tribulation will also brew based on the strength of the person facing the tribulation. In other words, for tribulation bearers of the same realm, the stronger one's cultivation, the fiercer the thunder tribulation they must endure. But correspondingly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that falls after the thunder tribulation will also be greater. It will be proportional to the power of the thunder tribulation. Moreover, the strength outside the bearer's body, apart from their own magic power, will also be sensed by the calamity clouds, increasing the power of the thunder tribulation. Using external forces, such as protective magical artifacts, will attract even more powerful calamity clouds. The spiritual attire can be considered an existence between one's own magic power and external force. Therefore, the experience of human cultivators is that as long as the magical attire is not fully worn, the power of the calamity clouds will not increase. Chengxian fell silent for a moment. So that's how it is. Indeed, regardless of which world the human race comes from, summarizing experiences and exploiting bugs seems to be an innate bloodline talent. At this moment, the calamity clouds in the sky had brewed to perfection. The thunder tribulation was about to begin. Crack! Boom! Without giving the tribulation bearer or any observers a chance to react, a thunderbolt descended from the calamity clouds amidst the raging wind. It split the dimness and charged straight towards Ling Xiao. It seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, illuminating the entire sky as if it were daytime. Splash! Heavy rain poured down. Chengxian's snake mouth opened slightly, gazing at the seemingly world-destroying, magnificent thunder. Calculating in her heart, she wondered if this would turn into a skewered snack. It wasn't just him. The surrounding beasts, whether near or far, who were paying attention to this thunder tribulation, couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. The low-level beasts had already prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to look directly at the figure in the air, let alone the thunder. At this moment, those who dared to continue observing the tribulation thunder were not ordinary beings. However, in the face of the trembling heavenly tribulation, Ling Xiao merely nodded slightly, her gaze firm. As the first bolt of heavenly tribulation descended, the lightning struck. She did not move, only gently raised her hands, palms facing upwards. The magical power she had already mobilized surged like a river, instantly colliding with the lightning above her head, producing a series of rumbling sounds. The collision between the lightning and her magical power dissipated a significant amount of force. Yet, some of it still landed on her physical form. The tribulation lightning instantly covered her fluttering phoenix robe with lightning. Can the tribulation lightning be blocked? Chengxian couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Chapter 75. What is the most important thing during the tribulation? Can the tribulation clouds be blocked? If they can be blocked, why didn't Ling Xiao do so during the previous transformation, thunder tribulation? Instead, she chose to withstand it with her physical body? Chengxian looked at Ling Yunzi, hoping to get an answer. The thunder tribulation is both a calamity and an opportunity. Ling Yunzi also looked at him, seemingly puzzled about how long Chengxian had lived in his previous life to not remember even this. Therefore, generally speaking, cultivators do not choose to resist with their magical power. It can be blocked, but very few do so. When the tribulation thunder passes through the body of a cultivator, it not only refines the physical body, but also tests the sea of consciousness. Some audacious individuals even use the tribulation thunder to refine their souls. After experiencing the thunder tribulation, both body and soul can gain significant benefits. For cultivators, refining the soul into a young god is greatly beneficial. Moreover, a young god formed through tribulation thunder will have incomparable advantages in future tribulations. When Ling Xiao transformed, she also took advantage of the power of the tribulation thunder, thus gaining more spiritual energy from heaven and earth to manifest her magic robe. Ling Yunzi continued, but this time entering the great demon realm. She seems not to intend to let the thunder tribulation pass through her physical body and spiritual consciousness. Or rather, she does not plan to use all the tribulation thunder against these two aspects of her cultivation. Is she not confident? Su Chen Si Sina Wende. So she consumes a few tribulation thunders with her magical power first? That one tea happened. Ling Yunzi shook his head. He knew that Ling Xiao had actually entered the great demon realm 2 months ago and had been accumulating demon power. Since she decided to undergo the tribulation now, she must be completely confident. For her, while winning against Su Chengxian is important, she would never waste the opportunity to improve her cultivation. Using the tribulation thunder for training is certainly also a cultivation opportunity. If Her Majesty the Empress were that unclear, she would not be able to sit in that position. The supreme position of power in the world cannot be maintained solely by cultivation talent. There are 9 tribulation thunders in total. This is only the first one. Ling Yunzi said, looking behind. She should have other plans. Boom! Boom! Crack! As the two were speaking, the second tribulation thunder had already fallen. No matter what kind of tribulation, each subsequent thunder is more ferocious than the last. But Ling Xiao remained unmoved like a deity. She gathered her magical power again, fully condensing it in her arms and palms. Just like against the first tribulation thunder, she raised her hand to resist with her magical power. The howling wind, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart, could not approach her even a little. The magic robe shimmered with a faint blue light. Her figure was illuminated by the thunderlight, and this time she was pierced by more bolts of lightning, yet she remained expressionless, elegant, and calm. It seemed that this tribulation was merely a minor test on her path of cultivation. It did not appear that she lacked confidence. Su Chengxian observed this and spoke. During the tribulation, with no sign of her panic, it could easily provoke disrespect from her subordinates. The Cat 19 and the others hadn't even left the cave. Therefore, Ling Xiao had no need for showmanship. Moreover, pretending to be calm would also require distraction. The fact that she could manage her expression at least indicated that she was not in a state of extreme panic. Then why would she forego the benefits of refining her body with the tribulation thunder? Su Chengxian was puzzled. Ling Xiao was following the path of demon cultivation, pursuing ancestral bloodline return, ultimate physical strength, and powerful soul. She had no reason to do this. This is what I realized. Ling Yunzi was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Ling Xiao is consuming her own demon power. What? Su Chengxian was taken aback. Consuming her own demon power? Demon power is the magical power of the demon race, the strength they can exert in battle. Without available demon power, the demons would become tigers stripped of their claws and teeth. Wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? Although Ling Xiao was undergoing tribulation now and not in combat, what would happen to the subsequent tribulation thunders if her demon power was consumed? The previous hard resistance to the tribulation thunder was also to protect vital points with demon power, offsetting part of the lightning damage to avoid being reduced to ashes by the tribulation thunder, right? It's consuming demon power, not completely exhausting it. Ling Yunzi's tone was relaxed, as he guessed the purpose of Ling Xiao's actions. What purpose? Su Chengxian was dissatisfied. What kind of riddle are you playing it now? However, just as the two had not finished speaking, the third tribulation thunder arrived. Boom! Crack! Ling Xiao's response was still the same as before. She resisted part of it and let some hit her. Next came the fourth and fifth. After the fifth, the sixth tribulation thunder did not immediately follow. Instead, there was a pause. Looking up at the tribulation clouds again, within the dark clouds, electric lights whirled, as if the power of electric pythons and thunder snakes were constantly devouring each other. This was brewing the sixth thunder tribulation. Clearly, this tribulation thunder would be more terrifying than the previous ones. So heaven has a benevolent side, giving the tribulation bearer a bit of preparation time. Su Chengxian couldn't help but find this thought humorous. This is the thunder tribulation. It is a calamity created by the spirits of heaven and earth to suppress cultivators. How could there be benevolence? Heaven and earth are ruthless treating all creatures as straw dogs, meaning that kittens, puppies, lice, fleas, and even humans are the same in the eyes of the heavenly way. Cultivators are even more despicable, akin to blood-sucking cockroaches. Oh, Chengxian was disgusted by his own imagination. Old ghost. Ling Yunzi slightly distanced himself from Chengxian. Are you about to vomit from fear? He had seen timid individuals mistakenly enter a cultivator's tribulation area, scared to the point of losing control and vomiting uncontrollably. Vomit? How could that be possible? Chengxian held his head high, and when he saw Ling Yunzi seemed not to believe it, he added, I was just thinking if I swallowed the tribulation thunder. Would it be really uncomfortable? Just thinking about it made me feel a lump in my throat like I might retch. Hiss. Ling Yunzi flicked his serpent tongue. Chengxian rubbed his head with his tail, feeling that he had boasted a bit too much, and quickly changed the subject. So, you just said that Ling Xiao wasted a few tribulation thunders. What are her plans? If I'm not mistaken, she intends to use the next 3 tribulation thunders to refine her demon body. Ling Yunzi narrowed his eyes slightly. He was eager to dismiss certain associations that had arisen from Chengxian's words, so he followed up with, moreover, perhaps the previous tribulation thunders were not wasted. The tribulation thunders, whose power was offset by demon power, are just right for refining the sea of consciousness. It can also solidify the physical form. The demon body would thereby adapt to the terror of the thunder ahead of time, paving the way for the upcoming refinement. Why consume demon power first to refine the demon body? Chengxian still didn't understand. At the same time, he realized that his understanding of cultivation matters was too limited. Perhaps he should engage more with various techniques and tactics later, especially regarding spells. It would be even better if there were notes or travelogues from predecessors. He was very interested in that. He could first read through them and store them in his sea of consciousness. When sleeping, he could play it back like a movie. Using his imagination, turning it into a drama would also be great. It seems he's found a good way to make a large amount of sleeping time not boring. If demon power is not consumed, it will be forced to surge and resist the tribulation thunder when the demon body is damaged. Ling Yunzi sighed. The empress is indeed a decisive person. To suppress her demon power and not resist the tribulation thunder will inevitably disperse the power of her soul. This is disadvantageous for the full concentration of body and mind to refine the soul. What Ling Xiao wants is precisely the strengthening of her soul power, with the demon body being secondary. But the spiritual sea is too important. Once damaged, it will be irreparable. Therefore, one cannot allow the power of the tribulation thunder to completely strike the spiritual sea. On the contrary, most of the thunder must be directed at the demon's body. There are still 3 of the most dangerous tribulation thunders left. She is certainly confident that she can withstand them. However, the pain cannot be diminished in any way. What a terrifying heart of a strong person. Ling Yunzi sighed with admiration, then looked at Chengxian and said, Big brother, since you don't remember the matter of the thunder tribulation, you must have also forgotten what is most important during the tribulation, right? You must remember this well. During the tribulation, whether it is the thunder tribulation or the wind and fire tribulation, the most fearful thing is the shaking of the soul, an uncertain mind, and the emergence of fear and cowardice. Therefore, the most crucial thing is an unwavering and resilient belief. Crack. Boom. The 6th tribulation thunder struck down. Chapter 76. Empress Sister, please don't turn into grilled snake. It turns out the one undergoing the tribulation is the previously transformed green snake. Upon seeing that it was Ling Xiao facing the tribulation, Hu Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. It truly startled him. He thought it was the little white snake and the flower snake who were going to face the tribulation. In comparison, Ling Xiao, who had successfully transformed at the 8th level and revealed her extraordinary nature, facing this great demon realm's thunder tribulation was more acceptable to him. Although, her cultivation speed was equally astonishing. Looking again at the gathering tribulation clouds in the sky, he couldn't help but frown. These tribulation clouds. Wolf Qing and General, you were also looking at the tribulation clouds. The former was puzzled, while the latter raised an eyebrow. The might of the thunder contained in these clouds seemed a bit too strong. Then, when the first bolt of tribulation lightning struck, Wolfqing couldn't help but exclaim. This was indeed stronger than his own tribulation lightning. What surprised them even more was Ling Xiao's method of dealing with the tribulation. She actually consumed demon power to resist the thunder outside her demon body. Why was Ling Xiao so impatient? Upon seeing this, Hu Xiao immediately frowned and said. He assumed that Ling Xiao at this moment had no ability to face the tribulation but couldn't suppress her cultivation, so she had no choice but to undergo it. Then, seeing that this tribulation lightning was stronger than expected, she resorted to this desperate measure. Lacking confidence in facing the tribulation, she just hoped to withstand a few strikes, breaking the pot and smashing it. Big Cat, don't jump to conclusions yet. Why are you so rash? Calm down and observe. Wolfqing disagreed with his view. He had interacted with Ling Xiao a few times and felt she didn't seem like an ordinary demon beast without a plan. As for the tribulation, even the foolish would know to treat it with caution. Since this green snake from the Bai family could successfully transform, it indicated her spiritual power was not weak. She should be able to suppress her cultivation and temporarily avoid the tribulation. At worst, she shouldn't be unable to sense the power of the tribulation in advance. General Yu stood with his hands behind his back, watching silently. The descent of the tribulation lightning was extremely fast. The first few bolts came almost one after another, giving the tribulation participant no chance to catch their breath, until before the sixth bolt fell. But this short interval meant more danger was approaching. At this point, Hu Xiao had already determined that Ling Xiao would undoubtedly die. The demon power of this green snake had already been excessively consumed, and the following tribulation lightning would likely shatter her spiritual platform and damage her physical body, even in the thunder and fire turning to ashes. Wolfqing also frowned and stole a glance at General Yu. General Yu's expression was unreadable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Not long after, the next bolt of tribulation lightning arrived. The sixth bolt. Under the tribulation clouds, the suffocating sense of oppression seemed to freeze time itself. Suddenly, a dazzling fissure tore open in the sky, and a bolt of lightning roared forth like a silver dragon, striking directly at Ling Xiao. Boom, boom, crack. At this critical moment, the woman in midair showed no signs of panic. A brilliant light erupted from her body. As the lightning touched her, Ling Xiao began to slowly change. Her tightly wrapped around her body in the lightning glow. Whoosh! In the dazzling light of the lightning, amidst the storm, with a low and prolonged hiss, a green halo suddenly burst forth from her body. Ling Xiao's humanoid seemed to be torn by an invisible force, revealing her true form. A lush green snake. In the glow, a massive green snake slowly took form, its scales shimmering under the lightning, full of vitality. Ling Xiao, in her demon form, met this strike head-on. Her vertical pupils, calm and proud, stared directly at the continuously descending tribulation lightning without a trace of fear. The tribulation lightning pierced through her snake body. The lightning fire danced on her scales, leaving countless wounds and drawing out numerous beads of blood, which slowly dripped down in the rain's wash. Hiss! Chengxian couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao's so-called refining of her demon body would rely entirely on her physical body without any external power. Flesh and blood began to peel off the green snake. And this was just the first strike of the strongest tribulation lightning. Boom! Crack! The seventh bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Come on! With a light exhale, a demon core glowing with green light was expelled from Ling Xiao's slightly open mouth. It spun and floated above her head. This bolt of tribulation lightning grew increasingly fierce. Buzz! The moment the demon core was enveloped by the tribulation lightning, it erupted with a burst of green light. In that instant, the green snake raised its head and swallowed the demon core into its belly, allowing the lightning to pierce through as well. Hiss! The green snake hissed. Her body twisted and coiled in the air. Each movement seemed like a dance with the thunder. The lightning roamed over her. As the flames spread, a surge of demon power gradually appeared on her snake body. Her scales suffered more wounds in the battle between the lightning fire and demon power. The scales shattered. A A layer of pallor appeared on the snake's body. Then this layer of pallor was torn open by huge gashes. The lightning followed these gashes, igniting this layer of pallor that seemed like an old curtain. The ignited thunder fire instantly enveloped Ling Xiao. Is she shedding her skin? Su Chengxian's eyes widened in disbelief. She is shedding her skin during the tribulation? When snakes and pythons shed their skin, they are at their most vulnerable. And Ling Xiao, she actually chose to shed her skin at this critical moment under the tribulation. Not only did she shed her skin, but she also shattered part of her demon core. Under the tribulation lightning, Su Chengxian couldn't extend his consciousness to check. But as long as he wasn't blind and his brain was functioning normally, he could discern what had happened the moment Ling Xiao expelled the demon core. The demon core was struck by the lightning. Cracks appeared on it, and after Ling Xiao swallowed it, the demon power that had originally been within her was exhausted. So what was battling the lightning now on the green snake demon body? This demon power came from the demon core. It should not have completely shattered, but left behind the most refined core. Ling Yunzi's vertical pupils flashed with a glimmer of admiration, saying, "Clever idea, so it can be done this way." Su Chengxian turned his head. "Goodness, your tone sounds like you want to learn from this too." Boom. Crack. The thunder fire on the green snake had not extinguished. The ninth bolt of tribulation lightning arrived. This was the last one, and it was the most terrifying tribulation lightning. It roared in, causing the entire world to change color. But the green snake closed its eyes, allowing the thunder to strike. The tribulation lightning was so strong that it instantly extinguished the thunder fire on her body. However, immediately after, an even greater thunder fire surged forth. Hiss! The green snake let out a painful hiss. The emerald color of her body turned char-black. Around the valley, the already faint smell of burnt flesh suddenly grew much stronger. Damn! Su Chengxian anxiously craned his neck. Ling Xiao, please don't let the tribulation turn you into a grilled snake. Chapter 77. Why has the calamity cloud not dispersed? Who else wants to cross the tribulation? No way. No way. Su Chengxian shook his head. The empress? Oh, this is the empress. How could she die so easily? Especially not in such a suffocating manner. As expected, Ling Xiao did not give up. The green serpent in midair suddenly rolled violently. A dazzling green halo erupted from its body. That was all the demon power and will within her condensed together. It was truly the last bit of defensive power. If this power were to be exhausted, what awaited her would be a failed tribulation. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The world was left with only the fierce entanglement of those two beams of light. Wow, this is too risky. Su Chengxian's heart was in his throat. He felt that Ling Xiao's tribulation had no reference value for him. This calculation, which could go terribly wrong with the slightest miscalculation, could lead to death. This isn't how it should be played. There's no need for that. Fortunately, he still had this guy Ling Yunzi to use as the next reference. Of course, Su Chengxian also believed that since Ling Xiao chose to do this, she should be able to succeed. This younger sister empress was still waiting for the emperor's return, seeking revenge for grievances. How could she seek death? So, even if it seemed like she was courting death, it was merely a pursuit of maximizing benefits. I really admire this guy who is willing to go to any lengths to become stronger. This is too strong-willed. Seeing the thunder fire extinguish and the green serpent gradually revealing its current appearance, Su Chengxian couldn't help but twitch his lips. That's right. The thunder fire has gone out. The power of the thunder began to dissipate. The tribulation thunder is indeed terrifying, but it is, after all, not a sentient thing. As long as the tribulation bearer has withstood the last bolt of tribulation thunder, if within a few breaths their spirit and soul remain intact, and their physical body does not collapse, and of course, there is still demon power within them, they can drive away the subsequent powerless lightning within those few breaths. Then it can be considered that they have passed this tribulation. But those few breaths are enough to make the tribulation bearer die, without a doubt. Only someone like Ling Xiao, who had crossed many tribulations in her past life, had countless people teaching her methods, and had her own insights, would dare to do this. Oh no! Sister Green Serpent has turned into Sister Black Serpent. Su Chengxian breathed a sigh of relief and joked. The current Green Serpent, how could you see a hint of green? It's pitch black like a roasted sweet potato, just dug out from the bottom of the pot. The surface must have already carbonized into a hard skin, right? Huh. Speaking of roasted sweet potatoes, I'm getting a bit hungry. Chengxian mumbled. How about you go back and eat something? Ling Yunzi suggested after a moment of silence. He felt that if the flower serpent continued to babble like this, once Ling Xiao finished crossing the tribulation, the two of them would have to fight. But that wouldn't be good, mainly because he also wanted to participate. However, that could wait a moment. Buzz buzz. The strong wind stopped, and the pouring rain gradually lessened. Yet suddenly, within the calamity cloud, there came a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy. Streams of barely visible spiritual energy swirled down into the valley. Moreover, they began to converge around the successfully tribulated green serpent, forming wisps of cloud-like white mist, wrapping around the green serpent, enveloping her, nourishing her physical body thread by thread. Following her mouth and nose, it was swallowed and refined. Within several breaths, a faint sound of something cracking echoed from the green serpent's body. Crackle, crackle, boom. The green serpent landed in the valley. Climbing up an ancient tree that had stood for 1,000 years, she swam gracefully. Her massive body nearly covered the entire tree, but her movements were exceptionally elegant, as if every inch of her scales and every twist contained boundless power and beauty. In the twisting motion, countless black-red serpent skins were shed from her body, revealing a bright green scale beneath. The emerald color became even more beautiful. Amidst the enchanting and strange beauty, there was a sense of strength and nobility. These scales must have become even more resilient. Everything settled. The world, once turbulent due to the heavenly tribulation, now returned to calm. The green serpent not only showed no signs of defeat, but instead, through the power of the tribulation, completed yet another transformation. Her aura grew even stronger. Ling Xiao opened her eyes and raised her head to the four directions. Her vertical pupils shone brightly. Not only had she successfully crossed the 9 heavenly tribulations, but she had also achieved a leap in her cultivation during this process, refining both her physical body and spirit to the limits they could currently withstand. This tribulation's power far exceeded that of an ordinary great demon realm. To successfully cross it, her strength would surely be greater. They could actually cross the tribulation like this? Langqing couldn't help but exclaim. He had also crossed the great demon realm's tribulation, and the dangers were still fresh in his memory. At that time, he lost more than half his life, barely enduring it. Ordinary demon clans without a foundation, without techniques, and without the protection of strong ones, could only rely on snippets of information heard from others to understand the key points. Then, it was all up to fate. Good fortune and misfortune depend on the will of heaven. Don't even mention taking advantage of the tribulation like the green serpent. Just surviving is already a great fortune. If they had known earlier, he and Hu Xiao had considered themselves lucky among the fortunate, although they were seriously injured and took 7 or 8 years to recover. At least their foundations were intact, leaving room for future cultivation. Now seeing Ling Xiao crossing the tribulation, how could they not be moved? If they had known her method, they probably wouldn't have been able to use it either. Hu Xiao shook his head and said, "Don't forget, Ling Xiao crossed the great demon realm's tribulation after transforming. Would ordinary demon beasts dare to transform early? Even if they dared, it would be very difficult to succeed in transforming. If they entered the great demon realm first and then transformed, not only would they have to endure the tribulation, but they would also have to solidify their human form. How could they focus on anything else? Yet, the great demon realm's tribulation is also the best time to transform. Otherwise, as the demon body grows and demon power increases, if they were to cross the thunder tribulation and transform, the power of the tribulation would be several times greater than before. Unfortunately, there is no way to learn this." Langqing slightly nodded, acknowledging that Hu Xiao was right. Then, could this method of crossing the tribulation? He thought, looking at General Yu. The tribulation of the demon general realm might be usable in this way. General Yu smiled and nodded. Instantly, the two great demons' eyes sparkled. Hu Xiao's heart stirred. What about the Lord? It could be worth a try. General Yu laughed heartily. The demon race fears crossing the thunder tribulation. In other words, there is no cultivator who does not fear thunder tribulation. with his late-stage demon general cultivation, considering the tribulation for advancing to the demon commander. It might still be a bit early. Without a few decades, or even 100 years, there's probably no possibility of breaking through to demon commander. But precisely because it's early enough, he can make more preparations. This Ling Xiao has unexpectedly brought him a pleasant surprise. This calamity cloud? Since the 9 bolts of tribulation thunder have already descended, why has the calamity cloud not dispersed? Hu Xiao felt the sky darkening, so he looked up at the sky. To his surprise, the dark clouds covering the sky had not dissipated. Not only had they not dispersed, but there were also faint signs of gathering again. Langxing and General Yu also looked astonished. Yunzi, you want to cross the tribulation? Su Chengxian's heart raced. Since Ling Xiao has become a great demon, Ling Yunzi smiled proudly. How could I, the master, fall behind her? He then swam toward the valley. He, too, wants to cross the tribulation. The 12 bolts of transformation tribulation. Chapter 78. It's fine, no rush, anyway, I will add interest. What's going on? Is there someone else crossing the tribulation? It can't be the snakes from the Bai family again, can it? Hu Xiao frowned. At this moment, besides him and Lang Qing, as well as General Yu, there were only the 2 snakes, Yi Hua and Yi Bai, opposite them, and coincidentally, both were at the 9th rank. He looked at the tribulation clouds and then at the ones across from him. No way. A whole family of snakes. Isn't one enough? Moreover, the 3 snakes from the Bai family had all advanced to 9th rank demon beasts in an extremely short period of time. How long has it been since then? Now, there's another one that has just successfully crossed the great demon tribulation. Really? That's enough. Quite enough. Don't go too far. If there are more advancing to great demons one after another, what kind of natural order is there? However, no matter how unbelievable it seemed, when he saw a white giant snake swimming towards the valley, he could only believe it. The 2 snakes, one blue and one white from the Bai family, really intended to cross the tribulation one after the other. What is going on? Are they trying to seek good fortune by crossing the tribulation together? Absurd. Some are too hasty, Lang Qing also said. There is still a whole year before the deadline set with General Yu. What is the rush? Hey, wait a minute. Hu Xiao blinked his tiger eyes. Did it take Chengxian a year to advance to the 9th rank? If calculated like this, adding the 2 years for advancing to great demons, it would be exactly 3 years. If it's really for the Master's promise, then it's truly indescribable. Ling Xiao and the others came from the edge of the mountains, so they definitely had no way of knowing what kind of opportunity General Yu was talking about. To take the risk of crossing the thunder tribulation for an opportunity that they don't even know the reason for? If it weren't for the master being right in front of him, Hu Xiao would have wanted to curse out loud. However, if he did, it would somewhat imply blaming his superior. Although he wasn't as sharp as Lang Qing, he wasn't foolish either. So he just said, this white snake crossing the tribulation is going to combine the transformation and the boundary-breaking tribulation together. It's even more dangerous than the blue snake. No, he practices the Xianmen method. General Yu slightly shook his head, saying it's not just dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. Looking at the demon clouds gathering in the sky again, one could see some clues. Boom! Rumble! Amidst the rolling clouds, thunder roared in waves. The momentum was even greater than before. 12 heavenly thunder tribulations are not so easy to cross. Cultivating the demon race's path is based on the demon body, while cultivating the immortal path, the foundation is the human body. Therefore, this time, the white snake's transformation and crossing the tribulation will require the might of the thunder to completely mold its physical body into a human form. Recasting the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 layers of towers, opening all the body's acupoints, and most importantly, opening the Dan Tian's purple mansion to build a foundation for cultivation, to prepare for later to form the golden core. Does this white snake have such ability? Right? I almost forgot. It practices the immortal way. Hu Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The immortal way? Does it mean completely abandoning the demon body? The immortal way, of course, does not require abandoning the demon body. The snake body is not only a demon body, but also the physical body of Ling Yunzi. How can one cultivate the immortal way without the physical body? At this moment, since the Yang God has not yet formed, it's likely that he can't even cultivate the ghost immortal path. Not to mention, even if he achieves the Yang God, without the physical body to support him, after ascending, he can only become a minor official in the Jinxiao heaven, serving others for years. What is the purpose of cultivation then? If it weren't for that, he would have gone through the process of being reborn and reincarnated. Cultivating the orthodox Xianmen method seeks carefree longevity, not just to survive. In this life, I will definitely not repeat the same mistakes. I want to go further on the path of cultivation than in my previous life, blinding the eyes of those mediocre people. Boom, rumble. Under the dark clouds pressing down and the thunder flashing in the sky, a white giant snake coiled through the valley. Its spiritual power surged, causing its scales to slightly emit a white halo in the increasingly dark scenery, appearing more and more silvery white like snow, like a divine beast fallen into the mortal world. TSK. Su Chengxian turned his head and said to the blue snake beside him, "Sister, not to mention anything else, our third brother's appearance is really nice, hee." The latter hee was because he thought about Nyangzi. Suddenly, a few mischievous thoughts popped up. He thought, when Ling Yunzi transforms and learns some transformation techniques, should he find a chance to let the other party turn into by Nyangzi's appearance and cast a spell? Sing a song like Crossing Love or something. I want to see. Appearance? Be careful he hears you. He'll strike you with lightning. Ling Xiao originally didn't want to pay attention, but who made it Su Chengxian, who just took the opportunity to carry her back under the thunder's descent. So, suppressing the fatigue after crossing the tribulation, she coiled her body on a stone and replied. Su Chengxian glanced at her and couldn't help but click his tongue. Although the attitude was not good, one could say she responded or not. This sister-brother dynamic is not cute at all, but who told him to be a kind-hearted big brother with a broad mind? So not only was he not unhappy, but he was also very concerned. Taking advantage of the thunder meant for the third brother before it fell, he asked about the second sister's situation. Ling Xiao, why do you keep maintaining your snake form? Could it be that after the thunder tribulation, you can't transform into a human form anymore? When you transformed before, there was quite a long time where you couldn't revert to your original form. This thunder tribulation is more dangerous. There won't be any side effects, right? Thinking of the empress's fearless behavior, Su Chengxian found it hard to believe she was fine. The demon core might have been shattered. I'm tired, Ling Xiao said lightly. It's not that I can't transform into a human form. It's that staying in my original form is more energy efficient. This time, the thunder tribulation has benefited her immensely. Especially after this battle, the transformation between the demon body and the human body will be even more harmonious and smooth. The enhancement of her divine soul power and the refinement of her divine sense will allow her to have better control over her demon body than before. Moreover, the physical body tempered by the tribulation lightning is extraordinarily tough. Not only is it difficult for ordinary weapons to harm her, but even the same rank great demons would find it hard to break through her defenses using their combat skills. Most importantly, her demon body has undergone 2 shedding processes through this thunder fire, refining blood and tempering bones. Although the snake body seems unchanged on the surface, inside it has sparked a trace of ancestral bloodline. What bloodline? Su Chengxian immediately asked curiously. Ancient giant snake. Ling Xiao did not hide it. Moreover, she faintly showed signs of awakening her innate abilities. However, the thunder tribulation also caused a huge depletion of my spirit and demon power. It might take 1.5 years to recover. Especially the refinement of the demon core will also take time to condense anew. Of course, what I condense this time will far surpass the previous several times. My injuries are not completely healed either. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Su Chengxian. Do you have any spirit stones left? Lend me some. Oh, come on, we're siblings. Why talk about lending or borrowing? Su Chengxian proudly said. I'll give it to you to use. Once I recover from my injuries, I'll find a way to get you some great demon blood and flesh to eat. That sounds good. Su Chengxian laughed. Yunzi also used one of my medium-grade spirit stones, and when the time comes, you two can go together. Get more meat. I have a big appetite. After his thunder tribulation, the time he needs to recuperate will probably be longer than mine. After all, what comes next is not 9 bolts of lightning, but 12. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Su Chengxian tilted his head, squinting. Anyway, it will come with interest. Ling Xiao glanced at him. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt exploded over the valley ahead. Looking up, amidst the rumbling thunder, the gathering tribulation clouds had not ceased to increase. She glanced at the tribulation clouds and couldn't help but look at Su Chengxian again. It is precisely because of the mid-grade spirit stone from the flower snake that Ling Yunzi was able to quickly reach the transformation stage. His defensive magical tools were only finished refining a couple of days ago. It's uncertain whether this thunder tribulation will go smoothly. After more than 10 breaths, the calamity clouds in the sky finally brewed the first bolt of tribulation lightning. With a crash, heavy rain arrived. The wild wind blew. Boom! Chapter 79, Thunder Tribulation. Ling Yunzi transforms. Boom! Crack! The thunder roared like an electric python, suddenly rushing towards the white snake below, ready to devour it. Its massive body stirred up the wind and clouds, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to tremble slightly. The white snake in the valley, unwilling to back down, raised its head high. Its spiritual power surged forth, actively. Boom! The lightning pierced through the snake's body and struck the ground, creating a loud noise. Boom! Boom! The white snake immediately rolled over. The lightning and flames on its body ignited in an instant. Oh! Su Chengxian was startled. How could it catch fire after just the first bolt of lightning? Ling Yunzi's snake body isn't fat. If it burns for a while, it will dry up all the oil. This is his tribulation of transformation, to reshape his human form. Ling Xiao glanced at him, thinking that compared to my transformation, this is 100 times more painful. Is this the reason you don't cultivate? I suppose. She knew a few methods of cultivation in the immortal way, but none were top tier, and transcending tribulations was very difficult. Not to mention the immortal techniques. Even the demonic path she practiced in her previous life wasn't chosen. It's because the demon race has to cultivate human techniques, and the tribulation for transforming into a human is extremely painful. Moreover, I have no obsession with being human. Me too. Su Chengxian nodded in agreement. So he has no thoughts about transformation. Ling Yunzi actually chose to walk the old path. Could it be that he doesn't know the top techniques of the demon race? Ling Zhao's curiosity was piqued. Or is there another reason? Willing to endure such suffering. A beautiful confidant, love and hate entangled. A green snake and a flower snake turned their heads, locking eyes. They saw mutual interest in each other's eyes. Find an opportunity to test? Ling Xiao blinked. Agreed. Su Chengxian nodded. How about your majesty uses beauty to exchange? I refuse. Ling Xiao shot him a glare. The flower snake wants to have it all? No way. Boom. Crack. While the two were talking, the second bolt of tribulation lightning struck Ling Yunzi. As the second heavenly thunder roared down, it cleaved through the void like the angered sword of a deity, striking the giant snake's head directly. The white snake still did not evade, holding its head high. Boom! The moment the lightning collided with its body, it erupted with dazzling light, as if thousands of fiery serpents were writhing on its surface, yet still stood firm, with a faint silver light flowing beneath its scales. That was the protective divine light of Ling Yunzi's cultivation, transformed from demonic power. But this could not block the onslaught of the tribulation lightning. The scales of the white snake burst in the thunder and fire, revealing fresh red flesh, followed by the third and fourth bolts. A continuous 4 bolts of tribulation lightning fell one after another, with almost no pause in between. Su Chengxian's heart also pounded with each strike. Even though he was some distance away, the pressure from the tribulation clouds and the power fluctuations when the lightning descended made it hard for him not to be affected. Moreover, to adapt to this environment, he hadn't stirred his blood energy to resist. On the eve of the exam, of course, he had to familiarize himself with the testing environment. Also, since he was uncertain what kind of tribulation he would face, he needed to gather more information. Thus, when the 5th bolt did not fall after the 4th, he turned to Ling Xiao and asked, "Why has it stopped?" 12 bolts of divine lightning, every 4 bolts. There would be an interval of a tease time. Ling Xiao replied, "So it's humanized?" Su Jian Si Na Guestin. Humanized? Ling Xiao had never heard this term, but he understood the meaning well, so he snickered. How could tribulation lightning be humanized? This interval is to prevent cultivators from using means to borrow external power. The thunderclouds that give birth to the tribulation lightning, after all, have no intelligence. Naturally, they need a moment to sense the changes below. So this interval is not for the cultivators to rest, but for the tribulation clouds to make corresponding adjustments. Chengxian was taken aback. He marveled at the heavenly Tao's understanding of the human race. Of course, whether or not external power is borrowed, the tribulation will become increasingly stronger. Therefore, this pause is also to give the tribulation clouds a breather to gather strength. Boom! Crack! A tease time passed in the blink of an eye. A bolt of heavenly thunder exploded, causing the entire valley to tremble. And this time, the 4 bolts of tribulation lightning fell faster than before. Not only faster, but also fiercer. Boom! 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 Endless power of lightning poured down, completely enveloping the white snake. In this destructive force, the giant snake's body began to undergo astonishing changes, its scales gradually falling off, transforming into dots of glowing light that dissipated into the air. The spiritual power on Ling Yunzi's body, in the electric light and thunder fire of the tribulation lightning, turned into groups of mist, enveloping him entirely. The light of the lightning and the spiritual mist engulfed the white snake. Boom! 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 Only the sounds of it rolling in pain and slamming against the ground could be heard continuously. The valley, already ravaged once by Ling Zhao's tribulation, was once again heavily damaged. In the halo, splattered blood and scales, with burning thunder fire, were blown everywhere by the wind. Fortunately, the heavy rain falling from the tribulation clouds extinguished it in time. Otherwise, the valley would have turned into a sea of fire. After the 4 bolts of tribulation lightning, there was another tease time of pause. The thunder in the sky rumbled, and electric snakes danced. The giant snake in the valley also had a moment to breathe. The thunder fire spread across its body, which it ignored. The white snake coiled up, raised its head high, and spat out a demon core. It breathed towards the demon core. Each breath was accompanied by more powerful waves of spiritual power. More spiritual power surged from its body, and its flesh and scales quickly healed. Roar! Before the 9th bolt of thunder fell, Ling Yunzi's snake body had already returned to its original state, but he did not retract the demon core. So, boom! Crack! As the first bolt of thunder split the sky, it struck fiercely at the demon core. Whoosh! The demon core was instantly ignited by the thunder fire. Damn! Chengxian's eyes widened in anger. Good lord! This guy Ling Yunzi wants to learn from Ling Xiao. Just as reckless. Why can these two remain so calm while crazily testing the edge of life and death? Could this be one of the assessment criteria for becoming an empress and a Dao sovereign? Roar! The thunder ignited the demon core and also struck the massive body of the white snake. The protective artifact on its body was shattered in an instant. Instantly, a sense of filled the air. The white snake's body trembled violently, yet it showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it raised its head and let out a deafening roar. It tilted its head back and swallowed the burning demon core. Boom! The thunder fire on its demonic body suddenly surged. A fierce red light enveloped the white snake's body, and spiritual power and electric light continuously intertwined and canceled each other out. Before the 2nd bolt of tribulation lightning fell, the snake's body began to change. The specific details were unclear. No one dared to extend their consciousness towards the tribulation lightning. Chengxian could only see the white snake's body trembling violently. Then its figure began to blur. Gradually, the snake form slowly disappeared, replaced by a human figure. The transformation happened faster than imagined. Boom! Crack! The 3rd bolt of lightning descended. When this bolt of lightning dissipated, almost in the blink of an eye, the white snake transformed into a person. However, the features were indistinct, and even the figure was somewhat unclear. Boom! Crack! Another series of thunderclaps followed. The final bolt of tribulation lightning fell. When the last trace of lightning dissipated, a handsome Daoist in white robes with long hair like a waterfall stood in the valley. He looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky, surrounded by a faint spiritual glow, revealing a subtle smile. The 12 bolts of tribulation lightning came to an end. His transformation was also successful. Is it ever going to end? Huh? The tribulation has ended. The storm and rain dispersed in an instant. Spiritual energy descended from the heavens, misty like fog, drifting like rain. The white-clad Daoist sat in the valley, eyes slightly closed, meditating to recover. Threads of spiritual mist surrounded him. Although he had just undergone tribulation and transformed, there was no trace of a serpent demon in his demeanor. His features were handsome, and his temperament was extraordinary, resembling a transcendent immortal. TSK. Su Chengxian made an ambiguous sound. Has it also turned into rain of spiritual energy? Ling Xiao glanced at him. But her greater concern was the gains of Lingjianzi from this tribulation after his transformation. Following the orthodox path of the Xianmen and undergoing the transformation tribulation was indeed perilous and painful. However, once successful, there would be immense benefits in future cultivation. Naturally, for Lin Jianzi, the greatest benefit was to retrace the path he had taken, becoming familiar with it. Wouldn't that make his journey incredibly smooth? This guy was decisive, borrowing the thunder tribulation to shatter and burn the demon core. Ling Xiao snorted softly. Such a demonic method surely did not exist within the Xianmen. Lin Jianzi learned quickly. This guy cultivated the orthodox path of the Xianmen, but was a demon body before his transformation. To cultivate, he needed to condense the demon core, which inevitably carried the bloodthirsty demonic power. Therefore, before transforming into human form, he needed to shatter the demon core to cleanse these bloodthirsty energies and demonic power. This time, by learning to use the tribulation thunder, he not only avoided the trouble of shattering his own core, but also prevented the chaotic flow of power in his body caused by a shattered demon core. He could even retract the remaining demon core into his body. The demon core that had been tempered by thunder and fire contained not only pure power, but also less violent energy, making it just right for resisting the tribulation thunder. However, making such a choice was also a great risk. After all, shattering the core oneself and having the demon core shattered by the tribulation thunder were vastly different. Of course, looking at the current results, he clearly did well. The heavenly path is merciless, and the heavenly path is just. The spiritual energy descending from the heavens is not given lightly. After the tribulation, is there any significance to the amount of spiritual energy provided by heaven and earth? Su Chengxian asked curiously. Of course, Ling Xiao nodded. If it aligns with the will of heaven, then the spiritual energy descends like mist, like rain, like a waterfall. If it does not align with the will of heaven, then the spiritual energy is like threads, just a casual offering. So, do you want to ask how to align with the will of heaven and earth? Yes. I don't know. I really don't know. But the people of the Eastern land have some speculation about this. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, it is said to be related to the cultivation methods practiced by the cultivators, just like she practiced the methods of the demon race, enduring the most ferocious tribulations in demon form. Lin Jianzi practices the orthodox Xianmen techniques, so he shattered the demon core with thunder and fire, somewhat sacrificing his demon form, focusing entirely on cultivating the innate Dao body. However, achieving the heavenly heart is not so easy. Moreover, such matters are uncertain. Their success does not necessarily mean it is because of this. So just listen to what I say and don't take it too seriously. Human hearts are difficult to unify, even more so to think in unity. Understanding the heart of heaven and the thoughts of the heavenly path is likely to be very difficult to follow. Moreover, cultivators are mostly unwilling to be mediocre, rebellious, and unique. If one truly goes against their heart to conform to the heavenly path, it may be difficult to do so, and it may even lead to the opposite result. Since one is human, there will be selfishness. It is better for each person to cultivate their own path, relying on their own abilities. It is still paramount to adhere to one's original intention. In the tribulation, do not let fear disturb your mind and be disturbed by inner demons. Inner demons? Su Chengxian caught the key information and quickly asked, are there inner demons during the tribulation? Thunder can shock the soul, dispelling evil and demons. When you have delusions in your heart, the tribulation thunder will disturb you, revealing itself. Ling Xiao said, so, to outsiders, the tribulation thunder seems to be only a few strikes from falling to dissipating, which does not take a moment. But for the tribulation bearer, it feels like years. I see. Chengxian nodded. Therefore, the tribulation is a dual test of both the soul and the body. The transformation tribulation has passed, and in the future, Xiaobai's cultivation will truly advance by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao looked at him and smiled. Old ghost. When will you undergo tribulation? When do you think it would be appropriate for me to undergo tribulation? Chengxian asked. You ask me? Ling Xiao was taken aback and laughed. Such a matter concerning life and death in cultivation is asked so casually. Do you think that if I say when, you can undergo tribulation at that time? What a joke. Unless he is already. Ling Xiao thought of a possibility and couldn't help but turn her head in surprise. Sizing up Chengxian from top to bottom. You say it first, let me hear. Chengxian said. All right, if I have to say, today is just right. Ling Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at him. Why? Chengxian probed. You must have a reason for saying today, right? Reason? Of course I have. Ling Xiao smiled. Have you heard of the matter of borrowing fate? In the cultivation world, there has always been a saying about borrowing luck. Both Lin Jianzi and I have successfully passed the thunder tribulation this time, and we have also received the spiritual energy from heaven and earth in the form of rain after the tribulation. As the saying goes, when things go smoothly, everything goes smoothly. Isn't this a good omen? If you also undergo tribulation, perhaps you can take advantage of the situation to succeed. That makes sense. Chengxian seemed to ponder. Makes sense, right? Why say his golden words? Can not make sense? Huh. Ling Xiao didn't believe that Chengxian would really choose to undergo tribulation today because of this. So after finishing, she laughed first. Forget it. In my opinion, Xiaohua, you should hurry back to cultivate. Time waits for no one. She stifled a laugh and said, if you don't hurry, you might get left behind by me and Xiaobai. Huh. Before she could finish, she saw Chengxian turn around and swim forward. She couldn't help but ask in astonishment, where are you going? Upon asking, a certain thought in her heart trembled, and Ling Xiao thought of the possibility she had just considered. Chengxian, could it be that he wants to undergo tribulation? She saw the flower snake flick its tail and happily reply, Ling Xiao. Very well, her premonition has come true. The tribulation clouds scattered. The tribulation clouds have dissipated. The tribulation clouds finally scattered. Ha! Hu Xiao nodded happily. Not bad. Not bad, it has finally ended. As he watched the tribulation thunder and the spiritual energy descending, almost completely absorbed and refined by the white snake. The tribulation clouds in the sky had also dissipated considerably. He thought to himself, now, surely there won't be a third thunder tribulation, right? With 2 consecutive thunder tribulations. Even just watching from the side, he felt considerable pressure. The thunder tribulation of these 2 snakes from the Bai family was extraordinary. The method of undergoing tribulation also tested the endurance of the observers. One was a great demon realm, the other an immortal path transformation and foundation establishment. This family truly had good luck, especially this white snake. After transforming from the thunder tribulation, appeared like a true immortal. Quite human-like. Hee little white face. Perhaps he will be very popular with female demons. It is indeed strange that before transforming into human form, regardless of a race, females love to seek out such a robust figure. But once transformed, many preferred the scholarly and ethereal types. What kind of interest? Huh. Isn't it just liking good looks? As if we don't understand. And those with unique tastes, traveling thousands of miles to flirt with bald monks. Aren't they all specifically choosing those with good looks? These female demons are just not as good as us male demons. Hu Xiao thought to himself. Us male demons are very loyal. No matter when, we only like good looks. Hee. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise his head proudly. Then, he instantly widened his tiger-like eyes. Huh. Master. Quick, look at the calamity cloud. The calamity cloud that was about to dissipate has started to gather again. Is this never-ending? Tiger Roar was jumping in frustration. Chapter 81 is this thundercloud, not quite right? Good, very good. Ling Yunzi successfully transcended the tribulation. General Yu looked at the Daoist sitting cross-legged in the valley, smiling with his hands behind his back. The simultaneous birth of 2 great demon-level creatures within his Luyang mountain was good news for him. Let us not mention the green snake for now. This white snake is likely to become a rare existence in the demon clan in the future. Firstly, he can refine pills. It is said that he can also refine tools. However, it is unclear whether he can successfully establish his foundation. Judging from the heavenly, spiritual reign, this transformation, Thunder Tribulation, was quite successful. It reshaped the human body and Dao body, and the next step is to establish the foundation. He needs to clear the meridians and acupoints, open up the Dantian and Purple House, thereby establishing the root of the immortal path. It is unknown at which step this green snake is. The Thunder Tribulation has just ended, and the other party is recovering their magical power, currently at their weakest and most vigilant. Since General Yu has no intention of being enemies with the other party, he naturally rashly use his divine sense to check. After a few months, he can find an opportunity for Lang Qing to ask. Between him and the few snakes of the Bai family, there is not only no estrangement, but also a bit of a protective relationship. Moreover, there is still an opportunity here that has yet to be fulfilled. The white snake is unlikely to conceal its cultivation. This white snake is called Lingyan. General Yu glanced at the seemingly lost in thought Hu Shao and turned to Lang Qing, saying, reporting back to the Lord. I heard the green snake call him by his nickname, Shao Bai. Lang Qing replied, and there is a bigger name, Bai Lingyun. Bai Lingyun? This general remembers. General Yu nodded. Previously, when the green snake and white snake paid their respects to him, they reported their names. Ling Shao, Ling Yun. Two of the 4 water-avoiding snakes have the surname Ling. The big white snake is a female snake with the lowest cultivation, called by Xiao Chui. The green snake and white snake share the surname Bai along with her. That flower snake, however, has the surname Su, called Su Chengxian. These are all extremely rare names among demons. Speaking of which, the promises he made for opportunities were also somewhat related to these names. Smart demons do not necessarily all become powerful beings, but except for a very few with exceptional talent and good fortune, there are almost no foolish ones who can smoothly progress in cultivation. Since he has alchemy skills, he should also have some other magical techniques. General Yu thought to himself. If not, he could also find ways to bring him some. It would be best to find a few pill recipes. The former is for that opportunity, while the latter is for himself. Spiritual power is much more convenient than demon power. It can be combined with magical techniques and enhances their effectiveness when used together. This is not the result of humanity being favored by the heavens. Those claims are merely humanity's self-glorification. The reason for this is simply that those cultivation techniques and formulas were all created by powerful humans. The magical power they cultivate is spiritual power. Can demon power be more effective when used? Even the fact that demon power is not suitable for alchemy is because demon clan techniques are rougher and less refined compared to human clan techniques. However, if made too refined, ordinary demons would find it more difficult to cultivate, so it is ultimately left aside. Of course, there are also those among the demons who understand alchemy and tool refinement. There is no shortage of them in the royal city, but they are lacking in Luyang Mountain. Not to mention Luyang Mountain, even the entire Shenglong Ridge is short of pills. Perhaps the demon lord can help facilitate this. As the station general of Luyang Mountain, General Yu's mind was constantly turning with ideas. However, the plan matters also left benefits for Ling Yunzi. Although he does not urgently need pills, having such a great demon proficient in alchemy under his command is also of considerable benefit to him. In the future, it may be useful. Furthermore, if the white snake can refine beneficial pills for cultivation, even if the enhancement is not great, he will not refuse. Even better, these 2 great demons have just opened up their caves on his territory. It seems they have no plans to leave this place for the time being. Thinking of this, General Yu naturally felt quite happy. Seeing the tribulation clouds gradually dissipating, he had no intention of approaching the 2 demons who had just passed the Thunder Tribulation, and he prepared to turn and leave. Afterwards, he would send someone to deliver some congratulatory gifts. Once they become great demons, they are naturally the rightful masters of their caves. Of course, they would also have the qualification to receive congratulations from demon generals. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard Hu Shao calling out twice. Then he heard this tiger demon shout, "Lord, let them look quickly. Look at what?" General Yu turned his head and followed Hu Zhao's outstretched finger to look at the sky. Huh. He was surprised to see that the previously dissipating tribulation clouds were quickly gathering back. What is going on? Lang Qing asked in surprise. Who else is going to transcend the tribulation? Look over there in the valley. Hu Xiao shouted, did you see? That flower snake. I saw it just now. This huge flower snake twisted and turned, darting into the valley. It seemed to be warning the white snake, which also sensed the change in the tribulation clouds, to get away quickly. The implication was that this place was needed for the tribulation. The whole family of snakes with the surname Bai has come to transcend the tribulation. Hu Xiao mumbled. It seems this general has overlooked something. General, you couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He couldn't help but sweep his divine sense over Su Chengxian's body. He had noticed earlier. Now, upon closer inspection, it was clear that Su Chengxian was indeed about to transcend the tribulation. His blood energy seemed to have reached the limit that his physical body could bear. Everything that grows has its end. When demon beasts reach the 9th stage of growth, to continue to become stronger, they must endure the thunder tribulation. However, thinking further, he seemed to have never seen a demon beast at the 9th stage, without a trace of demon power transcending the tribulation. But this flower snake has consistently shown no magical power fluctuations. How will it transform? No matter how rich the blood energy within a demon body is, can it really withstand the tribulation thunder? General Yu frowned. He had never seen a 9th stage demon beast transcend the tribulation with absolutely no magical power. However, he had seen many large demon beasts with insufficient magical power perish in the thunder tribulation. In the valley, are you going to transcend the tribulation too? Ling Yunzi looked at Su Chengxian. MMHM. Su Chengxian nodded, urging him to leave quickly. Little brother, you should go quickly, or when this thunder tribulation strikes. It might hit you too, but you don't even have magical power. I know what I'm doing. Su Chengxian used his tail like a hand, waving it at him repeatedly. You go. Be careful. The thunder tribulation is not to be trifled with. Ling Yunzi's mouth twitched, seeing the blood energy on him surging. He stopped persuading and only reminded him. After saying that, he turned around, flicked his robe sleeve, and soared into the sky. His back was tall and upright, with black hair and white robes, exuding a graceful demeanor. TSK. Su Chengxian couldn't help but make a strange sound. Then he turned back to look at the sky. The tribulation clouds in the sky were gathering. Because he had been on his way, his blood energy was already surging. The blood energy surged into the sky, stirring the fluctuations of the heavenly spiritual energy. Thus, the thunder tribulation arose. Boom, boom. The thunder sounded like a drumbeat, densely packed in an instant. Is this thundercloud not quite right? Su Chengxian stood tall, gazing at the high sky. Suddenly, he noticed that the constantly gathering clouds, amidst their rolling, seemed to bring a bit of overwhelming pressure. Chapter 82. Thunder Tribulation? Come on, thunderclouds. In just a moment it transformed. Countless dark blue tribulation clouds rolled in, like ink dragons tumbling. They quickly gathered into a vast, boundless black ocean. Boom, boom, roaring and rolling, as if one to swallow all the light in the world. Deep within the clouds, lightning danced like silver snakes, weaving an impenetrable net of heaven. Every flash was accompanied by deafening thunder, shaking the earth. Boom, crack. The momentum was actually increasing. Every sound made people's hearts tremble, as if it were the wrath of heaven, wanting to cleanse all things unclean in the world. Oh my God, am I some filthy thing that must be eradicated? Do you have such great divine power? Su Chengxian looked at the tribulation thunder, falling into deep self-doubt. In his life, including past lives, it seemed he hadn't done anything heinous, right? Not to mention having the opportunity, he didn't even have the ability to commit evil. In his past life, he was a beast of burden, and in this life, just starting out, apart from eating and sleeping, he bullied the female emperor's sister and the Daoist brother. This shouldn't warrant being struck by lightning, right? Even though his knowledge of the tribulation thunder in the cultivation world was very limited, Su Chengxian could be absolutely certain that he was in trouble. The tribulation clouds before him looked unusual no matter how he viewed them, especially since he had just seen Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi undergoing their tribulations. He had watched from start to finish. From how the tribulation clouds appeared and gathered to the first bolt of tribulation thunder falling. He didn't miss a thing. Even a fool could see that this was completely different. Crack! A bolt of lightning, like a giant dragon, roamed the horizon, tearing through the sky. Damn! Chengxian couldn't help but curse. Accompanied by an extremely blinding blue-purple light, it instantly illuminated everything around before quickly sinking into deeper darkness. This light seemed to contain the power to destroy heaven and earth, tearing apart the tribulation clouds and leaving behind shocking arcs of electricity. Whoosh! In an instant, a fierce wind howled and torrential rain poured down. What kind of thunder tribulation is this? Ling Xiao was surprised, her serpent body raised, eyes wide. She looked at the tribulation clouds above the valley and Chengxian below. She seemed to have set up the old ghost. I have witnessed many thunder tribulations. Lin Jianzi stood tall, frowning. This kind of momentum shouldn't appear at this time. Chengxian was merely a ninth-tier monster. The thunder tribulation he should face was that of breaking through to become a great monster. The cultivation realms of monsters and humans could be compared to each other. The realm of great monsters was similar to the foundation building realm. The ninth level of Qi, refining and foundation building wouldn't have such a vast tribulation cloud. The 9 grades of Jidon for cultivators, the lowest first-grade Jidon thunder tribulation, was only slightly stronger than this. Within our holy sect, there have been those undergoing tribulations whose momentum was different from others. Ling Xiao paused, very puzzled, and said, but those were all people whose actions were extraordinary, deserving such treatment. To be called extraordinary by the female emperor, whether in terms of cultivation talent or otherwise, they were certainly the best among their peers. Peculiar. A peculiar person with powerful cultivation. With a reminder, Lin Jianzi recalled something. In our sect, there was once a senior. Ling Xiao immediately turned to look at him, eager to know which senior from the orthodox sect would enjoy the same thunder tribulation treatment as the holy sect's peculiar person. That senior was vengeful against evil. Lin Jianzi thought for a moment and still used the evaluation from the elders in the sect. What a righteous vengeance against evil. In other words, killing without hesitation. Indeed, it was the right way to suppress the evil at the Demon Mountain. Boom! Crack! In just a few moments of conversation, Chengxian's first thunder tribulation struck down unexpectedly. The two didn't have time to say anything more and quickly turned their gaze to the valley. The wind transformed into a furious howl, carrying endless might, sweeping everything on the ground. Trees bent, even broke, branches and leaves flying everywhere. The heavy rain poured down, as if watering, turning the valley into an ocean. And when this bolt of lightning cut through the sky, everything seemed to be halted. Time seemed to have stopped, mixed with deep blue and dark purple. Like a judgment light from the way of heaven, carrying boundless, terrifying might, it crashed down. Bang! It precisely hit the flower snake below. At that moment, the air seemed to ignite, erupting with a deafening roar, accompanied by dazzling light that illuminated the ground as if it were daylight. The ground trembled. Mud and water splashed everywhere. Surrounding rocks and trees crumbled under this force, turning to dust. After the lightning, a pungent smell of burning flesh quickly spread. The flower snake's body appeared charred, but in its eyes burned an unyielding flame, a desire for survival and a pursuit of power. It slightly opened its mouth, emitting a puff of black smoke. It flicked its tongue toward the sky. It said, "Damn!" Chengxian was very angry. The tribulation thunder came too quickly. He looked up at the tribulation clouds, and the thunder struck down. What does it mean to be as fast as lightning, to be as urgent as a shooting star? It means he didn't even have time to blink before the tribulation thunder hit the ground. In an instant, it shattered dozens of his protective blood qi. The thunder and lightning struck the snake's body, causing a tingling pain. Flesh burst open, and some scales shattered. It did hurt a bit. However, with this bolt of tribulation thunder, Chengxian felt a bit more at ease. It seemed like he could endure it. A beam of light flashed in his vertical pupils. The sword of danger hanging over his head was most perilous just before it fell. Threats, in the continuous anticipation of consequences, would be magnified. But when the tribulation thunder truly fell, feeling its power instead made him feel relieved. The tribulation thunder was indeed terrifying. Not only could it wear down blood qi, but there was also a trace that entered his spiritual sea. But in Su Chengxian's spiritual sea, the lotus platform blocked it, although the blood qi seemed to have been significantly consumed. Su Chengxian didn't dare to divert his attention to look at the panel to check the specific value of blood qi consumption. However, since he had traveled here, he had almost spent every day increasing his blood qi, making him very sensitive to changes in it. So by feeling, he could roughly judge how much this bolt of lightning had consumed. Nearly 100,000 blood qi. For an ordinary 9th-tier monster, this consumption is quite dangerous. After all, there would still be at least 8 more bolts of tribulation thunder to come. Moreover, each one would be stronger than the last. But for him, Su Chengxian couldn't help but chuckle. The thing he feared the least was consuming blood qi. With a thought, the blood qi surged within him, gushing out, instantly replenishing the shattered protective defense. The injuries on his body also healed about 80 to 90% in that moment. Then he looked up again at the tribulation clouds, waiting for the second bolt of tribulation thunder. Come on. Chapter 83. The 9 thunder tribulations. Is it over? Boom. Crack. The second thunderbolt roared down. Immediately following was the third thunder. The tribulations came in succession, each one more intense and shocking than the last. Moreover, there was almost no gap between the second and third thunder, causing the onlookers around to hold their breath. Su Chengxian was sweating profusely. What made him even more anxious was, this was just the first 3 thunderbolts. There were still 6 more to come from the 9 demonic thunder tribulations. Bang! Bang! The lightning struck. 2 thunderbolts fell. Roar! As the lightning dissipated, a roar echoed in the valley. Clearly, he had endured it, although from a distance. He looked like a large patterned insect rolling in the valley, which had turned into a muddy pit due to the strong winds and heavy rain. The charred blackness on his snake body and the injuries from torn flesh and scales had increased. It looked quite bad, very messy. However, in reality, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. The few clusters of thunder fire that appeared were extinguished in an instant under the surge of blood energy around him. Moreover, it was not just a simple block, because the third thunderbolt came too quickly beyond prediction. At that moment, he raised his head to look up and saw the lightning coming. Therefore, when this thunderbolt fell, it directly struck his slightly open snake mouth in shock. The thunder passed through his body. Inevitably, a tiny bit of thunder fire slipped through the ruptured blood energy and entered his mouth. In a moment of panic, he instinctively